Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
9 a.m., October 23rd, 2315. Location: Horizon Tower, Tokyo, rooftop. The wind howled atop the needle-like Horizon Tower, sunlight flickering between shifting clouds. A man sat strapped to a metal chair, bound by reinforced restraints. His entire body reeked of gasoline, his skin glistening with fear and cold sweat. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he begged, voice shredded by panic. "Please, I swear. I don't know a name. They never told me anything." No one could hear him, not this high up. The wind stole his voice, just like it had stolen any chance of help. In front of him stood Japan's rising star, the future symbol of peace. Horizon, sword floating at his side, flare in hand, visor reflecting the writhing figure below him. "You're lying," Horizon said coldly, rotating the unlit flare between his fingers. "Just give me the location." "You're bluffing," the man shouted, voice cracking. "You're a hero. You can't do this." He rattled the chair, trying to activate his cold touch quirk, hoping to weaken the chains. Nothing happened. "No quirk. No mercy," Horizon replied. From behind his back, he revealed a translucent cube of spatial energy. Suspended inside was the man's still beating heart. The man froze. "Tell me what I want to know," Horizon said calmly. The man only whimpered. Please. You won't tell me? See? You slipped." Horizon squeezed the cube. The man gasped, pain tearing through his chest like a bolt of lightning. His breath hitched. His world dimmed. Where is Wolfram?" "I know you're his eyes in Tokyo," Horizon pressed. "You watched me for him. And look where it got you." "He'll kill me," the man croaked. "And what makes you think I won't?" Horizon said, tightening his grip. The man passed out from the pain. Crack! A sharp kick to the jaw woke him again. His head jerked back, the chair groaning, but it was bolted down tight. "Ah!" he screamed, barely able to breathe. "You're wasting my time," Horizon muttered. From beneath his coat, a small medical pouch floated free. It hovered midair, opening with a whisper of metal. Surgical pliers emerged, sterile, precise. "Let's start with the back teeth," Horizon said lightly, grabbing the man's jaw and forcing it open. The man looked into the reflection on the visor, trembling as the stench of gasoline masked the smell of his own terror. "NNGHHH. Ahine!" He tried to resist, but Horizon's grip was unrelenting. The pliers locked onto a molar. "You'll talk when I let you. For now, you suffer." A sickening crunch, the tearing of gum. Blood pooled in his mouth as the molar was ripped free. The man shrieked in agony. "You've got 80 more tries. Teeth, nails, fingers. The eyes are for last," Horizon said, stepping back. "The faster you talk, the more pieces you keep." The man looked up, blood pouring from his lips. "Monster," he whispered. "Monster?" Horizon laughed, gesturing to the Tokyo skyline. "No, I'm Horizon, UA's golden boy, Japan's favorite son, the only hero that matters. They'll worship me, even if trash like you call me the devil. You'll be a lie in a tabloid. I'll still be the one they cheer for." The man's defiance crumbled. Horizon stepped closer. "Where's Wolfram?" he asked again, voice like steel. The man tried to stay quiet. Tried, but then came the words that broke him. "Fine. I guess I'll skip to the eyes." "No, ah!" Screams echoed through the rooftop as Horizon drove his fingers into the man's eye socket. Popping, squelching, blood spraying, nerves dangling in the wind. He dropped the crushed eyeball with a wet slap. "Guess look isn't the right word anymore," Horizon said with a dry chuckle. Minutes passed in a haze of agony. The man sagged, broken, breath ragged. Horizon approached again. "So, where's Wolfram?" He placed a hand on the man's head, activating scan. The man broke. He spilled everything. "See," Horizon said after the confession. "Was that so hard?" The man nodded feebly, trembling. "You'll give me the cops now, right?" Horizon held up a hand to silence him. His visor dimmed slightly. "Hello." The man blinked. He was on a call. "Shambles." Horizon warped away in an instant. Alone, the man looked around. Objects floated in midair. His heart lay on the floor, still beating. Gasoline and blood pooled at his feet. There was no escape. Inside Horizon Tower, in the kitchen, Law, visor off, chewed on a bag of chips, his phone floating in front of him. On the screen, Nizu. Any reason you requested more supercomputer space? Nizu asked. You didn't read the files? Law replied. Give me the short version. Medical simulations. Starting on cures for dementia, Alzheimer's, then cancer. Why start with mental illness? I've been around it more. It's familiar. And once you finish, I'll own the patents. But they'll be free to any company that wants them. Nizu raised a brow. No profit. Oh, I'll still get grants. UN money. Donations. But I'm not doing this for them. And not for fame. I said not just for fame. This builds the myth. Horizon, savior of mankind. Nizu sighed. I will make a hero of you someday. Law shrugged. Sure. Good luck with that. He tossed the empty bag, warped his visor back on, and vanished. Back on the rooftop, the man stirred as Horizon reappeared. So, Horizon said, placing a hand on the man's scalp. Once more, where's Wolfram? Using scan, he confirmed the man told the truth this time. Good boy, Horizon nodded. See, can I go to the cops now? The man asked, voice trembling. Horizon tilted his head. You villains are dumber than I thought. He grabbed the flare, lit it, and tossed it onto the gasoline-soaked prisoner. The man erupted in flames, his screams tearing through the sky. Horizon stood unfazed. Like I'd ever let a rat like you ruin my perfect reputation, he said. When the screams stopped, Horizon would warp the body into the ocean, deep, far, untraceable. Just another villain who vanished. No evidence. No story. Only Horizon, shining brighter than ever. Japan's flawless, untouchable hero. 11 a.m. Western Japan. Can't they do anything right? Horizon muttered under his breath as he rocketed through the sky, hoverboard slicing the air toward the Yakuza base. He was close, just a few miles out. But even from here, he could feel the chaos. 2 hours late, and it's still a mess. What the hell have they been doing? Room. A spatial bubble bloomed outward, an 8 kilometers scan zone wrapping the entire battlefield. Scan. Thousands of data points pinged through his visor. The flood of information hit hard, but Horizon was used to it. He filtered it quickly, locking onto the most urgent fights. Lemillions below, holding off Overhaul with Night Eye. Ares nearby, stable for now. Sunniator's busy, but winning. Red Riot and Fat Gum are in a slugfest stalemate. Ryukyu. What the hell is going on over there? He narrowed his room, zooming in on Ryukyu's team. A hulking figure, 15 meters tall, towered over them. Bulging muscles. Plague mask. Uravity limp in his grip. Froppy barely standing. Nijire the only one holding him back. Rakia, Katsukame. Absorb stamina by touch. That's why they're dropping like flies. Nijire's all stamina-based, so she's the only one keeping him busy, barely. If this fight spills towards civilians. Shambles. In a flash, Horizon swapped places with Rubble, appearing beside Ryukyu mid-hover. What the? Rakia barked, still gripping Uravity. Horizon flicked his wrist. Snap. Uravity and Froppy vanished, swapped for debris behind the police barricade. Being the hero, Horizon muttered, visor gleaming. We're not scared of some overhyped suit. Rakia roared, slamming his fists into the pavement. The shockwave forced Nijire back beside Horizon. Do I look like I care who you are? Horizon said. I'm Horizon, so it really doesn't matter. Rakia lunged. Too slow. He disappeared mid-charge. Shambles, replaced by Ryukyu herself. Pain flared in Rakia's shoulder. He spun, just in time to see Horizon drive scalpel in him. Countershock. His body convulsed violently, electricity carving paths through his nerves. His scream choked on its own intensity as he collapsed, twitching, unconscious. Before his body hit the ground, Horizon had already moved on. Underground. Horizon's attention shot toward Eri. She didn't warp. She's fused to the damn wall. Bastard bonded stone to her at the molecular level. Naitai and Lemillion are guarding her. They'll manage for now. He focused instead. Mimic Joy Iranaka, the one warping the building around us. He's the real threat. Scan. Hallways shifted. Floors folded. A maze of flesh and concrete. Not intangible like Lemillion. Not a shapeshifter like Toga or Twice. I can still detect him. Shambles. A hallway full of officers disappeared from the collapsing ceiling. Warped to safety beside Ryukyu. Then clang. Horizon's blade hit the floor. In the same instant, he swapped it with a small, grotesque puppet, Mimic's host body. With a cold hand, he grabbed the creature's face. Arg! Countershock! The puppet fell limp in his grip, fried and unconscious. He turned to Ryukyu, tossing the body over his shoulder. Hold this. Don't let it touch metal or stone. He'll try to possess them. Ryukyu caught it, frowning. I know. I read the briefing. And it's Ryukyu. Whatever, QQ, Horizon quipped as he vanished. Next room, secure archive. A lone doctor scrambled to organize files, sealed inside by Mimic. A hidden room, folded into the walls. Failsafe. Perfect. Until Horizon warped in, unseen, and stood quietly behind him. He glanced at the files, photos, scans, vivisection logs. Aries' entire life, reduced to charts and sadism. I need that, Horizon said flatly. The doctor barely turned, shink. Scalpel pierced his shoulder and thigh in one clean stroke, pinning him to the chair. WHA. Horizon shoved the chair aside and floated the computer and research files into the air with tact. Shambles. A moment later, the doctor, still skewered to the chair, landed at the police barricade beside Ryukyu. Ryukyu looked at him, grim. Don't feel bad. You experimented on a child. The man whimpered, gesturing to the sword. Can someone help him? You'll live, Ryukyu said coldly, eyes never leaving the documents. Sunny Eater's room. Horizon warped in next to Sun Eater, sitting against a wall. Bruised but breathing. 3 of Overhaul's elite lie unconscious around him. The only one here I can trust to do his job. Not surprising. Scan. All clear. Shambles. Horizon warped Sun Eater, the unconscious guards, and all nearby heroes to the surface. Medical room. Red Riot and Rappa. Bandages. Beds. Confusion. Fatgum stood between Red Riot and Rappa, both recovering. What the hell is this? Horizon asked. Tea party with the enemy? It's not like that. Fatgum raised his hands. We fought. Rappa brought us here afterward. He's kinda cool. It is another task, Horizon snapped. Not your buddy. Villains are people too, Fatgum protested. And I'm not interested in rehab lectures during a war. Shambles. All of them, Fatgum, Rappa, Red Riot, vanished. Moments later, they reappeared beside the police, much to everyone's confusion. Would have been fun to brawl with you, Rappa said, grinning at Horizon. I'm not a brawler, Horizon replied. I'm a surgeon. You be another case file. He turned, waving for Nijire and Froppy to follow. Back above ground. I'm going for Overhaul, and airy now, Horizon said. Finally, Nijire beamed. Why didn't you go there first? He summoned his bloodied sword. Because the moment he realizes I'm here, he might collapse the entire district. He doesn't know I'm coming, until now. Nijire nodded. Smart. Get ready to catch Airy, Horizon said. Wait, what? Froppy blinked. Without answering, he slashed downward, scalpel cutting a clean diagonal in the road. The cut was thin, but reached straight into the basement. Shambles. In an instant, a pale, white-haired girl appeared mid-air, still encased in a stone cocoon. Nijire and Froppy scrambled and caught her before she hit the ground. All 3 froze, confused but safe. At that same instant, Horizon warped to the final floor. Behind Night Eye, Lemillion, Bubble Girl, Rock Lock. Before them stood Overhaul, 2 lieutenants, and 2 Noma monsters. Tension crackled in the air. Overhaul's jaw clenched as he saw Horizon. So, Horizon said coolly, You're the boss. Overhaul's eye twitched. Yeah, I'm the boss. Horizon stepped forward, sword in hand. Then let's get to work.
Yeah, Overhaul grits out. I'm the boss. The massive underground stone cavern system of the Yakuza base was tense. This room had no exit, sealed away by Overhaul when Lemillion and the others entered, taking advantage of the fact that permeation doesn't extend beyond his body and specially designed hero costume. Overhaul's eyes don't dare stray away from Horizon, even as the young hero casually takes a few steps forward to stand in front of the others. At his back are Sir Nightai, Lemillion, Bubble Girl, and Rocklock, the only heroes to make it this far. Opposite them, Overhaul stands beside a Yakuza man who wasn't on the intel they had, wearing a white version of their uniform with a yellow plague doctor mask blocking his entire face. Horizon's eyes and senses focus on the gun in the man's hand, a revolver with 6 quirk deleter rounds loaded and ready to fire. But the next instant his eyes are fixed on the 2 Nomu behind Overhaul, the reason why Nightai called him over this morning. He does a quick breakdown of them, one thin and lanky, gray-skinned with bone spikes protruding from its joints and spine, arcs of yellow electricity bounding from the tips of each bone. The lurkers encountered one of these at a warehouse they raided. Horizon recalls data from Edgeshot's updates. It's a mid-class Nomu, which means no super regeneration at least, but it looks exactly the same. Guess this confirms they're cloning Nomu. His eyes then dart over to the next Nomu, a hulking brute, nearly 5m-15 feet tall and covered in muscles. Pieces of its purple skin were torn to reveal red slightly glowing muscle fibers beneath, brimming with energy. He also notices both the Nomu having their eyes locked onto him. Shigaraki probably gave them some kind of higher order to focus me if I show up, but if he left them here then Overhaul is in control, and he's more invested in the manufacturing of these bullets than we thought. But from what I know Overhaul's plan is to destroy all quirks or something, and Shigaraki is more of a global destruction and chaos type. Doesn't make sense. He must have bullied the Yakuza into helping them. This should mean after this I can probably get Overhaul to give me all the data I need to find the League of Losers. So I need to capture Overhaul. Difficult to contain him with that quirk. I can't use injection shot to disable him from a distance since his quirk counters is. That means I'll zap him first, then just rip his heart out to disable his quirk. A few moments of contact will be dangerous but manageable, and his quirk shouldn't work on my body. Just need to be wary of him using it on my costume. Having to clear this place out and then claim Overhaul killed the other heroes would be annoying, and make me look like I failed to protect them. Can't have that. Omicron S. In the small moment where Horizon was considering the ups and downs of this fight, Overhaul had to do no such thing. He planned for this unfortunate eventuality. He planned for the absolute worst-case scenario of standing against Horizon from the moment the sports festival debuted him. Because of the nature of his quirk, All Might was never much of a concern, but Horizon is dangerous. An absolute sense of his environment, range, mobility, and he's a genius, Overhaul thinks. Everyone else is probably locked up already, so it's just chronostasis and I against these freaks, but all I need is chronostasis, exactly as we planned. He sees Horizon draw his blade and point it across at them. Surrender peacefully and you won't have to get hurt. I already warped area away from here. She's safe with the other heroes, and all the other forces you had have already been defeated. I even found your safe room with the doctor. Overhaul's eye twitches at that. Well now, this is rare. A person who lives up to their reputation. You're a bigger freak than I thought. You can't win, Horizon says. Just give up. Chronostasis, Overhaul whispers, low enough that only his right-hand man could hear it. Trust me to heal you, to rescue you. Stick to the plan, and our perfect world shall be realized. Yes sir, Chronostasis mutters back. Just die heroes. Overhaul yells dramatically as he slams his hands toward the ground. Shambles? Before his hands can touch the floor to activate his quirk, Horizon warps behind him and grabs him by his purple hair, tossing him into the air. Overhaul groans in pain from the pulling against his scalp, but is left helpless and without anything to use his quirk on in midair. Chronostasis doesn't bother helping his boss as the 2 Nomu are already attacking Horizon, so he simply begins running toward the other heroes. As he does this he fires 2 of his quirk deleter bullets, both of which the heroes predict and avoid. But it gives him enough time to put his free hand beneath his mask while running, initiating their plan. Meanwhile, Horizon warps away from his new spot, narrowly avoiding a superpowered punch from the brutish Nomu. The entire chamber shakes from the force of it, stronger than the USJ Nomu. They're better at stacking quirks now. Horizon realizes as he warps behind the creature and touches it, doing a full scan. Muscle enhancer, superpower, shock nullification, kinetic enhancement, bulk up, all meathead quirks, and shock nullification means he's immune to blunt force outside of the absolute extremes like Star and Stripe. He senses the other pros taking down the lone Yakuza and warps away to avoid a bolt of lightning that was about to be shot at him. And a moment later the spot he was on is demolished by the electric Nomu. TAKT? He grabs Overhaul's clothes and roughly holds him in the air, continuously lifting him up higher and higher so he can't touch anything. Sensing another strike incoming from the muscle-bound Nomu, he swaps places with the electric Nomu. The strike connects and the sound of bones breaking and electricity crackling can be heard as the floor beneath the lanky Nomu caves in. Shambles? Horizon swaps with some of the rubble tossed into the air. Incision? He enhances the slashing and piercing ability of his sword, and stabs it directly into the bulky Nomu's right eye, just barely reaching the brain stem through its mostly open skull. The monster doesn't even react, only reaching up to grab Horizon. Thankfully it wasn't very fast. With his foot, he reaches down and touches the electric Nomu, and as expected it discharges everything it has directly at him. Counter shock, grounding line? The electricity runs along the current he produces and binds with it, being directed up his sword and into the skull of the other Nomu, frying its brain just enough that even with hyper-regeneration the damage allowed his sword to hit the main nerves and cauterize them. Retracting his blade he immediately slashes downward, using incision to split the electric Nomu diagonally into 2 parts. He senses Lemillion taking down the other Yakuza member before looking up at Overhaul. He didn't even overhaul his clothes to break out of my grasp, that was only to buy me a few seconds but he just let me hold him there. Horizon looks around the battlefield, noticing how easy it was to capture such a powerful villain, feeling something was clearly off. But doesn't think much of it, after all, he's Horizon, why would it ever be difficult? He sees some destruction from the previous battles, then the 2 unmoving Nomu. The bulky Nomu still twitching because of all the electricity overloading it. Firepower like Endeavor would have just fried the whole thing, but it took me using a whole other Nomu to beat it, better than using my new move at least. His attention then goes to a single bloody finger between himself and the other heroes, and the thin trail of blood leading to the Yakuza pinned under Lemillion. Something isn't adding up, why is he missing a finger? Deciding to handle Overhaul first he warps directly under the man and drops him, reaching up to grab him with an electric palm. And exactly as he wants, is how it happened. Overhaul aims to grab his visor and use his quirk, but before he can do that Horizon grabs the villain's forearm and shocks him into unconsciousness, ending this encounter. Holding the villain off the floor Horizon looks him over. Well, I expected more from the big bad Yakuza. No wonder you guys barely exist anymore. Now about that Horizon. Lemillion's scream cuts him off. Horizon's head snaps over to the other heroes, seeing Lemillion over the other Yakuza who was on the floor with no mask on, laying on his back coughing up blood. You wait here. He drops Overhaul and rushes over to the others. What happened? I don't know, I didn't even hit him that hard, Lemillion says, clearly distressed by the dying man. Stand back. Horizon kneels beside the man and places a hand on his chest. His heart is about to explode, and his brain, what the hell, it's like he's having a full biological meltdown. I need to. The man coughs and a fountain of blood erupts from his mouth. Horizon sees some bits of green in the blood and beneath the visor his eyes widen. Before his brain could process the command, before the same globs of blood could fall back onto chronostasis, everything stops. Time itself for 6 minutes 20 feet around the body was brought to an absolute crawl. Only a few minutes later and Overhaul wakes up, sitting up and holding his head, feeling the searing pain of having his scalp almost torn out and the stinging, sizzling of his left forearm from being tossed. He looks around, seeing the 2 defeated Nomu, then over at where the others are. So it worked. Good job Chronostasis. This is why we kept your quirk an absolute secret, he says while looking at the scene. Chronostasis was vomiting up blood and traces of green liquid. The heroes were around him looking on in concern while Horizon was trying to diagnose the problem, exactly as they'd expect from the only present doctor. Of course, he can't ignore a person in need, stupid heroes always running to help, and he's a doctor on top of that. He says while getting up, keeping his eyes on Horizon. Taking a deep breath he cracks his neck, enjoying the short reprieve as he walks to the severed finger. In tests, that suicide trigger formula we got from the European lab is next level stuff. Forcing a quirk to evolve and go wild at the cost of the user's life, taking a simple single target time slowing quirk to an area of effect attack, the ultimate suicide attack. One that even the mighty Horizon can't detect and warp away from in time. Tests show I should have anywhere between 20 and 40 minutes before the chronostasis bubble pops. That gives me enough time to get out of here. Get out of their signal jammer range and call Shigaraki. We can always make a run at getting Eri and chronostasis back later, he thinks while picking up chronostasis's severed finger. Focusing on it he's thankful for how many times he's used his quirk on his right-hand man, in preparation for the Horizon eventuality. Every self-respecting villain should have a plan for that freak, but none are as good as mine. He mentally gloats as the finger pops into red mist. Then it rushes through the air toward chronostasis, sending the command to restructure his body and expel the trigger. The small cloud of mist that comprises the finger suddenly stops in midair as it hits the time bubble, frozen like everything else. Overhaul narrows his eyes at that, annoyed that the same thing keeping them trapped also protects them from getting hurt. Time to get out of his eyes widen in surprise and confusion as he sees Horizon's head slowly, as if moving through wet cement, turn toward him. What kind of a freak are you? He growls out as Horizon begins turning to get up and walk toward him. All in slow motion. No, this isn't supposed to happen. Overhaul yells as he rushes toward his only chance of victory, toward the 2 Nomu. What is this? Horizon wonders, feeling the disjointed information flooding his mind. 2 sets of data from 1 room. His room was large enough to encompass the entire Yakuza base, but the time bubble he was currently trapped in was only a few meters wide. Within the bubble, everything felt slower, but outside it was as if the world was in super speed. His eyes saw nothing but darkness, light not moving fast enough through the bubble to give him any information within. His brain slowed to an absolute crawl. But luckily for him, that's still faster than the average genius. Why is everything fast? He questions to himself, sensing the heroes and Yakuza around him frozen, but now he's sensing Overhaul already waking up. He should have been out for at least a few minutes, long enough for me to check on this guy and still go get his heart. My body won't move. He tries to turn his head or command his quirk, but nothing happens. He can't even warp away. Deactivating my quirk will completely blind me, and for some reason, I can't warp, my body is frozen. I can't move. Scan? He checks out his own body, down to the genetic level, then even deeper. My body, it's just like Ares' quirk, but it's slowing time rather than reversing. This Yakuza was a suicide bomb. How do I get out? What do I do? Come on, Horizon, think. He delves deeper and deeper into his own body, into how the chronons were interacting with him, into the bubble itself, and how it affected the world around him. He combs over every cell of his body, every moving part that he's lost control of. Ba dumb? He feels his quirk acting up, hand of God still not having perfectly integrated the others. The telltale sign of his quirk about to shut off. About to leave him blind and deaf in this time bubble so Overhaul can escape. But time is still disjointed. He expects the headache but doesn't feel anything. The physical pain hasn't moved across his nerves yet. His brain hasn't been strained by the blood flow yet. Time is slowing everything to a crawl aside from his thoughts. Chronons, I need to control my own, within my own body, just reverse the effect. I only need a few seconds of it. I need to move. Combing over every particle and manipulating them precisely, he ignores everything else and focuses only on his body. Hand of God has no limits. With enough practice I can do anything. I can bend the world. He reminds himself, on what feels like the third day of racking his mind against this problem. Then finally, his body begins moving. His head slowly turns, as Overhaul is about to get up. He senses the villain moving, and after what to Horizon was a week trapped in his own body, in not even enough time for Lemillion or Night Eye to begin the process of forming a single thought. An Omicron B. He's figured out how to diminish the effects on himself. He slowly gets up, moving as if his entire body was submerged in wet concrete. Ba dumb? The pain becomes real. He can feel the small brain aneurysm starting, compounding onto each other. His body tries to send a booster shot to automatically heal it, but he halts the command. As he gets up and begins walking toward Overhaul, he feels the villain look in his direction. And in a blur, he begins running toward the two Nomu corpses. Horizon doesn't give him any more attention, focusing only on himself. Once I get out of this stupid bubble, I'll break his fucking legs. As he's one step away from freedom, he feels Overhaul using his quirk on both the dead Nomu. All three bodies become a massive floating collection of red mist as they fuse together at a cellular level. And what felt like hours later, Horizon takes the final step out of the bubble, and as he's entirely out he drops to one knee, cradling his head. Arg? Fuck, all the compounding pain of pushing his quirk to the limit crashed into him at once. His room finally collapses as he takes deep breaths, feeling exhausted. What to Overhaul was only a few minutes, for Horizon was closer to 2 weeks stuck in his own body. His stomach growls loudly as the ground begins shaking, then he looks over at Overhaul. Now fused with the two Nomu into a 10m 32 feet long, red and black hulking quadrupedal creature. Bone spikes crackle with electricity all protruding from the layers of these shock-nullifying muscles. And where the massive head should be is Overhaul, from the waist up and resting in a canopy, shaped like his plague doctor mask. Even the villain himself has red and black skin, torn up and showing red glowing muscles beneath. Horizon barely catches his breath before Overhaul lowers his main body so his palm can touch the ground. And a destructive wave is sent toward him, dismantling the floor on its way toward the heroes. Shambles? Horizon warps to the other side of the room, then looks back at the bubble, at the people he couldn't warp out. The attack hits the bubble and the floor around it, but everything inside is completely unaffected. Okay, they're safe, one less thing to worry about, he thinks before warping away. He appears back on the surface standing at the back of an ambulance, where the paramedics were currently cutting Eri out of the stone coffin she'd been fused with. Beside her were Ryukyu, Nejire-chan, and Froppy. Is this place fully evacuated? Horizon asks before raising the mouthpiece of his visor, showing the blood flowing down his chin from his eyes, nose, and mouth. What happened? Ryukyu immediately rushes over to him. Are you okay? I'll be fine. He takes out 2 meal bars and begins forcing them into his mouth. The evacuation is almost complete, Ryukyu says, but the west side still has some people that are being stubborn. Horizon forces down both the meal bars and takes a relieved breath. Good, this might get messy, get her and everyone else out of here, now. But the perimeter. He cuts off Ryukyu, can't be held against what I'm about to fight, just get out of the way so I don't have to worry about more things. If he decides to touch the floor and overhaul the neighborhood you're all dead. He immediately warps away. They all look at each other, then to Ryukyu. Alright, you heard him, everyone clear out, something big is happening. Horizon arrives back in the underground cavern, then looks to his side to see Overhaul using his quirk to make a tunnel away from the hideout. With the villains back to him, he raises his sword, using his quirk to aim directly at Overhaul's brain stem. If this doesn't kill you it should at least exhaust you a bit, but since you absorbed the eclectic Nomu it's impossible to beat you in a war of attrition. Damn it. Injection shot? 6 invisible, indefensible bullets slam through the villain. Horizon sees the entire body flinch for just a moment, then in the next Overhaul spins around and charges in his direction. Fuck. Horizon thinks as he sees the villain's neck and head currently a bloody mist as it quickly reforms. That's such an annoying quirk. The ground cracks under Overhaul's monstrous arms as he crawls toward Horizon. Let's try this. Horizon draws his blade and holds the sheath in his left hand, then throws it at the charging villain. Catch, he yells out, and Overhaul doesn't even acknowledge it as the item just barely misses his head. Shambles? Horizon swaps with the sheath, planting his feet on Overhaul's monstrous shoulder and swinging down with his blade. Booster shot plus incision. He boosts the cutting power of his blade and his own striking strength, and cleaves right through Overhaul's neck. Even with all the resistance of the nomobiology, because it was so sparingly used in his own head for risk of interrupting his higher brain functions, Overhaul can't stop the blade. His head is bloodily cut off, the most tactical alternative since amputate would simply let him reform. Horizon sees the slashed flesh already become red mist with chunks of meat in it, intending to reform. Shambles? He swaps the severed head with his sheath before jumping away, expecting the monster to simply collapse. But as he lands, he learns something new. Once the Overhaul command has been set, not even death can stop it. And the majority will always attract the minority, so Overhaul's severed head still becomes the red mist with chunks of meat in it, and rockets back to his main body where it reautachess. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me, Horizon thinks as the monster rushes toward him. If I warp his head too far it could just grow a new one with the Nomo cells, or the head would grow a new body. Too risky. Fuck. I guess I'll kill you first. Overhaul screams out while constantly trying to smash Horizon. Each hit from his new body craters the solid stone floor and shakes the entire base. With Horizon warping away, he touches the floor with his hand and overhauls it toward him, restructuring matter that quickly outside of his own body. Horizon thinks as he sees the ground around him dismantled before almost instantly reforming into massive spikes in every direction. Amputate. One horizontal slash cuts off the top of most spikes. TAKT. He keeps the spikes floating so he can freely warp about, which he does while constantly slashing at Overhaul. Amputate. He slashes Overhaul right down the middle, and along the attack the body becomes the disassembled mist and begins reforming. Shambles? He warps to Overhaul's side. Amputate. He slashes down yet again, leaving a thin slash through the cavern floor and walls, vivisecting Overhaul yet again. Just stay put. Overhaul yells as he wildly swings at Horizon, unable to ever land a single hit. Horizon continues the process, so many times that the floor beneath Overhaul looks as if it was made of gravel, all the compounding slashes constantly divided. This guy is such a pain in the ass, Horizon thinks as he continues slashing and warping, even as Overhaul becomes a massive cloud of blood and meat constantly trying to reform. The only way I stop this guy is with he considers it for a moment. Yeah, but I'll need. Horizon, he hears Lemillion call out to him. What is that? He points at the cloud of flesh and blood. With Lemillion, Rocklock, and Sir Nightai, they could only see Horizon flickering about the room while slashing down, pulverizing the floor and a floating cloud of blood and bits of flesh that was constantly trying to pull itself together. Perfect. Horizon warps beside the other heroes, and they can see him breathing heavily trying to catch his breath. That's Overhaul. He fused with the Nomo. Distract him while I prepare a finishing blow. That's Chisaki. Rocklock asks, disgusted by the cloud before it quickly begins reforming into the villain. Oh god. We'll get you the time you need, Sir Nightai says. Rocklock, anchor him, Lemillion and I will run interference. Without a word, Horizon hands Sir Nightai his sword and warps away. At the other side of the room, while watching Overhaul pull himself back together, slowly losing more of his mind as his quirk diminishes it. The body of both Nomu straining his brain, causing him to become more violent and erratic, a disaster waiting to happen. Sir Nightai looks over his shoulder, seeing Horizon take a deep breath and raise his right hand. Holding it in front of his chest he leaves his hand open, and grabs his wrist with his free hand. Sadly he could only open a room barely large enough to cover the surrounding neighborhood during his move, and he would be entirely defenseless as well. Because while people are amazed by how fluid and quickly he uses his quirk, they'll never see the years of struggling to get his abilities to that point. And right now, he can't use this ability in conjunction with the others. Must be something big. Sir Nightai thinks. Don't let him past us, Sir Nightai says as he rushes forward, using his foresight quirk on himself to see his own future. Lemillion sinks into the floor beside him as Rocklock rushes Overhaul beside him. This thing is heavier than I thought, Nightai thinks while raising scalpel. Overhaul touches the floor and makes a legion of spikes toward them, only for them to stop a few meters ahead of them. Deadbolt. Rocklock dropped down and touched the floor, locking it in place. Exactly why Sir Nightai wanted him to be in this room, because his quirk directly counters Overhaul. That should hold for a few moments at least, Sir Nightai thinks as he rushes forward, entering Overhaul's range when more spikes erupt. But he sees into his own future and easily dodges the spikes, completely surprising Overhaul. Closing in on the villain he sees Overhaul raise one of the monstrous hands to swat at him, but he doesn't even try to avoid it. Because as Overhaul is locked in on him, Lemillion rockets out of the floor below him, landing an uppercut that cracks Overhaul's jaw and shatters some teeth, and they see his head already disassembling itself to reform. The hit staggers Overhaul enough that his attack misses Sir Nightai, exactly as he foresaw, allowing him to leap up and bury the entire blade up to the hilt into Overhaul's still reforming skull, down into his neck and spine. Lemillion's eyes go wide at such a lethal attack, until a moment later Overhaul's entire human body disassembles as Sir Nightai kicks off his shoulder, landing on his feet. Rocklock rushes up at this moment and slams both his hands onto Overhaul's monstrous body. He focuses all his energy while activating his quirk. Grand deadbolt. The monstrous body completely freezes, and the cloud of reforming matter can't seem to reconnect to it. Rocklock completely stopped all movement from the villain, stalling the reformation process. Good work, Sir Nightai says. He looks back at Horizon to see strange green particles hovering above his palm. He feels the air becoming colder by the moment. Looking into his own future, he sees what's about to happen and is completely perplexed, not even understanding what exactly he's seeing. I can't hold it much longer. Rocklock yells out after a few moments, and both other heroes get ready to act. Lemillion sinks into the floor as Sir Nightai leaps back. Get off me. Overhaul yells out, slurring his words slightly as his mental ability begins more obviously degrading. He knocks Rocklock aside and tries to crush Sir Nightai once more, but this time the hero just casually sidesteps the attack. Just barely out of the way thanks to his quirk, he leaps onto Overhaul's monstrous arm and begins running toward his main body. Seeing another hand swiping at him before it even happens, Sir Nightai leaps up and over it, then continues running, only for Overhaul to use his quirk on the floor. Sir Nightai sees spikes rising before it happens, and leaps up, stabbing out with scalpel to his side for a stone spike to perfectly intersect with the blade. The spike carries him up a few meters before he holds onto it and leaps away from the battle, while throwing the sword directly above Overhaul. The villain focuses on Sir Nightai and ignores the blade, which quickly disappears above him, out of sight. Just day. Overhaul's words are cut off as the blade is kicked into the back of his skull, piercing his face and once again causing him to split apart before attempting to reform. The moment Sir Nightai threw the blade, Lemillion shot out of the ceiling down onto the villain, and as expected he saw the blade and drop-kicked it directly down into the villain. No longer inhibited by the idea of lethal force as he knows Overhaul can handle it. Grand deadbolt. Once again Rocklock rushes up and puts his hands on the villain, just as the sword falls through Overhaul's skull, freezing the villain. Sir Nightai picks up the sword and Lemillion lands beside him. Much too violent for my tastes, Sir Nightai says about the blade, but supremely efficient in this conflict. I think it's pretty cool, Lemillion says, too bad gadgets don't work with my quirk. Shut up. Rocklock grits out, beads of sweat running down his face as he grits his teeth. Concentrating. Get away, now. Horizon yells out, causing them all to look at him. I'm ready. They see Horizon still gathering strange green particles, but now they begin flicking to life all around the room, flowing toward his open palm. Then they move faster, and faster, as if the wind became visible in soft green streaks. A cold chill ran across the room as they begin to see their own breath, only feeling some warmth as the small glowing wisps float past them. Move. Horizon screams as he begins running toward Overhaul, and Lemillion and Sir Nightai immediately rush away. But Rocklock stays. If I leave he moves, and we can't afford to miss. Yeah. Horizon dashes between the large spikes and sees Sir Nightai and Lemillion rushing away. But if you stay you'll be fine. Rocklock says, I've got the world's best doctor on my team. Within a few moments, Horizon reaches up to Overhaul, and slams his open palm into the monstrous body of the villain. Rocklock leaps away at the last moment, but is sadly caught in the area of effect. For the first time a hint at the existence of Horizon's room is shown. Luckily the battlefield was too hectic to notice. Green particles are ripped from the environment and surrounding neighborhood, almost showing the exact range of his room. Then fuses and becomes visible as it closes in on Horizon, rushing through the villain to gather into his palm. Gamma? Horizon shrinks his room, down to barely large enough to contain himself, the villain, and Rocklock who was currently leaping out of it. And with it, he drags as much of the gamma radiation as possible toward his palm, as if the air in the room was visible. There was a transparent green mist rushing toward Overhaul to gather at Horizon's palm, which was on his chest. Rocklock dives out of the attack, but his foot just barely gets caught at the end. He feels searing heat and crackling skin as he suffers immense radiation burn. An agonizing scream echoes out of him as he lands with a thud, completely unconscious from the pain. But the stone floor below his is covered in a thin layer of frost, as is the area on the surface above them, where the heat and radiation were stripped away. Seeing Overhaul's body being burned and invaded by the radiation, the villain convulses as it passes through his heart, into Horizon's palm. Horizon pulls back his hand, revealing a glowing green orb of radiation and heat hovering at his palm. Strike! He slams the orb back into Overhaul, and a pulse of green energy travels across the villain as the radiation and heart permeate every cell of his. The skin is fried away and deformed as the radiation cause horrific mutations and burns all across the body. Overhaul's main body suffers the same fate as he silently convulses before going limp, completely lifeless. The blinding light causes the other heroes to cover their eyes, and when they open them Overhaul's monstrous corpse is crumpled to the floor, and Horizon is stumbling back. The entire right hand that held the radiation was covered in severe burns, missing the hero costume, body glove, tattoos, and skin on it, showing charred black flesh below. Okay, still needs practice, Horizon mutters and he falls back and sits on the floor, taking deep breaths. Finally using something he's been preparing since the summer camp. His ultimate counter to any super regeneration type quirk, simply absolute cellular destruction. And today, he finally got a glimpse of the power he'll easily be able to toss around after sorting out his quirk problem. He hears Sir Nightai and Lemillion rushing over, looking at Rocklock's foot and his hand, in the same state. We'll be fine, Horizon says between exhausted breaths. I'll warp us out, then fix us up. Just give me a minute to catch my breath. Will she be alright? Ryukyu asks. The dragon hero was standing at the back of an ambulance as most of the Yakuza members were already being taken away in armored trucks. Nejire-chan, Uravite, and Froppy were off assisting with some cleanup and leading civilians back to their homes now that the operation has been concluded. And in the back of the ambulance is Eri, coated from neck to toes in a layer of stone, being carefully inspected by 2 paramedics. The girl was stiff and silent, just observing everything around her without saying a word, clearly traumatized. But for now, they could only focus on her health. Healing everything else would take time they didn't have at this moment. I can't know for sure, the medic says. We can't just break her out if what Horizon says is true. If he says it's fused to her, then it is, Ryukyu says. We have to operate under the assumption that he's correct. Right, the woman frowns. Well, we'd have to chip away at it then cut off, well, you know, until it's all gone. Can't this be done without hurting her? Sorry ma'am, but I'm not Horizon, and I recommend we wait for him. Ryukyu sighs and just folds her arm, not so patiently waiting for Sir Nitai's group to return. Shambles? A few moments later Horizon swaps them with bits of rubble on the floor to arrive behind her. Hey Kyokyu, is everything done here? He asks. She resists the urge to scoff while turning around. For the last time it's her eyes go wide as she sees then. Lemillion was being oddly stoic, as if lost in his own head. Sir Nitai looked completely fine, but Horizon's right arm from fingertips to his forearm was severely burnt and cracked. Skin and muscle mostly gone to show the brittle bones below, charred black with an absolutely disgusting scent. She reels back and covers her nose. What happened to you, and him? She looks at Rocklock who was on Horizon's shoulder, his right foot being in the same state. I'll explain later, Horizon says as he walks past her and roughly drops Rocklock onto a stretcher. He then looks to the ambulance driver. Rocklock and Eri need to be taken to the miracle ward. I'll fix both of them there. Also, don't make any contact with Eri, her quirk is quite dangerous. The man stiffly nods and begins preparing to transport them as Horizon turns back to Ryukyu. I'll stay with Eri, Lemillion says, in case villains try something, and I've still got a lot to make up for. Sir Nitai nods and Lemillion gets into the ambulance. Well, I suppose we can all go there, Ryukyu says. Now what about Overhaul, where is he? A tense silence befalls them which causes Ryukyu to worry, but she looks over at Horizon, as if anyone can escape him. She thinks. Then she glances down at his burnt hand. Oh god, did you? Dash what's important is, Sir Nitai cuts her off. He won't be coming after Eri, or bothering her again. Let's not talk about this here. Now we should save the rest of this debrief until everyone is better and awake, at Central Hospital A with Circumflex B Epsilon. She narrows her eyes at Horizon who doesn't even have the decency to act bothered, only giving an uncaring shrug. And as she opens her mouth to question if what he did was really necessary, her favorite sidekick interrupts them. Ryukyu. Nejire-chan yells out as she flies down, carrying Froppy and Uravite who were currently weightless. The last of the Yakuza are gone now, and we're just about done helping in the cleanup. Good work girls, Ryukyu says as they land. Gross, what's that smell? Froppy covers her nose. My arm, Horizon calls all their attention to his injury. Ew. Uravite yells out, then looks embarrassed. I mean, what happened? Did Overhaul do that? As if he could ever hurt me. This is just recoil from a new attack I used, nothing more. I'll have it fixed in a few hours. You did that to yourself? Ryukyu asks. Must be some attack. A real stinky one, Nejire-chan says. But at least you'll be alright. Maybe Eri can help you, Uravite suggests. She can just rewind it, right? I'd rather not trust a traumatized child with no quirk control to use her highly lethal and dangerous quirk on my body, Horizon says. Plus I still have to study her and figure out how that quirk exactly works, so she shouldn't be using it at all. Not just that, Ryukyu says. Eri has been used as a tool and object her entire life. Abused and mistreated because of it. The last thing we want is for her to think she's just been handed over to more people who will treat her the same horrible way. Right. Right, Uravite hangs her head in shame. Guess I didn't really think about that, sorry. What about Overhaul? Froppy asks, looking around. Shouldn't he be in one of those armored trucks? Or did he get away? No need to worry about him, Ryukyu assures her. The raid was a complete success, now I need you three to head back to the agency and rest up a bit. We'll resume patrols tonight after I get back from Central Hospital. Central Hospital? Nejire asks. I'm just going to check on Eri and make sure she's alright. You girls will handle our area until I get back, but focus on resting up for now, alright? You can count on us. Can we get moving already? Horizon asks. The media will be here soon, and I have a public image to maintain. He gestures to his injury. Can't let them see that gods bleed huh? Ryukyu teases him. I'll be flying over so you can come with me. Thanks, now let's just get out of here already. 3 hours later, the Miracle Ward, Central Hospital. Standing at his own operating table Horizon has his arm on it, severed from just below the elbow via amputate so he can carefully study it. The charred, dried out, and mostly brittle limb was horrific, an abomination almost ripped out of a nuclear blast wave. Luckily after the initial blast of pain, the cells were killed so rapidly and thoroughly that the entire thing was numb to him. He couldn't feel anything in it, even now as he pokes at the exposed bone and a few strips of muscle where nerves should be. Scan? My gamma attacks work as intended. I'll have Overhaul's body by the end of the week to do some more studying. but killing cells so thoroughly prevents regeneration, and leaves nothing that Shigaraki can salvage to get DNA from. The intensity of heat and radiation destroys DNA chains, so we at least don't have to worry about a Overhaul Nomu suddenly appearing. But my control is still awful. If I could condense the attack, it would take less energy, force all the radiation into a Noma's brain. A fraction of the energy and time, but I also have to work on my control for my own safety. I've never used that much energy before while training. The backlash was beyond me, at least for now. Fried and irradiated my own hand and forearm, and Rocklock's foot. But I suppose if he didn't do that, things could have gone much worse. I still don't know how to safely cancel that attack, so it would have been like a radiation bomb in that room, then we would have been in real trouble. And the fact that I can't use any other ability while I'm preparing and executing that attack, a lot of problems to solve. Nothing a lot more practice can't fix, and I'll have a quick and efficient way to deal with those super regeneration Nomu at the end of it. After I practice enough to contain and condense the radiation so it doesn't leak out and destroy my hand again. Horizon takes out his scalpel. Holding it awkwardly in his left hand, he cuts into his severed limb, looking at the bone marrow inside the brittle bone. Everything here is dead, which means booster shot? He transfers healing energy from his healthy hand into the severed one, and it dissipates with no effect. Fuck, this will take a lot more energy than just normal healing, and I'll have to do this for Rocklock too. Guess I'll take tomorrow off and get some rest. What a day. Without a word, he summons his sword into his free hand, then places the blade just beyond where he had used amputate on his main body. Taking a deep breath, he grits his teeth, then cuts down. HNGH, he feels a jolt of pain as he now does a more traditional amputation, just below his right elbow. Blood begins flowing out onto the table before he uses his quirk and controls his body to dull the pain. Something he usually avoids doing because of how dangerous it can be, interfering with such essential survival senses. But this special occasion called for it. Booster shot? The blue healing energy begins flowing out of the wound, stopping the bleeding within moments. Then it becomes dense, gathering from a thin blue mist into a liquid-like form. Translucent but flowing like water, gathering and staying attached to his wound. With furrowed brows, he pours more and more energy into this, and the liquid becomes much more dense, and he can see the shadow of a new hand growing from the wound. Perfect replication and regeneration of what was lost. While still covered in a thin sheen of the healing energy, he sees the bone regrowing. Then the strands of tendons and muscles, the veins and nerves, all the blood and flesh he lost. Then finally the skin and fingernails were perfectly remade. Well, almost perfect. Fuck, he says through exhausted breaths. Lost my tattoos, 7 p.m., 6 hours after Yakuza raid. Alright, so that's just about everything. You're all caught up, Horizon says. Currently, he was in one of the hospital rooms of the Miracle Ward in Central Hospital. Wearing his backup hero costume kept here so his new arm was seemingly the exact same as before. And speaking to Rocklock, who is sitting up in the hospital bed, wearing a medical gown and staring blankly at Horizon. After a few more silent moments, Rocklock blinks and just continues to stare. Are you gonna stare like a useless fucking retard, or will you be useful? Sorry, it's a lot to wrap my head around, Rocklock admits. No, it's really not, and I fixed you better than you were before. For some reason you had some damage in your foot from before. Yeah, I broke it a few, yeah. Nobody cares. But you're my due. Look, do you understand what I said or not? Horizon cuts him off. It's not that complicated. Your foot got hurt, I cut it off and grew you a new one, easy. And by got hurt you mean, you nuked it. Irradiated it, just radiation burning and saturating it until the DNA chains were destroyed and the cells died. You didn't even feel it. Your body doesn't even know that's not the same foot. And Chisaki, same thing that happened to your foot, but to his whole body. Horizon shrugs. You killed him. Rocklock looks genuinely concerned, mostly by how casual Horizon is being about this. Oh yeah, he's super dead. Even I can't heal what I did to him, but hey, no need to dwell on it. Things break all the time, he mindlessly says, much too tired to put up the proper true hero persona after such a long day. Right, Rocklock nods slowly. Well, thank you for everything, and good work out there. Now I should get changed and get out of here. Actually, your wife is here waiting for you, but you can get changed after the meeting. What meeting? They're about to walk in. What? Wait, I'm mostly naked here. Who? Rocklock looks even more worried and double checks that the hospital sheets are covering him. And a few seconds later 4 people walk into the room. Sir Nightai, Ryukyu, the number 9 pro hero, a lone security agent. And the person whose presence mortifies Rocklock the most due to his state of undress, Hero Public Safety Commission President Panto herself. He's fine to talk now, Horizon says as they all enter and the agent stands in the room blocking the door, presumably using some quirk so they aren't being spied on. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Panto, Rocklock says, as she is rarely seen outside of the commission buildings. She glances at him for a moment. Likewise, I'm sure. Now, can you recall the situation which led to Horizon's more lethal approach during the battle against Kai Chisaki, aka the villain Overhaul? Well, Rocklock looks around nervously at everyone, then his eyes fall onto Horizon, who was silently standing there. Just pretend he isn't here, Panto says. Right, well, I remember the fight was tough. We were in a stalemate for a while before Horizon showed up. He warped area away, then he beat the villain's butt, then something happened. It was like I blinked and everything changed. Time bomb, Sir Nightai says. One of the villains had a minor time quirk. He overdosed on a unique and lethal strain of trigger and became a bomb that slows time to a near stop around his body. Seriously. I overcame the effects after a while and prevented Overhaul from leaving, Horizon says. You obviously slept through the recap we had after your procedure. Focus please, Panta says. After you were freed. Right. Rocklock thinks hard about what happened before answering. Well, we tried everything but nothing could stop the guy, until Horizon did that radiation attack. I didn't know it was a lethal attack, I swear. I just knew if he thought it could bring that monster down it was our best shot. Panta detects no lies with her quirk, then turns to Sir Nightai. Did you know the attack would have been lethal? Obviously not, he says, and she detects no lies. I'm very strict with my quirk, and since I used it on myself I could only see into my own future, and only a few feet around myself at best through a fuzzy image. Very well then, she turns to Horizon. Your justification. He just shrugs. It was the most efficient option, since the alternative was a long fight that we weren't ready for. One of those Nomo gave him enough energy to win a war of attrition, and there wasn't anywhere in my range that I could warp him to and safely fight away from all civilians. It's also the only attack I have that can properly deal with his quirk. Overhaul is much better than just regeneration. He was restructuring any damage in real time, and only needed to command matter instead of constantly focusing on it. The best course of action was to fry the cells entirely. And why did you have this attack? Panta asks. For people like All for One, or whenever I got attacked by some Noma. Panta doesn't detect any lies, so she asks the others, does anyone think his assessment is wrong? A bit extreme perhaps, Sir Nightai says. But, I understand how he could come to his conclusion. I just hate the fact that I helped kill someone, Rocklock says. Willing or not, I've got blood on my hands now. Beneath the visor Horizon rolls his eyes, and throughout this entire thing Panta's cold demeanor never slips. Hearing enough from the others, Pantu turns back to Horizon. Do you feel any guilt or remorse for what you did? Remember who you're speaking to. Lying doesn't work. I remember, and I also know sometimes extreme circumstances demand extreme actions, and I don't regret or feel bad for saving everyone there. She once again detects no lies, but is slightly impressed by his clever phrasing to conceal the mercenary beneath the visor. Well then, I've heard enough. She snaps her fingers and the security agent takes out a few documents from his jacket, handing them over to her. She passes them out, giving Sir Nightai too. I've mostly kept this contained. Some of the police and people on the scene will suspect things due to only you few being present at the time of death, but nobody will believe them. You've got to be kidding me, Ryukyu says, looking down at the forms. This is a cover-up? You want us to sign this? No way. He killed someone and you expect me to promise to never ever speak of it to anyone, to never report it to anyone. Look, I know our job can get messy, but this is extreme. If I sign this, then what next? Then how many times are we teaching him and other heroes that sometimes killing villains is okay? That's a slippery slope that I will not be a part of. He should at least publicly acknowledge it and apologize. That's the right thing to do. She looks around the room, seeing Rocklock a bit inspired, Panto and Horizon unimpressed, and Nightai in the back signaling for her to shut up. Clearly, he knows more about her when regarding the HPSC, but she noticed him a bit too late. Really? President Panto asks, taking a step closer to Ryukyu. And what would that achieve? It would maintain his honesty and integrity, as any real pro-hero should, Ryukyu says. Perhaps, but clearly you and everyone else tend to forget that Horizon is not yet a pro-hero. He's a hero course student, often treated as one because more often than not, he's better than any pro-hero we have. Ryukyu takes a step back and has the decency to look ashamed, just for a moment, before resuming eye contact with Pantu. This isn't right, she says defiantly. It's what's best. But please, refuse if you must, if your values and integrity demand it. But I want you to know, before you make that foolish decision, it will result in you being locked in the deepest depths of Tartarus for the rest of your life. WH. For conspiring to destabilize Japan and incite fear and panic into the civilian population. Because Horizon provides safety and stability, his being here allows people to stay calm, especially with All Might now retired. See, when a student messes up they are usually suspended from using a provisional hero license, but in this case, we would be forced to expel Horizon, and remove Japan's next symbol of peace because of how you feel in your heart. With him here we could have an even more peaceful era than that of All Mights, and you intend to threaten that, clearly, so either you sign that document right now, or I can have him warp you into your cell. Ryukyu narrows her eyes at Panto. You'd go that far for a student? Throwing an innocent top pro hero into prison with monsters to rot. Top 10 pro heroes are easily replaced. The existence of the annual ranking ceremony proves that, but there is only one Horizon. It's an easy choice to make, Panta says. And without a word she reaches into her pocket and hands Ryukyu a pen. As Ryukyu angrily signs the papers, Panto looks around to see the others doing the same. At least I know the rumors about him and Ryukyu aren't true. We can stop investigating that now. She thinks before turning to Sir Nightai. The second form I gave you is for Lemillion. I understand he's here trying to cheer up the girl. How is she? Resting after Horizon healed her, Sir Nightai says. Good, then this raid really was a success. And good job following protocol, calling Horizon the moment you discovered the Yakuza had Nomu saved a lot of lives today. Yes, but what made you instruct us to continue forward? Sir Nightai asks. Was it not safe to assume Kurojiri would simply warp them out? It was a gamble we were willing to take, Panto lies, because the information from Hawks told her Kurojiri was off on a trip with Dabi and Shigaraki this morning. Hopefully whatever information we recover from their systems will give Horizon some leads to track down the League of Villains. Well, I'm glad it all worked out, Sir Nightai says. Now I need to brief Mirio on what's going on. Is there anything else, Lady Panto? Just a small warning to Horizon. She looks at the hero in question. Try not to use your gamma attacks please, unless absolutely necessary. Most countries don't appreciate any radiation-based attacks such as that, especially ours, considering our history. Unless you have to resort to it, keep it hidden. And it should go without saying, not against living people, only Nomo if necessary. I'm burying this incident so deep nobody will find it, but we can't make this a habit, because even for you I can only make so many exceptions, understand? Don't act out and make people think I'm a nuclear reactor beneath this. He taps his visor. I think I'll manage. Always a pleasure talking to you. Now I need to get back to work. Aside from the complications, well done on the raid today everyone, Panta says before abruptly leaving with her bodyguard, quickly followed by a pissed-off Ryukyu. Well, I should go speak to Mirio. Thank you, once again, for everything Rocklock, Sir Nightai says. Hey, it's the job right, Rocklock replies before it's just him and Horizon in the room. As Sir Nightai leaves, Horizon turns to Rocklock. If you're gonna cry about how you helped kill someone, don't. Your wife is about to walk in, with the baby. Oh, thanks for the heads up. Just be out of here quickly. I have one more patient to work and it'll need the room after. Oh, and good job today. You aren't completely useless after all. Then Horizon warps away as the door opens, causing Rocklock to mutter. Man, even giving a compliment he's such an ass. I hope this is about some more good news, Niza says as he answers his phone, putting Eraserhead on speaker. The principal was currently in his office doing some paperwork this Sunday evening. Nothing but good news, I suppose, Eraserhead says. I'm about to leave Central Hospital, got done with Eri. And what did we learn? Well, to the surprise of no one, Horizon was right. Her quirk, rewind, it's an accumulation type. She stores time and distributes it like a virus to infect other people's time. That's a new one. She has almost no control, but since it's an accumulation type I just had her drain her storage on some of the emergency room patients, car accidents, and such. What about diseases? It really doesn't work like that. If your body has something then she can rewind you to a less critical stage but the illness will still manifest eventually. All she does is buy you more time. But if you were hurt by someone breaking your leg, she can rewind you, and then you just have to avoid that person so they don't do it again. So not exactly a healing quirk. And can't be used in the same way as recovery girls since that would also undo all the benefits of training. It also doesn't eliminate mental fatigue. I see, and how long before you bring her back to UA? We'll be leaving soon, after making a few stops to get her some things she'll need to live at UA, but Nemuri should be able to handle that. Well, when Horizon gets back to UA he can do further research on her quirk. Yesterday he mentioned that he's gained a new perspective on Chronos, so I'd like to speak to him about that. What? Is he planning to start time traveling? Eraserhead scoffs. People cannot travel through time, it flows through us, and I doubt even he can manipulate time. He just thinks her quirk is interesting, and is always excited to study things beyond his control. Right, you mad scientist types are exhausting to keep up with. But Eri's been asking about him a lot. Mirio is here with us, still hasn't left the hospital since she's here. But apparently Horizon didn't even introduce himself when he was healing her up, he just disappeared after handing her off. Well, his bedside manner is famously terrible. Everyone knows that by now, the kid wants to meet him, and Deku. I assumed as much, and Midoriya is having a chat with Nightai and All Might at the moment. They should be here by the time you get back with her. Nightai and All Might are talking again. Whatever, I've gotta go. Lots of shopping to do. Have fun, Niza giggles. Eraserhead grumbles and hangs up. Niza taps a few keys on his computer, changing his screen to show Sir Nightai, Midoriya, and All Might having a discussion in one of the training areas. RNB. Well, at least now Midoriya knows the good news. Eri is safe. I just hope Horizon doesn't give him a hard time because of it. But I'm sure Nightai is even warier of Horizon after what happened to Overhaul, but Horizon is still learning. They'll all see the hero he can be someday. Niza taps a few keys and pulls up a list of his student logs, since every time a student leaves UA they have to apply for permission and give a reasoning. Now I wonder how my other pupils are doing. He begins scouring the hero network and UA cameras to check in on them. Training ground beta. Boom! A massive explosion of fire and ice rocks the area, demolishing the small buildings and tearing up the road as it knocks Shoto and Bakugo away from each other. The smoke and dust block their views for a while before it all settles. Shoto gets up and pries himself out of some rubble, feeling pain racking his entire body. His right side frosted over and began to damage his skin, his left side feeling like it's being melted. His regulation of his quirk still leaves much to be desired, nowhere near Endeavor's control. He walked out into the open just in time to see Bakugo stumbling out of a collapsed building. Bleeding from his head, his forearms bruised and slightly swollen. His PE uniform is torn up even worse than Shoto's as he hobbles forward, fighting to keep his eyes open. Shoto joined his training only an hour ago, but Bakugo has been here since sunrise. Fueled by his most recent and glaring defeat against Horizon. Even more relentless in his training. Shoto could even see some of Bakugo's fingers turning purple, his self-destructive desire for perfection forcing him to throw himself against a perfect being. And since he and Midoriya don't have provisional licenses either, they get to see the entire painful process. A tragedy happening in slow motion. I think that's enough for today, Shoto says. We should go rest up, classes resume tomorrow. Bakugo scoffs and turns away. If you're done then just go, I've still got training to do. Shoto reaches out and grabs his shoulder, and Bakugo winces in pain. The constant explosions had dislocated it multiple times today. You're in worse shape than me. That's enough for today. I'm not done. Bakugo shrugs his hand off and continues walking away. I still have to get better. By destroying yourself? What's the point of that? Bakugo turns around and glares at him. What's the point of existing if I'm not the best? This isn't the way to get there. This is the only way. Bakugo stomps back over to Shoto. He's out there with his license, training, every single day. The only way we catch up? The only way I get ahead of him? Is if I train even harder than him. So that's what I'll do. Bakugo takes a few deep breaths as Shoto steps back. Bakugo, save it. Bakugo's shoulders slump as a sad look overtakes his face. This is the only way I know how to do things. It always works. Just train harder, do better, and do more. It's the only way I know, and it will work. Even against him, he tries to reassure himself. Shoto gives him a sad look as memories resurface, memories of witnessing what self-destructive drive and ambition can do to a person. Can do to everyone around them. Alright, well I'm done for the day. You have fun, Shoto says. TCH, Bakugo turns and begins sadly walking away, trying to ignore the outburst he just had. I don't have time to waste. I'm winning the next sports festival, and the only way to do DHA. Bakugo feels a slight pain at the back of his head as his world goes dark. Shoto catches Bakugo after he knocked him out, and with some effort throws him onto his shoulder. I don't know if there is a way to beat Horizon, but if there is, killing yourself by overtraining won't help you, he mutters as he walks off, taking Bakugo to Recovery Girl. Besides, Horizon is probably training right now, and I doubt his methods operate like this. Elsewhere in Japan, in a mostly empty skyscraper, there were a few people tied up, knelt down in the middle of the top floor. They were all heavily armed with rifles and one had his left arm transformed into water which he was using to manipulate the locks of a massive vault on the top floor. 3 men in total, and 7 hostages. While 2 of the men were patrolling, constantly keeping an eye on the surrounding buildings through the one-way glass windows, above them floating at the ceiling was an eye, the entire socket and eyeball detached, looking around the room carefully. Beside it was a floating right ear, and a right hand covered in purple fabric, holding a laser-pointing device. Setsuna Tokage of UA Class 1B, hero name, Lizardy. Using her quirk she can detach parts of her and control them independently, and when detached these parts can fly. After a certain amount of time, the piece with the most mass will begin to regenerate the others. After a few more moments, she points the laser at one of the men, and taps a button at the side of it. Meanwhile floating above the city, above that very building, was Majestic, the magician hero. His quirk, magic, allows him to create energy rings that can transport people and objects or be used to attack his opponents. These rings can carry up to 1 person each and he can maintain up to 12. His street magician-inspired hero costume appeared scrappy and haphazardly put together, accented by a large red wizard hat and a blindfold, a mishmash of disjointed colors across it all. He was currently floating above the building on one of his colorful energy rings, alongside the remainder of Lizardy's body which was on another, currently relaying information by speaking through her main body even while in the building. They were floating high above so the villains that were looking down at the streets and other buildings couldn't see them, so their third member could attack. Genesis, in her updated hero costume, was laying on a third energy ring beside Lizardy's, taking in all her friend's instructions as she aimed down the scope of her custom sniper rifle. Her digital scope can't see through the one-way reinforced glass, but her bullets could punch through it, and Lizardy's laser was currently making her targets for her scope to show where she needed to shoot. 3, 2, 1, Lizardy's detached hand clicks down on the button, and the data is sent to the Genesis rifle. Fire. Bang! The glass is shattered and the kinetic stoppage round slams into the man's gut, knocking him off his feet and out cold. Lizardy instantly paint another target with the rifle, exactly as they trained, and Genesis lines up her shot with the second man. Hold. Lizardy calls out as the men look at their unconscious friend and begin yelling at the hostages. Fire. Bang! As the second man took one stop too close to the glass he gets a bullet to the shoulder, cracking his shoulder and collarbone, knocking him against the wall hard enough to take him down. Final target. Genesis asks. He's held up behind cover, this guy isn't moving. Majestic. How much cover? Genesis asks. Too much for you to safely make an armor-piercing round and fire through. I can make more than just bullets, Genesis says as she makes a special and much larger shell and then begins loading it. Give me a spot close to him. A new trick, huh? Fun, Majestic says. I knew you girls would be perfect for my style of recon and scouting work, but seems Genesis has some firepower too. She silently loads the special shell as Lizardy paints a new target. Bang! The man has his back against a wall, and suddenly just beside him it ruptures and a large deformed metal casing embeds itself into the floor beside him. Huh. Before he could get away it pops and a cloud of tear gas invades the area. He begins coughing and stumbling out of the gas, and as he does another shot is fired the moment he stepped in front of the glass wall. Bang! Later he would wake up in police custody with many cracked ribs, and these new provisional heroes would have their first interview, and make their true debuts to the world. After getting back to the majestic hero agency, Setsuna lays on the couch while Genesis takes off her mask, then immediately begins making some new weapons to work on. You should really take a break, Majestic says. You two did good work today, and my wife is coming over with her famous rice bowls for us, you'll love 'em. Well, I'm sure I can get in some training before then, the sun hasn't even set yet. Genesis says as she sits down and begins assembling a new pistol. If you work yourself to death you'll never live to be a top pro like I know you can be. Part of the job is knowing when to conserve your energy so you'll have it when needed. Majestic makes a glowing energy ring and sits on it, floating opposite them. Well, I suppose you're right. It would be bad if an emergency happened and I was already exhausted, right? Momo asks. Exactly. But if there isn't an emergency, then I would have just been wasting time. I'm not sure what I should do. As Momo begins to overthink, Majestic just floats over to Setsuna who now had her mask off. Is she always like this? But you'll have to forgive her, Setsuna says. She's trying to keep with her workaholic boyfriend, but just between us, I don't even think the guy is human. I heard that, Momo says. And I assure you he's human, I just don't want to be left behind is all. In fact, he forces our entire class to improve much faster than we could have on our own. Setsuna lays back down and detaches her arm, sending it to the fridge to get a drink. I just think competing against him would lead to nothing but depression. Just be the best Genesis you can be. That's all you can be after all. Plus, he already likes Momo, so that'll be more than enough. Just try not to overwork yourself, Majestic says. People have to work at their own pace, and just because I'm sure he's off training right now doesn't mean you have to be. We did a lot of good and saved a lot of people today. Momo sighs. Yes, I suppose you're both right, and I should replenish my quirk anyway. Also, one small detail, Majestic gets a bit closer to them as Setsuna cracks open her soda. Maybe don't mention that your boyfriend inspires your entire class to improve much faster. That's sort of a dead giveaway that you're dating Horizon. He sees both girls' eyes open widely. Your secret is safe with me, but as someone who is married to a fellow pro hero, it's not a fun thing for the public to know. Puts a lot of strain on your relationship. I mean, when I got into the top 10 once my wife started getting a lot of hate mail and people were always saying I shouldn't be with a D-list pro, so even for a prodigy like you, I doubt they'd approve of anyone being with Horizon. It's just a headache you don't want, and a strain on the relationship that you'd be best without. Right, Momo nods bashfully. Thank you, and also for not mentioning this to anyone. Yup, but that's about as much advice as I feel comfortable giving you girls about that. Ask my wife if you've got any more questions. Now, let's talk about a case we'll be working on tomorrow. Tomorrow? Setsuna asks. Tomorrow is Monday, don't we go back to UA tonight? Nope, this is pretty big, and we'll be working with some other agencies on it, so I've got you for one more day. Both girls look at each other, then smile and turn to their mentor, ready for an extra day of hero work. Anything to help them improve, as they're sure everyone else is constantly training. After all, at UA, to stop improving is to fall behind, a quote that seeps into every level of the academy. The Matani estate. While everyone else is training, bleeding and sweating trying to claw their way to the top, what does the man at the very top, so far ahead that he's not threatened at all by them do? Train? Further his lead? Sometimes, yes, but sometimes you get to relax, to enjoy all the hard work you've done to get to where you are. So while they were working, La Matani is sitting at his pool with his shirt off, only wearing some shorts. The ocean breeze from his private beach was a bit more chilly as the winter season approached, but the heated outdoor area made it bearable, as did his company. His tattoos on his left hand and arm were exposed, as well as his chest. His right hand, which was carefully playing with her curly white hair, already had the tattoos redone early this morning onto the new limb. The same beautiful woman with the sheep quirk he met all those months ago in Tokyo, once again sitting on his lap in a bikini, topless. Leaning forward and pressing herself against his chest, her lips hungrily trying to devour his as she tries to get even closer to him. After a week of non-stop work, La Matani finally gets to go back to his new family home and enjoy a relaxing day by the pool. Monday, 9 a.m. You know, the rest of your class is taking today to relax after a weekend of training. Maybe you should join them. Nizu suggests. He was currently sitting on the couch in Horizon's room eating an entire wheel of cheese with a knife and fork, while La is standing off to the side working on the hologram interface for Nizu's personal supercomputer. His mask and visor were off, but his usual more casual Horizon outfit was otherwise in place. I appreciate that you gave everyone a day off, for some stupid reason. It's a public holiday. Whatever, La says. That doesn't mean I'll stop working. Plus the sooner I get these simulations set the easier it will be to study ARI. You innovated these virtual models so people wouldn't be stuck in labs like you. Might as well use them, right? Right. Nizu frowns and just continues eating his cheese. Where did you get this? I've never tasted anything like it. I have a guy, for cheese. Nizu raises a brow at him. I'm half Italian, of course I have a cheese guy. Plus I figured if anyone would have a cheese guy it's you. La shrugs. I didn't know that was a thing. It's not, I'm just messing with you, but I did do a surgery from some big wine family yesterday morning. They're from Italy and since they make wine and cheese, I asked for some samples. They've been making the stuff since Rome was a new place. I thought you were busy getting your tattoos redone onto the new arm yesterday. Did that after, had a guy come to my house and I relaxed there all day, figured I earned it after that whole overhaul nonsense. You mean after you killed a man? Things break all the time, Nizo, especially when you're as strong as me. Don't dwell on every ant you step on, otherwise you'll have to stop walking forward. Law says this without even looking at him as he continues his work. Plus it's not like I had many options. Is that the truth, or is it that old habits die hard? Law stops typing for a moment, the room gets tense, then he gets back to work. Are you insinuating that the training my mom gave me overpowered my ability to operate as a pro-hero due to the stressful circumstances? Or your biases after what he did to Eri? You do have a soft spot for kids after all. She's 7, at that point she should have her shit together. Did you at 7? That's when I started doing solo surgeries and going on jobs with mom, so yeah. That's very concerning, and have you spoken to the girl? Nizu asks. Why would I do that? I just needed this. Law gestures to the horn on his coffee table, small and detached from Eri so he could operate on it. I have no use for the babbling of some useless little thing. Alphanu. And yet you want little things of your own. Honestly, your bedside manner needs serious work. I get the job done, and if it's mine then I expect the children to be competent and useful. They're children. My children, held to the same standards as myself, and look how I turned out, perfect. And does Ryoko agree with these views on family and life? Nizu asks, and sees Law freeze up. Well, Law just rolls his eyes and continues working, and I assume you knew from the start, spying on Horizon Tower as usual. Well, I did upgrade your security system for free, you knew why. MHM, and what do you think? I think the world, most notably the women, would be safer if you didn't find it such fun to charm so many of them. Well, I tried video games, but you know, after having real-life fights to the death, they just don't feel as fun as they used to. Nizu sighs and continues eating. Can you please just stay away from the top pros? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Mirko is too annoying. Uebami hates me. MT Lady is committed to her secret boyfriend. Most of the other pros know about her and Kamui Woods. Nizu says. They aren't good at being subtle. Midnight really hates me. That's a bit of an understatement. Nizu says. And she filed an interesting report with me. Suspicions of you leaving campus without permission. I do that all the time. Which one? About 2 weeks ago, Tuesday. Your pizza night. AHH, yeah, I think that day I ate on the roof, guess she saw me. But in my defense, if you only need 1 hour of sleep, you see all of UA pretty quickly, and even I can only train so much. Oh, I know you've been stepping out often, but I assume you never get UA out of your range, so it's fine. But she wasn't pleased when I told her that. She'll get over it, and that's true. UA is always in my range. Now what was I saying? Oh right, Ryukyu blocked me on the Hero Network. Law shrugs. I guess me killing someone then Penta threatening to throw her in Tartarus if she talks was a bit much. That's too bad because... Stop it. Law chuckles. Hey, I'm just saying, she's got big tits for a dragon lady. Half the world already thinks you two were a thing. She's had to deny those rumors so much already she now avoids interviews. Nizu says. Well, what can I say? She looks good on me. Have you ever considered going celibate, just for a little while? Nizu asks. It might be good for you, and less stressful for me. You don't have to worry about me getting your students pregnant. I have full control of my body and its functions. Nizu releases a relaxing sigh. That's a relief. Yup, you don't have to give me the sex talk. Well, I know that, and assume Ryoko beat me to the baby talk. Nizu says. Her recent online shopping history is very, well, baby feverish. Yeah, we had a talk about what she wanted a few weeks ago. And, that bit of info is only for us to know. Law cuts him off. But you don't have to worry about me fucking my way through the top pro heroes. Most of them are annoying or hate me. That's a relief. Well, Law thinks about it for a moment. I'm cool with 13, is she? Yuri not seducing a teacher, again. I can't believe I have to say that. I can't believe this is a real conversation. Law chuckles and shuts off the hologram. Trust me, I'm not interested in someone that might literally rip my dick off with her black hole quirk. Only thing between her being a hero and her being a mass murdered are those gloves. Says the man in a full body glove. Nizu says as Horizon sits across from him. Most people think if it breaks you explode like a bomb. Yet the villains still keep trying to hit me. Morons. Law leans back and relaxes on the couch. Shambles? Law warps away for a moment, then warps back with a bottle of whiskey and a glass, pouring himself a drink. I feel like as your principal I should say something, Nizu says. WH. Shambles? Law warps away again, and this time returns with a can of apple juice, giving it to Nizu. Thank you, but I would have preferred tea, Nizu says. Well, I have apple juice, unless you can suddenly drink alcohol. Nizu opens his drink and takes a sip. So, how are things with you? The more personal side. Do you mean aside from my sex life? If you don't get any students pregnant I really don't care what you do. I just had to make sure of that. Nizu says. What about the shields? Law shrugs. I have a lead. Sent someone to check it out. Was a dead end. Wolfram is in southern Japan, on the main island, but he keeps moving. He's notably avoiding Minato Tokyo and Musudafu, both places where you're most active. He knows the shields are bait, and that I'm hunting him. Yet he still continues his task, foolish and commendable, Nizu says. Reconstruction on I-Island is still far from complete. Securing new funding from the United Nations has been a bit slower. They're worried about rebuilding it before Wolfram is captured. Well, sorry, but I can't move any faster. All I can do is wait for a mistake. Nobody wants to go one-on-one with Horizon, so everyone is just hiding. It seems your reputation is making this more difficult than I expected. Well, you're not very good at understanding people. Law down his drink and pours another glass. This was obviously going to be a problem from the start. I'm the next #1 pro hero after all. Is that working for you, or? I'm allowing it to work, Law says, but I'm taking it easy tonight. Siro and Momo are still doing hero work, and won't be coming back until tomorrow morning. Jiro is at a sleepover in the 1B dorm with the other girls, and I need to catch up on some matinee business. Matinee business? Nizu asks. That wouldn't happen to have anything to do with a certain shipping company suddenly selling 49% of their company shares to a currently anonymous buyer, now would it? Law takes a sip of his drink. Well, with how much Trigger has been moving through their ships, shareholders are worried, and if someone expected them to frantically try and sell shares to gain capital and stabilize the business, that person would be in a position to make a good deal. But 49% seems like a suspicious amount, Nizu says. Law shrugs. Apparently Horizon found out that the head of the family is in on the whole Trigger operation. The arrest happens tomorrow, but the Matani dynasty got wind of it early and offered to buy up some business before the raid. You gave a criminal a head start because it benefits you. Nizu was not pleased by this. Trust me, he'll wish he didn't run from the cops, because this way Horizon has to track him down, with the tracker I already put on him. And when I get my hands on him, I will get the answers I want before I hand him over for some pathetic excuse of an interrogation that they'll give him. So this is a play to get the Matani dynasty another business, take down a part of the Trigger operation, and get more information than the police would have about the operation itself. Oh yeah, chances are high some crooked cop is already being paid to kill him during the raid. Better dead than arrested is what the other villains are probably thinking. So I'm also saving his life. And making yourself look like an even bigger hero in the process. Nizu narrows his eyes at him. Nope, Law says. The police get all the credit for this. I won't gain enough on this to make it worth having the police look incompetent, and since I always express my support of our brave officers, and I'm friends with the Tokyo police chief since we met at All Might's tribute, I'm sure he'll appreciate me being quiet about them losing the target. Wow, Nizu takes a sip of his drink. Well, we're lucky you aren't a villain. Never planned to be. Most people never do, unless it's all for one. What I meant was, having the entire world hunting you just seems exhausting. Being a pro hero and having all the fortune and fame and women and money and women is so much better. I'm actually starting to like it. Really? Nizu's eyes light up. Just a little bit, it has its benefits. Having the entire world groveling at my feet and praising me, it just feels like this is how my life was always meant to be. That's concerning. Nizu swallows nervously. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Only sometimes, I still hate having to save so many useless fucks. Every day it's oh no, a villain is here and I'm a useless piece of shit that can't fight back or run away. Please save me. Dumb fucks. Honestly, humanity would be better off without them. But I'm the moron with the job of protecting people who don't deserve to live. How fun. Nizu sighs. Just when I thought I was making progress. October 19th, 2315, HPSCHQ. Sitting in President Panta's office, Ryukyu anxiously taps the arm of her chair while staring at the deserted desk in front of her. Behind the desk was a small row of windows with a view of Tokyo that was cluttered with skyscrapers. It's only been days since the raid debrief at Central Hospital. They've all sent in their report and done other hero work since then. But President Pantu suddenly requesting her presence at the headquarters can't simply be a coincidence. Maybe she's not pleased with how I spoke to her. If I'm lucky this is just a simple apology, then everything will be fine. Yeah, that's it. Just an apology. Thank you for coming, Pantu says. Ryukyu's eyes shoot open as she jumps out of her seat, so in her own mind that she didn't hear the door open. President Pantu, how are you doing today? That depends on how this meeting goes, Pantu says as she takes her seat. Please take your seat. Right, Ryukyu stiffly sits down. If this is about how I spoke to you, as if I'd take time out of both our busy schedules to quarrel about a trivial thing like that. This is regarding a promotion of sorts for you. Promotion? Ryukyu asks. I know you intend to step down soon. Ryukyu's eye open wide. How? All the top 10 pro heroes have their devices monitored. National security demands it. Ryukyu narrows her eyes for a moment, then relaxes, understanding Panta's responsibilities. I don't like it, but I can understand why someone in your position would do that. The farewell letter you've been drafting could use some work, but it seems quite heartfelt. Too bad I can't allow you to quit and most likely head overseas to work. What do you mean can't? How can you expect me to be a hero while covering up what happened during the raid, and who knows how many other things you've swept under the rug to protect him? Japan is still in a very delicate state at the moment. Without Horizon it would be much more chaotic. And I trust one don't have to warn you against exposing his recent mistakes to the world. Yes. We have a deal and I intend to honor it, even if I quit. Good, because in a month we'll have the annual Pro Hero rankings, and you moved up 2 spots. I'm number 8. Ryukyu was more confused than excited, still not feeling like she deserves to be in the top 10 at all. Yes, well, the public has been more aware of you lately since you've worked with Horizon more than anyone else, with the obvious exception of Endeavor. But your popularity also got a nice boost since half the internet thinks you're having a scandalous romance with him. Omicron. Ryukyu scoffs. There are a million reasons why I'd never get involved with him, and his age isn't even the start of it. Glad to hear it, Panta said, detecting no lies. But I had to be sure, you wouldn't be the first pro-hero he's seduced. What? I keep eyes on who enters Horizon Tower, and you've never been there, Panta says. Now, care to learn about that promotion I mentioned? How do you promote a top 10 pro-hero? And if you're going to offer me a spot higher in the rankings, I won't accept it. I already feel like enough of a fraud as is, even to be #5. No deal, Ryukyu says sternly. Now can you please tell me what this is all about? Horizon, Panta gets up and makes to exit the room. Walk with me. Ryukyu follows along into the hallway as they begin making their way through the building. What keeps pro-heroes honest? Panta asks as they walk to the elevators. Excuse me, what keeps you honest? Think about it, you are one of the most powerful people in Japan. What keeps you honest? Doing the right thing, Ryukyu says. The laws. Yes, and if that is not enough someday, well, I suppose the other pro-heroes, Ryukyu says as they enter the elevator, heading to the basement. Yes, and what is the job of the Hero Public Safety Commission? To protect the peace and stability of Japan by governing any demographic of people who legally or illegally use their quirks. Everyone knows this. And everyone believes it, but that's not the only reason. Ryukyu looks confused. What do you mean? Our job isn't just to make laws, because laws are broken all the time. In fact, they're broken so often that the existence of pro-heroes is a necessity. After the first few generations of heroes, we were founded to police the pro-heroes. Because some of the people trusted to protect us weren't honest enough to be trusted, and it caused the public to get hurt. Now 300 years later, and our job is to treat battles between quirks like a game of rock paper scissors. Constantly mixing and matching quirks to find the best combination to handle any potentially rogue pro-heroes. Government contingency plans. Well, of course, powerful people like All Might and Endeavor exist. Plans had to be made in case either they went rogue, or in the future individuals as powerful as them posed a threat to us. That is our responsibility to the citizens. That makes sense, but how do I come into this? Because our role is to run simulations and find the best team of pro-heroes to deal with the rogue assets, hypothetically of course. And who did you come up with for me? Honestly, it wasn't that hard. Your dragon form is surprisingly easy to detain once we avoid trying to brawl, and even if we didn't, you aren't that tough. But you have some job for me, which is why I'm here, right? Right, Pantu says as the elevator stops and opens, to an underground observation room. Stepping into the room, white walls and floors, everything clearly sterile. Ryukyu looks to her right to see a large glass wall overlooking a lab of some sort below. And in the middle of the lab is a deformed hulking mass, burnt and mutated beyond recognition. Beside it is a man in a white radiation suit, short and portly but poking and prodding the subject. As he turns to look at his guests, Ryukyu gets a look at his face and instantly recognizes him. Dr. Shode Gariki, she says. I've read about him. Well, I didn't think you'd ever recognize him. This is unexpected. His research into transformation-type quirks like mine sort of forced me to learn about him. I was worried it would affect my personality. Luckily it doesn't. True, I don't think dragons from fairy tales are as heroic as you. No, they're not. So what's Japan's second best quirk specialist doing here? Because we're here to study the actual best quirk specialist. Horizon. Ryukyu looks at Pantu. How? Do you recognize that irradiated lump of meat on the floor of his lab? Irradiated. Ryukyu looks disgusted as she glances back at the subject. That's Kai Chisaki. After fusing with 2 Nomu and standing against Horizon, that's what's left. His corpse is still radioactive, not enough to cause concern, but Dr. Gariki has to wear that suit because of how many hours a day he's been spending in there. Where are you going with this? Look at what he did to a villain, hit him with so much radiation that it forever deformed him and stripped away his flesh. Destroyed him on a level so intimate that not even DNA can be recovered. And when we asked him about it, do you recall what he said? Yeah, sometimes when you're as powerful as I am, things break, no need to dwell on it. Right. Close enough, and judging from how you reacted, those words have been bothering you almost as much as they bother me. He killed a man and didn't ever register that a life is gone because of him, so yes, it did. But you said that issue is buried. It is, but as president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, I have to prepare precautions. Just as I did for All Might and Endeavor, but even they didn't require half the effort as this. How so? Water diminishes Endeavor and he has issues in prolonged fights, which is why he isn't in the S-class ranking. All Might was, extraordinarily powerful, but at the end of the day he was only a brawler. But Horizon is much more, and he understands what my role is, which is why he's so secretive about the limitations of his quirk. And you want me to get more information from him, because we both know that head-to-head, I'm helpless against him. Exactly, because look at this, Panta gestures at Overhaul. Every time he has a big fight, the power displayed is almost exponentially greater than the previous showings. All Might made me nervous, but never anywhere near this level. Because you've seen it, right? Seen what? What he's really like, the side of him the public will never witness. He's the most powerful combatant in Japan, bar none, but so was All Might. The only difference is where All Might had that truly heroic spirit we love and celebrate. Horizon has a petty, vindictive, and cruel side to him. A violent and arrogant other half that is only matched by the immense power and capabilities he possesses. And it does scare me, the things I know he's capable of, and the things I know he will do if he doesn't get his way. I may have had a glimpse or two, Ryukyu sighs. I saw him throw a man off a bridge, then I saw him throw that same but now crippled man into the cold ocean. Also he'll drown for a little bit, then we won't have to ask a third time, and I don't want to imagine the things I haven't seen. Kai Chisaki is far from the first person he's killed, Ryukyu, Panta says, but Ryukyu doesn't react. Deep down she already knew, anyone with such a disregard for human life must be used to it. Even if by some miracle you could find a way to beat him, do you really think he'll even go rogue? Ryukyu asks. No, we have a deal in place, and I expect he'll want to leave Japan entirely afterward, so we'll be fine until then. But when he gets what he wants, that's when we'll know. First, he was reluctant to be a pro-hero, but now, he's enjoying the perks of it more and more. He's only 16 after all, it's a luxurious life that lets him enjoy everything he wants and freely improve himself. His desire to break past his own limits was confined by having to hide his quirk use, now his improvements are celebrated by the world. My concern is what comes after. They stand in silence for a while as Ryukyu thinks it over, before she gives a defeated sigh. What do you want me to do? The same thing that you've been doing. Horizon trusts you to carry your own weight, which is why he works with you. Anything you can do to get more information on Hand of God would be a boon. Anything you can do. I'm not seducing a minor, Ryukyu growls. And I would never force you to. Just keep me informed of anything new you learn, and obviously don't let him learn of this, for everyone's sake. Right, now I just have to unblock him on the Hero Network. He won't think anything of it. His ego is too big to imagine you were anything more than a woman being emotional but still unable to resist him. I can't believe I actually agreed to this. Well, not like I had much of a choice. This will benefit you as well, I'll make sure of it, Panta says. Now, shall we head back to my office and discuss everything you know about Hand of God and Horizon? As Ryukyu is following Panta back to the elevator, she can't help but ask. You said you made a deal with Horizon, what was it? I can't say, but he wanted something quite trivial and inconsequential in exchange for healing All Might. Nizu just happened to take a liking to the boy and has gotten quite close to him. My work studies students Froppy and Uraviti are his classmates. They say Nizu isn't very good at hiding how much he favors Horizon. Nizu has a good eye for character, and I do trust him in his goal to make Horizon into the next All Might, but my responsibilities demand I prepare for every possibility. I see. Well, I hope you never have to implement whatever you come up with, because helping to plan is the extent of what I'll be doing. I've seen firsthand how Horizon fights, and the day he switches sides is the day I retire. Opening his eyes, Law is greeted by the absolute darkness of his dorm room. So dark that his unmasked features cannot be seen, only felt by his bedmate who had a vice grip on him. Momo's arms were holding onto him as her legs wrapped around him, their naked forms intertwined as they'd been all night. Law relaxes and activates his quirk, enjoying the feeling of Momo's body against him. But he expands his senses across all of UA, sensing a few teachers already awake and preparing for their classes today. Even fewer students are awake, as Law usually takes his hour of sleep and then wakes up before sunrise. Life at UA just keeps getting better. He feels Momo press herself against him just a bit more before he gently moves her arm, signaling for her to roll over and release him. Time for work. Shambles? He warps away, and after a few minutes is stepping out of the shower to brush his teeth. While brushing his teeth he unlocks his phone to check his messages, seeing a few from Ryukyu. Horizon, I'm sorry about my outburst during the raid debrief, it was just a lot to process in the moment. But you're right, Kai Chisaki was too dangerous and I wouldn't have been able to protect anyone from him if you didn't take such extreme measures. Also, working with you is always a pleasure, I hope we can team up again and more often. He finishes brushing his teeth and smiles. Maybe Nizu did have to worry about me fucking a dragon lady. He chuckles. Shambles? He warps his UA uniform onto his person, along with his visor and body glove of course. Standing in front of the mirror he takes another look at himself, making sure everything is in place before he continues scrolling through his phone. Looking at all his updates from the Hero Network. Good progress, I guess we can start some more serious raids within 3 or 4 weeks. But I'll have to coordinate them simultaneously, Endeavor and Edgeshot will be instrumental in that. I can work solo, no, it'll be better if I keep Team Horizon together for this. Our first big takedown as a full team. That'll definitely give the public even more reason to bet on us as the next big 3. But I want to be held apart from them, so I need to have them operating clearly under me instead of just as a team. Ugh, but people are so brainwashed to expect conventional things that they won't let go of this big 3 nonsense since they're so used to it. Maybe if I add one more person to the team that'll get the message through that I'm above the team just leading and building them. Because Horizon has no peers, he's above everyone. But I need a third, someone that fits the efficient and all business culture and look of my team. He opens his files on the students of 1A and 1B, all the observations he's made regarding them as students, opponents, and allies. The best bet would be to get a girl into the team to show some inclusivity for the sheep, but the best of them is Momo, and she's not a good fit for our team culture. Siro and Shinso would feel limited in what they can do or how they can act with a girl there. Not to mention I don't think she's as clear with her goals as them. Zero wants money, Shinso wants fame, but her nebulous goal of just helping people isn't selfish enough. I can't trust that not to fall apart when shit gets difficult. The second best would be Kendo or Tokage. But Kendo's quirk sucks, just isn't multifunctional enough to warrant me giving her any training. And Tokage is useful but her goals are even more lofty than Momo's, if she has any. Yes. He scrolls through the short list of girls even more. Ajui? But Ajui doesn't like me, and won't mesh well with us, he releases a long sigh. Plus any girl I pick will lead to them probably being jealous. Fuck it, I'll just talk to Juzo about this. He fills the role that will be vacant if I'm not present. Horizon sends him a quick message, inviting him to lunch with him. Yeah, Mudman is good at leading a team in his own way, his performance in the midterms definitely shows that. Zero isn't the leader type, he's more support. And Shinso is still more of a solo act, which works since he's a mini eraser head, so Mudman it is. Shambles? Horizon warps back into his bedroom, and even in the absolute darkness he easily navigates it with his quirk. Opening his mini fridge he takes out a can of orange juice and one meal bar, then pauses, looking at the meal bar. Shambles? He warps into the dorm kitchen, placing the meal bar on the counter and looking through the fridge. There has to be something in here, just something, he says while looking through the fridge. Really not in the mood for a meal bar. Looking for something? Jiro asks, but gets no reaction after carefully sneaking up on him. Nothing specific, and my quirk doesn't let you sneak up on me, which you should know. I had to try. Jiro shrugs before hopping up to sit on the counter. I was just about to make breakfast, want me to make you some? Horizon shuts the fridge and turns around to face her, seeing her already in full uniform. Why are you up so early? I have some reading to catch up on before class starts. I'm always up this early. What are you making? Oatmeal. Horizon just sighs. You got my hopes up? For oatmeal, really? Hey, I like it. Besides, don't you usually eat one of those candy bars for the entire day? I'm in the mood for some actual food, and just because I can eat one of those and be fine doesn't mean I don't enjoy good food. Hey, I'm just surprised robots can eat. Jiro chuckles. Ugh, is that joke ever going away? Not if the internet has anything to say about it. Oh, sorry, not a robot, cyborg, right. Sometimes I really hate the internet. He walks to where Jiro is sitting on the counter. Makes me even happier that I've got this. He taps the side of his visor. But aren't you Horizon 24/7? Sadly, Horizon says as he stands in front of her, making her look up at him. So, ready to go get breakfast? What do you mean go get breakfast? He puts his hands on her waist and steps forward between her legs, and her face goes bright red. We've done more than just this and you're still blushing. I'll never get sick of that. Jiro looks away but raises her hands up to his shoulders. Well, it's still just a lot, you know. No, I don't know. Now hold on. He quickly cups her ass and raises her up, and she instinctively wraps her legs and arms around him. Shambles? They both appear on the far side of Musodafu, closer to the docks, in a small shop that's still closed. The security doors aren't even open for the public to see inside yet. Where are we? Jiro asks as he gently puts her down. Did we break into this place? Technically yes, Horizon says. But they never mind. Who? Oh, it's you. An older man steps out of the back room where the kitchen is and sighs in relief. I heard talking and thought someone broke in. Nope, just me. The usual, the man asks, not even bothered by the two new people. 2, I brought a +1, Horizon gestures to Jiro. Right, I'll make it extra special for your lady, the man says before he disappears into the kitchen. What was that? Jiro asks, still stunned. And I'm not supposed to leave UA without permission. My student ID is on me so they already know I broke the rules. And that I'm with you, and that you suddenly traveled 15 kilometers in an instant. It's fine. Oh, right, the Horizon privileges, she says. Well, when you're the best people treat you better, it's that simple. Like these people. Jiro gestures to the door to the kitchen. What's the deal with them? This place has the best tamagoyaki in the city. You like omelet rolls. Perfect breakfast food. And the owner usually starts preparing super early so he said I can just stop in whenever I want. Honestly, I have to force the guy to take my money. So, did you save him or something? Nope, Horizon shrugs. They just know the low crime rate here is due to me, and they appreciate it. Jiro has to stop herself from looking at him with stars in her eyes. But he still caught a glimpse of her admiration. I know you said your reasons for being a hero are selfish, but doesn't it make you feel good when you know you helped people? Or at least when they're nice to you like this? It's just a job, Horizon says. I knew people would be thankful like this but it's just a bonus that I rarely use. I do what's expected of me, that's all. Yeah, but you don't do it for the money since you were rich before UA. Jiro twirls her earlobes. Did I ever tell you why I decided to be a hero? I never asked. Does it matter? Jiro rolls her eyes. I'm trying for us to have a moment here, and the reason I decided to become a hero was, well, I just think that people who help others are really cool, people like you. A tense moment passes before Jiro looks up at him, then he just looks away from her and back toward the kitchen. That's the most retarded reason I've ever heard. Jiro sputters. Why do I even like you? Because I'm impossible to not fall in love with, or you just have bad taste in men, Horizon shrugs. Probably both. You're just the worst, Jiro mutters. Yeah, but you like it. Horizon pulls her in close and opens his visor, to give her a gentle but passionate kiss. and Jiro can't help but stand on her toes to get a bit closer to him. Your breakfast is ready. They're suddenly interrupted by the business owner. Can you please get down from there? It's making me anxious, Jiro says. She and Horizon were standing atop UA overlooking Musodafo in the distance, the morning sun shining down on the ocean just beyond the city. But while she was safely leaning against the wall beside the door to enter the building, he was standing on the ledge scrolling through his phone, taking some pictures. Since when do you worry about me? Jiro rolls her eyes. It's natural to be concerned when people stand on ledges, especially when they still can't fly. Mr. Perfect. TCH, not everyone can fly. Endeavor can. Hawks 2. Jiro thinks about it for a moment. Come to think of it, so can Ryukyu and Edge Shot. Well, he uses his quirk to launch through the air, and even All Might use to punch the air to get around. You've made your point, Horizon grumbles. But I don't need to fly, because while they're flying, I'm already there. Jiro turns the page of her book. Yeah, but warping isn't as iconic. I'm Horizon, I'll set my own standard. It's as simple as that. Just don't fall, Mr. I can't fly, but I guess you could just warp back up here anyway. Something like that. Shambles doesn't cancel momentum, so if I warp fast enough then yeah, but if I jump from a plane I'd have to brace for the impact all the same. Good thing you're also super strong, because some people get all the cool stuff. I rather not rely on my physical strength in such ways. I'm not trying to be another wannabe All Might after all. Jiro sighs and shuts the book, unable to focus anymore, but it must still feel pretty good, right? She walks up to the ledge he's standing on and enjoys the view. What must feel good? Being able to just know that you can do some insane things and your quirk can get you out of it. Meanwhile, I'm just the hearing hero. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I don't have super hearing. Horizon puts his phone away and turns to her, reaching down to bring her up on the ledge. Jiro immediately backs away. I'm no good with heights. Then it's a good thing you've got Japan's future #1 pro hero to hold onto, right? She hesitates for a moment, but eventually gives in and takes his hand, after which he easily pulls her up to stand beside him, wrapping an arm around her waist. RN Omicron B. So, you plan to open your eyes? Nope, this is fine. She holds onto him tightly and keeps her eyes shut. You're gonna be running toward villains but can't handle a little altitude, really? Fine, just for a little bit. She grips him tighter while opening her eyes, and it takes all of her willpower not to look down. Yeah, this is still scary. Good view but still scary. Don't worry, I just started tolerating you, so I won't drop you. Thanks a lot, jerk. After some time enjoying the silence, feeling the cold morning breeze against them, Jiro opens her eyes to enjoy the view, much more relaxed in Horizon's arms. Is this how you spend all your early mornings? She asks. What do you mean? Warping around Musodafo for breakfast, relaxing on the roof before classes start, that sort of thing. No, usually I just get an hour of sleep then get back to work, but this morning I decided to take things easy. I got a lot of work done these past few days and I'm sort of between cases at the moment. Our resident workaholic. Yeah well, when talent works hard, nothing can beat it, Horizon shrugs. You aren't the only person in our class that could apply to, you do know that, right? I acknowledge that in the scope of the entire world our class has some individuals like Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and even, fucking Deko, who more than likely will become top 20 if not top 10 pro heroes, simply based on their abilities and work ethic. Why do you still give them such a hard time? Jiro asks. I feel like you'd rather die than say anything nice to them, because they misunderstand their place in the world. See, I have no issue with them thinking they'll be top pros, but they're trying to compete with me. The audacity in them thinking they could ever be in the same arena with someone like me is appalling. They need to be taught that life just isn't fair. That sometimes even if you have all the gifts handed to you, even if you work till you're covered in sweat and blood, till your bones break, you can and will still lose, because I exist, and I'm just better. The fact that they even bother trying to catch up to me is so misguided and arrogant that it disgusts me. Jiro nods along for a bit as she processes everything. Yup, you definitely need serious therapy. As if my mind is weak enough to have some person talking about feelings influence it. Besides, I'm perfect. Then I guess I need therapy, because you just said all of that and I'm still here with you. Yeah well, I always knew you were crazy, Horizon says. Later that morning, Horizon as usual had his feet up, scrolling through his phone while waiting for homeroom to start, trying his best to ignore his chatty classmates. Eraser's coming, he says, and as usual everyone quiets down and gets to their seats, but he just remains as he is. Even as Eraserhead enters the room with his sleeping bag over his shoulder and extra dark bags under his eyes. Good morning class, he gets a chorus of responses from his students. Alright, this morning we've got something big to discuss. Then entire room gets tense as he looks around, his eyes land on Horizon, seeing the boy with his feet up and scrolling through his phone. But he ignores it and continues. The UA Culture Festival is in 3 weeks, he says dryly. Most of the class immediately erupts in cheers. Quiet down. After a second he regains control of the room. Now, by this time tomorrow I expect all of you to have decided on what you will be doing for the Culture Festival. This is a big deal so I need all of you to do your best. Deku's hand shoots up. I have a question. What is it Midoriya? Sir, won't this be a prime target for villain attacks? I raised that concern with Principal Nizu, as did many others, but he assured us that security will be well taken care of. But, The decision has already been made, Midoriya. Now it's just up to us to do our best, Eraserhead says. But everyone with a provisional hero license must remain vigilant. This year it'll be bigger than ever. That means a lot of civilians inside UA's walls. It's up to us to keep them safe. He sees them nod in agreement. Good, now I'm going to take a nap. Wake me when the bell rings. I'm sure you're all eager to start voting on ideas. The moment Aizawa is in his sleeping bag, the entire room is about to erupt in excitement. Until Horizon gets up from his seat, then he turns around to look at Momo, Ms. Vice President, tally up the votes and get rid of the stupid ideas some of these idiots will come up with. I need to go speak to Nizu. He doesn't even wait for a response before warping away. Principal Nizu's office. Are you insane? Horizon asks as he abruptly warps in with no warning, approaching Nizu's desk. The principal doesn't even look up from his paperwork as he answers, I'm the only sane person in this room. Very funny, Horizon takes a seat opposite Nizu. The culture festival, what the fuck? Not everyone can spend all their time working like you and I, believe it or not, regular people need things that boost their morale. At the risk of villains walking into the school. And don't give me that crap about security measures, when we both know you just mean me. You're Horizon, what villain would dare to attack when you're here? Even Shigaraki and his big bad league of villains avoid you, especially after all for one confessed to the world about how dangerous you are. Plus we'll have many of the top pros here. I even got confirmation that Endeavor will be here. That's not because of you, he's just trying to spend more time with his loser son, but Eraser mentioned it'll be even bigger this year, so again, what the fuck? It's a show of solidarity and power. If we can pull off a massive festival with thousands of people and no incidents, then Japan can rest that much easier knowing the heroes have things handled. And if villains attack, people die and I look bad. Nizu stops writing and looks up at him. Are you more concerned with people dying or you looking bad? Do you really want me to answer that question? Nizu sighs and leans back in his chair. Everything will be fine. I just need you to be on duty and use your quirk to keep an eye on things. So I just don't get to enjoy the exciting UA Culture Festival. His words were dripping with sarcasm. I assumed you'd rather not be among the hero-worshipping sheep as you call them. I'm sure many people are coming just to get pictures or autographs of you. Which is exactly why I don't patrol by walking the streets. I always get swarmed. I just need you to trust me on this. President Panto has some sources that are tracking the league. They don't have anything planned for a while. Between them being busy and all the extra security we'll have, no idiot would dare to attack the Culture Festival. If she has info on the league she should just send it to me. The faster I arrest those losers the easier our lives get. It's a delicate situation, even I'm not fully aware of what she has in the works. But when she needs muscle, I'm sure you're the first person she'll call. Well, that explains how they knew Kurogiri was busy. What? Nizu asks. When Nightai saw the two Nomo in the hideout, they called it into the commission and got the all clear to engage. Panto told him Kurogiri isn't in a position to warp anyone there or out of the hideout. Well, she's worked with Sir Nightai and All Might many times in the past. It makes sense that he'd be trusted with that kind of information. That must mean she can only keep tabs on a few members at once, and she doesn't trust you to not hunt them down immediately. Because then they'll know I've got a trail to follow and hide even better, Horizon says. I guess keeping me out of the loop was the smart move on her end. No villain sticks around if they know I'm hunting them, aside from Wolfram. Speaking of you moving around, you took Kyoko with you for breakfast this morning. Unless she can somehow also warp. Problem. No, not at all, Nizu says. I'm just curious as to how this will all play out, between Yaoyorozu, Kyoka, and Ryoko, who will be at the Culture Festival by the way since the other wild pussycats are coming to help. Well then, it's a good thing I'll be too busy working security, huh? After a few more minutes of chatting, Horizon gets all the info he needed. Shambles? He warps back into his seat in the 1A homeroom. Alright, what did you guys decide on? He asks. It's between a skit, a bakery, and a concert, Momo says. But your vote could sway the results. I'm not voting. I just had a chat with Niza and I'll be too busy working security to be a part of the Culture Festival. You'll have to manage without me. Well then, Momo thinks for a moment. I suppose this afternoon we can vote again until we have a decision, since Mr. Aizawa said we have until homeroom tomorrow to form an answer. Dance party. Mina yells out, hopping out of her seat. Come on guys, this time let's vote for a dance party. Oh my fucking god. Horizon mutters as the class is about to devolve into another loud discussion. Settle down everyone, Cementos walks in, saving Horizon from this early morning chatter. It's time for math. Today we'll be working on chapter 7 of. Horizon tunes him out and just leans back, putting his feet up and playing music inside his visor. I need to find a nice place to go for lunch. He thinks while pulling up a list of places nearby. Is this where you always go for lunch? Juzo asks. We never see you in the cafeteria anymore. He takes a seat opposite Horizon, in a high-rise restaurant in Musudafu. The city was below them with UA perched on its hill in the distance. No, I usually just eat on the roof, helps me avoid people always asking for pictures. But I always have this private room reserved in case I feel like having real food instead of a meal bar, Horizon says as he takes his seat, gesturing to the door separating them from the main dining area. Sounds expensive. I'm Horizon, I can afford it. He relaxes into his seat. Not to mention that sometimes I let them take a picture or two, knowing I eat here makes people rush to see what the hype is about. You know, celebrity worshipping morons. That's not a very nice thing to call your fans, Juzo says. It's accurate, Horizon says as someone knocks on the door a few times, then comes in to take their orders. After the server leaves, Juzo decides to get to the point. They only had just over an hour for lunch after all. You know, I was surprised when I saw your message this morning, so why do you want to have lunch with me? I just wanted to talk to you about Team Horizon. Team Horizon. Juzo raises a brow. What, you want me to join? Yay, Horizon shrugs. Why else would we be here right now? Juzo looks genuinely confused. I thought that was only for 1A students. I never said that. Well, you and I are cool, but we aren't that close, are we? Doesn't matter. I looked at the footage from how you led your classmates during the midterm exams. You're practical and flexible on the battlefield. That's useful and gives you good chemistry with the others. Not to mention you and Zero are already close. But there's something else you aren't telling me, right? Obviously, can you figure it out? Horizon asks. They sit in silence for a few minutes as Juzo ponders the possibilities, and in this time there is another knock on the door before the server brings their food. With diuresis nuobes. After the food is served, the man leaves, and much to Juzo's surprise, Horizon reaches behind his visor and activates it, and the entire thing folds down to the size of his palm, focused behind his neck. Juzo's eyes go wide as he sees the blue energy vapor pouring out of Horizon's eyes and mouth, while the rest of his head is covered by the ski mask-like portion of the body glove. Wow, not what I expected, Juzo mutters, acknowledging the show of trust. I can only take it off for a few minutes at a time, Horizon lies. But it's nice to get fresh air sometimes, he says as he begins eating. After some more pondering, Juzo finally comes to his conclusion. You want me to join because I'm in 2A, right? It shows some inclusivity. Ideally you would have picked a girl, but that probably won't go well for you since most of the girls don't like you that much. Plus they could distract Zero and Shinso. I'm also one of the 4 recommended students from our classes. Tokage is the other from my class, but her quirk would be redundant with you, even if she is a fan of yours. Shoto doesn't have his provisional license, so he can't join, plus I don't think you two get along. Momo is the other, but from what I hear she'd be too distracted by you to function properly. I'm capable enough to keep up with Zero and Shinso, and my quirk brings a certain level of versatility and flexibility they don't have at the moment. But you did say I'm also good at leading my classmates, so I'm guessing you want me to fill the role of a leader, but that doesn't make sense with you there. Horizon nods along as he continues eating. Juzo snaps his fingers. You want to have us act as your sidekick team instead of as your actual teammates, just like Endeavor has his flaming sidekicks that operate directly under him. And Juzo thinks for a moment. Expanding the team further would be more efficient, but you can only oversee a few people at once, plus you also have to think of team culture. I doubt many of our classmates will be as unbothered as myself when you and Zero discuss certain topics. They're pussies? Yeah. Your words, not mine, Juzo says. But I'm sure you can fit 1 or 2 others into the team. Tokage wouldn't mind and neither would Yanagi, so why not? Because 3 is the limit, Horizon says as Juzo also begins eating. The general hero-worshipping public is too stupid to adapt to new ideas so quickly. My existence is hard enough to wrap their minds around, but going from the big 3 to the big 4 will be a bit much, plus it doesn't sound as cool. The big 3 huh? So you plan for us to replace them while you're still held apart above us? Of course, because Horizon has no equals. Well obviously I'm in. Operating under you pretty much hands me a top spot guaranteed once I show the public how useful I can be, but you've probably got a lot of questions for me, right? Not particularly. We may not be great friends, but you and I have spent enough time around each other. I only need to know one thing. And what's that? Why did you choose to become a pro hero? Horizon reaches forward and holds Juzo's shoulder. Juzo is surprised by the interaction, then it clicks. Oh, you can't actually detect lies like you've said, but when you touch people you can read the changes in their body when they do lie. Horizon chuckles. You're one of the few people to figure that out, although admittedly I wasn't being very subtle this time. Everyone on the team knows by now, so it's fine. Right, well, I want to be a pro hero to push myself to the limits and see how far my quirk and skills can go. Helping people is also really nice, but ever since I was a kid I've wanted to prove that just because I can't punch the clouds away like All Might doesn't mean I'm useless. It just takes a bit more work to be creative and effective with a quirk like mine, Juzo admits. So you want to be stronger than anyone ever thought you could be. Horizon nods as he relaxes back into his seat. Alright, I like it. Now let's talk about the specifics. You're doing the work studies with Crust, so. 1 hour later. Shambles? Horizon arrives in training ground beta, already in his hero costume but standing at the back of his classmates. What did I miss? He whispers to Zero, who was also at the back with Shinso, both with the masks off and patiently waiting. Why are you late? Juzo's in, Horizon whispers back. His quirk will certainly be useful, Shinso says before nodding forward at the building Eraserhead was looking at. Horizon could sense Ajui and Ajiro inside looking around, but wasn't sure what the exercise was. It's a break-in, Shinso says. The scenario is someone broke into this jewelry store and robbed it, including the vault at the back. And we need to figure out who it is, Zero says. Mr. Aizawa said one of the teachers did it and we need to solve who it was, but he won't give us any clues or even a list to pick from, so the list is super long. It could be anyone. Depends on how they opened the vault, Shinso says. Only a few teachers have the muscle to do it, so that will narrow it down a lot. Sounds easy. Did anyone make any bets? Horizon asks. Nah, Zero says before he puts on his visor. We kind of all figured you or Momo would win, he shrugs. Cellophane is more of a car chase style hero. And I'm still new to this part of hero work, Shinso says. A moment later someone pushes through the crowd until they arrive at the back, and Horizon finds himself looking down at Auxiliary. Kyokujiro, in her new hero costume and headset which covers her entire face and runs wires all across her suit, preventing her from having to extend and expose her earphone jacks while fighting. The mask also doubles as a speaker, which has the neat effect of lighting up every time she speaks. Still running with the black and purple theme she's had and sporting some smaller speakers and amps across her body. I'll take your bet, Auxiliary says. You, seriously? Horizon asks. You've never even done one of these before. But I've been studying non-stop to keep up with you guys while I'm stuck in UA. I can do this, Auxiliary says. Alright, and what would you wager? Horizon asks, and by now a few others are paying attention to them. She cuts herself off. I'll tell you later. Doesn't seem fair, Horizon says. Sounds like you're scared you'll lose, think you're the only one that can solve this. TCH, fine, if you win I owe you a favor, but if you can't solve it, you owe me one. Auxiliary steps back nervously. Why Yuri on? Horizon. Eraserhead calls out, drawing all eyes back toward the exercise. Since you're finally here and already distracting my class, you're up. He gestures to the building. And you're next, Jiro. Without a word he walks past his classmates and into the broken glass window of the store, seeing shattered and emptied display cases all around the room. He creates a small room so he can focus on the little details. Only large enough for the store itself, allowing him to properly comb it over. He stands still, looking around as he shifts his scan from one aspect to the next. The glass was shattered by someone hitting it, but there isn't any DNA on it. The suspects either used a weapon or was covered up. No bullet holes or concrete deformation, wasn't snipe or cement toss. Midnight doesn't have the raw power to break into the back vault. No dog hair, that rules out Hound Dog. He runs down the list of UA staff until he exhausted most of them, then he arrives in the back room at the vault. He sees a standard security door, reinforced steel but a regular doorway, nothing like a bank vault. Touching the metal he still doesn't feel any biomatter on it, strangely clean. Then he looks at where the door itself torn out of the wall and tossed against the wall opposite the vault. Strong enough do this, that rules out a few more, but how they did it is odd. He uses scan on the door. Pressure was applied evenly all around the door to rip it out of the wall. None of the staff has telekinesis, and the only person who could do that is. I've got my answer, Horizon says, and Eraser walks over to the crumpled door with his day top hat. Tell me who and I'll add it to the list, then after class we see who was right. Vlad King. He used his blood control to rip the door out of the wall by wrapping it in his blood, and that explains why there isn't any loose DNA lying around. He can perfectly control his blood. Eraser doesn't react, but was thoroughly impressed with Horizon's investigative skills, but not at all surprised. 1 hour later. Everyone was back in the 1A homeroom now after changing into their regular uniforms. Only 3 of you actually solved today's exercise, Eraserhead announces as the list appears with everyone's top suspect. It was Vlad King, but somehow only Horizon, Bakugo, and Jiro were able to figure that out. Horizon looks over at Jiro who turns around just to stick her tongue out at him. Told you I've been training hard. Sitting at his desk in his 1A dorm room, Horizon sees a collection of pro heroes on his dual monitors. All of the top 10 pro heroes and a few other top-ranking pros together for a meeting he was hosting. Behind his monitors all the way at the other side of his room Zero, Shinso, and Juzo were playing cards at his coffee table while waiting for the meeting to be over. That covers where all of you need to be on Sunday, Horizon says. I've already assigned a division leader for each of your parts, but since you've worked with each other before feel free to adjust that as you see fit. This is all about us being in sync. These people have been moving a lot of drugs, guns, and other things. People, Ryukyu says. This is part of the human abduction ring we suspect the League of Villains is using to feed their Nomo labs, right? It is, Horizon says, and all the heroes react in absolute disgust. Since they have Kurogiri we can't afford to just take bites out of their organization, that's why I've been collecting data for the past few weeks so we can hit them hard. Hard enough that he can't simply use Warp Gate to solve the problem. But that requires us to hit 11 different cities at once, which is why I actually need help. Because contrary to what the public likes to believe, and what I want the villains to believe, I can't actually be everywhere at once. Not yet. President Panto pops up in the call, surprising many pro heroes who didn't know she was here. Seeing their reactions she elaborates, I've been here from the start, only to observe how Horizon conducts himself in these situations, thus far, most impressive. Naturally, Horizon says, but you must have broken your silence for a reason, right? I just got done with the briefing and the maps you sent us, how did you get this information? Panto asks. And more importantly, why wasn't the police or the commission brought in on this? We've been trying for years to get a mole this deep in the black market. The most we get is a few middlemen, but this is distribution and manufacturing. It honestly wasn't that hard, I just questioned one person, followed the trail. And eventually I found someone desperate enough to put some trackers on the shipments they move, then used them and some more follow-up investigations to map their organization. And you didn't bring me in on this because Because while I do trust you not to be a spy, he says, I'm sure you have leaks in your organization, can't risk them either breaking into your system or overhearing a conversation. Or you used methods that aren't heroic in our sense. Panta's face remains cold and free of emotions. Well, everyone talks when I get my hands on them. Ryukyu flinches at his words, which Endeavor doesn't miss, but this time all it took was money. Did you forget that I'm rich? Regardless of how he got it, Edge Shot cuts in. We have the information now, and my team as well as a few other pro heroes have already made contributions by following his instructions. Small investigations and staking out certain locations, not to mention I've worked with Horizon before. I trust his judgment on these matters. Yes, Endeavor finally speaks up, and everyone can see a wisp of green flame over his shoulder. Vernon was listening in. Horizon is oddly skilled in these types of cases. Let's follow his lead instead of inserting doubt and trying to change his plans. He's clearly spent a lot of time on this. I'm sure he's thought of almost everything. A brilliant new star shining before us. I trust this young hero. Crust says, and half the pros have to resist the urge to roll their eyes at him. My concern is the logistics on the police side, Best Jeanist says. You want to keep the police in the dark, but we can't do this without their support, at least to round up the captured criminals. With acute. I'll deal with that, Panta says. There are police stations nearby. I simply have to make sure they're equipped with assault gear beforehand. Then when the attacks start they'll be alerted and deployed. This way any would-be spies don't have time to warn the criminals. It's more likely that the stations are simply bugged, Horizon says. What about the teams? Mirko asks. From her camera they could see buildings changing behind her. She was clearly leaping between the rooftops under a cloudy night sky. Can I work solo? No, you're with Jeanist, Horizon says. You're good one-on-one in case they have any heavy hitters, and he's good against groups of opponents. Teaming up is a necessity for this mission. No exceptions. No exceptions. Endeavor asks with a raised brow. Yes, that includes myself, Simon, Cellophane, and Mudman will be with me. Team Horizon, Gang Orca says. Wait, who's Mudman? My work studies student, Crust proudly says. Versatile and level-headed, Edge Shot says, he'll be good for this kind of mission. He's also the final member of my team. We'll deal with one of the big storage and distribution houses near Minato, Tokyo. It's off the shore on small uninhabited island. Should be easy enough. You're supposed to have a pro with you. Did you forget you're still just a student? Mirko reminds him. Let me come supervise. So you can annoy me for a rematch. Just be glad I unblocked you from the hero network, and if you aren't annoying after this mission it might stay that way. Mirko pouts and stops on a rooftop, but doesn't say anything. Horizon is plenty capable by himself, Ryukyu says. Besides he won't be alone. Of course you'd defend your beau. We aren't dating, both Horizon and Ryukyu say at one. MT Lady stifles a chuckle as Panta speaks up. Their love life aside, Horizon is capable and I trust him to act in the full capacity of a pro hero. If I didn't I never would have allowed him to nearly monopolize Minato, Tokyo. Your report doesn't have any information on the ringleaders, Endeavor says. Like many of the present pros he's already begun reading it. You don't last this long as a criminal by announcing who you are. That's why I stacked the teams to have a mix of fighters and capture-based pro heroes. You've thought of everything, Hawks says. You're pretty impressive. Guess the hype about you wasn't overblown after all. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet, Horizon says. But just be careful, and feel free to recruit anyone from directly around where you'll all be operating that you trust. If we displace too many pro heroes at once our targets will realize something is off. We can't risk that, especially since all the top 10 pros will be in on this. Gotcha boss, Hawks says jokingly. Well, that should be everything we have to discuss tonight, Horizon says. If you have any questions either ask now or call me sometime, only for things regarding hero work for you Mirko. They see the woman mutter something under her breath, but can't hear it. After a moment nobody speak up, until Best Jeanist does. It looks like this briefing was informative and concise. We'll be sure to review the documents you've sent us. The other pros nod along. And I must say, I too am impressed. If I didn't know better I never would have guessed a child was organizing this. Well, when the adults rather run around in colorful pajamas and capes and fight other like-minded morons, I guess the children have to deal with the real criminals. He gets a mix of reaction from the pro, but shrugs it off. Now I'm sure you've all got streets to patrol or villains to fight, so I'll let you get back to it. Horizon kicks everyone from the call aside from Pantu. You can't even take a compliment without insulting people, Panta says. Your bedside manner is truly the worst. But I am impressed with the work you've done, and here I thought you were just planning to do the bare minimum to get by. Horizon chuckles. Oh no, I'm the best at anything I agree to do, and that includes this pro hero game. Well, perhaps Nisa's hope has some merit. Maybe you will be greater than any other pro hero the world will ever see, including All Might. Pro hero, you're still thinking too small, Horizon says. The words send a chill down her spine, but her expression would never show it. But one deal at a time Pantu. When this one is complete we'll discuss a more long-term contract, Panta says before hanging up. Horizon leans back in his chair and sends Ryukyu a short message, then gets up to check on his teammates. Hey morons, everything is set, so you're all going to Horizon Tower with me from tomorrow night. Tomorrow, Juzo asks. But that's Wednesday. We've got some preparing to do, plus I've got a date so we need to be there by Thursday night. Since when do you go on dates? Ciro asks, skeptical at the idea. I thought the great and powerful Horizon just seduces fangirls, and Ryuko. Juzo looks a bit concerned. Are you and Ryukyu a thing? I thought you said that's a stupid rumor. It is a stupid rumor, he was talking about Pixie Bob. They have the same name. Juzo asks. It's always confusing, Shinso mutters, still focusing on his cards. Yeah, but I decided to put those rumors to work for me, so I'm going on a date with Ryukyu, and I'll need you there as backup. He gestures to Shinso. Not in costume this time. What about us? Shiro asks. You and Juzo can go patrol the nearby areas or something. This is a delicate mission, won't need to fight anyone. Good luck explaining this to Ryuko, Shinso says. Oh yeah, Juzo looks back at Horizon, half amazed and entirely confused. When the hell did that happen, and aren't you dating Momo and Jiro or something? It's a long story, Horizon says as he takes a seat at the table. And Shinso happily takes all the cards and shuffles them, getting rid of his losing hand. 7:30 p.m., 1A dorms. So what did you two suggest for this culture festival thing? Horizon asks. He was walking through the halls with Shinso and Shiro. Juzo had already gone back to the 1B dorms an hour ago. A game stall, Shiro says as they approach the elevator. Like those games where you throw a ball and knock over some cans, then you get a prize if you score really well. I came to the UA Culture Festival last year and there were a few of them. Super fun. You came last year? Horizon asks. You didn't. Shinso raises a brow at this. I had better things to do. Why? Is it so weird? Well, usually at least Hero Course students come 1 year before entering UA, get an idea of what the school is really all about. Shinso says. Yeah, I came with some of my friends from middle school. Shiro says. I actually haven't seen those guys in a while, so maybe they'll show up this year. Well, it's supposed to be bigger than ever this year, so maybe they will, Horizon says as the elevator begins taking them to the ground level. Will you have anyone coming to it? Shinso asks. I know you said you were homeschooled and all, but anyone? Nope, Horizon says. The closest thing I've got to a living relative is Nizu, but even that's more of a business relationship. And I don't have any friends outside of you two idiots. Oh, right. Shinso's expression remains flat, but he regretted brining up that topic. Ah, you called us friends, Shiro teases him. Look at you getting all soft on us. Drop it. The elevator doors open and they enter the common area, to see all of 1A assembled at the couches. They were all standing around clamoring about something Horizon couldn't be bothered with, so he just walked over to a single seat and sat down, taking out his phone to try and ignore them. Can't believe I have to be here for this, because of course I go to the one school that actually cares about this class representative title crap. Shinso and Shiro walk over to Ajui and Deku and begin chatting, and a few minutes later Kirihime and Ajura are done getting cleaned up after the gym and join everyone. Alright everyone, now it's time to begin the voting once more, Momo says as she gets their attention, realizing by now Horizon is only here because he has to be. Momo calls everyone over to the couches where Horizon is and makes a small dry erase board to tally the votes. Horizon glances up from his phone just in time to see Jiro walk over and sit on the arm of the couch he's on, then looks back down at his phone. Just remember, I'll be working security at the Culture Festival, so I won't be participating, which means I won't be voting. Right, now let's begin, Momo says. We'll go in order of seating. First everyone gets to make a suggestion which I'll write on the board. I trust since this morning you've all had time to properly consider your suggestions. Thailand body yes. When everyone has made a suggestion we'll call for a vote. It's fine if you don't have a suggestion, but everyone has to vote since we'll all be helping for this to function properly. They all nod along as Momo begins writing the suggestions. 30 minutes later. After a lot of back and forth discussing and debating ideas, they finally come to a decision. I don't really know about this guys, Jiro says. I mean, I've never performed on stage before, and a whole concert in 3 weeks. Plus I'll have to teach completely inexperienced people to play the song, and write a song. No different than putting on a silly costume and running around fighting villains in the street, Horizon says while playing a game on his phone. You'll be fine. Plus this is what the Culture Festival is all about. Mina says. Yeah. Kirihime joins her. It's not just about the delicious food and fun games, we've got to show everyone that at UA making sure everyone is happy matters most. It'll be super manly to cheer everyone up after the rough year we've had because of the League of Villains. It'll be plus ultra. Mina and Kirihime devolve into a contest of who can hype everyone up the most. But Horizon just looks up at the nervous Jiro, seeing her playing with her earphone jacks. You'll be fine, just don't overthink it. Jiro looks down at him and gives a nervous smile, then nods. Alright, let's do a concert, Jiro says. I'll plan the dance routine. Mina says. I'll play the drums so good those losers will die from how awesome it is. Bakugo screams out, and a moment later the entire room was louder than ever before from all the excited chatter. During this, however, Horizon tunes everyone out and focuses on a duo that just entered his room. A room only big enough for the 1A dorms. He abruptly gets out of his seat and begins walking to the door, causing some of his classmates to look over at him. Is something wrong with her? Is the first thing Eraserhead hears as he enters the door with Eri at his side. The entire class gets quiet, knowing about the case some of their classmates were on and finally seeing the girl that just moves into the teacher's dorm. She's fine. Eraserhead looks down to see Eri trying to hide behind him, clearly nervous with all the new faces staring at her. It's okay Eri, everyone here is a hero, and you've met Horizon before, right? He gestures to Horizon. The doctor, she says quietly while stepping out from behind Eraserhead. I guess even when I was healing you I never really spoke, huh? Horizon says. My name is Horizon, I'm sure you remember me, I'm the guy who beat Overhaul and saved you. Thank you, Eri says, and gives a small nod. It was my pleasure. Horizon looks directly at Eraserhead. You brought her over to say hi. Midoriya wanted to meet her and apologize for not saving her, Eraserhead says as he guides her over to the collection of students. Everyone here is training to be a hero, Eri. You can trust them to protect you. And you've already met Horizon, he's the strongest person in Japan. When he's here nothing can hurt you. Eri looks at everyone in amazement, never having seen these many heroes before. Deku looks like he's already about to cry, and his classmates give him some room to approach Eri, already knowing how guilty he's been feeling about not saving her. As Eri spots Deku, Eraserhead explains, I'll be back in a few hours, Horizon will keep an eye on you until then. If you need anything just ask him, and he'll take care of it, alright. Eri just looks back at and nods, okay, I'll stay here. Are you coming back? Promise you'll come back. I'll be back soon, Eraserhead says. Behave yourself, alright. Eri nods, then turns back to Horizon, who was just staring at Eraserhead. Eri. Deku kneels down to her level, already teary-eyed as he gets ready to apologize. Eraserhead begins moving toward the door and Horizon quickly follows behind him. What the fuck are you doing? Horizon asks as they leave the building, standing on the lawn. A contact has some information for me, I need to head out for a few hours, you can watch her for one night. No, I can't, I've got training to do. It's one night, and you only need 1 hour of sleep anyway, you'll be fine. I'm not a babysitter, Aizawa. Just leave her with Midnight or Mike. She doesn't know them, Aizawa says. Aside from the people she saw fighting Overhaul, she doesn't trust anyone. It took her days to start trusting me before we left Central Hospital. And since Mirio isn't on campus, that leaves you as the only option. Bulletin. And you're the only one that can resist her quirk. Her horn is small right now so she can't use it, but in case anything goes wrong, you're here. Ugh, fine. Good, I'd take you with me if I could, but one of us has to stay on campus at all times until Kurogiri is captured, but I'm hoping my contact has some info about where he is. You have info on the League. Something like that, Aizawa says. Apparently they've got some testing grounds for Nomo. I figured that Kurogiri has to be how they move to and from those sites. So we mark the sites and set up some cameras to track the schedule, then ambush him. Exactly, then you can get to work on saving my friend. You do realize I know, but I'm trying to stay hopeful. I already lost Shirakumo once, I'd rather not lose him a second time. Guess I'm a babysitter now, Horizon mutters. Try not to be yourself, your bedside manner is the worst. But Eri is a good kid, polite and doesn't cause trouble. She's still scared of asking for even basic things because she's scared we'll turn on her. I explained that the same way I'm her guardian, you're like that for all of Japan, so it should be easier. Just try not to overwhelm her with, well, your personality. You say that like I'll be a bad influence. If anything, I'll teach her how to really navigate this world. Aizawa narrows his eyes at Horizon, maybe leaving her with you is a bad idea. Well, you don't have much of a choice, huh? Good luck on your mission. Walking back into the common area, Horizon sees Eri on his single seat with a plate of apple slices in her lap. The other students were keeping an eye on her, but Momo was at the board going over some designs for the stage and what parts everyone should play. But Horizon ignored them and focused on the most important thing. Why is she eating apples? He interrupts their meeting to ask. Well, she wanted a snack, and he cuts off Deku, and of the entire pantry of snacks we have, you gave her fucking apples. Watch your language. Momo yells out at Horizon, surprising everyone. You can't speak like that around a child. She's already 7, and she's dealt with worse than some bad words, Horizon says. But seriously, apples. What's wrong with apples? They're my favorite, Tokoyami says. Horizon doesn't like apples, Siro says, already barely containing his laughter. You know, because he's a doctor. A few people begin laughing, but Horizon just sighs. Kids deserve to enjoy the better things in life without having to worry, especially after all the shit she's dealt with. Shambles? He warps away before Momo can try to scold him again. Shambles? A warps back with a pack of 30 chocolate chip cookies from the kitchen. 1A learned very quickly that Horizon enjoys snacks, so he always keeps his room and the kitchen stocked, and from what Vernon's social media accounts show, the fridge in his office at Endeavor's agency is also a gold mine that she frequently raids. Not to mention the stories they've heard from Siro about the food at Horizon Tower. Here, Eri, try these. He hands her the pack after opening it, and she nervously takes one. Don't worry, I'm the world's best doctor and Japan's strongest hero. Nobody is gonna yell at you for this, and I can fix anything that happens either way. Eri is hesitant at first, still unsure about this Horizon person. But with Eraserhead trusting him, and knowing he's one of the people who saved her and the doctor who got her out of the stone after the raid, she trusts him, even if his face visor is scary and he seems mean. Taking one of the cookies, she bites into it, and for the first time in 3 years feel that euphoric rush of sugar that most kids love. She scarfs down the rest of the cookie and reaches for another one immediately. Cookies always beat apples, Horizon says as dark shadow floats across the room to get the plate of apple slices. Horizon then just picks up Eri, which startles her for a moment, before he reclaims his seat and sets her down in his lap, hopping back on his phone as if nothing happened. Ah, I knew you were a softie, Mina says what most of them were thinking as she takes a picture and sends it to the class group chat. If that gets online I'll break your legs, was all Horizon said. Ajui rolls her eyes, you aren't really scary with such a cute little girl in your lap. TCH, whatever Froggy. A few moments later and everyone is ready to get back to planning, only to realize Momo is just standing there staring at Horizon and Eri, lost in her own mind. Okako walks over to her and shakes her out of her fantasy. Yayo Momo, we were planning the performance, remember? Oh, right, the performance, now where were we? Not to the same extent as Momo, but throughout the night everyone was amazed by how caring Horizon was when it came to Eri, even if he was still crass, and didn't always teach the most heroic of lessons to her. But they got along oddly well, it showed a softer side of him, which was mostly real, but he did have one ulterior motive. I'm gonna give this kid so much sugar before handing her back to Eraser, 6 p.m., Thursday, Tokyo. So, now can you tell me the specifics? Ryukyu asks. She was wearing a white dress with a slit on the left side, a drastic change from her hero costume as her usual accessories of the metal dragon claw on her head and dragon wings headpiece were missing. Instead she had a small red purse matching the red ribbon around her waist with a length of fabric flowing down her right side. Sitting across from her Horizon was wearing a more formal version of his hero costume, swapping out the standard business suit for a tuxedo that had a few more blue accents along the lining. The jacket was also slightly longer, and notable not as durable as his actual hero costume. His white and blue seemed oddly complementary to her white and red, even as they sat here in a high-rise lounge discussing their plans for the evening. Ignoring the murmurs and curious looks the serving staff kept throwing their way. When she first accepted, Ryukyu had resigned herself to the fact that before the night was over all of Japan would believe she was dating their rising star. Yeah, we should go over it at least once. Did you read what I sent you? Horizon asks. MHM, Dr. Kayode Gariki is having his annual fundraiser and you need me to help you work a case there. A person of interest will be attending and you want me to act as support, but you said I'm not here to fight, so, can you even fight in that dress, or will you just be, you know? Ryukyu sighs, no, this material doesn't expand with me. It was short notice and I didn't have a dress for this kind of event made to grow with me. Well, at least reptiles have hidden. Ryukyu gives him a hard glare, challenging him to say another word. Alright, whatever, but for the record, always thought it was weird you kept those big tits in dragon form. Ugh, sometimes I forget you're 16. Honestly, you should be happy, those things got you into the top 10. Ryukyu looks a bit sad at hearing that, already aware enough that she doesn't actually do enough to be in the top 10. She's just gotten lucky with a flashy quirk everyone liked, and pretty privilege helped carry her some of the way as well. Can you just tell me what we're doing? She furrows her brow at him. And if this is just some trick to get me on a date with you, I'll just leave right now. As if I have time to waste on such trivial things. Horizon scoffs and takes out a small circular device from his jacket, handing it to her. Put that in your purse. All right, she does as he says. A tracker. No, it's more like a hacking device. It'll scan every phone within 10 feet until it finds the one we're looking for, then give us remote access to it through Nisa's program. All right, and what phone are we looking for? No idea, Horizon says. I've been following some leads on the League of Villains. I figured they have to be getting funding from somewhere and one of the labs Endeavor raided gave us a lead. Apparently one of the accounts buying equipment for them is also a big donator to the Kayode Gariki Medical Quirk Research Foundation. Wait, Ryukyu tries to wrap her head around it. So you're telling me that the same person bankrolling the League is donating to help build orphanages and hospitals all around Japan? Why would they even do that? Unlikely, Horizon says. The donation was recent, scarily recent. And the only people invited to this are fellow researchers like myself, or people who donated, so, they donated to get an invitation, Ryukyu says. And since even pro heroes don't get invitations, they think it'll be a good time to kidnap the Dr. Epsilon S. Exactly, Horizon says. But we'll be there, which means they won't try to kidnap him, and once we're close the device will start scanning phones until we get a match. I see. Ryukyu considers everything she just heard, and can't help but ask. Did you tell Lady Pentu about this? No, I need live bait. She'd just shove Gariki in a bunker until it was over. If Gariki dies Pentu loses her best chance at finding a weakness in Horizon, Ryukyu thinks. Wait, what happens if Horizon meets Gariki? If he touches him can he read him somehow and figure out what's going on? This could be bad. I need to prevent them from talking too long. If Horizon gets a sense something is wrong he won't hesitate to question Gariki and that could be a disaster. And then he'd know that I knew because Gariki saw me at the lab so obvious Gariki knows that I know Anne. Horizon snaps his fingers to get her out of her own thoughts, startling the woman. Huh. You spaced out for a bit there, you okay? Ryukyu shakes her head, yeah, I'm fine. I'm just not used to this kind of situation, dragons aren't exactly known for being stealthy after all. Well I am, so you're in good hands. Right, then I'm in your care, but I have to ask, why me? Why not you? He asks with no hesitation. Well, I'm sure you could get many other pro heroes with helpful quirks to assist you, maybe Ms. Midnight, right? Ugh, Horizon relaxes in his seat. First of all, Midnight is a bitch, and she hates me. Really? That seems like an exaggeration. Oh yeah, she hates me. Secondly, the public already thinks you've gotten your claws wrapped around me, so it's less explaining on our parts. I guessed that part, she says. Those rumors are annoying, but in situations like these they are useful. But even if I can't stand the allegations and hate mail I get from your fans about me seducing a minor, I'm 16 so it's fine. Don't even, she cuts him off. But as I was saying, I will admit it's quite nice not to be constantly asked on dates every time I team up with male pro heroes. Is it that bad? I'm sure you have fangirls throwing themselves at you. Well, it's much the same for me, only it's the people who I'm supposed to be working beside. Before those rumors, I'm sure someone would have asked me to go on a date during the Yakuza raid. There is a reason my agency only has women, it's a safe haven from that nonsense. But hearing about the oh so great and powerful Horizon claiming me has most of them scared to even talk to me. It's actually quite refreshing to have people treating me like an actual dragon for a change, worried about upsetting me instead of constantly trying to seduce me. Too bad it's because they're more scared of angering you that they're scared of me. Well, I'm glad you get some use out of it, because it annoys me. Anytime I talk to a girl it's always, aren't you dating Ryukyu? Which makes me sound like I'm up to no good. Ryukyu does her best shocked expression. How devious, you, my beloved Horizon, cheating on me. She dramatically clutches her heart. How will I ever recover from such devastating heartbreak? This heartbreak knows no bounds. Horizon chuckles. All right, Shakespeare, settle down. Ryukyu chuckles along with him. I actually did quite like going to see plays. Another thing being a celebrity has ruined. At least you can still show up online. I can't even do that. Horizon says. Panta won't let me go a certain distance from Tokyo and Musudafu without permission, and I can't even post where I am outside of either of those because it makes the crime rates spike. All the power in the world, and you're locked in a cage. At least it's a big cage. No such thing as a big cage when you can warp, Horizon says. MHM. But you never explained why exactly you wanted me here, aside from using what the media believes to our advantage. Well, I narrowed down the list of suspects, and you're their type. Ryukyu looks disgusted by his words, so at the end of it all, I am just a piece of meat to you. To them, Horizon clarifies. But when we've got them tied up you can get some hits in to make up for it. That won't be necessary, seeing them arrested will be plenty. That won't be for a while unless they actually make us act tonight, Horizon says. For now just getting into their phone is enough. The sooner I get my hands on Kurojiri the better. The thought of leaving criminals like that free makes my blood crawl. This is one of the reasons I prefer to just simply brawl with villains. Running investigations means you have to sit by while knowing heinous things are happening, but you have to leave them be until the boss shows himself. I just can't do that. That's the problem with pro heroes. Too many of them only care about dressing like idiots and solving the obvious issues rather than look into the darker side of this world. I suppose I'm guilty of that as well. Yeah, but at least you admit it and know why. Most are just oblivious to how much they care about the glory that comes with fighting villains in the streets. Plus you're actually effective at the path you chose. Well, it's good to know you tolerate me for what I can do instead of my cool quirk or some nonsense like that. Well, Horizon shrugs. You being sexy and having cool quirk certainly doesn't hurt, even if you aren't a real dragon. Ryukyu grits her teeth and grumbles out, I am a real dragon. Whatever Kyokyu. Ryukyu sighs, you're the worst. And shouldn't we be leaving about now? The event has already begun. MHM, time for the red carpet. I can have us there in one warp, Horizon says as he gets up, extending a hand to help her up. She gracefully takes his hand and gets up, but he doesn't let do, so she simply keeps holding on as well. One warp? But the event is at least 30 kilometers away, and I thought your limit was 10 km, she absent-mindedly says, then tries to explain why she'd know that. I heard you could warp around most of UA easily in the news and that's about its size, right? Not enough of a lie for him to notice, if he was actually paying such close attention to her. Ah, you've been paying such close attention to me. Maybe you're more into me than I thought, and Ryukyu is thankful that his arrogance blinded him to the possibility of what she and Panta discussed. But my limit was 10 kilometers, when I was 12 -- Shambles? They suddenly appear on a rooftop overlooking the entrance to the gala, which was flanked on either side of the walkway by the media excitedly taking pictures of every attending politician and socialite. 36 kilometers away. Ryukyu's eyes go wide, knowing Horizon's slashes were seemingly only limited by the same range as his warping. Suddenly gaining a new sense of fear for standing against him. He feels her grip onto his hand and holds her gently in return. Sorry, guess I should have warned you. Right, sorry. She lets go of his hand. But she was oblivious to the inner workings of his quirk, of his room. He raises his hand and summons the metal throwing card they warped with back into his hand, placed earlier this evening at this very spot. Prepared in advance. As was the room he made, carefully placed so the lounge and this spot were at the edges of it, making the 36 kilometers diameter appear normal for him to warp across, when in most cases he only warps the diameter of his room. All for the sake of convenience for him and his date, but unbeknownst to him, this information would get back to Penta within a day, and they would simply assume his casual range is at least 36 kilometers. But that level of power was a few months away for him. That still amazes me, Ryukyu says as they look down to the crowds. You can simply choose to be somewhere else, if you have something to swap places with, right? Something like that, but needing to swap with something is, well, training wheels on a bike. Eventually I can simply be anywhere I want. And for certain places, I already can be. I've seen it. Sometimes you warp about near your tower and people get it on video, you don't swap with anything. It's like you become the wind. Horizon chuckles at the description she gives. To me, space is just another road. Spend enough time on it and eventually you'll be able to walk certain stretches blindfolded. I guess that sort of makes sense. Well, not really. But that's the point, right? Mystery class, quirks beyond human comprehension. Yeah, and eventually, I'll be able to do anything. Eventually, but right now, you're the god that can't even fly. She suppresses a chuckle while looking up at him. Horizon just gives an annoyed sigh. You people will never let me live that down, huh? Even the dragon that can't breath fire. He cuts off her response by reaching down and scooping her up in his arms in a bridal carry. Her arms immediate wrap around his neck, almost feeling the muscles below his tuxedo and body glove trying to break free. What are you doing? She asks with a light red hue on her cheeks. Making an entrance, let's give the media something to talk about tomorrow. Caught up in the excitement, the media vultures almost missed a single medal throwing card hovering down from the sky above. The constantly clicking and flashes from cameras were dazzling to everyone, especially the few socialites, who were mostly namely investors, managers, or owners of major local and international medical facilities and funds. Established men and women who come here every year to pay their respects to Dr. Kaede Gariki, a man who launched medical research almost a century ahead through his research on quirks. Others were also major investors hoping to make their millions more noticeable by showing face, lest it gets drowned in the ocean of donations the doctor constantly receives. And some were a chosen few high-level medical professionals hoping to get a position at one of his many research facilities or hospitals around the world, brought out tonight as arm candy for their wealthy benefactors. One of the few ways to get in here and speak to Dr. Gariki. The atmosphere was so exciting between the high-ranking wealth people, a few pro-heroes who were brought as dates simply to show status over the other guests. The opulence shown in clothes, cars, jewelry, and any other way they could assert their status above each other. Exactly why Uebami, the snake hero, was here. Acting as a date to an older gentleman who owns an extremely profitable pharmaceutical company. The hero wore her best purple and black gown to match his all-black suit, looking perfect as she has her hands wrapper around his arm. Both the snakes in her hair, her quirk, delicately perched and as always are on alert, even passively. The beauty queen of the pro-heroes here in Japan enjoys the cameras, until one of the reporters looks up. His attention caught by camera flashes reflecting off the slowly descending metal card. It hovers down, confusing more people and drawing eyes onto it. What is that? Someone from the crowd asks. Uebami releases her date and takes a step forward. Everyone stay back, she commands, and they gladly obey the pro-her. Shambles? The card suddenly disappears, and in its place appears Horizon in his new formal suit. Holding a very well-dressed and contrasting Ryukyu in a bridal carry, her arms wrapped around his neck as she stares up at his visor. Hundreds of pictures are taken before she even comes to her senses. Uebami's brow twitches as all eyes are pulled away from her, and the brat who insulted her very style of being a celebrity hero steals the attention, along with a top 10 pro hero in his arms. Let's just get inside before the auction starts, she says to her date and almost drags him away. I hope you all don't mind us warping in. Driving isn't really my thing, Horizon says as he still casually holds Ryukyu while addressing the media. Does this mean the rumors are true? One woman yells out, furiously taking notes. Are you dating dragon hero Ryukyu? What? Why would you ever think that? He asks as if he wasn't holding the now blushing woman in his arms. We're just really good friends. Ryukyu turns to the cameras and just nods along, mortified by the position she's in. Can you put me down now? Of course my dear, he says loud enough for them to hear as he gently sets her down on her own feet. The crowd's eyes go wide at that and they continue taking pictures, only for Horizon to casually place his hand around her waist, and surprisingly she leans against his side. Alpha Oi. You're enjoying this too much, Ryukyu mutters only loud enough for him to hear. Gotta give them something to think about. Besides, if the world thinks I'm dating a beautiful dragon babe, that seems pretty cool to me. What about your issues with dating as a hero? You're a top 10 pro, you'll be fine. If anything this will make villains want to avoid hurting you. TCH, I don't need anyone protecting me. Seeing the change in her attitude, Horizon raises a finger to her chin to make her look up at him. Just enjoy tonight, alright? One night at a time. Ryukyu sighs and just plays along. Alright, dear. Horizon chuckles as they both look back to the horde of hungry reporters. Horizon. One man raises his hand. I have a question for you. I hope it's one I can answer, Horizon says as he points toward the man. The crowd quiets down as they listen in. Are you here as a philanthropist, or will you be joining one of Dr. Gariki's medical research endeavors? Mainly for philanthropy, donating is an easy way to extend my reach since the miracle ward can only do so much. No expense should be spared when people need help after all. The crowd is impressed by his response. Are you against working with Dr. Gariki, or is there some other reason you two haven't gotten together? A woman in the crowd asks. You are arguably the world's #1 quirk specialist after all, and since he was considered the greatest before you, a collaboration could change the fate of humanity as we know it. We've already worked together at a distance, Horizon says. Mostly one-sided since the miracle ward is so new compared to his research facilities and trusts. But Dr. Gariki has given me nearly unrestricted access to the quirk research database he has built over the years to aid in my own work. I only hope that when he calls for my aid I will be able to repay the gesture properly. Is there any rivalry between the two of you? Another reporter asks. Not at all, we strive for the same goal, a healthy and healed world, starting with the people, Horizon says. but my unique skills allows me to heal otherwise fatal issues, which is why I've mostly focused on that. I trust him to solve anything that traditional medicine can solve, and I'll deal with the rest. The crowd falls silent for barely a second before another question is hurled at the duo. How long have you two been dating? Is yelled from the back. Horizon doesn't say anything and simply gives her a gently pat on the small of her back. You're up? Ryukyu scrunches her face before she answers. We aren't romantically involved, but we've been friends for a few months since meeting after a raid on the League of Villains. From the looks they gave her, it was obvious nobody believed her. I'm serious, she insists. Alright Gyakyu, let's just go inside, Horizon says as he guides her away. But as they leave she can't help but hear people muttering. Ahi has a pet name for her. They look so good together. Man, I can't believe he's dating her. She was supposed to fall for me. One man laments his luck. This isn't going how I expected, Ryukyu says as they walk past walls of cameras and enter the lobby, making their way to the main room. Yet she still had her hands wrapped around his arm as they walked comfortably side by side. Which part? It's just, well, it's almost like they want us to be together. Isn't that weird? She asks. How is that weird? Because you're still in UA, and I'm 10 years older than you. Oh yeah, he acts as if he honestly forgot. But I'm 16 and I'm Horizon, so it's fine. What do you mean I'm Horizon? What does that have to do with anything? Well, if we wanted to be together, how would they stop us? That's a good question. How would they stop you? She asks absent-mindedly, something she and many others have spent days pondering and still don't have an answer to. Well, I've only got one weakness, promise to keep it between us. He stops her at the back of the massive room. They see a stage at the other side, a large dance floor, a live classical band, and assigned seats at tables spread about. Ryukyu takes a sharp breath as many eyes falls onto them, and she immediately notices the envy and jealousy in the eyes of men and women alike. Alright, what is it? Ryukyu asks. My one weakness is, he gestures for her to lean in as he gets closer to her. Those beautiful golden eyes of yours. Ugh, she swats his chest and begins walking off to their seats, just barely a few steps ahead. Enough to hear him laughing behind her. Arriving at their table, at the seats Horizon specifically requested at the back of the room away from most of the attention, Ryukyu takes her seat to his right. She notices some small tablet devices on the table and raises a brow at them. They're for the auction, to place bids. The room is big so better than yelling, Horizon explains. Plus it's better this way, bids show up on a scoreboard so everyone gets competitive, and the charities win. Charities. MHM, Dr. Gariki has people here from dozens of charities aside from his. The usual stuff, feed the poor, school supplies, better education, homeless shelters, you know, that stuff. Ryukyu glances about to see people already entering their names to start placing bids. Then notices the other two seats at this round table were empty and had no nameplates. Do we have an entire table to ourselves? Not exactly. He turns his head to the doorway and she follow his lead. Some associates of mine are joining us. Chito's Curious, a general of the Meta Liberation Army and Rakia, Redistro, formerly the leader, now a general of the Meta Liberation Army walk over and join them at the table. It's a pleasure to meet you Lady Ryukyu, Rakia says as he pulls on Chitos's chair. Horizon mentioned he was brining a date, but this is certainly not what we expected. Horizon shrugs, well you brought your secret girlfriend, figured I'd bring mine. It's been a while Ryukyu, Chitos says. We should have another interview sometime, I'm sure people will want to know all about this. She gestures to them as a couple. Oh I'd certainly rather avoid that, Ryukyu jokes, now feeling more comfortable with Chitos here. Failing to realize she was the only hero at the table, and was sitting across from two major villains. I feel so out of place here, Ryukyu says. This certainly isn't pay grade, how do these things usually go? Boring small talk, Rakia says. I'm sure Horizon and I will be swarmed the moment the auction is over and people start mingling. Everyone wants him in their pocket and all these people run something to do with medicine. And you owned it Nerat? Ryukyu says. The leading company for lifestyle support equipment in Japan, of course. The auction is the fun part, Chitos says. All these men with the supermodel dates trying to outdo each other. Sometimes it can get intense, always makes for a good story. She shamelessly takes a small notepad out of her purse. Will either of you be bidding? Rakia asks. I'd have to sell all my organs to enter this kind of a bidding war, Ryukyu jokes. I'll enter, Horizon says. Money is to be spent after all, plus it doesn't do anything for me, might as well help someone. Selfless as always, Chitos says as she takes some notes. Oh no, entirely selfish, just like most of the people in here, Horizon says. We make the billions so we can do whatever we want, then hope donating enough and throwing enough of our wealth at poor people buys our way into heaven, or something like that. That sums up most of these people, Rakia says. But for all your talk of being selfish, you've done more good than most of this room. Or at least, you will. The only person in here who I'm sure has a good heart is this one, he gestures to Ryukyu. Speaking of which, how did this happen? Chitos asks. Not to make things awkward, but a student and a pro hero is a bit, you know. Well, the truth is, Horizon says, and Ryukyu can already feel the headache coming. She fell hopelessly in love with me at first sight and has made it her mission to seduce me ever since. Thankfully nobody at the table believes him, only giving a deadpan stare. We aren't dating, Ryukyu says. He just brought me along for she stops and looks up at him. My visor will alert me when you find the phone. It's not them, Horizon says. Right, we're here looking for someone. Hero business, Ryukyu says. But clearly he likes messing with the media, at my expense. Hero business, Chitose asks. And I assume you don't want it in the news. Obviously, Horizon says, and she immediately scratches off some of her notes. Well, at least you get date night out of it. Chitose seemingly joins in on the fun of teasing Ryukyu. But if it's hero business, shouldn't you be costume, and doesn't he need his sword? We won't be fighting, so you're safe, just observing, Ryukyu assures the woman. And I don't always have a sword on me, but it's nearby if I do need it. How many of those do you have? They must be expensive, Rukia says. You know, if you signed with my company we could make some serious improvements to them. The two I have right now is fine. One is usually nearby and the other is either at UA or Horizon Tower, that's more than enough. As they continue to chat for a bit the lights begin to dim as Dr. Gariki, the mad genius secretly behind the Nomu creation and benefactor of Shigaraki, all for one's most dear friend, takes the stage. He begins giving his gratitude and hyping up the auction, causing Ryukyu to lean closer to Horizon. So, what do they auction off? If it starts at 10 million it must be something good, right? Chitose and Rukia hear this and have to stop themselves from laughing, causing her to look up at Horizon confused. You'll see, but trust me, they're worth every cent. A few moments late the doctor leaves the stage for the professional auction host to take over, and they roll out the first item. What is that? Ryukyu mutter as she sees a sloppily painted image of a field with a blob in the corner as the son did a toddler paint that. Probably, Horizon says. They auction off art pieces from the kids the charities help. That's not what I expected at all, Ryukyu admits. A hologram appears on the stage and Chitose takes out her notepad to write the winning bids as it displays a blank leaderboard of the bids for this art piece. Suddenly a name and face appears, bidding $10 million on this piece, and Ryukyu's eyes nearly fall out of her head. People really have that kind of money. This is crazy. Crazy. Rukia gives her a strange look. Says the dragon dating a god, really? Well, when you put it like that. 25 million suddenly appears on the leaderboard. Seeing this Rukia takes out a coif of all things. On side is a man wearing a cape and on the other is a man with a knife. Hero or villain? He asks Horizon. I always pick hero, Horizon says. Of course, Rukia mutters as he flips the coin, catching it and placing it on the table, to see the villain side up. I lose. He takes one of the tablets and taps on it a few times, and his name appears at the top of the leaderboard. Rukia Yatsubashi, 40 million. You bet that on a coin flip. Ryukyu didn't even know how to react. It's for charity, Kman. Horizon wraps an arm around her. Think of all the kids it'll save. I can appreciate that, but the numbers are still just hard to wrap my mind around. After some more casually chatter and a few more art pieces go by, they get to the finally piece. A finger painting of All Might, horribly done. Hey Chitose, Horizon gets her attention. How much do I have to donate to make the front page tomorrow? Well, the highest bid is, she flips through her notes. Mr. Yayorozu at 200 million, if you beat that I can get you on the front page. You were going there anyway because of this juicy scoop right here, she gestures to Ryukyu. Well, do you know what the best thing about my medical services being auctioned to the highest bidder is? The money. Rukia asks. Oh definitely, but now it's more about the bribes and services they offer to get ahead of others. You won't believe how much money the most wealthy people on the planet will pay for a little time. Your net worth has been a mystery for quite a while, finally giving a hint. Chitose gets ready to take notes. Horizon Tower was estimated to cost at least 200 million, so the world is curious. Well, here is a hint. Horizon takes the data pad and begins entering his bid. And Chitose can see Ryukyu appear as if she was about to lose her lunch at the sight of the number. From someone who grew up lower class, now witnessing a person give this much money away out of sheer philanthropy, it was mind-blowing. By no means is she a selfish person, but the sight is still just amazing. Horizon, $1 billion. There is an audible gasp in the room before it falls silent for nearly a minute. Everyone looks back at him, and shrugs as if this was normal. Money is nothing compared to suffering of people in need, was all he says. And Chitose quickly writes that quote for tomorrow's headline. All while Ryukyu looked at him with a confusing mixture of emotions. Unsure if it was his desire to have everyone know how much better than them he is, the constant selflessness he displays despite insisting he's an entirely selfish individual, or him truly not valuing above his people at least, exactly like he's said time and time again. It's just money, he always says. But she knew one thing, she likes this side of him, chatting with his friends, playing little games and making bets with Rukia, joking with Chitose and her. Even when he was being flirty with her, serious or not, he made it fun. A startling change from the all-business emotionless jerk he usually portrays himself as. She came here tonight fully expecting the horror stories Okako and Tsu told her about him to be true. She came expecting to see the side of him she's been helping Panto to prepare for. But this was almost more startling than any of that. Seeing him act as a human, not the monster they think he is. But she won't let one night completely cloud her judgment, because she's seen a glimpse of the other side of him. And his words from earlier echo in her head. I'm Horizon, who could stop me? 2 hours later, Horizon Tower. Horizon suddenly appears in one of the many guest rooms in his building, gently holding Ryukyu at his side. Thank you, she says while looking around. I have some business to deal with here in Tokyo tomorrow. Will it be alright if I stayed here tomorrow as well? It's no problem. Use anything you want and stay as long as you'd like. Oh, my team is here in Tokyo and will be getting in something around 3 a.m. At least that's the usual. Just don't be too surprised if you bump into them. Right, are you going to bed as well? No, I've got to look into this. He raises the device he gave her earlier. We locked onto a phone but that place was crowded so I need to pinpoint exactly who it is. The work never stops, huh? Not for me, but at least I got to spend some time with you, and tonight was actually pretty fun. Yeah, Ryukyu finds herself staring at him a bit too long for her liking before she snaps herself out it. Now get out of here, I need to get some sleep, and no peeking on me in the shower with that creepy quirk of yours. Horizon laughs, why would I need to do that? I'm your doctor, I've already seen you naked. He warps away before Ryukyu's mortified expression can properly settle in, and as she's now alone she breathes a sigh of relief. Tonight he was like a regular person, but I've seen how he acts around villains and people he doesn't like. She said Nizo wants to make him into a real hero, maybe I can help with that too, somehow. She mulls it over for a moment then takes out her phone, sending a message to Penta that she'll be coming in for a debriefing tomorrow. Because she still had a job to do, personal developing feelings aside, just a bit further, I can make it. A gorgeous older woman thinks as she's crawling across the floor. Her house was dark and mostly deserted, only 2 people currently on the property. She drags her broken leg across the cold tiles as she slowly inches into the kitchen, a trickle of blood running down the middle of her forehead. Just need the alarm, she thinks as she glances back, hearing footsteps encroaching. If I can get the police here, there must be a hero nearby to save me. Dragging herself into the kitchen, gritting her teeth and failing to ignore the pain, she looks up at the wall beside the counter, and sees the alarm console mounted into it. One button and the police would be on their way. She glances back at her right leg, shattered at the knee, the shin, and her foot smashes. Bone protruding from her skin. But she just takes a deep breath and pushes herself up. Arg. Her pain scream echoes through her home as she forces herself to stand. Leaning heavily against the wall she slips and unfortunately supports herself for a moment with her broken leg. Arg. Tears continue streaking down her face as she puts her weight on the wall and onto her good leg, seeing victory at last. But as she presses the button, nothing happens. The alarm system doesn't activate, because the button itself doesn't even move. No. Her voice becomes even more desperate as tears flow quicker than before. She smashes her finger into the button until the nail splits and the skin breaks. Her blood begins running down her hands as she tries punching the console to break it, but it won't even move. I don't want to die, she begs before slamming her forehead into the console, and she hears it cracks and splinter. But the buttons still don't move, and the shattered pieces hover in place, still immovable for her baseline human strength. I don't want to die, she mutters, defeatedly before collapsing onto the floor, back against the wall as she gives up. The island counter blocks her vision as the footsteps get closer, and a moment later the lights in the kitchen come on. She sits there, sobbing, lamenting her fate, closing her eyes to hide from her future. Please, I have kids, I have a family. I know, Horizon says as he leans back on the kitchen island. The woman glances up to see him holding her phone, and his left forearms appears to have a cable connecting it to him. Please just let me go, she begs. I won't tell anyone you were here. I won't warn the villains, I can even help you get more information on them. Not worth the risk, he says absent-mindedly while sorting the data on her phone. You're supposed to be a hero. The woman screams in frustration. Heroes don't kill and torture people, they don't break into houses and assault people, they don't act like this. Alphanuos. True, he says. And you're supposed to be some Mother Teresa wannabe. Well, I guess stealing from charities is playing the part properly. But secretly helping villains, that's not very saintly either, right? You wouldn't get it, she says, scowling at him. I didn't have a choice. One of All for One's people contacted me, told me it's time to pay up, I had to do this. He just keeps looking through her phone. Don't you care? Don't you want to know why? Not really, you're just another name on the list, Horizon says. But, I'm guessing since you were born quirkless, and so was your husband, your kids got their quirks from All for One, right? She doesn't respond. And since they're 13, 9, and 7, you haven't been in touch with him for long. Children and this world are cruel, she says. We know what it's like to be quirkless, how viscous the world can be toward you. We didn't want them to suffer through that. Horizon leaves the phone connected to him but puts it in his jacket pocket, then walks over and turns on the sink. I didn't have a choice, anything I did was for them, she says. Does anyone else know that you're working with them? He asks while walking over to her, and crouching down beside her, gently touching her shoulder. No, she grits out, trembling from head to toe. Only me, he doesn't detect any lies. Why didn't you get a quirk? She looks genuinely disgusted by his question, because this was never about me, this was for my children. I swear I'm not a selfish person. It seems you genuinely believe that at least, Horizon says. Now, everything I need I'll get from your phone, because that'll let me get into your private systems. But, did you ever meet up with any villains? The sink begins overflowing onto the floor, which startles her, but she quickly focuses back onto Horizon. Only when they had to receive quirks, she says. We would call and they had Kurogiri open a portal. I only ever saw Kurogiri since we'd all be knocked out before getting to the other side, I swear that's all. So you were just for social influence and money, I figured as much, Horizon says as water was now pooling and flowing past them, mixing with her blood. I swear that's all I know, she says. Everything else is in my phone, it's all in there. I recorded everything in case I had to use it against them someday, but my family doesn't know, not even my husband or children. And I'll keep it that way, Horizon says, which surprises her. Really? Of course, children should always think highly of their parents, Horizon says. Besides, if the villains know I'm onto you then they'll hide even better and everything I learn from you becomes useless. So I'll make this look like a generic break-in that went very wrong. What? Her eyes go wide and he pumps the back of her skull, lifting her up with his vice grip as he stands up. Wait, stop, you're a hero. So those are your last words, really, a lie, he jokes while taking her over to the sink, and the last thing she sees before he shoves her head under the water is a framed picture of her family. Her husband, her daughters, her son. The people she wanted nothing more than to protect and would truly do anything for. She places both hands at the edge of the sink and does her best to push against him, to get her head out of the water. But it's Horizon, and she's quirkless. Her legs, broken or not, begin flailing about, desperately trying to kick him and throw him off balance, but only the bones in her feet suffer any damage. She struggles to the bitter end as the burning in her throat and lungs causes her to convulse, and while she's dying, Horizon gets a text. Keeping her pinned under the water, he takes out his phone with the other hand, seeing a message from Ryoko, Pixie Bob Dash. I haven't seen you in 3 weeks so I'll be calling in sick today, are you at Horizon Tower? He thinks about it for a moment, looks out the window to see the sun starting to rise, then responds. I'm on a case right now, but I'll be back at around 7. Alright, I'll come over and have breakfast ready. See you in 2 hours. He locks his phone and puts it away, now sure the limp corpse in his grasp wasn't going to cause any problems for him as he drops it. And the body just crumples onto the kitchen floor. He shuts off the pipe and casually steps over her, walking toward the bedrooms. Her family should be back in a few hours so they'll find her, but I need to steal some shit to make this look like a amateur job, and double check the security system to make sure I'm not in it. So much for being done with this kind of work, Hanizu, but this is just the most effective method of information gathering. No waiting around for court orders and warrants, no big dramatic fight. Just results, and a trail of bodies when necessary, he thinks while finishing up his work here. Later that morning, standing on his hoverboard, Horizon flies into Minato, Tokyo, enjoying the view of the sun shining above his tower, as always. He activates his quirk and prepares to warp into his tower from 12 kilometers 7.45 mi away, but pauses for a moment as he does a scan of his tower. Okay, I expected her to be gone by now, but maybe this won't blow up in my face. Shambles? He warps into his room at the top of Horizon Tower and leaves his hoverboard there along with the phone he acquired. Takes a look at himself in the mirror just to be sure that everything was perfect, then warps away. He appears in the kitchen to see 2 beautiful women happily chatting and giggling at the counter. Each enjoy and light breakfast of eggs, toast, and some fruits. Morning ladies, Horizon says. Oh, you're back, Ryoko says. And why didn't you tell me you had a new guest? She gestures to Ryukyu. I decided to stay in for a while and enjoy this headquarters of yours, Ryukyu says. Looks like it was for the best since I got to learn so much about you from your friend here. Like what? Horizon asks as Ryoko gets up and begins dishing out his breakfast. Good things I hope. Depends on how you look at it, Ryukyu says. I learned you have a type at least. Never would have guessed that, Horizon chuckles. What gave you that idea? I'm not sure, maybe bumping into another gorgeous. Blonde. Ryoko cuts off Ryukyu. Strong, brave, busty, smart, fit and youthful. Pro hero, Ryukyu finishes off. Who shares the first name Ryoko with me, really? Well, if it makes you feel any better, you'd be Ryoko 1 since I met you first, he tells Ryukyu. Pixie Bob gives him a hard pat on the arm as she hands him his food then goes back to her seat. Alright, Ryoko and Ryukyu, well, Kyokyo. Ryukyu rolls her eyes, then looks at Ryoko. What do you see in him? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Ryoko asks. According to every news outlet, you guys are the new hot pro hero couple. She can't help but laugh. Good luck dealing with all of that attention. Ryukyu sighs, maybe I'll retire too and just come live here. I mean this place has everything. Well, I like having one Ryoko around, why not two? Horizon says as he opens the mouthpiece of his visor and begins eating. If you can put up with him, sure, Ryoko says. Hey, I'm the best, Horizon argues. In many things, believe me, you are. She gives him a knowing smirk which makes Ryukyu blush. But you also think putting condiments on food is an insult. It is. And you're a workaholic. And you don't get that sometimes people need a softer touch. I touch you softly all the time. Not what I meant. Oh, I have one, Ryukyu says as she join in the fun. And he insists on making people realize he's better than them. Oh, definitely, Ryoko says. Plus his warping about can be really off-putting sometimes. I've noticed, and he almost never asks for permission before warping us around. That's super weird, right? Ugh, that was so annoying the first few times I was here. Like you'd turn around and he'd just be there, super creepy sometimes. It doesn't help that most of the time he just stands there like a robot too. Okay, Horizon interrupts them. This is actually worse than if you two didn't get along. Actually, I might have preferred that. Both women look at him, then at each other, and as if rehearsed they begin laughing. Is this what you two are gonna do all day? Horizon asks. Torment me. Ryukyu thinks about it. Well, in a few hours I have to go meet some models at my stores here in Tokyo. My new Drag Noir winter line is dropping soon. Fancy? Ryuko says. You should come with me. Maybe you'd like to model for some photos, Ryukyu suggests. Ryuko's eyes go wide. Really? You're gorgeous and it'll be fun. I haven't had a day off in forever to check in with my company. That sounds great. Oh, but you've got to try out the pool here first. Horizon simply warps away with his breakfast, realizing that interaction and introduction went far too well for his own sake. He warps his costume off for some more casual clothes and sits in bed with his food, still sensing Siro, Juzo, and Shinso soundly asleep in their own room. They got back to the tower only a few hours ago from patrol after all. But even as everyone else is relaxing or resting, he gets to work, taking out his phone and now sorting all the new data he just collected. Horizon Tower, 1 p.m. I really need to get one of these, Ryukyu says as she lowers herself into the hot tub, her fruit drink carefully resting at the edge of the tub. She wore a simple red one-piece swimsuit, hastily bowed nearby by Ryuko when they decided to relax in the hot tub. Beside her, Ryuko was already in the hot tub with a glass of wine in her hand, the bottle carefully placed nearby. She was wearing a much more revealing bikini, in a familiar white and blue. Every big-name hero should have one of these, Ryuko says. Can't tell you how many nights I've spent in the hot springs after a day of searching through the mud to find people. That's at the hot springs resort your team owns. Ryukyu asks. MHM, Ryuko takes a sip of her wine. When we got popular we wanted to start a second income stream like everyone else by using our brand, but being a mountain rescue-based team stuck out and away from major cities made that tough. So we settled on buying some land and setting up our hot springs. Good call, Ryukyu says. Personally I've been designing my own clothes since I was a child. Needing clothes made from my own cell samples for it to grow in case I activated my quirk means there was never anything pre-made and ready. So you figured it should be exactly how you want it. Lucky. Ryukyu chuckles. Well, the alternative was becoming a giant naked dragon, then shifting back into a naked girl afterwards, so am I really lucky? Well, when you put it like that, not really. But at least you got to launch your Drag Noir fashion brand, that's pretty cool. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it really does feel like just a hobby. Certainly would pay like one if I wasn't so popular, Ryukyu says. Say, what's it like working in a team for your entire career? Where do I even begin? Ryuko thinks about it for a moment. Well, we all met at UA orientation, and we're in the same class. We hit it off right away and have been together ever since. None of us really have combat quirks aside from me, and we rather not hurt anyone, so rescue was the obvious choice. But being in a hero team is a big commitment, not to mention a big risk. Yeah, but when it feels right everything just seems to work. Plus I've got good instincts with people, you know. MHM, Ryukyu takes a sip of her drink. And how are they now since you've retired? They've been better, Ryuko says, sounding guilty and ashamed. I mean the team was somewhat built with my quirk in mind. Earthflow lets me manipulate the terrain after all, clearing out landslides and stuff like that was most of our job. We rarely ever had to find actual people new. Ouch, Ryukyu winces, just imagining how much of their income and capabilities that team lost. But I'm sure they understand, the hero thing just wasn't for you after all for one, right? It wasn't really all for one, Ryuko says. Seriously? Even I thought about retiring after what he did to us at Kamino, and that was after Horizon weakened him a lot. Scary. Well, I'm not a top 10 pro hero, Ryuko says. I was never under the impression that my quirk was anything particularly strong. So I went to work every day knowing I'm one encounter with a powerful villain away from dying. Oh, I guess I don't really think about it that much. Yeah, well, we can't all become a dragon when it's time to fight, Ryuko chuckles sadly. Eventually the fear of dying without ever having a family of my own got to me. I was already on the fence about retiring after this year, but that settled it. Not to mention the public backlash. Yeah, that was rough, for us especially, Ryukyu says. Failing as a top pro makes the public show their vicious side. At least kids didn't die because of you, Ryuko says. We weren't, even a combat team but people still spoke like we should have beaten all for one. Ryukyu sinks up to her neck into the water and sighs. Well, I am a top combat hero and lost. We lost after he barely waved his hand. If All for One wasn't so chatty during the fight the public would have never forgiven us. Plus All Might took a lot of the spotlight off you guys, Ryuko says. MHM. They sit in silence just recalling those events for a moment, before Ryuko speaks up. Hey, what's it like being a woman in the top 10? Honestly, not worth it. Ryuko's eyes went wide at that response. Really? It destroyed any semblance of a social life I had. I can't go on the internet because I'm constantly bombarded with very graphic and creepy things about me. Ugh, that's so annoying. Ryuko remember the creepy things she's seen about herself over the years. Plus a lot of other pro heroes I just can't work with because they always try to make it flirty or just try to team up and treat it like a date, which honestly just wastes both our time because it's not like they even needed me. Sounds familiar, recent too, Ryuko says. Ryukyu shakes her head. If I didn't go to the charity event the plan never would have worked. He got swarmed the moment the auction was over and couldn't move freely. Hey, I didn't say anything about that. Ryuko raises her hands innocently. It's fine, I know you were wondering. Nothing to worry about here. Ryukyu takes a sip of her drink. The pro-hero thing also ruined beating down villains sometimes. How so? Well, you know how they'd always try to get more handsy with us. Ugh, don't remind me. Yeah, well, imagine that, but with villains strong enough to willingly fight me, Ryukyu says. And since you're a female pro-hero, you know the horror stories about what could happen if we get captured, so that was always at the back of my mind too. Well, when you say it like that, I'm going to enjoy retirement even more. Ryukyu laughs. I'm happy for you, but I think President Panto would pop a vein if any of us top 10 pro-heroes retired right now. Japan is still too reliant on Horizon for stability after all. That's true. So I guess I'll try to enjoy my wine and hot tub time for both of us. Sounds good. Ryukyu rolls her eyes, then laughs. Thanks, I appreciate it. Horizon's office. Sitting at his desk with his feet up, Law has his visor and mask off as he watches both his screens. The massive and opulent office was separated from the outside world by a pane of one-way glass protecting his identity, allowing him to relax. Which is exactly what he's doing. Eating a bowl of ice cream while watching the cameras of his indoor basketball court on one screen. Seeing Siro slowly losing a game of 2-on-1 against Shinso and Juzo. And on the other screen he was waiting for Nizu to pick up and join the call. Hello. Nizu's voice rings out as he finally answers. Is your camera working? Don't have a camera, Law says as Nizu's face appears on the screen. He sees the mouse put down the phone and go back to typing on the computer. You told me to call you at this time. What took you so long to answer? I got a bit caught up with David and Power Loader with designing a new training area and the stadium for the next sports festival, among other things. Other things? Law asks. The finishing touches for our new security measures. Can't take any chances with the UA Culture Festival after all. The UA Culture Festival being open to the public is already the biggest risk, which is why I still think you should cancel it. Nizu sighs and shakes his head. Yes, that would be the logical thing. But the students already feel as if UA has become a prison. It's not enough to survive, they need to also live a little. Plus lots of them want their parents, family, or friends to come visit during the culture festival. Just more security risks. Luckily you're there to watch over everyone then, right? Whatever. And how is the concert coming along? I assume you'll be on, let me guess, keyboards. Momo is playing those, Law says. And I won't on stage since I'm working security. I'm sure you could manage both, Nizu says. I can, but I don't want to give any more time than I already do to nonsense like that. Using the fact that you have me working security as an excuse is just convenient. That's not very plus ultra of you, Nizu shakes his head. The entire world adores you yet you insist on not being a part of it. Life is easier when I'm held apart. I'll have to make hard choices, it'll keep my head clear, Law says as he eats his ice cream. Isn't that why you're always in your office instead of having classes of your own? So it's easier to deal with the loss of the people you train. Nizu stops typing and thinks about it for a moment, then continues. Yes, I suppose that does help. I tried to have a class of my own once, but sometimes heroes die, and all I could think is what I could have done better to prepare her. And yet you want me to do that. The good overshadows the bad, seeing them graduate and go on to be top pro heroes is quite the feeling. I'll take your word for it. Now can we get to business? Business regarding that charity event from last night, right? Nizu asks. How was your date? Wasn't a date, you know that. And the investigation went well, I've already followed up on a lead. Would you like me to ask how that went? I'd rather you didn't, Law says. But did you hear about the donation I made? Yes, the $1 billion donation, record-breaking for a single instant donation in recent years, but I still hold the record you know. I don't have that much money, Law says. Well, either way, for a man who doesn't trust those charity scams you were certainly generous. Did Ryukyu have such an effect on you? As if I'd let any woman control my money, Law scoffs. I donated so you can easily track it. I already sent you the account info I used to donate it. You do realize hero insurance doesn't cover this, right? The money is gone, Nizu says. It's just money. And tracking such things without a warrant is illegal, Nizu informs him. I'm sure you could speed the process along and have one within 6 months if you ask Pantu. This stays between us, Nizu, Law says. I just need you to track where my donation went to. Then from there you can mark the accounts receiving the money and give me names for the other sources. If one person there was working with villain groups, then there were likely others too. I got a list of contacts from my lead. I'll cross-reference it with the names you give me and start questioning them from there. This is still immoral, if not illegal, Nizu says. Tracking my own donation is within my legal rights since I donated over 50% of last night's money, Law says. Think of this as just being extra sure that nothing bad is happening with my money. And wallet watching one of the most respected doctors and philanthropists in the world. How do you hope to explain this if Dr. Gariki realizes you've been keeping an eye on his organization and sponsors? I'll simply explain what I've already found and give him the proof. It's not like we haven't spoken before, even if it was over the phone. You asking for help filling out a quirk DNA database from his logs and you trying to explain this aren't the same, not to mention the public image crisis and Nizu, Law cuts him off. Can you do it? Nizu sighs, I'll be tracking too many names, I won't have time to keep up with them myself, but I can make a program to do it and compare it to the list of names you'll send me later. Then it will alert you whenever we get a match. Thank you, see, quite simple. Or you could learn to code so I won't have to act as tech support, Nizo suggests. I can teach you. I prefer working with people than machines. Why learn something when I can outsource it to people I trust? Law shrugs. Fair enough, but did you really donate $1 billion just for this? Well, the publicity it gives me isn't bad. You're Horizon, when are you ever not in the media? And I like giving to the less fortunate. Well, children who never had a chance to be children, adults can figure their own problems out. That sounds more like it. You know it wouldn't kill you to show the public the softer side of you. It actually might, so I shouldn't chance it. Law chuckles. Oh, but watching Kyaku's reaction was certainly worth it. I mean it's just money after all. And now that Japan is more stable and sanctions are being lifted, my businesses are actually being profitable. I'll make that money back in a few months. And that's not counting the miracles you sell, if you still do those. I do, but only one a week, Law says. My schedule is getting a bit hectic. Like planning the single biggest anti-smuggling operation in the history of Japan. Nizu asks. I mean the fact that you will be simultaneously attacking just over a dozen bases in one night, that's quite something. Yeah well, the perks of being a former villain or whatever, is that you actually know who you have to go take down to collapse the black market, makes life a lot easier. It's a miracle they've existed this long without any hero or undercover agent finding out about them, or someone betraying them, Nizu says. It's honestly not that hard, Law shrugs. They have people in the commission and police force, high and low-ranking people, plus some pro-heroes. When Mom and I would go on hits across the world, we'd usually have an informant within the police force or government giving us intel. Too bad there aren't enough people who can detect lies, and unlike Tsukachi and Panto, we can't simply trust them all. Plus the easiest solution would be to have the lie detector be the inside man, Law says. Can't get any better than that, right? They can just throw someone else under the bus to save themselves. I suppose you're right. And how are things at Horizon Tower with your new guest? Ryukyu. Law asks. She's great, enjoying the pool area right now with Ryuko. I swear I've got the best or worst luck ever with this, my girls always get along. I thought you said you and Ryukyu aren't. We're not, but I'm a dreamer. My team is playing some basketball right now. They got in pretty early this morning and slept all day, and we aren't doing any patrols later. Saving all our strength for the raid tomorrow. And are they ready for that? Alone? No. But I'll be there, along with some Coast Guard boats eventually. So worst case scenario I rip it out of the ocean and throw it into the sun. It's a small island after all. I'm kidding, Law rolls his eyes. I can't throw it into the sun. 300 km 186 mi off the main coast, 7 p.m. On a small fleet of Coast Guard boats, multiple squads of heavily armed members of the Japanese Coast Guard and police force, ready for this mysterious raid that they've been brought to partake in. None of them were told what's going on, and they don't know where they're going. They were simply ordered to be prepared and show up, ready to follow Horizon's lead. Understandably this makes the men and women nervous, but such measures had to be taken to ensure the targets wouldn't be alerted by any spies or bugs they have within the system. As the leading boat moves through the dark water, Horizon is on his hoverboard, sitting as it floats in the air leading the way. They've already made contact. Horizon asks, speaking to Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters through his visor. Yes sir, the person responds. Teams Endeavor, Crust, Edgeshot, and Yorowimusha have already engaged the targets. All other teams much like yours are preparing to ambush the targets or quietly evacuating civilians. Any surprises? Horizon asks. Sir. Nomu, named villains, special weapons, anything. None have been reported as of yet. Horizon thinks for a moment, then looks into the distance, sensing a small land mass at the edge of his room. Well, that's to be expected. Anything special would be held here at their main entry point, which is why I'm here. Yes sir, I'll keep you updated on the status of the other teams. Thanks. Radio silence unless necessary. Horizon hovers down to the main deck where a squad of officers are sitting with his team. We're almost there, just a few more minutes, he says before taking out his phone and pathing into the live feed from the other raids. Very few heroes actually had body cameras or any kind of recording equipment on them, but for this Horizon especially requested them. And since this was his operation, most people didn't have much choice but to comply. He sees through Nejire's camera that Ryukyu has begun the charge into their target, a large factory at their docks. Hopping over to Mirko's camera, he can barely notice anything as she's constantly moving about, too fast to ever give a clear picture. He sees Setsuna's camera feed floating about an apartment building, so she's using her quirk to more accurately send info back to her team before they raid the building. Good move and Epsilon. And through Majestic's camera he sees Momo setting up her rifle across from the building as other pro-heroes rush into the lobby. That entire building was one massive storage facility in the heart of their city. As he's checking on the other teams, the police officers, Coast Guard, and his team are anxiously awaiting his next order. So, is he always like this? One of the police officers asks, looking over at Cellophane, Simon, and Mudman. What do you mean? Cellophane asks. Super serious. I mean I appreciate it, but you guys are a lot more serious than most pro-heroes, and definitely more than most students. It's hard not to be after our summer camp, Simon says. Not to mention keeping up with that workaholic doesn't leave much time for anything else. Why doesn't he just sit down here on the boat? One of the Coast Guard asks. Kind of weird how he's always on the hoverboard. Maybe he gets seasick, a police officer suggests. Horizon just doesn't like being on the ocean, Cellophane says. Really? What? He can't swim? A few members of the Coast Guard can't help but laugh at the idea. No, he can swim, Mudman says. It's just the salt water corrodes his gears, you know. The entire group immediately understands what he's saying. Didn't even think about that, one woman says. Guess being a cyborg comes with a lot of downsides, huh? Cellophane does his best and barely contains his laughter, along with Mudman, while Simon just rolls his eyes. We're here, Horizon says through their earpieces as he descends. Where is here, exactly? The captain asks. That, he points to a shadowy island only a few miles away. It's one of the last remaining man-made islands from the last war. We used them to supply the Navy blockade that held back the American fleets. This is one of the few that survived the war. And what are we doing with it? The captain asks. The black market is an intricate system of suppliers and buyers, but they mostly run their contraband through a few families. This is a major hub for it. This island was a naval resupply point, and underwater submarine refueling station. So a massive warehouse, the captain says. It's where they keep most of their product in Japan, and prep it for shipping with ships or submarines, but the subs head to America from here, the boats go into Europe. This sounds like a serious fight. Should we call for more backup? No, that's why we're here, Horizon says, and everyone listening in through the comms network felt a bit more at ease. You won't be fighting, you're just here to make the arrests official. These guys have a lot of manpower, and since this is a massive smuggling depot they have even more firepower and ammunition, effectively an endless supply. Plus who knows what else they have down there. But when we take this place out and arrest them, the supply chain falls apart, a lot of buyer and suppliers lose their money. And similar organizations around the world will start hunting any bosses in Japan that we miss to get back their investments. They'll finish the job for us. Everyone gets tense as they approach the shore, but Horizon stays relaxed, moving to hover ahead of the boats as he still sits on the board. We're beginning out strike, he alerts the switchboard at Commission HQ. Copy, proceed at will, they say in return. Slow the boats down, I need to give them a proper greeting. Horizon says as he stands on the board, and the boat operators slow their pace to a crawl giving him some distance. The island was now visible, small, only 3 kilometers-2 mi wide, surrounded by deep waters befitting its purpose for the war. There was one mound of earth on it and a small patch of trees, but overall nothing suspicious, which is exactly what the criminals intended. At the side of the mound of earth were the massive blast doors, specially made to withstand nuclear attacks, as was this entire base. But the doors appears to be rusted shut, only in appearance. This entire facility was heavily damaged and unstable, costing too much to repair and not providing much use after the war, thus abandoned. But its new residents were willing to repair it, while keeping the dilapidated facade. All right, let's wake them up. Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters. Sitting at the back of the massive communications room, Pantu is alone at a desk, flanked by 2 agents standing behind her. Ahead of her is a long desk with 15 special agents, each monitoring a different team in this massive operation. And ahead of them are rows upon rows of agents monitoring the actions of individual pro-heroes on this raid and reporting in what they find. Horizon is about to start. Bring me the feed from his raid on the main screens, Pantu says. Her voice wasn't raised, even in his room of seeming endless chatter and cross-talking, and yet they heard her and did as told. At the far side of the room the entire wall reveals itself to be 3 large screens. One showing the feed from Cellophane, the middle showing the feed from Horizon himself, and the final one from the leading Coast Guard officer who has overall command of the police and military forces on the raid. All right, let's wake them up. Horizon's slightly mechanical voice quietly reaches their ears, causing most people to glance up from their monitors to see what's going on. They see a calm ocean, and a seemingly innocent island. And between the boats and the island Horizon is casually standing on his hoverboard. Then he raises both his hands in a casual gesture, and says a single word while pointing one finger upward. Tact. Nothing happens for the first few seconds. The calm waters begin to ripple just ahead of him. Then more ripples, another to his left, a third to his right, 2 more on either side. And a silence befalls the previously chatter-filled room as 5 massive submarines, nearly 200 m-656 feet long and 17,000 tons each are ripped out of the water. Panta's face shows no reaction, but her finger is nervously tapping the desk. She recognizes the models, outdated relics from the last war, at least 150 years old. Thankfully not nuclear, but still sights to behold as they're torn out of the water like paperweight playthings. And with a wave of his hand Horizon casually tosses them into the air and toward the island. A few people in the room flinch as the loud crash and sounds of metal collapsing under its own weight ring out as the submarines go rolling and smashing into each other. As everyone is still stunned, silent Panto glances at the agents responsible for Hawks and Ryukyu's teams, the only pro-heroes she controlled who knew how dangerous Horizon could be, and peeks at their monitors. Seeing Hawks was dealing with a dozen gunmen holding fortified positions at his location, and Ryukyu was facing a similar problem. All while she glances back up to see Horizon casually overlooking the island and the damage he caused, with seemingly just a wave of his hand. Focus on your tasks, Panta's voice snaps everyone back to their senses and the room becomes filled with chatter once more. Back with Horizon. He turns around on his hoverboard to see everyone staring at what he just did with wide eyes, then just speaks through the comms. We'll go knock. Be sure to take your time to account for everything you see. These guys rather die than get caught, so leave the fighting to us. All right. Yes sir, the police officers and Coast Guard repeat as one. Alright, Team Horizon, let's go. What the hell is going on out there? A man in simple combat garb screams as he rushes into the room, already holding a ball of pink flames in his right hand. He enters the massive warehouse entrance to see dozens of men standing guard, either with their quirks or rifles ready and aimed toward the massive blast doors leading outside the hideout. We don't know sir, one man says. The alarms just went off and we rushed up here, but the door isn't opening. Looking around the warehouse he sees only a few crates scattered about with men already behind them for cover. All around him and on the stairs and railings hanging above are more men ready to kill any heroes or cops that dare enter this hideout. This is their main shipping post toward the Western Hemisphere after all, they can't afford to lose the product here. Stall them for as long as we can, no prisoners, only trophies. Anyone that lives gets a nice bonus when this is over. He sees the men get excited at the sound of that as he lowers his weapon, raising a hand to his ear. Sir. Start loading everything onto the subs, fit as much as we can, we've been compromised. Sir, the subs are gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? They were pulled out of the water somehow, they're atop the island now. The underground docks were flooded when they got pulled away, we're trapped unless we can get the other boats outside. Then call for backup, we'll stall until they get here. They're currently under attack by Crust sir, along with most of our other bases. Fuck, the man yells out, startling his men. New plan men, he points to the door. Kill everyone between us and their boats, we're taking their boats and anything we can fit on them then heading south until we're out of Japan's territory. He raises a hand to his earpiece, did you get that? Yes sir, we're loading up all the carryables now. TCH, the man recreates the pink fireball in his left hand, and holds a piston in his right. Nearly 50 million a year to keep our operations hidden and we still get raided by some fucking heroes, the boss isn't gonna like this. The sound of metal creaking and stone breaking echoes out as the entire massive chamber begins rumbling. Did anyone get a look at who they sent? The man asks, and gets no response. Doesn't matter, just kill them all and take the boats. Yes boss, they all yell at once. A moment later and the massive blast doors are torn out of the structure, taking a piece of the roof with them as they get tossed out of vision off to the side. Over 50 m-165 feet long, 20 m-65 feet tall, and 2 m-6 feet thick of solid reinforced steel, torn away as if it were nothing. The sound of metal clatter and the vibrations of it are felt through the room as dust from the broken structure obscures their view. Fire, the boss commands, and into the dust and darkness thousands of bullets go flying. The cacophony of gunfire echoes in on itself and is almost deafening, continuing for nearly 20 seconds before the man raises his hand, and the room goes silent once more. A Nigerian Naira yes. The sound of empty magazines hitting the floor is all that they hear as everyone reloads, before a deep chuckle reaches them, something they never thought they'd hear again. As if ripped from their nightmares. Then it laughs. Ha ha ha, All Might's booming voice has them trembling in their boots. Your weapons are meaningless in the face of justice you fiends. Why? Because I am here. Some of the men stumble back, nearly tripping as they mutter to themselves. Others are already reliving the memories of their last encounter with the symbol of peace. And even more are dazed and confused, sweating profusely at the sound of his voice. But, he's retired, right? Dozens of similar questions are mutters, exactly as planned. Brainwashing complete? 24 men go catatonic, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Good work Simon, Horizon says as he steps through the dust, out of the darkness and into the light. Behind him, to his left, everyone recognized Cellophane, and on the other side are Simon and Mudman. Huh? But All Might. The boss looks around confused. Simon shrugs, he's with us in spirit, he says in All Might's voice, and the pieces finally connect. The man's eyebrows furrow, feeling like a fool he throws a pink fireball forward, kill them, he commands. But only half his men fire. Beams of energy, fire, electricity, and of course bullets all converge on the heroes. Curtain, Horizon says in a bored tone, raising his hand to erect a thin blue rectangular shield to defend them, and none of the heroes even flinch. Seeing this the boss looks around, noticing half his men standing around being useless. Why aren't you firing? He screams, stopping his attack to cool down before using his quirk again, the skin on his hand already drying out. Rarg? Fine, I'll kill them myself, the man yells as he puts both his hands together to make a massive fireball, one that will envelop the entire shield and certainly hit them. He raising both hands above his head and is about to combine the energy and swing down, when suddenly he loses balance. What the hell? He yells out as he stumbles and falls backward, canceling the attack. Ack. He splashed backward into softened concrete, barely thicker than water and quickly begins sinking. The sound of gunfire almost entirely stops as everyone on the ground floor experience this at once. He cranes his neck to look at the heroes, only to see Mudman crouched down beside Horizon with both palms on the floor, softening a thin line of the floor before it travels under the shield and expands. That brat, I'll key his efforts to push himself out of the ground are suddenly halted as it immediately hardens. Only his shoulders and head are out of the floor, leaving the rest of him entire in the ground, completely helpless. He looks around, pissed off, suddenly noticing most of his men are trapped just like him. Craning his neck he sees the men on the metal structure above them were safe, over half of them were stunned in place while the others were still shooting. Don't stop shooting, the boss yells out, doubling down even in this desperate situation. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath the visor, Simon. Sigh. All right, Simon, still speaking in All Might's voice, points at one of the 5 remaining shooter on the upper level. In the foot, shoot him. Most of the men simply ignore him, until the man he pointed at screams out, shot by the brainwashed ally nearby. What the hell? Another man yells out, halting his fire to check on his friend. Friendly fire? Friendly fire. This only adds to the confusion of the situation. Simon points to the man who just started yelling next, shoot him in the foot. Arg, the next man screams out, but the others quickly turn their guns on their brainwashed allies, catching on to the trick. But they don't execute them, instead they simply move in to detain their allies, by knocking them out or shooting them in the limb. That's as many as I'll get, Simon says. You're up, Cellophane. Gotcha. Cellophane shoots 2 lines of tape at the shield and being backing away, careful not to leave cover but enough to give himself a running start. As he gets far enough, Horizon gives him a nod, and he begins retracting his tape. The force of his gear retracting it rips him off the ground and catapults him toward the shield. Tact, Horizon says, and the few remaining gun stops firing, their trigger stuck in place no matter how hard the men squeezed them. And as Cellophane is barely an inch from slamming face first into the shield, Horizon drops it. He rockets into the warehouse and swings from the ceiling, into the upper levels. With practiced ease he takes out the final 3 men on that floor, then tosses them all over the railing. By the time they land, the bottom floor is once again softened, trapping them and anyone else Mudman missed earlier. Without looking back, Cellophane shoots a line of tape and swings down into the circular hallway, deeper into the island bunker, exactly as planned. Horizon casually walks up, waving back at the darkness to signal the police to come ashore and collect these criminals. Damn it, the boss still yells. Get M out of here and I'll. Horizon kicks him in the head, breaking his jaw and knocking him out. Finally some quiet, Horizon says, then turns to Mudman and Simon. Good work. First big case and you handled yourselves well. You'll look great on this. He taps the side of his visor, signally to the camera within. Shouldn't we go after Cellophane? Mudman asks. He's fine, Horizon shrugs as he begins walking toward the deeper entrance. I'm keeping an eye on him from here. Do we free these men now? Simon asks, still in All Might's voice, then begins fiddling with his mask to adjust it. No, leave them here until everyone is captured, then you and Mudman can help the cops wrap them up in the other boats we have coming. Got it, Simon says, now in a normal voice. As they enter the hallway they see a line of unconscious bodies, some with broken noses, others taped to surfaces, including the ceiling. No wonder you weren't worried, Mudman says as he touches the wall while they walk, sending a thin line of this quirk softening which expands below the bodies to swallow them, then hardens it to trap them, with only their heads exposed. He's been training with me the longest, I'm finally making some progress, Horizon says as he steps over some bodies. As they walk through the building they hear the odd gunshot ever so often, but Horizon doesn't react. And Scalpel still hovers at his side while they walk at a casual pace. Eventually they come to a ladder around a circular entrance leading straight down. On the ceiling above it is a line of tape, extending all the way down the hole. This is the fastest route to the command room. Let's go. Horizon casually steps off the ledge. He falls for 40 minutes 130 foot before hitting the ground. Using booster shot he braces his legs and body to take the impact of the fall, bending his knees and crouching to alleviate the force. Taking a few steps forward he looks back, seeing Mudman sliding down the wall by softening the metal structure just enough to slow his descent. As he hops off he steps aside as Simon is seconds behind him. Mudman puts his hand against the softened metal and quickly hardens it again, then looks down at the bent metal grates of this hallway where Horizon landed. Didn't know you could jump like that, Mudman says as they catch back up. He can't, Simon says. He can brace his body or enhance some linear movements, but sudden explosive power isn't his thing. Did I get it right? Pretty much. Horizon stops at a massive security door, but they hear gunfire further away as Horizon secures a special package Horizon sent him for. Without a word Horizon gestures to the door and makes a pulling motion. Familiar with how he operates, both Mudman and Simon step back as the security door is torn out of the wall by his tact. Guess you don't need the explosive physical power like All Might when you can do that, huh? Mudman says. Yeah, but jumping around and flying with air pressure would have been cool, Horizon admits. They walk into the room, a security room set up by the black market operators for the upper floors, but enough to give the access Horizon needed. Looking at the far wall Horizon points at it. Soften that wall and go 2 rooms across, there is a lady hiding there, she's armed, that's the logistics manager for this place. Then soften the floor till you get into the main underground docks. Mudman is about to hit the armory, but you'll get to him before that? Why, can't you warp? Mudman asks. Don't want you relying on me too much, Horizon says as he raising his left hand, taking the wire connecting to his left arm's bracer of his costume. Mudman begins softening the wall as Simon glances over at Horizon. Thought you didn't like dealing with too much tech. I don't, so Nizu built me a program to do it for me. Minutes later, after dealing with the logistics manager of this stronghold, Mudman and Simon are sprinting at full speed after hearing an explosion on the lower floors. They rush down the last set of stairs to see Cellophane leaning against a wall trying to catch his breath, as bullets rocket out of the hallway beside him. They both slow down and quietly get beside him. These are the last 3 guys, but they're in the armory, Cellophane says. That explains why you stopped, Mudman says. You're really damn good at this, at least from all the people we saw knocked out on the way here. Yeah, well, I've been training with Horizon longer, but this guy has a narrow hallway and a rocket launcher, and he thinks I'm gone. But at least they heard my voice. Simon immediately begins fiddling with his mask. Mudman nods to him and crouches down, putting his hands on the floor and closing his eyes, listening carefully. Cellophane takes a few steps away and shoots a line of tape, ready to swing into the hallway and rocket toward the armory. They each nod to each other as the plan begins. Can we talk this out? Simon asks, in Cellophane's voice. Just die already, one of the men yells out as he fires a few bullets. Simon immediately brainwashes him, and in the same instant Cellophane shoots past them and launches himself down the narrow hallway. The sound of RPG going off reaches Mudman's ears and he immediately softens the wall at the end of the hallway, the most likely target for anyone with half a brain, especially since he knows Cellophane is in the middle of the hallway. Cellophane narrowly dodges the rocket, not looking back as he springs forward and drop kicks the main in the face, all while his brainwashed ally stands motionless. The rocket hit the far wall, and sinks in as if it were water, going 10 30 foot deep before the concrete immediately hardens behind it. And a small tremor is felt as a tiny crack forms in the wall. Mudman sighs in relief. Horizon was right. Our team is perfect for this kind of thing. Final sweep complete, sir. We're heading back up now, a police officer says. The man appeared to be in his mid-40s, just like his partner who was standing beside him. His partner was looking around this underground submarine bay of the black market hideouts with a bored expression. Both men were armed and armored in specialized assault gear for this raid, yet the police didn't have to fire a single bullet. All around them were cracks and deformed sections of ground and walls, with the occasional odd strip of tape draped about. All signs of Team Horizon clearing out the gunmen that were bunkered down in this area. Bloodstains included. I don't see why we even have to sweep, the other man says as they begin walking back to the surface. Horizon double-checked the base. It's not like we'll find anything he missed anyway. That's not the point, the first man says. It's protocol. He isn't a fully licensed pro hero yet, so we have to double-check his work instead of just taking his word for it. He's already better than the pro heroes, might as well just give him a license already. A breakout own regulations just to make an exception for one person. His partner questions the idea. And how many more concessions will we make just because people are special in the future? It's better for our society if nobody gets special treatment. You're just saying that because you're jealous, the other man teases as they continue walking up the corridors to the surface. If you had a quirk like his, you'd want special treatment too. I'm sure he does. If I had his quirk, I probably wouldn't be a hero, the man quietly admits, surprising his partner. I can barely deal with taking stupid orders now, and my quirk sucks. Imagine if I had the power to do whatever I wanted and literally nobody could stop me. Recipe for disaster. Star and Stripe could stop you, he argues. Yeah, but she's in America. This is Japan. Fair enough. But my point is, it takes a lot of will and a very strong sense of good and justice to sit around taking orders from people you're a million times stronger than. His parents must have been damn good heroes to raise him like that. The other man chuckles. Yeah, my daughter is just a year older than him and I have trouble keeping her away from beer and boys. Imagine having to discipline a kid that can level a city by swinging a sword or warp you away whenever he wants. We got lucky. He had good parents and was born with a good heart. Yeah, real lucky, the other man mutters as they arrive back at the surface, seeing the destroyed entryway where the fight began. Walking out there once again united with all the police officers packing up the captured criminals into special boats. And glancing off to the side they see Team Horizon speaking to their captain, away from all the rubble and destruction. With Horizon holding a small metal case in his hand. Looks like an argument, the man mutters to his partner as they begin approaching. I hope not, the other man says. His team were joking around on the way here, but they're kind of scary when they fight. Yeah, we didn't even need to fire a single bullet. Kids these days are getting ridiculous. Lieutenants, the captain turns to them. Did you see anything else on the way up? All clear, sir. Nothing but rubble from the fighting. Everything else is right here and the control room is still secured. The man gestures to the dozens of crates being loaded into the shipping containers. With a cute nui. All aside from that, the captain looks down at the case Horizon was carrying, then glances over to Team Horizon who were nearby chatting amongst themselves. This one comes with me. If you've got a problem, take it up with President Panto, Horizon says. The captain immediately backs off. All right, just making sure. We're about ready to head out. We did manage to intercept and stop all their attempts at communication, but just in case I'd rather you hover around nearby rather than leaving us and flying off to Tokyo. Believe me, I'm not leaving until I see all of this stuff locked up and secured. When we get back to shore I'll warp into the facility we have ready nearby. Can't have any eyes on the location after all. I see, the captain says, realizing Horizon and or Panto believe there are spies in the police force. Which also explains why they weren't given any details about this raid. The man just rubs the back of his head and shrugs. Well, dealing with problems like that is above my pay grade anyway. I'll just give the commission a call to make sure everything get where it needs to go later. I appreciate you not making this more annoying than it has to be. Horizon extends his hand which the man shakes. It was a pleasure working with you and your men, sir. The man chuckles. Well, we got to sit back and just put the cuffs on after the fact, so the pleasure was really all ours. 3 hours later. Horizon is on the couch in Panta's office with his feet up on the coffee table, leaning back while playing a game on his phone. The metal case he brought with him was resting on the table as well. A few more moments pass before he takes his feet off the table and look toward the door, putting his phone away. Sorry to keep you waiting, President Pantu says as she enters the room. And Horizon stands as President Pantu and her guest, the ambassador of Germany, enters behind her. A woman in her mid-30s with dark black hair and pale white skin, almost looking as if she were a black and white painting, with gorgeous features and all. Must be some quirk, Horizon thinks. It's a pleasure to meet you, Horizon, the woman says as she shakes his hand, and looking up at him she can't help but say, you're much taller than I expected. She stood at 5 FFT 2-157 cm while he was now 6 feet 4-195 cm, leaving a noticeable gap between them. I get that a lot, Horizon says, and it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Now, can we get to why we're all here? Yes, let's take a seat and discuss what happened tonight, Pantu says, gesturing to the seats around the coffee table. Is this really it? The ambassador asks, gesturing to the case. Only you can confirm that, since I don't have the code, Horizon says. Right, the woman takes the case and enters the 20-digit code, and it immediately pops open. It releases its airtight seal with a hiss as a cold draft is let out. She then fully opens it for them to see the computer chip carefully held inside. She places the entire thing on the table and carefully looks at it before closing the case, sealing it once again in a cold vacuum. Now I have one less worry in the world, she says. Thank you, truly, for returning this to us. No problem, Horizon says. But now can you please explain what that thing is? Must be very important if you're here in person for it. Not to mention President Pantu wouldn't let me warp it to the secret storage facility with everything else we seized tonight. It's a computer chip, Pantu says. Germany is working on more accessible quantum supercomputer, like the one Niso has. It won't be as powerful as his, the ambassador says. But this will allow all the medical research facilities in Europe to put more of their funds into research and development rather than buying time slots on expensive corporate-owned computers for simulations. And let you steal all the data, Horizon says. We'd do no such thing, she says, and Pantu detects no lies. Really? This is a purely humanitarian project, overseen by the United Nations Medical Council directly. And while I understand your skepticism, you of all people can surely understand giving to others and expecting no reward. That is what your miracle ward is all about, is it not? Fair enough, Horizon says. But why was it in Japan, in a black market facility about to be shipped out? There were a string of break-ins at government facilities all across Europe this past year, she says, surprising both Horizon and Pantu. The public hasn't been made aware, but someone has been collecting technology all across the world for a while now, and they're getting more and more bold. Island, Pantu says. The woman nods. We believe they were behind that as well, but luckily this was already sent to Germany before that tragedy took place. Then we'll put all our facilities on alert, just in case, Pantu says. Thank you for visiting, and do keep me informed if any such incidents happen in the future. Thank you for so generously helping us, and of course for keeping this off the record. The woman nods as she stands up, ready to leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Horizon says, causing her to turn to him. Likewise, now before I go, she reaches into her jacket and takes out a small envelope and hands it to Pantu. A list of criminal organizations that we suspect are sending operatives from Europe into Japan to recruit known villains. Now that Horizon is scaring people away, they're swarming like vultures. Pantu takes it. And you want us to work together and trap them? All right, I'll look into it. And for you, she turns to Horizon. As a special thanks, from my people to you, she gives him a similar envelope. Always happy to help. As the woman leaves, Pantu walks over to her office trash can and tosses the envelope inside, then casually walks back to her seat, all while maintaining the icy facade. So I'm guessing you don't plan to help her? Obviously not. If our villains want to go to other countries, and their villains want to recruit them, that's a positive for us. Until it gives Japan the reputation of breeding villains and infecting the world with them. No, we have Horizon, Pantu says. We can't be blamed for our pro-heroes being so great that villains simply run away. The public will turn on their own governments, blaming them for not being able to stop villains. After all, why would villains go to places that make their lives harder? Horizon quickly understands. That'll lead to more militarization and governments being tougher on pro-heroes, so the same thing I did for Japan, I'm slowly doing to the rest of the world. I guess I'm more influential than I thought. All while Japan is peaceful and happy, Pantu says as she raises a finger to her earpiece. Horizon opens his envelope and reads the letter within, then looks back up as Pantu is done with the call. All the raid teams are accounted for, and the seized items are all being sent to local armories and military facilities. All but mine, because of course the special items I seized can't be put on the books, Horizon says. That's why you had to be the one to go to that base. You're one of the few people I know can handle themselves if they turned those weapons on you. But you assigned yourself that because it would give you the most credit as it's the most dangerous, correct? Mostly for my team, Horizon says. You could have just let me blow it all up with the island. They had enough C4 there to sink the whole thing. The controlled destruction of everything we seized tonight will be done after everything is accounted for. Don't you want to have a big shiny number attached to your first major operation as leader? Well, when you put it like that, yeah, that makes sense, Horizon chuckles. Tomorrow night this should be all over the news, but as for this night that's already over, I still have work to do. As he gets up and puts the letter and envelope away, Pantu looks up at him. What was her offer? All the money in the world, Horizon says, or as much of it as they could manage, but no amount is enough to break our deal, so you don't have to worry about that. She detecting no lies. Horizon, she says before he warps away, making him stop for a moment. Standing up and looking at his visor, she decides to be direct with him. I don't doubt that you will be our greatest hero, and that you will easily graduate UA. But we both know that when I release them to you, when your family is whole again, I will make you another offer, to stay in Japan as our #1 pro hero. Anyone in your position would, but why are you telling me this obvious play now? Because we both appreciate people being direct, so I'm simply going to ask you, Panta says. What will it take? Horizon looks at her and sighs, you know. I don't have any hard feeling for what happened to me, to us, to get here. Well, maybe a little bit for Hawks. But I accept what happened as a risk of the life we chose to live, it is what it is. But I have no idea what it would take to get me to stay here, instead of going somewhere else and starting over. With that Horizon warps away, and once more Panta detects no lies in his words. Shambles? Horizon warps back into his tower, into the kitchen where he moves to get a glass of liquor. Oh, check out this part. He hears Siro yelling from the living room. I kicked this guy so hard his tooth stabbed his friend in the face. A few moments later and Horizon walks into the living room, seeing Siro, Juzo, and Shinso, sitting on the couches eating a late dinner and having some drinks, mostly beer, with Juzo drinking a soda. The room was somewhat dim with his massive TV showing footage from Siro's body camera, from the raid hours prior. As per usual, after each day with the incident resolved they have to review their footage and edit it before uploading, hence the laptop beside Juzo who was already editing his video. Did anything happen on the way back here? Horizon asks, and none of them react to him suddenly entering the conversating or taking a seat beside Shinso. Minato Tokyo is quiet tonight, Shinso says. We just got done deciding what should get cut and what should stay from Shinso and my footage, Juzo says. Ours was pretty boring compared to Siro. Siro chuckles at that. Well, when you guys have enough hours of indoor combat training with Horizon you can join me in those cramped hallway fights. That's Siro's role, Horizon says. To be flexible and mobile, plus capable enough to back up any position. It just so happened that this time he was our vanguard for the siege. A role I'm surprised you didn't take, Shinso says. The public already knows what I can do. This was about showing them how formidable Team Horizon is without me. He shrugs. I need any of you to be able to lead teams with fully licensed pro heroes in my stead while commanding respect. You are the next big three after all. They all think about it for a moment while Horizon takes a sip of his drink, sensing Ryuko already asleep in his bed. Anyway, what was your favorite part of the raid? He asks. Oh, Juzo looks up from the laptop. Definitely Shinso doing that thing with All Might's voice. I've been working on that for a while, but I can only control small groups at once, and the more people I control the shorter the time, barely a few minutes, Shinso says. He then continues, personally I like the thing you did with the rocket, your reaction time really is incredible, and your ability to predict where people will focus on an ever-changing battlefield. I see why Horizon chose you to lead in his absence. Well it definitely couldn't be me, Siro laughs. Trying to keep track of so many things is one thing, but making and communicating a plan on the fly is beyond me at the moment. That's why I mostly just rush off on a solo task, so I don't need to talk I can just keep building momentum and moving. Oh, but aside from the combo the three of us did in the hallway, I think either the submarine stuff or ripping the doors off the base was my favorite part. A grandiose display of power, Shinso says, but was that harder than the skyscraper you held in the air before you came to the summer camp? Honestly, Horizon thinks about it for a moment. Pulling the subs out of the water was harder than holding them in the air, plus I had to rip them away from the docks they were in, that's why the lower levels flooded. A with diuresis beta epsilon. AHH, that's why those guys were rushing up from their soaked, Siro says. Yeah, but the 4 subs weren't as heavy as the skyscraper, it was like 80 stories after all. But even if it was, I'm so much stronger now that I could hold up a few of those buildings easily, so I honestly wouldn't notice. No wonder villains don't want to fight you, sheesh, Juzo goes back to editing. But back to the question, my favorite moment was definitely the first confrontation of the raid, obviously, Horizon says. It's a perfect showcase of why I chose each of you for this team. We smashed into that base and had dozens of heavily armed and trained men locked up within a minute. Either sealed into the floor, held at gunpoint by their allies, tied to the ceiling or knocked out by Siro, or simply brainwashed and catatonic. Quick and efficient work, exactly what this team is all about. Too bad now they're all going to know my quirk, Shinso says. Not necessarily, Horizon takes another sip of his drink. It's suspiciously hard to find any footage of your matches from the sports festival, strange how that happened. Plus your quirks are never explained by us. Unless you go around announcing it, the general public is so stupid they'll never put the obvious pieces together, especially since we're blocking some of the only evidence they have. And since we won't be competing in the sports festival next year, that's all the hints they'll ever get, Shinso says. I'm still kind of bummed we can't compete next year, Siro says. But being in this team is already way better than the attention that would have given us. Heck, Best Genist already sent me a request to go work with him. Moving up to the number 3 pro hero, you plan to accept? Juzo asks. Heck no, that guy is too reactive, Siro says. I prefer to go looking for villains like Edge Shot instead of reacting to crimes that are already happening. Plus learning to investigate and solve cases is way more fun than sitting in an agency waiting for a call all day. And since I'm also working under Edge Shot, it helps us build synergy, Shinso says. What about you, Juzo? Horizon asks. You'll get a lot of requests after this raid goes public in a few days. Any plans to leave Crust? No, I've still got a lot to learn from Crust. His approach is pretty good since all his quirk gives him is a shield. It's just like how I don't really have any offensive power, so shadowing him gives me a lot of ideas. Maybe next year I'll move over to another agency, ideally Endeavor. He'll be number 1 by then, officially at least, Horizon says. Plus Endeavor doesn't take work studies students. He only made an exception for me because I'm Horizon, and obviously he'll take his son. Speaking of the raid going public, Zero cuts in. How'd the meeting at the commission go? Are the other teams okay? Minor injuries, nothing they can't walk off, mostly. But no reasons for me to leave Tokyo and go heal anyone. All the loot should be locked into nearby stations, military armories, or guarded facilities by now. So a complete success, huh? The biggest raid of an underground criminal network in Japan for well over a century, organized and led by a student, Juzo says. If anyone didn't think you were the real deal before, now they don't have a choice but to accept you. And we'll get even more famous from it. Zero grins like an idiot just thinking about it. All the agencies will start making me even bigger offers, plus the money we'll get from taking part in this raid will be massive. And our predicted hero rankings will go up, Shinso says. And we'll get international fame, Juzo adds. Mudman will finally have his name out there for the entire world to see. And the money, Zero says. You already said that, Horizon says. It's worth saying twice. I just found a real nice place closer to where my dad works to buy. If I keep working like this I'll have it in no time. I figured you'd be more excited for the women, Shinso says. It seems like that's been on your mind more and more lately. Horizon is rubbing off on me, Zero admits. But nah, we're still clawing our way out of debt from the last few back surgeries Dad had. Hell, he shouldn't even be working, so the longer I take the more likely he ends back up in the hospital, so money first. Too bad you didn't know me back then, and you should bring him to see me immediately, Horizon says as he glances down the hallway, sensing Ryoko waking up. They all notice this but are used to it by now. Then he turns back to them. But I will admit I've been enjoying the freedom and perks of being a top hero more and more lately. Still a workaholic though, Juzo says. Anything else from the commission we need to know about? Just the report for this raid going public tomorrow night, and this. He takes the envelope out of his jacket and puts it on the table. The ambassador of Germany was there. The manga lady. Zero says. What? Shinso asks. She looks like a manga page, all black and white. Must be some kid of ink quirk, I'd bet, Zero says. I didn't ask, Horizon says. But she made me that offer. Without hesitation or shame, Zero picks up the letter and begins reading it. And both Juzo and Shinso can see the mortified and confused expression on his face. His brain trying and failing to fathom the insane offer that was made. Is it that bad? Juzo asks. Zero just shakes his head and stiffly hands the letter to Juzo, all while looking at Horizon with genuine surprise. Juzo scans the letter and looks aghast. Wow, I didn't think anything or anyone was worth this much money. How much? Shinso asks. Just a little over $12 billion. For what? Shinso couldn't wrap his mind around it either. To live there, Horizon says. Just set up shop in the most heavily populated city, the capital. Let them move all important critical assets around the Horizon Tower I'd build there. And occasionally when a national or global emergency pops up, I solve it, he shrugs. So they give you that much money, just to live there. It also gives them a lot of sway in the United Nations, especially the Hero Legislation Board within it. Currently America has the most sway because they have Star and Stripe. Japan had almost as much back when All Might was in his prime, but now they aren't even runner-up, not until I graduate and get my full license at least. So they want to pay you billions, for the political power that comes with your name, Juzo says. Not to mention villains will flee Germany when you appear. 12 billion a year, not the best offer I've gotten, and they'll only get bigger from here. Would you really leave Japan? Zero asks. What, can't you run this place without me here to babysit? Horizon asks jokingly. Oh please, we'll be fine. But seriously, will you? Horizon sighs. I plan to focus more on medicine in the future and less on punching villains all day, so if someone makes me a better offer, why wouldn't I take it? I don't have anything tying me here after all. I guess so, Zero says, and the room gets a bit sad before Zero tries to cheer them up. Plus America pays more, and lets you be way more hands-on with villains. Juzo joins in. Yeah, but the food will stop your heart before the villains get a chance. Shinso chuckles, but it's so good. I mean there is a reason we're always ordering from that American burger place nearby. It's worth the health risks. Well, if the American way is great burgers, the freedom to do whatever I want, lots of money, and permission to get hands-on with villains, maybe it's worth fighting for, even if I'll be fighting heart disease more than villains. They all share a laugh at that as the debrief continues. Celebrating Team Horizon's first major operation in the limelight, Panta sat in her office behind her desk as a hologram was projected upward from it, showing Chitos breaking down yesterday's raid operation, the most recent, and which turned out to be among the most successful in history. Almost as if Horizon somehow knew exactly when higher value items would be in Japan before getting shipped to America. Only a few people put this together, but the woman sitting across from Pantu isn't one of them. Ryukyu simply sits back and watches the broadcast. Horizon was busy as always when I reached out for an exclusive comment, Chitose said. But after the reports of the suspected value of the seized assets were announced by the Hero Public Safety Commission, I just had to as. Why not trust a more experienced pro-hero with such an important operation? After all, Horizon, regardless of how we view him, is technically still signed on as a work-studies student under Endeavor, who he commanded during the raid. For this to be not only the largest but most monetarily successful operation of its nature in history, in the hands of, well, a teenage, the risk seemed far too high. To this, his only response was, and I quote, "I intend to lead the next generation of pro-heroes, so that we may guide Japan into a better future than ever before. Why not start to practice now with the current generation?" But with that being said, of course since he did most of the investigation and planning process to make all of this possible, handing it over likely wasn't something he was willing to, or should have done. After all, when the future of Japan is at risk, who better to trust than Horizon? Now Panta shuts off the screen, snapping Ryukyu's attention onto her. Even now she maintains her icy facade, perfectly concealing how annoyed she is. Horizon's value just shot even further through the roof, Panta says. Have you spoken to him since the raid yesterday? Only on the phone for a few minutes, Ryukyu says, and Panta detects no lies. I stayed at his tower a while longer than I needed to last week, met his pet cat. Oh, her, Panta says. Her personality is far too caring and honest, approaching her for information is announcing to him that we're keeping closer tabs on him than he knows. But we have her on a short list of people to avoid interactions with, it's not worth the risk. He knows you're watching him at all. Ryukyu was surprised by this. Of course, he knows that everything we can monitor, we do, but his daily movements are impossible to track when he's in the tower or simply wants to disappear. Well, Ryuko is head over heels for him, Ryukyu says, and she knows he doesn't particularly care about the heroic part of being a pro-hero. From what we spoke about, he doesn't have anything he cares about. At least not enough to stay in Japan. Well, hopefully that changes within the next few years, Panta says, but other countries will be making even larger bids for him. I need information on what he really likes, because at a certain point money stops mattering and the other perks will outweigh it. Have you tried asking? I did, and he doesn't have any such interests at the moment, but if it happens to appear, you're there to find out. And to spot any vulnerabilities he has, Ryukyu mutters. Naturally, but you don't have to worry about fighting him. It will never come to that. Worst case scenario, I give him what he wants and he abandons Japan. With tilde. Ryukyu winces, the loss of life from him suddenly leaving, the influx of villains and chaos that would cause, unimaginable. And at this rate, unavoidable, because it seems he's determined to insert himself as the pillar of our society, replacing All Might. But there are much worse things than him simply leaving us alone. Ryukyu thinks about it for a moment. Well, hopefully we at least clear out the League of Villains before he leaves. You don't have to worry about them, Panta says. I have a man working on that as we speak. Elsewhere. Where the heck is this? Hawks asks as he steps out of the warp gate, only seeing the ocean ahead of him and a dark forest behind him. Looking around, the warp gate closes, before another opens and Dabby walks out. Why do you look so confused, Birdie? I prefer to know where I am. What? We couldn't meet up in a mall, maybe get some food? Do I look like I want to watch you eat birdseed? Dabby rolls his eyes as the warp gate closes, keeping his hands at his side as he approaches Hawks. You said you had something good, this better not be a waste of my time, hero. For the record, I prefer eating chicken, Hawks says as he turns away from Dabby and looks at the ocean. So, did Shigaraki have his supply lines disrupted by those raids we did? Dabby rolls his eyes. We have warp gate, moron. We don't pay transport fees, from the manufacturer directly to us, instant and cheap. Did you at least keep up with the news about it? We got a lot of stuff. Estimated $3 billion of things the news won't tell us the specifics about, Dabby says curiously. Is that number real? A low estimate, Hawks says, which surprises Dabby. But the most valuable thing is already back with its owner, so it wasn't counted in all of that. And you called to meet me the day after these raids because... Hawks pulls out a piece of paper from his coat. There we go, payday, Dabby says. A few $1 billion to expand our operations will help out a lot, maybe even earn you some face time with the boss. We're planning a big, never mind, you aren't that trusted yet. Just know this will help. Hawks hands over the page and Dabby quickly schemes it. This is only one location, the report said over a dozen locations were raided. They couldn't have moved them all to one location within a day. Nope, they're all sitting at individual armories and strongholds across Japan, but most of it, roughly $2 billion of fine art, artifacts, gems, and some more fun items are sitting in the most heavily defended spot in Tokyo. This isn't Tokyo, Dabby says, gesturing to the page. Nope, that's Yaiba City, Yoruimusha. A top 10 pro hero will respond fast when you guys attack, but only him and some other weak pros. You can handle that, right? The senior citizen pro hero, yeah, I can handle that myself. But why this location, and only this one, hero? I figured all the arms and ammunitions at that spot would have been more valuable than trying to sell off art, at least to Shigaraki. We've got more than enough of that, the money would be better. Dabby glares at Hawks, then just looks annoyed. We're looking to increase our war chest since one of our big benefactors got killed recently, not long after you joined us. Wasn't me, Hawks raises his hands in surrender, jokingly. I know, cops said it's a break-in gone wrong. Just the same shit luck we've had all our lives, but if you can get us one of the more lucrative storehouses from this raid, the boss will appreciate it. Hawks thinks about it for a moment. One is close to my agency, but after you guys supposedly broke out under mine and Ryukyu's watch, I can't afford to fail at defending that. If I drop down from number 2, then the intel I can get becomes a lot more limited. I chose that one because Yoroi Mush should be a easy kill for your league, plus he's far from any other Power Pro heroes, not to mention the equipment there is most immediately useful. What about the others? You'll probably have to respond to anything in Tokyo, but Ryukyu was on that raid, and she's far from Tokyo. Yeah, but she's friends with Horizon. Well, at least they worked together a few times. And the plan is to avoid giving him reasons to start looking into us, remember. Plus Yoroi Mush's raid went the most public, so you guys actually have a believable reason to know where that is. Hawks gestures to the map he gave them. And it covers the fact that we have a spy, Dabby adds, and Hawks nods along. Well, we can always use the firepower, and killing a top 10 pro before the big hero ranking ceremony next month should remind the public that we're out there. Exactly what I was thinking. Anything else you need me to look into? Just keep doing what you're doing. Knowing where Horizon won't be is still very important for us, Dabby says as he begins turning, a warp gate already behind him. Oh, and just in case we suddenly have something super powerful on our side, where's the stronghold with all the big shiny things in it? Wanna go after the big money items, huh? Well, it's pretty obvious. That raid was in Tokyo, and what's the most secure place that no smart villain would attack? Hawks gives him a cheeky grin. Dabby sighs, never mind then, there isn't enough money in the world worth picking a fight with him, not until he cuts himself off, not wanting to reveal Gigantomachia's new modifications. You sure? $1 billion is a lot, Hawks says jokingly. Yeah, and breaking into Horizon Tower is also a lot, just keep doing what you're doing. Gotcha. Kurojiri, I'm done here. A purple mist manifests behind Dabby and envelopes him, warping him away before it closes and disappears. And suddenly Hawks is alone on the beach, in the middle of nowhere. Kurojiri, he asks, looking around for his warp gate, but after a few minutes nothing happens. Sigh, great, though we were over this crap, he begins flying toward the sky, trying to get cell reception. Why can't anyone who likes me ever get a warping quirk? Hawks mutters as he still sees nothing denoting civilization round him. Horizon Tower. Wow, if I didn't know better I'd say you wrote the script for them, Ryuko says as she sits on couch. Horizon is beside her working on his laptop. On the TV Chitosa's report just finished. 45 minutes of stroking Horizon's ego. Can't help it that I'm amazing, Horizon shrugs. Definitely can't wait to see what my new offers are to move abroad. Ryuko thinks about it for a moment. I'm hoping Germany wins the bidding, even if that's unlikely. I mean, living there seems super relaxing. What makes you think I'd take you with me? Ryuko rolls her eyes. What makes you think you can get rid of me? In a quiet spot at the Tokyo docks, under the noon sun, Cellophane is fighting a woman, slender and tall but sporting thick gray scales on her skin, naturally armored thanks to her quirk. There were police nearby already aiming their guns at her, surrounding the fight, but ultimately knowing none of them had the power to pierce her scales. The bullets they fired earlier only ricocheted off and flew back at them, so once again they depend on a hero to deal with the villain. A little help here, how about it? Cellophane mutters, not loud enough to be heard outside of his visor. He narrowly dodges a punch and her scaled forearm grazes his suit, scraping some of the fabric off his chest. I don't fight D-list trash, just knock her out quickly and hand her to the cops. Bet they're impatient too, plus your food is getting cold. Horizon responds, nowhere to be seen but speaking through Cellophane's visor. They're not very helpful. Cellophane dodges a kick and springboards off the woman's leg, intending to flip over her, only for her to suddenly grow a thin tail and whip him out of the air. I've still got tricks up my sleeve, the villain says. Cellophane hits the floor and pivots into a roll before getting back on his feet, now sporting a cut across his back from her tail. Yeah well, Cellophane takes a deep breath as he looks at her. I knew you weren't dumb, leading me to a place where my quirk isn't that helpful. He glances at the lack of vertical structures in this area. But the hero always wins. Ha, she flexes her hands and they morph from fingers to claws as her boots are blown apart, the same transformation happening to her feet. Your quirk is no good against mine, dumbass. She charges forward as her teeth become razor sharp and her muscles bulk up. Leaping into the air she slams down, cracking the concrete as he shoots a line of tape to the side and pulls himself to safety. Heroes die all the time, she yells while charging at him again. He tries the same trick only for her to jump toward where the tape is and grab it, spinning to slam him around. As she does, instead of letting himself be pulled in, he simply releases more tape and wraps her once before she notices. Not this hero, Cellophane says, and learning to counter that trick is the first thing I did. As she's breaking out he first 2 lines of tape past her, leaving her in the middle and retracts himself as quickly as possible. He slingshots himself forward. She looks up just in time to see both his feet coming toward her, as he drop kicks her hard enough to send her tumbling across the floor with some teeth clattering about. Epsilon. As Cellophane realizes how much this hurt her, he begins coming up with a plan for a finishing move. Arg. She slams her hand into the ground and pushes herself up, still seeing a bit blurry after that hit. When I'm done with you I'll kill everyone here, then nobody else will get in my way. That must be the best thing your lizard brain can come up with, huh? Cellophane jokes as he takes a running stance. Kill me to give Horizon a real reason to come after you. He sees a look of realization dawn on her, causing a moment of hesitation, exactly as planned. And in the same moment he bolts forward, shooting 2 lines out to slingshot himself at her. She snaps to her senses and focuses once more. Just die, she screams out while running forward, this time with her claws in the path he'd used to kick her. Same trick won't work twice, kill you then the witnesses, then leave before that freak show up. She think, proud of herself for quickly adapting. But she's not the only one. Cellophane repeats the exact same movements, but this time as his feet are about to get pierced by her claws he flips, using her forearms as a platform to leap higher into the air. She swings his tail at him again, and this too he predicts and uses as a stepping stone to get more height, now 15m-45 feet above her. He fires 2 lines of tape past her at her sides, another slingshot, and retracts them as fast as possible, quickly pivoting to line himself up with her head as she's only now turning around. Even among pro heroes, his reaction time in situations like these was impressive. Which is why by the time she's about to turn around, his boots slam into the side of her face, pushing her all the way into the concrete and breaking her jaw. The remainder of her teeth go scattering across the floor as she's instantly knocked out. Damn, forgot to name that. Cellophane sighs as he steps away from her. Maybe, Cellophane slingshot, sounds okay. Is she down? One of the cops asks. Oh, yeah, he waves to them. You can take her away now. Thanks, never doubted you, mostly. Cellophane asks as the other officers drag the woman away, noticing her jaw hanging very limply. Well, we figured her quirk makes her tough, and, I didn't know you had enhanced strength. The officer gestures to the cracked floor that was beneath her head. Oh, it's not really that big of a deal, Cellophane shrugs. He simply didn't want to go into the details of it, of how the endoskeleton of his suit allows him to withstand more force than his body naturally can. So if he uses himself like a bullet or a wedge he can hit harder or take more pressure, but his punches are unaffected. As they're talking Horizon swaps with one of the bits of concrete that broke loose, warping in front of them. He appeared sitting on his hoverboard with a bag of takeout beside him, and a drink. Took you long enough, was the first thing he said, ignoring the wide eyes all the officers are giving him. Yeah well, I had to get creative. No tall walls or building around here to springboard off of, Cellophane says. Excuses, Horizon jokes, then looks at the police officer. If any of your guys need healing please let me know. We're all fine sir, just, this. Not what you expected. Horizon gestures to himself, sitting casually on the hoverboard with food beside him, and scalpel hovering nearby. It's just MHA. Horizon raises his hand, cutting off the man. He touches the side of his visor to indicate he's on a call. As he hovers a bit higher, Cellophane gets the hint that they need to wrap this up quickly and helps the officers secure the villain. The moment the villain is secure and Cellophane is about to give his thanks to the officers. Shambles? He suddenly finds himself standing on the back of the hoverboard, high above the city. Wow, a little warning next time. Tape yourself down, you can eat when we get there, Horizon says, completely serious. He immediately uses the equipment built into his suit to sit down and secure himself to the board, via the tape sent through his boots and hands for him to stick to surfaces. Woo! Cellophane yells out as they rapidly accelerate to 400 miles per hour, 643 kmph, not quite at the speed of the hoverboard. I've never seen you fly this fast, how the hell are you even standing? It's the boots, Horizon says as the wind rushes past them, but thankfully they could speak with their visors. We need to get to the other side of Japan quickly. What happened? Some big emergency? Tsunami? You know Yoroi Musha? Horizon asks. I've met him once, Samuari dude, he's like a fossil. Not someone I'm excited to work with but he's number 9, so let's do this, Cellophane cheers. He's dead, Horizon says. He was old and obsolete so it should be a net positive that his spot is open for someone else, but the way he died and timing of it will fuck us. So he didn't just have a heart attack like most ancient people. He was decayed. Shigaraki, Cellophane says. But, why? I mean if you're planning to kill a top pro to make a statement, why go for the weakest one? This wasn't about making a statement, at least not in that way. They raided the military armory close to his city, and he got there before they left. Was there anything good inside? Guns, and lots of guns. I thought those locations were well hidden, think there's a leak. There is, it's the most logical thing, Horizon says, but it's in the commission or police force most likely, so sooner or later they'll get caught. But since they haven't found anyone yet, I'd bet the villains bugged the place or keep ripping the secrets out of someone's mind with a quirk. So the mole doesn't even know they're a mole, Cellophane says. Easiest way I can think of to get around Panta's quirk, Horizon says. They fly for an hour. By now Horizon is briefed on the situation and begins relaying the information to Cellophane. They want this quiet and contained until they can double security on the other sites, Horizon says. I'll be spending the next 2 days escorting the other items to disposal sites to be destroyed. A top pro died. How long do they expect to keep this quiet for? Long enough that nobody notices I'm not in Minato, Tokyo. When we're done investigating I'll have to get back there first, so Team Horizon can keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Why are you even carrying me with you? Shouldn't I get there now? Cellophane asks. Because I need someone who's competent and I'm sure I can trust with me. If you see anything or anyone suspicious, let me know. Got it. Got it. But one question. Yeah. Since the number 9 spot is open now, who do you think is gonna replace him? I've never actually been this far out this way before, so this is the city he was protecting, huh? Cellophane says as he sits on the hoverboard, legs hanging over the side as he enjoys his food. They were hovering just above the skyline of a small city, built in the valley of 2 small mountains. On either side was nothing but forest, but the city has highways along the coast and a bustling port. Almost entirely due to the silver mines that were in these mountains and helped to establish the trade routes, long run dry, and unoccupied. The same mines Horizon was currently checking. Standing silently, he has a room open, 38 kilometers 23 mi wide diameter dash. He can sense everything in the city and the mountains at once, focusing just enough for the human-sized being, so he doesn't get flooded by every leaf and pebble. He carefully uses scan to search for any villains. His room is much larger than when he joined UA, even now it's grown noticeably since the new semester began. At this size he feels the drain on his energy, but nowhere near as bad as before. And no sudden headache attacking him. I'm getting used to it, he thinks. But something is still holding me back, that final push. Or maybe I just need to keep training and I'll break past that limit naturally. Exactly as Dr. Gariki said, a logical mind like Horizon's will never come to the realization of such an illogical solution on his own. To align his mind and heart. To unite his entire being in the singular primal purpose. They aren't here, Horizon says. No villains, and the mines in these mountains are all collapsed so they can't be in there either. They must have warped all the stuff back to wherever their hideout is, but it had trackers on it, right? They got fried during the attack, but they had a Nomo with a radio quirk that acted like a jammer and EMP during the summer camp. Probably just used something like that to fry it. Nigerian Naira OES. Makes sense, but that's what you assumed already, so why even check out this place? Cellophane shrugs. Would be pretty dumb to come here instead of just warping away, right? Yes, but it's fine to assume villains will make such sloppy mistakes. They've recruited a lot of people, and most people are morons. If we got lucky and even one villain was out here, that'd be all I need to rip info out of him, then I'd get my hands on Kurojiri. Then their entire operation falls apart without him. Yeah, but it's possible Twice can just make a double of him so they'd still have a warp gate, so in a sense Twice is an even higher priority target. No wonder he's S rank, Cellophane says as he finishes his food. Hey, weren't we in a rush to get to the base? No, the corpse isn't going anywhere. I was in a rush to get here and catch any stragglers from their group. There won't be any villains at the base, best we can hope for is a ID from the cameras there. Room? Horizon shuts off his quirk and they being flying inland, away from the city and over the mountains where the small base was. Sue, you going to the ceremony they'll have? Cellophane asks. Why would I do that? Because someone died, duh. It's in the job description, heroes die all the time, what makes this any different? Yeah, but that doesn't make it any less tragic, man. He was almost 90, if the moron would have just swallowed his pride and retired he'd be sitting on a beach with his grandkids right now. That's not a nice way to speak of the dead. Good thing he's dead and can't do shit about it, Horizon says. Besides, maybe it would be a tragedy if he was young, but he was super old. At that point it doesn't really count. Killing a 90-year-old is like giving nature a little nudge. What about for the soldiers at the base? It's part of the job, I'm sure they did their best. Beneath the visor Cellophane rolls his eyes. Just make sure to use your nice words when the press asks how you feel about this. I always do. But you have to go to memorial. You do know that, right? Horizon sighs. Yes, as the next number 1 pro hero and leader of our generation, I unfortunately have to attend the memorial for every stupid fuck that dies in costume. What a pain in my ass. Honestly, the most impressive thing about you is how well you act on camera. Consider. Cellophane is stunned silent as they soar about the mountain, slowly rising up to view the next valley where only the military base was, where it should have been. Instead they see a massive crater, filled with dust, consuming much of the valley and parts of the small surrounding mountains. A 3 kilometers 1.8 mi crater filled with white dust. The telltale sign of Shigariki's decay. Shit, was all Cellophane could mutter as they hover in place and look out at the destruction. This explains why they so badly want to keep this a secret, and didn't want to send me any pictures. If the public knew Shigaraki could do this, even if it took everything out of him, there'd be chaos. Cellophane nods along. Well, if we didn't have you I'd be considering retirement right now, so yeah. Wow, even after all the money you'll get from your work in that raid. I'm willing to risk my life for money, not get turned into dust and actually die for it. They look at the crater for a few more minutes as Horizon uses scan on the surrounding area, picking up nothing that interesting. Looking around, Cellophane sees the road leading up to the crater, where dozens of vehicles and tents were set up to investigate. Let's go, they only left one thing, but we need to check on the people first. Horizon says as they begin flying toward the medical tents. As they approach he sees a few scientists in full protective suits using any apparatus they can, including Geiger counters to investigate the dust without touching or even approaching it. They hops off at the tents, seeing the cots empty and most of the people just standing around anxiously. What's going on? Where are the injured? Horizon asks, walking into the tent to approach the commander. There aren't any, nobody made it out, the man says. I'm Captain Hiko, JSDF. I hope to meet you under better circumstances, Horizon. That's unfortunately the usual case, not that this is usual at all. They begin walking out of the tent as the man leads them to the crater. How many people were in the base? Cellophane asks. Not many, mostly due to JSDF funding being reallocated to pro-heroes for the past few generations, but the bases guarding the raid loot were well manned. This one is the smallest, but that didn't mean they didn't put up one hell of a fight. I'm sure they did, Horizon says. Going down fighting is an honor in itself. It's a real tragedy what happened here, but I'll be sure to give Shigaraki more than enough payback for what he did to these good men, Captain. Then man nods. I'm sure we'll all appreciate that, and thank you. Now, until my superiors can figure out how to handle this with the public, I'm taking the lead on the ground here, seeing as there isn't much to do but sit around and wait. He gestures to the boring temporary checkpoint they've set up. Did anything survive this? Horizon asks. Not that I'm aware of. Camera footage, anything. If even a few seconds got uploaded into the military servers, then that could be the lead we want. My superiors are already looking into it. I'm sure you'll be the first person they call. After all, who else could put down this monster? The man turns to look to the crater. Horizon begins walking toward it and they both follow. Don't you mean arrest, Captain? Cellophane asks. The man glances back and gives him an annoyed look. Son, you're a hero, I'm a soldier. You take villains down, I take terrorists out. Cellophane wisely decides to keep his mouth shut. And a moment later they walk past the scientists, and even the captain ignores their suggestions to stay away from the site, deciding that if Horizon doesn't say he should stop, he'll keep tagging along. Horizon squats down at the edge of the crater, seeing the low winds blowing the white dust about ever so gently. Thankfully it wasn't light enough to simply get blown into the sky by a gently breeze. This is the first time I've been able to study decay, so I can't waste the chance. He carefully lowers his hand toward it. Wait, that could be dangerous, one of the scientists yells out, but neither Cellophane or the captain back away. His fingers enter the dust, and he immediately uses scan, focused on the particles, determined to understand them. We were wrong about his quirk, Horizon says as he removes his hand. About decay? Cellophane asks. It's obviously not limited to organics, and considering he's improved this much he probably doesn't have to use all his fingers to trigger it anymore. Cutting off his hands is still the best plan, if you can't just kill him. Bullet through the skull hasn't failed me yet, the captain says. How does decay work? One of the scientists asks. It's tactile telekinesis, Horizon says, seeing some of them look confused. Think about when All Might would lift a bridge, part of it would crumble trying to support its own weight. But if Captain Celebrity does it, the bridge doesn't crumble under its own weight. Touch-based telekinesis, but this is different. It's more like Shigaraki just commands things to fall apart. And judging from the size of this crater, if he's still actively commanding it, the decay, no, the disintegration of matter won't stop until he's stopped or satisfied. At least that's my thoughts, since I don't sense any energy in this dust, no invasive elements. It's simply self-destruct under his command. But the good news is at least we know he still has to touch things to activate it, and that it won't work on my body, since my quirk blocks any other quirks from telling me what to do, even if the commands is fall apart or something like that. At least we learned something about him, the captain says. Too bad this didn't give us any leads on finding him. Not necessarily. Horizon warps scalpel into his hand from where he left is with his board. I'm hoping Urawi left us one lead on his blade. Shambles? Scalpel swaps for a broken katana, almost as massive and covered in bits of flesh and blood, along with some white dust. How the hell did that survive? Cellophane can't help but blurt out. It was toward the edge, but if I had to guess, he probably threw it as high as possible before Shigaraki finished the attack. So he skipped the wave, the scientist says. So flying counters the wave of decay on the floor, that's good to know. Yeah, Horizon raises the sword and looks at the blood, tacked. The blood and only the blood is pulled off the sword and hovers in front of him, separated into little drops. I'm hoping he cut someone in our national database and not just some brainless Nomu. Sitting at his desk, Horizon is slumped over, asleep. After spending 37 hours reviewing data, he decided to take his 1-hour nap to feel fully refreshed, which is how he's currently spending this Saturday night. Behind him, the tinted windows of his office in Horizon Tower show the Tokyo skyline, colorful and lively against the dark night sky, full moon and all. Millions of people in Minato, Tokyo alone, all peacefully enjoying their lives amongst nearly no villains. Simply because Horizon Tower stood here, staring down at them like a obelisk of justice and peace. Beep, beep, beep. Horizon, or more accurately, Law, jolts awake. His visor was on the desk staring at him, only the body glove was on with the face mask portion laying on the desk. Here within his office, even with the guests in his tower, he felt more than comfortable taking off his visor to get some fresh air. Even if day by day he's noticing that the visor feels more comfortable than having his face exposed. Now what's this about? He rubs his eyes and cracks his neck before touching the keyboard. The two monitors on his desk light up to reveal the processes he'd sent in motion were now completely. DNA match, 50%, one screen said. Okay, let's see what we've got. He begins looking at the lower percentile DNA matches. So the samples from Yoruimusha's sword are, a Nomu, another Nomu, and the main one is. He reads the results a few times before sitting back in his chair and staring at the screen, trying to make sense of it. He glances to his right, where his sword scalpel dash and Yoruimusha's recovered katana were leaning against the desk. The DNA must have been more contaminated than I thought, right? He asks aloud. There has to be some logical explanation for this. Computer, he commands aloud, what were the parameters for DNA sequence search? The computer announces his own instructions back to him. Use entered DNA sequence data and compare to all cataloged samples within Pro-Hero database, alongside villain and prisoner records provided by the Hero Public Safety Commission and Law Enforcement. RNES. How many times were these comparisons run? 43 million tests were run including repetitions, prioritizing matches above 15%. Okay, so my parameters weren't broken, law mutters. Maybe I made a mistake. But still, the chances of this being the outcome are so small, not to mention I've been doing tests like these for so long to find targets that it's unlikely. Computer, confirm DNA sequence match. DNA sequence match of 50% found between sample 7 and Enji Todoroki, aka Pro-Hero Endeavor the Flame Hero -- Fuck, law mutters. Okay, so the most likely case is that they made a failed clone of Endeavor. It has to be a failed clone if even Yoruimusha was able to cut it without his sword melting. And the worst case scenario, also the least likely, is Endeavor switched sides. Computer, Hero Network confidential files, Endeavor, logs, 48 hours ago. The screen immediately shows a video and report from within Endeavor's personal account and the news of him actively fighting a villain during the time of the attack against Yoruimusha. Okay, so probably a clone, Law says. But if it was a clone, why would it be 50% match? It would be 100%. Maybe Shigeriki's Nomugai spliced it with another quirk for better performance. Maybe wind to increase the damage or ice to reduce the drawbacks. As Law is looking at the screen, showing Endeavor's personal information including a list of his family members, he raises a brow at Natsuo's name. Fuyamai seems harmless, the mom is in the hospital, and the others are heroes or dead, but I've got no idea about Natsuo. As always, Law decides to be through. Run sample 7, against civilian DNA database file, REI Todoroki. A progress bar appears on the screen for a few seconds before disappearing. Sequence comparison complete, 50% match. As expected, children are only able to get 50% against parents after all. Run sample 7, against civilian DNA database file, Fuyamai Todoroki. Sequence comparison complete, 50% match. So at least my favorite Todoroki isn't moonlighting as a villainous, fuck it. Run sample 7, against Todoroki family, branch, Enji Todoroki. 95% match found. Law raises a brow at this, 95%? Repeat command. 95% match found. That doesn't really make much sense. It should be a perfect match for Natsuo, unless, maybe they gave him some kind of enhancement. Computer, display side-by-side DNA sequence comparisons for the highest probability match. On Law's left monitor, sample 7 appears. But on his right monitor, something surprising happens. Where Natsuo Todoroki's name was expected to be, instead he saw Toya Todoroki. The dead kid. Law glances at Toya's file, seeing him pronounced dead as a child. But the hormones in the sample were from an adult. A lot of things aren't adding up here. I'll need to talk to Enji to confirm. He looks between both the screens to see the more recent sample having familiar alterations in its DNA sequence. Had it not been for his perfect memory and absurd mental processing screen, he would have missed it in the sea of colors flowing by on the screen. But in his mind each sample of helical DNA was impossible to confuse for another, especially his. Computer, monitor 2, DNA sample, private database, HRZNL3. Confirmation key required. Miracle elixir, Law says clearly and calmly. Beep. On the right monitor the requested sample appears. DNA sequence, HRZNL3, a partial sample of his own DNA scanned and stored on his own server within Nizu's server. With key components missing, so even if someone did manage to get it and make a clone of him, by some miracle, they'd only get a lump of dead meat. Because not only is it incomplete, it's also scrambled. But his mind allows him to easily fill in the gaps and solve this 100 million piece puzzle at a glance. Not that anyone else even has a chance, because as with many other aspects of Horizon, his DNA is unique. Where regular helical DNA is simply two spiraling columns rising up in perfect unity, connected by what could be described as rungs on a ladder. His was 4 such columns, with one straight pillar down the middle where all the rungs intersect. A recent development after Hand of God perfectly integrated his new quirks. So a mere few days after he received them, they all simply ceased to exist, effective fed to Hand of God, which made itself so much stronger. But it would still be months before he could fully access the gargantuan boost in power this provides, without the backlash. Before he has a grudge match that puts a new fear of God into the world, heroes, villains, and civilians alike. I knew something was off, Law says as he looks at sample 7, Toya's DNA. This looks like they gave his fire quirk to someone without fire resistance, morons. I'll have to ask Enji what happened to the body. They've clearly been collecting corpses for a lot longer than we realize. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, open up. Ryoko yells from the other side of his office door. Something big just happened. Shambles? His mask and visor are warped back on as he waves a hand. Across from his desk there isn't any visible door, but the hidden door would open if he touched it, since his biometrics is accepted. The alternative is what he just did, which is use tact to carefully move the internal locks, a feature he has in this door and his other security doors and vaults for when he doesn't want to get up. But usually he simply warps. Ryoko walks holding his sword, sheathed, wearing a baggy t-shirt and a pair of shorts, glistening with sweat as her workout was interrupted. What's the big deal, and why do you have my extra sword? Horizon asks. I always practice with the one you leave in the tower, Ryoko says as she drops it on the couch and walks over to him. Didn't you say the news just now? I was sleeping. What news? Just look up Yoruimusha death video, she says while walking behind his desk as he's typing it in, and hiding his previous work. So the public knows. Horizon asks. Barely gave us 2 days to figure things out. You knew, she asks as he clicks on the first video. Horizon simply gestures to the side of his desk, where the original scalpel which he either always has on him or at UA- and Yoruimusha's katana are resting. Oh, why didn't you tell me? My job is keeping secrets, comes with being a top pro hero. I was a top pro too, You shared 42nd place with your entire team. I'm treated like the number one. We aren't the same. No need to rub it in. She points to the screen as the video appears, already having 100 million views in only a few minutes. See, the league leaked it. The video appears showing Yoruimusha down on one knee, half of his armor and one of his katanas melted. Dabi is standing a few feet away holding his arm which is bleeding, which sets off some alarm bells in Horizon's head. Then the camera pans over to Shigaraki who has an injured pro pinned down. It's been a while since I got to stretch my legs. I nearly forgot how much fun taking down you heroes was, Shigaraki says as he palms the man's head, causing him to wither away into grey powder. Looking cool, boss. Twice yells from behind the camera, and it shakes a bit as he cheers. I found this one trying to hide from the fight, Spinner says as the camera pans over to him. There was a young girl on his shoulder, wearing a yellow skin tight suit with small knives attached to it. Tears were flowing down her beautiful face as he drops her on her side, and through her bawling she sits up to try and crawl away from Shigaraki. Shigaraki continues walking toward Yoruimusha, and passes in front of her to do so. And her first year as a sidekick, at 19 years old, ends as he casually taps the top of her head with one finger. Heroes are supposed to challenge villains, not hide like cowards, he says as the decay spreads down her body and she falls apart as grey dust. Ryoko grabs onto Horizon, he feels her hands trembling and rests a hand on her, helping her to calm down. So he doesn't need all 5 fingers to make contact anymore, Horizon mutters as the video continues. Shigaraki arrives at Yoruimusha, and as the man is about to give his heroic last words he grabs his face and instantly decays him. You old people need to shut up and get out of the way, this is our era, he says before looking past the camera. Twice, pack up everything useful, then I'll crater this place, we're done here. The video instantly cuts to a shot from above the base, the sound of flapping giving away that a winged Nomo was carrying twice as he records. And below they could only see the massive crater that was left behind. Quite a statement, Horizon says as he swivels his chair to the side and pulls the trembly Ryoko into his lap. He chose the black market loot cache farthest from me for a reason, you'll be safe here. It's not me that I'm worried about, she says in a shaky voice. Do you really have to fight that thing? Horizon wraps his arms around her and pulls her against his chest. Being in the top 50 means you have to fight serious villains, but being Horizon means you have to fight all the real monsters. What if? Nothing will happen to me. If anything, he knows he's outmatched and that's why he avoids me. Plus his quirk doesn't work on me. That doesn't mean you should risk it. And if I don't stop him, who will? Horizon asks. And how many people will die until they do? Ryoko falls silent at that. Horizon gently pats her head and leans further back into his chair. We are selfish people, so you really don't have to worry. I don't plan to die playing hero. Good, Ryoko says. I like our plan, so let's stick to it. She feels his chest expand beneath her as he takes a deep breath and waits until she relaxes a bit. So, what's this about you wanting to be a sexy samurai? He asks. Oh, you like the idea of a sexy samurai girlfriend. Wow, since when were you my girlfriend? Ryoko scoffs, mind slowly drifting away from the video they just watched. You're the worst. Yeah, and you love me for it. 1 p.m., Tokyo. Sitting on one of the couches in Panta's office, Horizon is scrolling through his phone, waiting for the woman to arrive. And of course, the first moment of peace he's had all day is interrupted by his phone ringing. Come on man, it's Sunday, don't you ever take a day off, he says before answering the call, and it immediately connects to his visor. Hello. Aizawa's voice greets him. Whatever this is definitely could have waited till tonight when I'm back at UA, Horizon says. What is it? It's about the UA Culture Festival Tuesday, Aizawa says. What does that have to do with me? I just have to stay on campus and scare off villains. Yeah, but is Ryoko coming? The cat, not the dragon, Aizawa clarifies. Can't believe that's something I need to say to you. Yeah, she's coming, Ryukyu isn't. UA is all the way on the other side of Japan from her turf. Good, can she watch Eri during the festival? Since everyone will be on alert, I can't leave her with Mirio and the other members of the Big Three, and the last thing I want is for her to be targeted because people see her around you, so handing her off to a pro hero that isn't in costume is the best approach. Yeah, Horizon agrees. Mandalay will be giving her Kota to babysit at the festival too while they're working security. I'll just give her a heads up. Thanks, I appreciate it. This whole new dad thing is still a bit weird. You're doing pretty good so far. Horizon gives a genuine compliment for a change. Don't know if hearing that from you is a good or a bad thing. Hey, I'm great, and my parents clearly knew what they were doing. Yeah, but I'm not trying to make her into a optimized superhero like your parents were doing. I just want her to be a regular kid. And you're doing fine, I think. I wouldn't know. I wasn't raised to be a loser. I never said loser. That's what regular people are. It's why they worship pro heroes so much, even the useless ones. Aizawa sighs. Well, I'll cut this conversation short before you make me second guess everything I've been doing. Don't forget to tell Ryoko about this A-beta-s. Yates and Aizawa hangs up on him. Okay, I see, so it's like that Horizon goes back to scrolling through his social media for a few minutes until Panto walks in, carrying a stack of papers in her arms. Seeing him she pauses for a moment, then without letting any emotion show she closes the door and silently walks over to her desk, immediately getting to work. It's quite rude to warp into my office without permission, Panto says. Horizon shrugs. Figured since you're using your fancy character recognition system all across Japan to track me I didn't have to say where I was. He sees Panto glance at him for a moment, then she returns to her work. Oh right, this is one of the few places without any cameras or mics guess I found a blind spot. And should I bother asking how you know about that system? It's one of the reasons living here was easier than most countries, Horizon says. Your security tends to be a bit lax for super high value targets because you lean on that system so much. So if we feed the system some wrong info, suddenly we aren't in Japan anymore. Panto holds down a button on her keyboard and speaks clearly, have the character recognition system fully audited by the end of this week. She then releases the button. Thank you for the insight. MHM, so I heard you cancelled the tribute event for Yoroi Musha, Horizon says. Thanks for that, really wasn't in the mood for that waste of a day. I didn't do it for you, we simply can't afford to not have our top pro heroes on patrol. Panto begins folding some of the papers. Not to mention having everyone gathered together after seeing Shigeriki's new power was clearly a bad idea, but the public doesn't need to know how concerned we truly are. MHM, and is Hawks any closer to finding where the base is? A pregnable silence fills the room as Panto slowly looks up at Horizon. Well, how did you know about that plan? I took a educated guess, and you just confirmed it, Horizon says, and she was sure he had a wide grin beneath the visor. Figured if you're so hell-bent on keeping me away from the League, it's because you've got someone stealthily getting close. Looks like I was right. Yes well, when he has locations for both Kurogiri and Twice, you'll be called in for the strike. Figured as much. Any other national secrets that you'd like to inform me that you're aware of? He think about it for a moment. Well, actually, never mind, that's all. Panto looks at Horizon for a moment, sensing that he just blatantly lied, but she lets it go, carefully observing the way he's casually sitting there with scalpel leaning against the couch. Considering all she knows about him, and how much she doesn't know, why are you looking at me like that? Horizon asks. Sorry you're a bit too old for me. Panto doesn't give in to him jabs, simply ignoring it. I was thinking that, in another life, you would have made a remarkable agent. To protect Japan and her interests. You would have had me working with Birdie. She can hear the disgust in his voice. For a man who claims not to hold any grudges because he accepts the consequences of the life he chose, you seem to hold a grudge against him. Even though he was only following Nizu's orders. Maybe I just don't like him. Horizon goes back to looking at his phone. I see. Panto nods and goes back to her work. For all his talk about keeping things strictly business, I suppose looking past the fact that Hawks nearly killed his mother before his eyes is too much. Even for a monster like him, he has a soft spot. He really would have been a perfect agent. A few moments later and there is a knock at the door. Enter, Panto says, and Endeavor steps inside. All the flames on his costume were currently off. Lady Panto, Endeavor says with a slight bow, before he looks over at the couch, why are you here? Just in case, Horizon says playfully, and nods toward Scalpel leaning nearby. I have the date for next month's Hero Billboard chart ceremony. Of course you'll be #1, Panto says as Endeavor walks in, leaving the door closed behind him. You didn't get the highest score in some categories, but right now having a practical and capable #1 is more important than a charming person. We need people who take action, not people who coddle the masses. Not to mention the only pro heroes capable of fighting the villains worth worrying about are in this room. I see, thank you Lady Panto, Endeavor says. Don't get too comfy in that spot NG, Horizon says. I'm more capable and charming than you, so a few months after I graduate, that spot is mine. I'm counting on it, Endeavor says, which surprised Panto and Horizon. But I doubt you called me here to speak about things that could have been an email. No, we didn't, Panto says as he reaches into her desk and hands him a folder with a few papers. Take a seat and read these results, tell us what you think. But before that, Horizon says as Endeavor is moving toward the couch opposite him. Did Toya have blue flames? Endeavor freezes, standing across from Horizon. What does that have to do with anything? It's a simple question Endeavor, Horizon says. Endeavor looks at Panto, and she gives him a nod. With a sigh he admits, yes, he did. But I fail to see how that could be relevant. You should sit down and read those. Minutes later Endeavor is sitting across from Horizon, tears flowing down his face and falling onto the paper in his hands. Oh god, I never know what to say when this crap happens, Horizon thinks. Are you sure it's from Dabby? Endeavor asks in a terrified voice. Maybe it's from something else, like, anything else. We aren't sure, but I'm willing to bet it's Dabby, Horizon says. But this doesn't make sense. That was from over 15 years ago. How? Did you ever find a body? Pantu asks. No, everything was incinerated, we assumed that. Endeavor chokes on his words. I should have kept looking, I never should have given up. If you did that, then he would have died for sure, Horizon says. I have reason to believe that they did something to keep him alive. His DNA has strands of Nomu genome perfectly melded into it. All for one, he's behind this, Endeavor says, angry even as the tears keep flowing. Best case scenario, I'm wrong, Horizon says. Is that possible? You're Horizon, world's best doctor, is it possible? Endeavor asks. I see, can it be amnesia, or mind control? Endeavor asks, wiping his tears. Well, that's possible. Endeavor looks up at Horizon. I'm not asking if it's possible, I'm asking if it's likely. You've studied these villains more than most, just be honest with me, please. Horizon sighs. It's unlikely that they'd resort to that. Those methods are unreliable for this long a period of time. It would have been more efficient to harvest his stem cells and clone that powerful quirk. I see, so if this is true, then he's a real villain. And it's my fault, Endeavor says. He's an adult, his life, his choices. Lots of people have childhood trauma, but only a rare few are, well, you know. My main concern is if he knows who he is, assuming this data is correct, Panta says. And we will be operating as if he is Toya Todoroki until we have evidence disproving it that the public will also believe. When I become number one, he could make this public and further shake people's faith in the pro-heroes, Endeavor says. I shouldn't become number one. I doubted myself before, but now I know it. Not an option, Horizon says. You're the only one who can do it until I'm a fully licensed pro. Anyone else they'll just kill to make an example of. Either way they'll try to destroy the next number one pro-hero, but this way we at least have a chance. A murderous villain pointing fingers at the number one pro-hero, we can control the media and have him ignored. Or when you do become number one, he'll hate it so much that he won't be able to resist showing his face, Panta says. No matter how you feel, no matter how we look at it, you're the only choice we really have, Endeavor. Endeavor gives a defeated sigh. All right, then I shall do my best to be the number one hero people can look up to, who my family can be proud of. At least for the next 3 years, he looks over at Horizon, until you're ready. November 5th, 2315. UA, a highly secure school that the public could never dream of entering. Most of the time. The one main exception to that? The UA Culture Festival. Normally a collection of stalls and a few stages just beyond the front gates of the school. Kept small as each class hosts their own shows, games, or food stalls to show off school spirit. This is the one event where the hero course actually takes a back seat while the business and support courses wow the public with all they've learned at UA. But this year was different. This year the entire festival was taken to a completely different level. Instead of a few tents and stalls, there was a walkway leading directly from the school gates into a massive arena just beyond the campus. An entire structure dedicated to hosting the thousands of people that are currently flooding the school. It was like the UA Sports Festival all over again. Companies from near and far fought each other to rent spots within the festival, selling all manner of food, drinks, and hero merchandise to the visiting public. Upon entry at the gate, all the visitors were funneled through a few layers of security scanners and given a wristband to track where they are on campus, and quirk use. But most importantly, they were immediately intimidated by all the pro-heroes littering the school grounds. Standing at the front entrance was Crust, a top 10 pro-hero, supported by some of his sidekicks and MT Lady, ready for any assaults from the road. There were extra cameras atop the massive black steel walls running along the perimeter of the school. And it felt like nobody could go 10 steps without bumping into a pro-hero. It was every hero-worshipping kid's paradise, and the paparazzi were enjoying it just as much. This of course was expected, so many less popular pro-heroes offered their services every year, hoping to get some spotlight and go viral from the sheer volume of pictures that would be taken. But this year most of them were feeling the cold shoulder of neglect. Everywhere they looked there were people wearing Horizon's merch, from t-shirts to backpacks and shoes. Most legitimate, many not. But Horizon doesn't really care, it was the least of his concerns really. But what annoyed the pro-heroes more was the paparazzi and fans constantly approaching them, and just when they think they're about to get some attention the person simply asks where Horizon is. Yet all they can do is smile and play nice, varying the annoyance they feel each time it's asked. Walking through the crowd and largely being either avoided or ignored, Endeavor would stop ever so often to sign something for a fan or give a comment and pose for a picture. But today he was on a mission. He wasn't here technically working security, so he had no post to report to, but of course he did have a pass to go anywhere he wants within reason. His presence was enough of a security assurance for 99% of villains, so he could roam about freely. And right now he was making his way toward the performance stages where 1A was preparing to bond with, or more accurately, annoy, Shoto. At least from Shoto's point of view. Ignoring the scent of candy in the air, all the congested and crowded walkways which meant his flames were off dash, and the noise of all the students vying for the public's attention. Endeavor focuses only on getting to his goal, perhaps one of the few pro-heroes here who are thankful to Horizon for stealing away so much attention. And while nobody has yet to see Horizon, suddenly hundreds of phones go off at once, a new notification reaching them all. The people along the crowded walkway to get to the arena, walking in front of the main campus building, suddenly look up at the building. as they saw themselves in Horizon's newest post, a picture of him sitting at the edge of the building, feet dangling over the edge, with the crowd shown down below him. UA being tagged, a clear warning for the villains to stay away from UA and Musudafu today, which the criminals based in Tokyo will surely appreciate. Dozens of people take out their cameras and zoom in, trying their best to get a picture of him sitting there. And much to their delight, he gives them a simple wave and goes back to listening to his music, ignoring the crowds. He does this for hours. His room open, taking all of his focus to keep an eye on everything and everyone, but eventually something catches his eye. At noon, 3 hours after the start of the festival, he senses and sees something interesting enter UA. Shambles? With a thought he warps into the middle of the crowd, startling many people before they all begin clamoring and trying to get his attention, but he tunes them out and shuts his much off. He simply stood there, staring down at a little boy in a rather accurate Horizon cosplay. He couldn't be more than 10 years old, and he was clearly starstruck, staring up at his hero in silence. His parents were on either side of him, and they didn't know what to say either, but before they could utter a word Horizon got down to the boy's level, taking a knee. Taking a closer look at him. Nice hero costume Horizon, he says to the boy, noticing the child was trembling with excitement. So, are you a fan? The boy just nods, and through the holes in the boy's cardboard visor he could see 2 wide eyes, pupils like saucers staring at him. You're my favorite, the boy says, and the crowd gets completely silent, some people recording while others are just taking in the scene. And why is that? You're strong, the boy then raises a small foam katana at his side, and have a sword. Horizon chuckles, everyone likes the sword. MHM, the boy excitedly nods along. But you know, my hero costume has more than just a sword, Horizon says. Really? MHM, he rolls back his sleeve slightly to show the body glove, which the boy thankfully wasn't wearing. Just a simple white suit, foam katana, and cardboard visor. See, this keeps me healthy, and helps me stay cool in the sun, so be sure to drink lots of water while you're having fun today. Alright. But there is one more thing. Horizon raises his hand, and a similar card to his metal throwing cards appears. But this one was plastic and dull, with his symbol on both sides, with one side signed. A special set of these were made weeks ago in preparation for moments like these, and he's given a few stalls here cards to give away as prizes. Whoa, the boy leans forward and slowly moves to grab it out of the air, then hesitates. Every Horizon needs some of these, Horizon says. This one is yours, take care of it alright. The boy vigorously nods along, then gets a nudge from his dad. Thank you. Always happy to help a fellow hero, Horizon says as he hovers the card over to the boy who holds it close to his chest. Enjoy the festival, and stay safe. The boy just continues nodding excitedly, not knowing what to say, and before the other people in the crowd can speak Horizon disappears. Appearing back on the roof, but this time not sitting at the edge. You could have stayed there a bit long, Nizu says. He'd been waiting on the roof for barely a moment before Horizon reappeared. A lot of people are here to see you. Horizon sighs and reaches down to lift Nizu, putting him up on the ledge where they look out over the crowd and the city together. They occasionally see someone taking a picture of them chatting, but largely ignore the crowd. And why would I want to get swarmed by those hero-worshipping morons? Horizon asks while waving to the crowd. You don't have any problem saying hello to children. Well, they're kids, and some of them, like that last one, have great taste in pro-heroes. Do you ever plan to actually enjoy the festival? I am enjoying it. Also, I told Jiro I'd come down to watch the concert, so I've only got 1 hour of peace up here before that starts. I see, that's good, Nizu says as they enjoy a peaceful lull in the conversation, looking down at all the families pouring into UA. Looking up at Horizon, he sees the visor looking down at the crowd, and behind it he just knew Horizon was lost in his own thoughts, as he often is at scenes like this. Do you ever wish you could be them? Nizu asks. Be what? Normal. Why would I ever want that? I'm Horizon, I'm better. Well, that makes one of us, Nizu admits. I used to wish for it all the time, and occasionally I still do, in moments like theses. What if I wasn't born a rat that developed a quirk and got experimented on for years? What if I was just a normal human with a normal family doing normal things? What if I knew what a normal life was like? But I've long made peace with it. That's why UA is my everything, it is all that will be left of my life. But for all the good I've done, and that UA will continue to do, sometimes I find myself jealous of them. Neither of them speak for a few minutes, until Horizon breaks the silence. Sometimes, you know, after a long shift of non-stop hero work, I go back to the tower and just relax with Ryoko. And I think about how much better things would be if they were there too. And I think about all the people out there that get to have their full families because I don't have mine back yet. And, I don't know, it's like I'm happy for them, at least for the kids that don't have to grow up without parents. But then I get angry, because I remember why I'm doing this. But then you keep doing it anyway, Nizu says. How often do you think about them? I try not to, Horizon admits. The more I think about them, the less focused I get, and the more I think about how. About how what? Horizon sighs, about how much they would prefer if I just walked away right now. Just packed everything up and left, and let them get executed, like they asked me to do. The deal is either I play hero, or I walk away, those are the only options I have. Can you really do that? Rather not, obviously, Horizon says. But, if it comes to it, I will, because I know it's what they'd want me to do. But I also have to honor my agreement, plus, and I hate to say it but, being a pro-hero has its uses. Niza looks at him with a victorious smirk. Don't even start. Beneath the visor Horizon rolls his eyes. I didn't say anything, but I'm glad you're learning to enjoy this life you've chosen. And so long as you're happy, I'm sure they'll be happy. How about you just take things one day at a time, don't get your hopes up, alright. Alright, Niza says. And less than a minute later he can't help but ask, so do you like save? Horizon raises a hand, signaling for him to be quiet, then taps his visor, meaning he's on a call. I need to go, Horizon says after the call ends. What? But you can't leave, the security. The Cultu nuclear reactor is having a potential crisis, Nizu. Oh god, Niza's eyes go wide. If that happens then it could contaminate the water system there and kill millions. Yeah, and 13 just gave me the call to assist her since she knows I can handle a lot of dangerous scenarios. Niza nods along. Alright, I'll keep things running as if you're still here. But stay away from the cameras, we don't need villains knowing you're on the other side of Tokyo. I'll travel as Law, this feels too perfect to be a coincidence, but I know, Niza says. We just can't take the risk. I'll do what I can here to boost security as quietly as possible, you just stay safe, and be quick. I'll do my best. Standing atop a small 6-story building. Normally a bustling hotel and restaurant but now entirely deserted, La Matani looks out at the city of Cultu. At the top of Japan's northern island, it was hours away from UA by conventional means. Thankfully La has access to things other than trains and boats. Looking down at the city below, there were only a final few stragglers making their way out. The last remaining people before this city became a temporary ghost town. Emergency service personnel were busy opening the manholes all across the city and entering, wearing full-body protective suits, sealing them away from the leaked gas so they don't get killed by the fumes. A few news drones could be spotted observing them, the heroic few entering the underground systems to find the massive gas leak and contain it before the entire city explodes. Room? Law's eyes glow bright blue and begin releasing blue energy vapor as he opens a room spanning 20 kilometers total, 10 kilometers in any direction from him. Scan? He casually takes stock of anyone left behind by the evacuation services, noting that they did a thorough job, then focuses toward the edge of the city, where he could see the massive Cultu reactor resting on the coast. Taking out his phone he gives Pro Hero 13 a call. Horizon, are you here yet? 13 asks, he can hear the worry in her voice. I'm just double-checking the city in case people got left behind in the evacuation. How are things at the reactor? Not good, we have about an hour before this thing goes critical. Can we go in yet? No, 13 says. The engineers are still trying to flood the system remotely. If we open the doors the radiation will leak past the control room so there won't be any going back from that. This is their last chance before evacuating A with acute. Got it, so you can explain to me what the hell is happening then, Law says. Modern reactors are made so well that it's nearly impossible for this to happen. The fail-safes should have shut it down by flooding it with water or by releasing the dampeners. How is this possible? We aren't sure yet, but they can do an autopsy of this after we solve it. Shambles? Horizon's hero costume appears on his body, and scalpel is floating at his side. Focusing on the reactor he senses some scattered paper beside 13 and swaps with it. Shambles? He appears beside her, cutting off the phone call and startling her. Good, you're here, is the city clear? She asks. All clear, now we just have to deal with this. He gestures to the massive blast doors in front of them. Looking back he senses the engineers in the control room, all wearing full hazmat suits as they stressfully work at the computers. You need a hazmat suit, 13 says. If we have to open these doors the radiation will be beyond lethal. Huh, I thought you called me because I can handle radiation. You can? When President Pantu and I discussed this she only said you'd be a good person to have around for this, she didn't get into the specifics. My quirk is very good in situations like these, she made the right call bringing me in on this. Now, tell me everything you couldn't say over the phone. The reactor seals cracked, along with some of the gates containing the heat. That led to a chain reaction of sorts that apparently warped the metal and stopped the fail-safe protocols from happening. I thought that was impossible, Horizon says. On paper it should be, but I suppose someone did the math wrong. And the people. A false gas leak has been reported, and President Pantu ordered Bubble Girl and a few others with quirks that can produce certain odors to trick the people. The evacuation was necessary in case we fail. And the people in the city actually looking for gas leaks. They're wearing those suits for a reason, it'll give them enough protection to get out of the city should we fail. They'll be fine no matter what. But we needed them to also believe there is a gas leak, we need the media on our side for this. If things go as we want, this situation will be resolved without anyone ever knowing we almost had a nuclear accident here. Japan is already under internal and external scrutiny on a global scale. We can't afford to be the first country in centuries to mishandle our reactors. I'm more concerned about what happens if the media knows I'm here. Why is that? If they see I'm here, it would be logical for Shigaraki to attack UA, and if I'm here they can't stop Makia. It'll be a slaughter. Compound that with this reactor having a full meltdown, Japan will fall apart within a few minutes. And many top pros are at UA, so we wouldn't be able to handle the chaotic aftermath, 13 says. That's why only the people here, Nizo, and President Pantu and her trusted agents are aware of this. I see. Horizon crosses his arms and doesn't speak for a moment. What is it? Doesn't this seem too perfect to you? The most important day for me to be at UA, and this happens all the way at the other end of Japan. Now I'm here and they're vulnerable. Not everything is about you, 13 says. The villains couldn't know about your radiation abilities, right? It's a fair assumption that you'd be here to evacuate people or in worst case heal people and rescue survivors, but that doesn't mean someone would do this just to get you away from UA. I hope you're right, so what's the plan for in there? He gestures to the doors. I get to the nuclear material and use my quirk, black hole, to destroy it. Disposing of that much energy-rich matter will put me out of commission for a few weeks, at best, but it's the safest way to protect everyone. Then I'll deal with the remaining radiation by shoving it into the carbon rods. Alright, sounds good. MHM, 13 nods. For the record, always knew your quirk wasn't limitless, Horizon says. Oh yeah, what gave it away? Well, I have a brain, not to mention, if you could generate a real black hole, you'd be mystery class. Because we still don't know how those work. I always wondered about that. Mystery class, is that true or is it a publicity stunt? Stanner and Stripe seems to be able to do a lot of things, like she has 100 different quirks. And you're similar, but beyond comprehension seems like a stretch. Honestly, even as a mystery class and quirk specialist, it's difficult to understand but impossible to explain. Just consider it magic, that's all. Ms. 13, the engineers announce over the internal PA system of the facility. I'm sorry, but we weren't able to stop it. You'll have to go in. When we open the doors, all radio wave communication will stop working. We'll watch from the cameras remotely, but you'll be on your own. Horizon stays quiet, still not wanting the engineers to know he's her, in case one of them was a saboteur. And only moments later the massive blast doors begin moving, and a wave of heat slams into both the heroes. Horizon flinches as it crashes into him, feeling the radiation instantly attacking his body. Booster shot? Blue energy vapor begins pouring off his body, healing him as quickly as the radiation was hurting him. Are you alright? 13 asks. She sees him take a deep breath then shrug off the pain of his cells being irradiated. I'll be fine, but let's make this quick. The longer we take the further the radiation gets. All of this happened while they could both hear 13's Geiger counter in her suit constantly making noise. Follow me, and no warping, 13 says as she begins running forward into the hallway. We can't afford to skip any of the chambers, so let's do this the old-fashioned way. Horizon is easily keeping up with the shorter woman. How many rads? Right now, 7,000, and climbing by the second as the containment material is melted away. If we fail it'll rocket past 30,000 in an instant. That might be more than I can handle right now, Horizon admits. I'm surprised you can handle this many already. Most people never fully recover from being blasted by 100 just once, but you're here walking as if it's nothing. I'm more impressed by that suit of yours, Horizon says. If it cracks you instantly die in this radiation, but you're completely unbothered. It was made to contain my quirk back when I was training. If I lost control as powerful as I am now it wouldn't hold up, but it's enough to handle this. Anything more than 12,000 and I'll be in trouble. After nearly a minute of running they arrive at the first chamber. Well, one moment, 13 begins inspecting the seals. This chamber is still perfectly fine. There are two more small ones like this to check. They're on the route to the big reactor core. They begin running off again, and find the following two chambers are sealed, which only leaves one chamber left. Wow, can you handle that? Horizon asks as they lay eyes on the main reactor core. It was a glowing red sphere laying on the metal floor of what was a massive pool of water, slowly melting into it, even this metal alloy that took almost 2 centuries of material science and clever quirk used to create, and it was melting it. Too hot, 13 says as he begins pushing into the heat. Her suit was built for moments like these. Thanks to her quirk and position as one of the world's best rescue heroes, she's prepared for even nightmares like this. Beneath her suit she was already drenched in sweat, her suit quickly losing structural integrity by the seconds. Her boots warping the nearly molten metal floor with each step. Behind her Horizon was in the doorway, his coat was already on the floor, burned to ash. Along with his vest, undershirt, tie, and even his pants. All burned away so quickly, leaving only his body glove intact, but he could feel that falling apart as well. Booster shot? For the first time he actively tries to draw out the energy vapor, calling it out to coat his body. He gets small patches of it across him, protecting him from the heat and radiation. ACH, he winces as the material of his visor begins melting and fusing with his skin. Booster shot? His entire head is coated in the blue vapor, but instead of being blown away it clings to him like a strange jelly, taking the damage from the heat on his behalf. Feeling surprisingly cool even here in the reactor core. Booster shot? He coats his entire body with the energy liquid, trying to match the radiation as 13 uses her quirk. Standing directly in front of the basketball-sized reactor core she raises her right hand, that removes the arm portion of her costume, revealing her slender right hand to be covered in black spots below the hero costume. The skin immediately begins burning away and becoming black, dying. Black hole. She activates her quirk at full power for the first time in over a decade, and all the black spots on her hand grow and fuse together. It pulls in the air and the radiation from the room. Horizon drops to his knees to avoid being easily pulled in, resting his hands on the floor to give himself more friction. 13 pushes forward and makes direct contact with the reactor core, and slowly it begins to break apart and be absorbed by her quirk. The limit of matter and energy she can break down and absorb grows with mastery and experience. But this object had trillions of calories, so breaking it down wasn't so simple. The moment to outer shell cracks, the rads in the room jump to 18,000. And Horizon feels his energy reserves take a massive hit. His quirk instantly released more energy to match the radiation, and he felt hungry all of a sudden. Looking up, he only sees blinding red light. Then 30 seconds later the entire room goes silent and begins cooling down. He stops making the energy layer around himself and gets up, taking deep breaths, already exhausted, and looks up to see 13 laying on the floor. Her helmet and the front of her suit was torn up, leaving her body exposed and unclothed, at least in the front. Both her arms were once again revealed, this time without the spots on this, showing her quirk was unusable at the moment. Short black hair and a cute face, reminiscent of Toru. But as Horizon kneels beside her to scan her body, the most noticeable feature are the eyes, pupils like Event Horizon's, glowing golden and black, quite appropriate considering her quirk. "You're pretty cute," Horizon says as he scans her. 13 winces from slight pain as he touches her, then begins feeling a draft blow across her naked body, but is too exhausted to care. "The radiation, rods," 13 says, her voice sounding frail. "I'll take care of it, you just rest." Shambles? A pillow appears in her place, as he warped her into one of the room of the hotel he visited earlier. 13 won't be able to use her quirk for months after that, Horizon says as he stands up. Looking down at his body glove, he sees bits and pieces melted, burnt, and warped. Parts of the internal gel armor were completely destroyed due to his inability to regulate his external energy. Not that he cared that much, it's a move he just came up with after all. Okay, time to get to work. He looks around, taking stock above and around him. He was standing in what was the massive pool below the reactor core, and all around him were sealed cylindrical ports in the wall, each containing a dozen ultra-dense carbon rods. So the fail-safe was that the core would be lowered into this pool, but that didn't happen, until it melted its restraints. He looks up at the melted metal that once held the core in place. He looks down at the metal floor that was still somewhat molten, and this place ran out of water, because that gate didn't open for the ocean to pour in. He looks at a large gate on the ceiling, that was still closed. And the radiation got out of this room, because these things didn't eject the carbon dampener rods to absorb it. He looks around at all the ports containing the rods. 3 layers of fail-safes that stopped working, but the engineers said that all the stuff on the digital side of it kept working. Someone was messing around in here. He takes a deep breath and creates a new room, only as large as the facility itself. Tacked. All the ports with the rods are torn open, and he noticed something strange about the lock. First things first, contain the radiation before it reaches the city. With a wave of his hand he stacks all the rods at his feet in a neat pile, then raises his right hand and holds the wrist with his left. Taking a deep breath he closes his eyes, and focuses on the most minute thing in his room. On the energy and radiation in the air. He senses that the radiation is even at the limits of his room, and expands it for another kilometer until he was sure he'd gotten it all. Ever since Overhaul, he'd been practicing more and more with this move. Since that fight his mind has been able to snap to focus on the energy in the air much easier. He rarely gets headaches anymore while training. He can feel his power growing, and he's getting better and better at drawing out more of it. He's nowhere near able to tap into all of his new power, nowhere near aligning his mind and heart, nowhere near that breakthrough that would propel him to the absolute and undisputed top of this world, nowhere near being the ascended being that would only know absolute and crushing victory from that moment onward. But luckily, that was only 4 months away for Horizon. And right now, he was still enough. Gamma, strike. All the radiation glows green and red this time, since it's not only gamma radiation from the air. The engineers at the edge of the perimeter watch in amazement as the air itself glows and is pulled toward the reactor core room, pulled through the building itself and into the earth below. Then it gathers in the palm of Horizon's hand before he reaches out and touches the pile of carbon rods. The metal greedily absorbs the energy and heats up, softening slightly as the environment is once again safe. Horizon slouches slightly and takes some tired breaths. Okay, time to figure out what the fuck happened here. He looks around at the seals for the port containing the rods, and with a though brings one to float in front of him. Reaching out he inspects the seal, and everything appears normal. The motor that should have opened it was perfectly fine, at least before Horizon tore it out of the wall. Scan. Then he finds it. Within the locking mechanism the metal was fused together. Shambles. Scalpel appears in his hand. Amputate. He cuts the lock in two, now able to see a cross-section, and sees the entire thing was perfectly fused together. Looking up he sees the mechanism that was supposed to lower the core into the water melted into liquid, beyond inspection. The water gate. Horizon warps his hoverboard to him and stands on it, lifting himself up to the gate on the ceiling, meant to keep the ocean at bay until it was time to flood the core. BS. Placing his hand on it he focuses and scans it, sensing the metal also fused together, making it impossible to open, without alerting the engineers that anything changed, since the motors and electricals were unaffected. Nizu. Horizon reaches up and touches the side of his visor, only to feel the shape of his ear with the material melted onto it. Fuck. He looks at his left forearm and sees the hologram interface May made for his was also melted. Smobbles. Horizon warps outside to where the engineers were anxiously waiting in a small tent. They're all startled as he appears, surprising the men who were all wearing their hazmat suits and ready to evacuate. I need a phone, now. WH. 13 and I stopped the reactor, I need a phone, now. Here, one of the men hastily hands him his phone and Horizon begins dialing, completely oblivious to how he looks. He walks away from the men so that he can't be overheard, like a man who was bathed in molten plastic then rapidly cooled. Even when one of cameras got a full view of him, he didn't notice, too busy calling Nizu. Who is? I dealt with it. Horizon cuts Nizu off. It was Wolfram. Secure the shields. I'm coming back to UA now. I can't talk on this phone. Got it. Nizu hangs up. Looking at the time, Horizon sees it's already 4 p.m. The UA Culture Festival was already over. Shit. He snaps the phone in half and tosses it into the ocean nearby. Ah, that was my phone, one of the men mutter. They were peeking out of the tent. Horizon sighs and walks back over to the tent, and all the men can sense how uneasy he was. And if Horizon is uneasy, they were downright terrified of what could cause that. You men did nothing wrong, Horizon says to the engineers, the men who would have been held accountable for this disaster, for the death of millions. What? This was the work of a villain, Horizon says. Principal Nizu will inform President Pantu. You need to stay here with me until she gets more forces her to protect you and debrief you. A villain did this, the lead engineer asks. What kind of monster would do that? You don't have to worry about that, I'll deal with it, Horizon reassures them. But what about you? Are you alright? The man gestures to Horizon's melted costume. And where's 13? She had another emergency to deal with, so I warped her there. AHH, the engineers breathed a sigh of relief. Within 20 minutes Horizon was relieved by a hero Public Safety Commission agent carrying a secure phone. He was quickly informed that both David and Melissa Shield were completely fine and at UA. The UA Culture Festival went exactly as planned. No villain sightings and only one fight almost happened, but luckily Shinso was able to put a stop to it. Which leads Horizon to where he was now, in President Panta's office giving a full debrief. Look, you made the news, again, Panta says as she brings up a hologram of a social media post, showing Horizon speaking to some engineers on the Cultivation reactor facility compound. This is after the incident was concluded, and in the picture he appeared somewhat disheveled and unkempt. News drone. Yes, and they posted it before I could shut them down, Panta says. It turns out your friend saw through the gas leak story. Well, Chitos is a pro at manipulating the media, so it makes sense that she'd see when someone else tries to do it. Has she asked you for an official statement? My new phone is at UA, so I haven't checked yet, Horizon says. What should I say? Panto considers the options. The picture and the location make it quite obvious. If we lie, the people won't respect us and they'll think we failed to protect them and are hiding it. And the truth is the best option, Panto says. Being a villain is despised by the public, but being willing to cause a nuclear meltdown, kill a city and contaminate the water supply for millions of people and that much farmland. There won't be a civilian in Japan willing to be swayed by the League, since that's who everyone will assume was behind it. Only the real psychos will join them. Their recruitment numbers will drop and they'll take another hit in credibility because we stopped them. That's the best I can think of to spin this in our favor, Panta says. But I still don't understand the purpose of killing so many people. The motive of just death, destruction, and chaos, that fits Shigeriki's profile. But this was likely Wolfram, Horizon says. He's supposed to be an accomplished and smart mercenary. Mass murder is just a tool for him. It should have been a distraction, but Melissa and David are still at UA. I don't get it. You think there's another attack imminent? Panto asks. Most likely, this had to have been a distraction for something. Will you be in Tokyo tonight? If he wants mass murder and calamity as a distraction, Tokyo would be the place to do it. I need to go check on UA, in case this was a distraction to plant a bomb or something. I see. Panto shuts off the hologram. And, did you perhaps let them take that picture so I'd have to release the truth to make you look good? No, Horizon says, and she senses no lie. I have enough good credit as is. I'd never want the public to see me like that, as if I'm melted and falling apart. Not to mention I was more of a sidekick to 13 during that. Panta doesn't detect any lies, and only nods. 13 will be fine, by the way. She won't be able to use her quirk for a few weeks, or months. That's certainly a relief. Now I have to figure out the details of our story. I'm sure you'll appreciate the credit you'll get from this. Well, it won't hurt. Now I need to go. See ya. With that, Horizon warps away. And beneath her icy facade, Panto was even more annoyed by how much more Japan would adore him for this. How much more desirable he was to other countries. And how much they needed him. 7 p.m. Dude, you're crazy if you really thought you'd win this, with that weird play of all things. Ha, as if. Shiro gloats to Monoma. Both boys were sitting opposite each other in the 1A common room after the UA Culture Festival, surrounded by their classmates, with Shiro having one arm around Yui, who was mostly asleep beside him. Monoma waves the sheet of paper they were discussing around. The only thing this proves is that the student body doesn't know true entertainment. Doesn't matter, we won the votes, Shiro says flatly. Because they couldn't comprehend the transcendent art in our play, while your class made a catch song and some silly Dan ACH. Monoma bites his tongue as Kendo smack him on the head. They worked their butts off for that concert, she says, noticing all the 1A students glaring at him. It was great, and better than our play, kind of cheating since they've got Jiro thought. Oh yeah, Shiro says. She's totally our musical secret weapon. A few more people passed Jiro compliments, causing her to blush where she was sitting at one of the tables beside Momo. But then both girls gets up, Jiro goes to make some snacks and Momo makes a deck of cards, walking over to Deka's group. I never said it was bad, Monoma clarifies. Just that our art was harder to understand, for this uncultured student body. Maybe you lost them at the name, Mina says. I mean honestly, Romeo, Juliet, the Lion, the Witch, and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Battle of the Two Towers, that's a lot. As I said, uncultured. Well, at least you did one thing right. Yui was the princess. Siro gives her a small kiss on the cheek, causing her to lean into him. Ugh, Monoma groans. I think it's cute, Mina says. Who would have guessed that Horizon's best friend would be such a good boyfriend? Yeah, Siro says as they continue chatting about the UA Culture Festival. But during that he glances around the room, noticing everyone doing their usual chatter. But he shares a look with Shinso, then with Juzo, then they all look toward Melissa. She was sitting opposite Deku, who was on the floor opposite her. They were talking in their usual group, Deku, Melissa, Sue, Yurika, and Shoto, but Melissa looked awfully busy on her phone tonight. Earlier she'd said she was exhausted from today, showing off all her support equipment to the public. Even if she apparently wouldn't be at UA much longer, she still got into the UA spirit for the festival. But Team Horizon is keeping an eye on her because they've been tasked with that. Horizon wanted them to make sure she was at this little social gathering, to see if they spot anything weird with her. But aside from her not talking much, there wasn't anything abnormal. Although the amount of effort it took for them to get her here was suspicious, they even had to get Midoriya convinced that she should be there tonight. All without knowing anything specific. Just a simple message of make sure Melissa is at our dorm tonight, to make friends was enough, at least since that's what Horizon sent them. Because it's from Horizon, and the last thing he cares about was his classmates having a healthy social life. Especially when concerning a girl he doesn't exactly get along with. A few minutes later Siro is in a game of Jenga with Kendo, Monoma, and Yanagi, who was probably cheating with her telekinesis quirk. Even if they couldn't prove it, but she was just so good she had to be cheating, according to Siro. Team Horizon notices Momo join in Deku's small group on the carpet as they begin shuffling cards, and Melissa just backs away so she's out of the circle, still close enough to listen to the conversation. Nothing too suspicious so far, she just seems a bit tired from today, but everyone is, so that's normal. They all think after sharing a few glances. A few minutes later and Horizon finally arrives back at the dorms, still wearing his hero costume. Sword nowhere to be seen but a small and simple bouquet of flowers in his hand. Siro immediately leaps at the chance. Ugh, flowers huh? Did you flip a coin to see who gets them or will they share that too? A few small fits of laughter burst forth around the room, then he sees both Momo and Jiro glaring daggers at him. Sorry. Is that really something you should be concerned about? Horizon walks up to the couches and folds his arms, looking down at Siro. Nizu told me you almost got into a fight, and Shinso stopped you. The entire room falls silent, most of them didn't even know about this incident. It's nothing to worry about, didn't even get to throw a punch. He told me his version, and that you've got cleaning duty as punishment, and can't leave UA for hero work until next week, Horizon says. So, what's so important that you had to get into a fight and fuck up our team schedule, Cellophane? Siro looks genuinely scared for a moment. It was just some nobody pro hero, a D-lister if I've ever seen one. Most of the room looks horrified that their classmate would try to fight a pro hero, but Horizon just stands there with his arms crossed. Look, the guy was asking for it. Alright, Siro says. I mean all he was doing is constantly talking crap about UA, about how it was failing us and putting us in danger. And you got mad because of that? Horizon asks. For school spirit, are you that stupid? Obviously not, Siro says. I lost my cool when he started talking crap about us. Saying stuff like the government is lying about you, that you didn't really do all the things the news says. That our whole team is just a bunch of fake news the government and UA are pushing on to people. I just couldn't take listening to him anymore. Siro sighs and sinks into the couch, and Horizon just shakes his head. Sorry, Siro says. It's fine, that's acceptable. Once it wasn't just you fighting for some school spirit nonsense at least. What we do is a bit hard for losers to believe, and you didn't use your quirk so he can't ask for you to lose your license, and he won't know your cellophane. I wouldn't have used my quirk for him, Siro says. Wouldn't need it. Horizon actually laughs at that. That's what I like to hear. And Shinso, good work stopping this moron from getting into any more trouble. Honestly, you beating up a pro hero wouldn't be the end of the world since you're on my team, and I've got Japan in the palm of my hand right now, and if they fuck with me I'd have it bent over biting the pillow, but let's not push it, okay? Understood, Siro nods bashfully. And gross example. Whatever, enjoy cleaning duty, Horizon says as he lifts the bouquet. Now if you don't mind, I need to give these to my girlfriend. The entire room remains silent, but some eyes go wide, others were clearly horrified at the idea of any girl being with Horizon. Then he begins walking over to where the game of cards was happening on the floor. Momo's eyes instantly become glossy, almost tearing up, hand covering her mouth. Sue looks at her and shakes her head, feeling sorry for her friend. Mina is almost jumping in excitement. Jiro across the room in the kitchen is frozen in shock, not even able to process this. So many colliding thoughts in all their heads, and they all then go out the window once more as he walks right past Momo, and stands in front of Melissa Shield, who was ignoring all of this and watching a video on her phone. She looks up at him, concerned and bewildered. Horizon sighs, of course you'd forget, you're always so caught up in making stuff. Come on babe, this is our 1-month anniversary. Melissa instantly snaps to her senses and blinks a couple times. Oh right, sorry. I've just been busy with the festival, and now I'm already a bit tired so, you know. It's fine, I know the kind of person my girlfriend is. Sue gives Momo a comforting pat on the shoulder, and in the kitchen Jiro is still frozen in shock. Horizon simple hands Melissa the bouquet and steps off to the side so they were beside each other, with the girl still sitting on the carpet. So, Deku stumbles over his words for a bit. How long have you two been together? Yeah, Eureka says shyly. When did this happen? Well, about a month ago, Melissa says. It was a bit of a surprise but before I knew it we got together. She gives them a bashful smile. Actually, no, we didn't. In one swift motion Horizon raises his hands and warps scalpel into it, unsheathed, then brings it down directly onto Melissa. Many of the young heroes including Deku spring into action ready to tackle him away from her, aside from Team Horizon who simply sit and watch. But Deku and everyone else stop at the sound of metal piercing metal, the few sparks emanating from her shoulder, and the wisps of smoke being released from her body as she goes limp, eyes becoming black as they power down. She was sitting with her legs crossed, so scalpel had pierced through her left shoulder, into her left forearm, into her left thigh and through that into her right ankle since her legs were folded. And at each entry point some sparks were seen. They all look on in horror as Horizon just sighs and lets go of the sword. Damn, I was hoping for a shapeshifter, can't really question a robot. What happened to Melissa? Deku yells out as everyone else is frozen in shock. Zero just shakes Yui awake as he sits back awaiting an explanation, while Juzo and Shinso make their way over to the commotion. She's a robot, obviously, Horizon says as he casually pulls scalpel to the side, tearing off the robot's arm with it. They all look at the robot in surprise, then to him for an explanation. But instead he just takes a knee beside the robot and inspects it. They used some kind of strange almost living organic membrane, he thinks while touching the skin, using scan on the robot. They couldn't have known that I can't scan within people from range. They got lucky with this part of the disguise. Should we be looking out for other imposters? Juzo asks. My quirk would be a easy way to tell, Shinso says. If it doesn't work then the person is a robot. Maybe this was just her testing out some new project. Kiri's Hima suggests, hopeful that this wasn't a sign of something bad. This is the only one, Horizon says as he gets back up. Making any more would raise the chances of being found out. This one tried to act exhausted from the festival to avoid human interaction. Luckily I expected that when sending Zero to drag her over here. Hearing this Zero gets up, leaving the confused Yui on the couch and walks over. Makes sense, but what the hell? Keep this quiet. Horizon looks around at everyone, seeing them nod and wait for his explanation. Don't need the public finding out UA got breached. Is Melissa alright? Deku asks, voicing what everyone was thinking. She's fine. If they hurt her then it's less likely David will play along with their demands. She got kidnapped during the festival, toward the end of it. Some of them look horrified at the thought of that, and the fact that somehow nobody noticed. Hound Dog is already tracking the scent. I sent him to do that before I even came over here to deal with the imposter. Honestly was hoping it was a shapeshifter so I could interrogate her, but this sucks. You intended to do that to a person? Momo asks, giving the dismembered robot a worried look. Well, the stab would have left the arm on though, Horizon sighs. Anyway, stay on alert until I get her back. But why the weird anniversary lie? Zero asks. Such a ballsy move means the shapeshifter probably studied her somehow, or was able to take some of her memories, surface thoughts, or otherwise. Throwing a curveball like that would confuse her, but since it didn't and she just went along with the lie, she overplayed her part, Jiro says. Which is why you were confident that the real Melissa wasn't here. Essentially yes, now I just need to wait for Hound Dog to track them down. In the meantime, stay on alert and don't leave the dorms. All the teachers are on alert but we doubt there will be anything else at UA. The entire point of this was doing it quietly because they weren't confident in winning a direct fight. We'll be fine. I see, and is there anything you'd like us to do? Horizon looks around at all their worried faces, then at the robot at his feet. Just stay safe, and don't let anyone know about this. But Shinso, use your quirk on people just to double check. Ayo, got it, Shinso says. Shambles? Horizon appears in Nizu's office, and the robot he was gently touching with his feet is warped with him. Nizu and Eraserhead were already there, and Eraserhead immediately jumps to his feet ready to fight, his mind sent into overdrive since Horizon's call earlier. What's that? Eraserhead asks as Horizon puts the robot on the coffee table. Robot copy, we weren't lucky enough to get a shapeshifter to interrogate. On the contrary, this could be even better, Nizu says. Did you check if it had a bomb? I'm a doctor, not a mechanic, that's why I brought it here. Nizu immediately hops out of his seat and fishes around in his desk for a tablet device. Rushing over as fast as his little legs can take him he begins scanning the robot, not at all fazed by how lifelike it appears. Eraserhead and Horizon just take a seat and patiently wait. So, how's David? Horizon asks. Asleep, Eraser says. Seriously. He's not exactly the mentally toughest person so we left him sleeping, Eraser says. The instant they make a call requesting whatever ransom they want, he'll fold? Yeah but since it's his daughter that's his choice to make, Horizon says. We just have to solve this before that call happens. They won't do that until they're out of Japan, Nizu says as he's still scanning the robot. They know remaining in Japan is a terrible idea with her in their clutches. especially since you can track any call they make, Horizon says. Speaking of call, Niza says, Melissa's phone is in her room, and her student ID is still on this robot, but there is no bomb. Hound Dog would have noticed the scent of any explosives, Eraser says. Putting a bomb in it would be risky. Leaving it in my possession is also risky, Niza says as he connects a cable between the tablet and the robot. The sooner you can find them the sooner I can. Horizon cuts himself off, remembering Eraser is present. Have them arrested so the police can get some answers out of them. Eraser rolls his eyes. No need to lie for my sake. I know you can be a bit heavy-handed when it comes to villains. After all, I've seen how you interact with your classmates. I'd hate to be a villain fighting you. Is that why you never let me fight Deku during hero training? Horizon asks playfully. It could be fun, and if he wants to be the #1 pro hero, what better practice is there? Well, considering the relationship you two have, that's never going to happen. No, you being able to heal him doesn't put my mind at ease, Eraser cuts him off. In fact, it makes me even more concerned that you'll go overboard because of that. TCH, whatever. If you two are done, Niza says, I've learned some things from this robot. Well, don't keep us waiting. Well, actually I couldn't learn much, Nizu admits. Seriously. This is sophisticated machine, but it didn't have any wireless communication signals being sent or received from it. They expected us to eventually find it, of course, so this was meant to be disposable and leave no trail. How was it able to copy her so well? Eraserhead asks. Somehow it hacked into UA and used camera footage and audio recordings, not to mention when it got a hold of her phone. It was then able to put it all together with the many videos of her receiving awards or being interviewed over the years. Plus it acted all tired to excuse any odd behavior, Horizon says. But her phone and UA are run on your system. How the hell did they get into it? Nizu disconnects the tablet from the robot and goes back to his desk, connecting it to the computer there. I'm not sure yet, but I believe the villain has some kind of organic virtual interface quirk. A technopath, Aizawa says. Those are rare, super rare, and they all work for various governments. This wasn't an attack by another government, Horizon says. Between my own value and reputation, plus my connection to America's president, nobody would be dumb enough to do that. Making your nation an enemy of me is putting a target on your back for other nations to pressure in order to win my favor. So it's an independent body, that's better at least, Eraser says. And with this I can counter him, Nizu says. Luckily he only cared for the things regarding Melissa, but the code in this robot and the relevant signals they used earlier have a brainwave pattern. I can make a program to detect and actively counter it, so his technopath won't be able to break into my systems again. How is that even possible? Horizon asks. Because human imagination to solve virtual coding problems such as this is limited by the methods available, but I am beyond human intelligence. Nizu does an adorable supervillain laugh which just has Horizon shaking his head. As they're waiting, Horizon gets a message from Hound Dog. The scent got much stronger heading to the southeast. He's almost at Kyushu, he says. Which only leaves one of Japan's islands as the potential escape route. Well, we already have airports on high alert, Eraser says. Even if it was meant to be a quiet alert, apparently this guy controls technology to some extent, right? That means they know, so they can't use the airports. True, which means they'll need a boat, and if their main goal is just to get out of Japan, it's a safe bet they'll head to South Korea since that place is super close. Yes, but they can't use legal means since we've got those on alert too. Yeah, well, from the direction Hound Dog gave me, I've got a pretty solid idea of the ports they'll use. Really? How? Eraser asks. When I was researching for that black market operation I compiled a list of ports with the most black market naval smuggling to South Korea. He lied. I see. Well, you should get your hoverboard and fly ahead of Hound Dog. Good luck. Yeah, and if they call here, just buy me some time. Even if they enter South Korea, I doubt the politicians over there will mind me paying a visit to get them back. With that, Horizon warps away, on the hunt for his targets. Fukuoka, Japan, 9 p.m. Soaring through the sky on his hoverboard, Horizon is now entering Fukuoka, Japan's major city on the main islands that is closest to South Korea. He'd never actually been here before, but it is a hub for associates of his other life. May it be taking a boat to South Korea, or importing equipment and people via cargo ships. Since the last war, Japan's northern naval port mostly sends cargo toward the USA or South America, but in Fukuoka it's one quick ride to South Korea. And from there, anywhere in Europe or Asia. Which is exactly why it's such a transit hub for the underworld. Flying above the city, Horizon weaves through some skyscrapers to see the modern port, a man-made island just miles beyond the bay. There were dozens of monolithic ships docked, currently being loaded and manned. Metal shipping containers stacked high atop each other, set out in blocks containing hundreds. The island itself was over a mile, 1.6 km long and half as wide, and the lights on it could be seen from anywhere in the province. High above the massive stacks of shipping containers and the ships themselves were the cranes, gargantuan feats of engineering that load hundreds of containers each day. Billions of dollars of investment and commerce simply sitting in the ocean, and Horizon was flying toward it. Hello, he answers a call directly into his visor. The other ports are clear, Vlad King says. You were right, he has to be at that one. Yeah, good thing I fed them some intel that the Coast Guard was patrolling extra heavily tonight. They'll be stuck there until tomorrow at least. How did you even manage that? Vlad King asks. That's none of your business, keep the other ports locked down until I get the girl back. Horizon hangs up. As he makes his final approach to the port island, only a few miles away, Horizon sees the lights on the island flicker. On the cranes, the roads, even the ships. They went out for a moment before coming back on, then there was a massive clang sound. This is gonna be annoying, isn't it? Horizon mutters while turning on the camera in his visor. The sound of metal grinding against metal echoes across the water, all the way to the city behind him. His room was already open, using scan to focus on the port island, but there were so many people he couldn't easily locate Wolfram. Gotcha, he says as he finds Melissa. With a flick of his wrist he warps one of his metal cards into his hand. Shambles. He commands it to swap places with her, but nothing happens. Okay, that's a problem, Horizon says, then he looks into the distance, and sees a gargantuan cargo ship rocketing through the air directly toward him. So much for an easy job, guess it's one of those knights. Obs. Scan? He checks the contents of the ship, locating all the men on board in an instant. As if time froze he could see them all stuck to walls from the sudden acceleration, and above were the shipping containers scattered about but also rocketing toward him. If I warp them out they'll keep their momentum and just shatter against the water. Time to get creative. Amputate? He slices apart some of the containers from range, while casually standing on the hoverboard. Shambles? He swaps all of the men with some of the parts, and then begins flying off to the side to avoid the ship itself. TAKT? The ship and most of the containers crash into the ocean after rushing past him, causing a massive splash and sending ripples all the way to the nearby shores. The water splashes so high that it nearly reaches him, but he simply looks at the impact to make sure nothing else unexpected happened. But all he hears and sees is the ship crumpling in on itself and breaking apart, slamming into the ocean floor like a spear, obviously unable to maintain its form. Looking off to the side he sees 5 shipping containers floating over to him, with a few men on each one. He's caught the men with them and slowed the acceleration bit by bit to safely rescue them. Most of them were laying flat, either holding on for dear life or heavily injured by the ship suddenly being launched. With a thought he calls the containers over and connects them side by side, allowing the men to feel a bit more comfortable as he hops onto it. Horizon? What happened just now? One of the men asked. He was barely able to sit up with the blood pouring down the side of his head. Horizon begins moving one by one to heal all of them. Just another psycho villain, I'll take care of it, don't worry. Right now I just need all of you to stay seated as I get you to the shore, alright? Yes sir, the man nods. Good, now I should get everyone else out of the way too, before fighting that. That, the man asks. Yeah, that. Horizon gets up and faces the port island, seeing a swirling maelstrom of metal and concrete. Like a tornado has started to grab everything on the island as it continues expanding outward. Horizon looks around at the closest shore, then expands his room even farther, 16 kilometers 10 mi in every direction from him. Enough to encompass the edge of the city and the port island. Focusing his mind he raises his hand, as if reaching out to grab the island itself. Shambles. He thrusts his hand to the side, and in one smooth motion the men sitting around him on the containers disappear. Swapped with blade of grass or leaves, as do all the people still trapped on the island. All but 2. Shambles? Horizon suddenly appears inside the maelstrom as it envelopes the entire island, feeling winds pulling him in every direction as metal clashes around him. But he was in the eye of the storm, where no debris was flying. He could sense every small piece of debris in the vortex, but seeing it from the inside was an entirely different matter. As if it were a wall of shrapnel ready to shred anyone who touched it. Scalpel is immediately in his hand as he looks around, then a moment later he focuses on his target. In the middle of it all, there was a large opening with metal structures and cables, clearly pulled out of the ground, shipping containers, and cranes. It flowed through the ground of the entire island like roots of a tree, and now thousands of these roots were reaching upward and connecting directly into a tall, muscular, red-haired man. He had pieces of metal all over his body with a device which appeared similar to the mechanical quick amplification helmet David Shield made. It was thin, with narrow arms extending outward from the main core at the back of his head, but it seems to sink into his skin and fuse with his skull. Just as all the roots have done to his limbs, back, and parts of his chest. The roots were holding him in the air, just as they did for Melissa. She was wearing a pair of jeans and a pink frilly top, her forehead was bandaged and she had a bruise on her cheek. But she was also fused with these metal roots, making herself, Wolfram, and the entire island into one big body. No wonder I couldn't warp her out, shit. Horizon suddenly throws Scalpel to the side before swapping with it, then warping it back into his grasp. At his previous position the anchor of one of the massive ships slams down into the floor, then is easily picked up by the storm and begins swirling around them once more. Amazing what a little thing like this can do, huh? Wolfram yells down at Horizon. The roots begins taking him and Melissa higher, until they were 20 - 60 feet above Horizon. Took my quirk from just manipulating metal I touch, to all of this. You know I can't let you leave with it. Horizon yells back. Doesn't matter either way, Tech made this one, he's already figured it out. I'm just collecting this girl because it's what I got paid to do, can't leave a contract incomplete after all, not that a hero like you could understand that. But in my business, our word is all we are. So why don't you just leave, let me turn her in, then maybe the boss will let her go since she's useless to us now, huh, hero. Well, I promised I'd protect her, so I can't got back empty-handed. Horizon points Scalpel directly at Wolfram's head. Bad idea, Wolfram says. You kill me, and who knows how far all of this will get launched. He gestures at the maelstrom around them. Can the mighty Horizon really hold all of this metal in place? Can you protect the entire city from it? Horizon considers it for a moment. Destroying Wolfram's brain from here would be easy, not that he'd simply kill a villain and ruin his image. Plus, the fallout could make him look bad, it would set his reputation back for at least the next few months. The destruction of this port is already gonna get me into some trouble with the public, and Pantu, having the city get caught in our crossfire will only lead to more problems. And if I kill him then people could find out and I'd be in even deeper trouble. Fine, guess I'll play along. Horizon lowers his sword. That's more like it. Make this fun, let me test out my new power. Wolfram yells as he gets a manic look in his eyes. I'm sure you're used to it, being so powerful there isn't anyone in the world that can beat you, but this is new for me, so I'm gonna enjoy it. I've actually never felt invincible before, because everyone can be defeated, even me, but not by you. Arg. Wolfram angrily swing his hand, and a buckshot of metal launches out of the maelstrom and at Horizon. A dozen shipping containers and a massive rudder. Curtain? All the metal slams against Horizon's translucent blue shield, and continues to press against it. This is my kingdom, and you're gonna die in it. Wolfram yells out, and a stream of metal from the opposite side is hurled at Horizon. TAKT? The ground all around them breaks apart even more as rocks shoot upward and begin floating in place. Shambles? Horizon swaps with one of the rocks and arrive on the opposite side of Wolfram. No wonder your head is worth so much, ha. Wolfram has the entire root system turned for he and Melissa to face Horizon. And my prices are going way up after this. Well, that makes my life a lot easier, Horizon realizes. Keeping him focused on me until he pulls all the metal inward, then I can just get close and end this. Especially since if I just use amputate he'd pull himself back together. This guy must have spent quite some time coming up with this plan. Making himself and Melissa into one massive body that he controls with a thought. I break the device and who knows how the maelstrom will react. I cut them up and he'll use the metal in them like puppet strings and bring them back together. I kill him and the metal could go haywire, same as the device being broken. And he's making sure there isn't anything near him I can warp to. Fuck, this guy actually has a brain. Makes sense since he's a mercenary and not just a moronic villain. Alright. Horizon points his blade at Wolfram. Let's see how strong you really are. Now die. Wolfram says as he commands pieces of metal from the maelstrom to rocket toward where they are in the eye of this storm. All directed at Horizon. He doesn't expect to actually hit him on the first try, but he certainly wasn't ready for what happened next. As shrapnel closed in on all sides, Horizon disappears, swapped with some floating rock. And as if it was automatic, more and more shrapnel was fired at railgun speeds, causing sparks in the air and the scent of iron and ozone to spread out. Shambles, flicker, among the metal storm Horizon begins warping faster than anyone else could keep up with. Faster than the metal could hit, faster than the rogue sparks made from the magnetic storm could hit. So fast that he appears in dozens on places simultaneously to Wolfram. Won't work, this is my world, Wolfram says as he narrows his eyes. Instead of trying to lock on to one location or predict Horizon's absurd warping speed, he decides to rain hell onto this battlefield. The entire 50m circle they were fighting in that had been scraped apart and cleared out, that had hundreds of small floating rocks spread out among it, became a dartboard for Wolfram. And the darts? Thousands of pieces of metal, ranging from the size of screws, nails, bolts, or other fragments, to entire crumpled up vehicles or pieces of the destroyed ships. The sparks in the air kept growing and growing, until eventually large arcs of electricity appeared like lighting, constantly bouncing around the battlefield. The entire battlefield was hit at once, and he could see a change in Horizon's after images. There were about a dozen less of them, which still meant at least 20 were up simultaneously. He suddenly felt the metal fused to his spine disconnect at the waist, then at the knees. For a moment his eyes widen in fear, terrified that his contingency for Horizon wouldn't work. That the months of collaborative effort between himself, Tak, other mercenaries and villains, was for nothing. No. He increases the fire rate of the metal storm, and is relieved when more slashes don't come for a few seconds. Precious seconds he used to magnetically control the metal in his body and the metal roots connecting him to the ground to reconnect himself. He still saw Horizon's after images flashing around, and his mind continued racing trying to figure out what was going on. But Wolfram is a world-class mercenary. He wasn't as effective as Arsenal, nor did he enjoy cruelty and bloodshed as much as that monster. But he was still at the upper levels for a reason, so he immediately figured out what was going. All while constantly speeding up all the projectiles being sent at Horizon, and picking up more from around the island to keep his ammo supply healthy. Beta. He knows he can't slash me apart properly, Wolfram thinks. He does that in my bluff about all the metal being shot into the city if I lose control could happen, at least in his mind. That risk is too big for any pro hero to take. He has no choice but to wait for me to exhaust myself, and since he's a quirk specialist he knows this device is exhausting to use. But all this warping must take some kind of energy toll on him, so it's a battle of attrition, and if he retreats away from me I'll just rain metal onto the nearby city and bring it down. Can't imagine why anyone would want to be a hero, it's so easy trapping them in shitty situations like this. Now he's forced to keep warping until he makes a mistake or gets exhausted, then my metal storm will shred him down to nothing. Wolfram flinches for a moment, causing the metal rain to slow for an instant, then he grits his teeth and ignored the sudden pain in his chest, speeding up the metal even faster than before. The sound of what are effectively thousands of bullets hitting the ground every second wakes Melissa before long. What kind of hero does that? Wolfram asks as he's somewhat struggling to breathe now. There was a bit of blood on his lip as he kept exhaling more. Melissa sees this, then meets his gaze for a moment. With a thought he has a piece of metal fly by and not so gently tap the back of her head, knocking her out. The last thing I need is some annoying kid screaming in my head, can't even hear myself think here. He struggles to take a few deep breaths. By the second he tastes more and more blood on his lips. He used that injection shot quirk to fire a hole through me, piercing my lung. Probably not enough to kill me, or maybe just enough to kill me since. Wolfram winces as he feels the same sensation in his other lung. This kid, he doesn't fight like other pro heroes, he's trying to get me to near death, because he knows he can just heal me right after the fight. He's definitely no true hero. I might be in real danger here. Wolfram flinches again, this time feeling the main artery in his right leg get torn apart, along with the bone and muscle in line with it. The pain pisses him off, so much that he grinds his teeth hard enough to almost crack them against each other. With a wave of his hand he calls for the stream of metal to continue raining from above while a horizontal sweep of shrapnel covers the battlefield. Clink clink clink. The sound of metal bouncing against something different catches his attention, and he commands the metal tree holding up him and Melissa to turn. Then he sees Horizon in a dome of pale blue energy, just like his shield earlier. Antibacterial curtain, barrier. He narrows his eyes at this and focuses more and more on it, calling massive pieces of the ships and cranes to rain down onto this dome. Got you, he thinks as the metal is about to make impact, only for Horizon to disappear. But so do the massive pieces of metal he hurled at him. He didn't think anything of it in the moment, but during the entire fight, the more threatening and larger pieces of metal have been disappearing from the battlefield. But Wolfram's quirk doesn't province a scan like Hand of God, it simply lets him control metal, and with the new device, control magnetism like streams. He has absolutely no idea exactly how many pieces of metal are in the maelstrom, or how big they are, or even exactly where they are. He simply makes magnetic fields in the air and manipulates them that way. But Horizon knew, in fact, from the very beginning Horizon has simply been stalling him until either his injuries cause him to pass out, or till Horizon could warp enough of the larger pieces of metal down below the seabed, using scan to find loose rocks that he could swap them with to send them all the way to the bottom. Because, if he's so focused on me then he won't be reaching far for metal, Horizon thought at the start of the fight. He'll be more focused on exerting control on the pieces he has than on collecting more or tracking where they are. In addition to using scan for constantly tracking every piece of metal and searching the nearby seabed, he's also using it to predict where the lowest concentration of metal will be at any moment, before using shambles to put himself there. All while also using tact to barely slow down or alter the trajectory of the shrapnel at his desired location so he won't get shredded the moment he arrives. Which explains the question Wolfram couldn't find an answer to: how the hell isn't he dead yet? I made the concentration of attacks too close for anyone to survive, even a rat couldn't dance between them this well. After nearly a minute of this dance, Wolfram noticed something different about the after images. Ba dumb? As if they began glowing blue. Are they releasing blue mist? What the hell? Does he have a water quirk too? This could be bad with the ocean right there. But in truth the combination of mental strain and adrenaline was quickly getting to Horizon. It took much more than before. Now power that has been bubbling below the surface was punching the barrier. And his higher functioning mind wasn't quite ready to process it just yet. Ba dumb? Luckily, it was time for him to act. All the larger pieces of metal, namely the pieces torn from ships and cranes, as well as many of the whole shipping containers, were at the bottom of the ocean nearby. So Horizon went on the offensive. There wasn't anything near to Wolfram, and he needed to knock him out. As to his knowledge, killing him could cause problems for the nearby city since the smaller pieces of metal were still swirling. TAKT? With much mental effort Horizon launches one of the smaller rocks from the side of Wolfram, out of the floor, carefully weaving through a path of shrapnel, directly toward the villain. Wolfram doesn't even notice it, so focused on his quirk even as his nose was already bleeding, until the pebble is directly in front of his face. He'd made such an effort to prevent anything from getting this close to him that he couldn't miss it. His fear of Horizon being able to warp to him was now realized. Shambles? Horizon swaps with it, sword held, blade out but to the side. The last thing he wants is to touch Wolfram with the blade and lose his sword because of it, so in his other hand he already had a fistful of blue lightning. But as he's about to swing his fist into Wolfram, the man's skin begins glowing bright red and releasing steam. His fist makes contact with the man's chest, and his bones shatter as if he punched a wall of iron. Ba dumb? Weak. Wolfram says as small sparks erupt over his body, then an invisible force slams into Horizon. He's sent hurtling backward into the rain of metal, before warping away. He appears nearby, and his dome barrier is already active, constantly being battered with metal. Before tech, my previous employer paid with a pretty handy quirk, muscle enhancer. Wolfram says, even if you get to me, you can't win. And now that my electromagnetic barrier is up, you'll never get anything close enough to warp to me again, just die already. Horizon hears this as his barrier is being beaten more and more. The strain on his mind feels like it'll break his brain in two. Ba dumb? His barrier itself begins shrinking, causing Wolfram's eyes to widen, preparing for the euphoria that he's sure will come from this kill. Ba dumb? Being the man who killed a mystery class will put him at the top of the world. Except it would never come. In fact, the person who enters a state of euphoria is Horizon himself. Ba dumb? The power bubbling below the surface manages to spill out for a moment, brining a wave of euphoria and adrenaline with it as his entire body begins releasing the blue energy vapor. Wolfram sees it and every instinct screams at him to run away, but he's in too deep. So he sees the hero down on one knee, hands up as if he were trying to physically hold up the dome barrier that was constantly shrinking and cracking around him. Ba dumb? Pouring more and more energy into it, losing himself more by the second to a power he wasn't quite ready for, yet. Wolfram lets this fear fuel him as he focuses, and within the barrier scalpel shatters into hundreds of pieces and begins swirling around. Ba dumb? When Horizon was hit with his electromagnetic barrier earlier, he'd taken control of the sword, and this was the time to use it. Horizon doesn't react as the bits of his own sword swirl around for a moment, but as they begins rocketing toward him. His head snaps up, as if he was staring into Wolfram's very soul. Ba dumb? 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 Wolfram doesn't even have time to react as Horizon's face is suddenly inches away from his. The villain doesn't even have time to realize it, but Horizon warped into his barrier, into an area where he made sure there was absolutely nothing to swap to. He swapped with nothing, breaking a fundamental rule of Hand of God, at least when not in space he was familiar with. But just as human conventions never applied to Horizon, a fully realized Horizon will completely shatter the limits and rules created by his previous self. And now, looking at this Horizon, with thick blue energy vapor pouring off of him, then clumping together like a layer of liquid and clinging to his hand, the hand that was moving to grab Wolfram's face. This villain was the first to experience the reality of a fully realized Horizon. The first of his many, many victims. Fuck. Horizon mutters as he sits on the floor, inside a small crater. The port island was a complete mess, torn up not just from the metal storm and Wolfram's quirk, but from his reaction to it all. He now sat in this crater, with his jacket shredded apart and pants torn up, exposing the body glove beneath. His visor was cracked, but still intact as not to reveal any of the features beneath, even as a small steam of blue energy vapor was seeping out of it. Both his hands, up to the elbows, were drenched in blood and bits of flesh, but he himself was completely fine, even now as he tried to catch his breath and focus his mind, feeling himself crashing after the high he just experienced. In the small crater, at the middle of it, was Wolfram, or at least what was left of him. His face was smashed in, no, it was missing. His head and upper torso were beaten until it looked like ground meat. His right arm was mangled with chunks of flesh being torn off, and his left arm was completely torn off from the shoulder, the separate limb resting only a few meters away within the crater. His entire torso suffered the same fate, being beaten into a pile of unidentifiable meat, with bits and pieces of his guts scattered about. Taking a few deep breaths, Horizon gets up, swaying side to side, feeling as if he's experiencing the worst hangover imaginable. He looks down at his bloody hands, and decides not to think about that right now, instead reaching up to his visor and tapping the side of it. Call Panto, he commands, while walking out of the crater over to Melissa. Swaying with each steps, he feels his legs burning as he steps out and sees the girl, laying on the floor with some cuts and bruises across her body. Horizon, Panto's voice is projected into his visor. I assume this is good news. Not particularly, he says while walking over to her. Did you retrieve Melissa's shield? Panto asks. Yes, she's right here. He steps on Melissa, not using his quirk right now but nudging her, hard enough to make her groan, which she does. She'll be fine. Oh yes. Well then, the only reason you'd call me is if something went wrong, and if she's alive, what went wrong? I was a bit too heavy-handed with Wolfram. I need your cleanup crew. How heavy-handed? Bring him up, Horizon sighs. I got a bit. I honestly don't even know. Were you conscious when you fought him? Mostly. I can't explain this over the phone, Horizon says. Can you send your team? Yes, and I'll keep the press and police away from the scene until they're done. The last thing we need is the news getting wind of this. Thanks. I'm not doing this for you, Panto says. Japan simply can't afford to be put in a position where we could lose you. Drop the girl off at UA and come see me, and don't tell anyone but Nizu exactly what happened. Got it. Horizon hangs up and takes a deep breath, looking around at the destruction. 1 hour later. Standing atop a skyscraper in Fukuoka, Horizon is leaning on the railing while watching the port island be swarmed by police boats and helicopters. The news drone and helicopters were barely seconds behind the emergency services and first responders, and he breathes a sigh of relief as the most stressful part of this is now over, at least for tonight. After he called Panto, she sent in people she trusted, so they had to wait on the port island for almost an hour. But her people made short work of cleaning up the crime scene. Officially nobody was allowed to venture there, so he had to warp her people onto the island for them to do their jobs, then send them back to the city. Now the regular emergency services and media were allowed to venture to the island to investigate and spin the story in a positive light. Minutes later he takes out his phone, held by his cleaned gloves. His jacket and pants were shredded beyond any usable state, so he cast those aside, given to Panto's team for destruction. Now he was simply wearing the body glove. Luckily they were high above the roof so nobody would see, especially since nobody was focused on the city itself. He sees the first news feed to go live is from Chitosa's media outlet, as usual. We're here live on the port island, just miles away from Fukuoka, the woman says, gesturing to the city behind her. She then begins walking as the camera follows her, showing the completely destroyed man-made island being scoured by other news crews and emergency services. The destruction of this island will set Japan back countless billions of dollars in trade, not to mention the repair and reconstruction cost of any infrastructure that was here just over an hour ago. The Hero Public Safety Commission has released an official statement of what happened here, assuring the public that the matter has been completely dealt with. The woman begins walking over to the crater, not able to get too close but just enough for the camera to zoom in on it, nearly 10 m wide and half as deep. From the drones above the public could see inside, and there was not a drop of blood or any semblance of DNA within the crater to be found. As it turns out, an international mercenary and villain, codenamed Wolfram, used his metal manipulation quirk to battle Horizon here. This villain entered Japan weeks ago and Horizon had been diligently tracking him on his own. This led to a confrontation at this port where Wolfram was making arrangements to import extremely destructive and potentially nuclear weapons. This same Wolfram was also responsible for the now confirmed sabotage at the Kaito nuclear reactor. This confirms our suspicions that the gas leak scare within that city was simply a cover-up, but the Hero Public Safety Commission assures us that the situation there was resolved via the combined efforts of everyone's favorite disaster rescue hero, 13, as well as Horizon, who greatly assisted in containing the radiation. We believe that Wolfram used that as a trial run to see exactly how capable our pro-heroes are at dealing with nuclear threats, and when his attempt was thwarted, he resorted to trying to buy large-scale nuclear weapons. Thankfully, Horizon was able to intercept his order, and not only was it stopped on our end, but the sellers of such heinous devices overseas were simultaneously apprehended. The woman continues talking while Horizon nods along, genuinely impressed. Panto came up with all of that so quickly, no wonder she's the head of the commission. He sees the woman pause for a moment and hold her earpiece, then she smiles brightly. We now have confirmation that not only was no one hurt, thanks to Horizon warping all the civilians and workers away from the port and into the city, but Horizon himself is entirely unharmed, as we've come to expect from our strongest guardian. In addition to that wonderful news, Wolfram has been secured in a facility and is awaiting private trial to pay for his crimes. Horizon nods along, thoroughly impressed, already seeing some notifications from his social media accounts flooding in. He hops over to his Yay app, and the first thing he sees makes him chuckle. Ryukyu's boyfriend is so strong, as the caption, followed by a picture of the destroyed island. He immediately takes a screenshot and sends it to her, knowing when she wakes up to it that'll annoy her. He then quickly scrolls past thousands of posts singing his praises before hopping back over to the news. Most of the world would believe this, they'd think he solved this serious matter, saved millions of lives and arrested Wolfram without suffering so much of a scratch. But then he got one message from someone who could see through it all, a simple, "Are you alright?" from Ryoko. "I'm perfect, handling paperwork," was his only response. Just in time to hear groaning beside him, because this entire time Melissa Shield was laying on the floor, completely knocked out. "How are you feeling?" was all he asked, not even looking at her as she gets up, all the cuts and bruises healed, yet she stumbles slightly before holding on to the railing. "Where are we?" she asks. "What happened?" "Wolfram kidnapped you, I saved you, now we're in Fukuoka, how are you feeling?" "Sleepy," Melissa says as she now focuses her mind, and sees the island in the distance being swarmed by boats and helicopters. "Is that where we were?" Horizon casually reaches out and rests a hand on her forearm, using scan to check on her, but mostly to know if she's lying. "I'm just running another checkup, I already healed you earlier." "Oh, okay. How much do you remember? What do you remember from the fight?" "I remember you blinking about everywhere, then I got knocked out, then I woke up here," she says, and luckily for her, he doesn't detect any lies. Then the concussion wasn't that bad. He lets go of her and continues scrolling. "Is my dad alright?" "He should still be asleep," Horizon says. Melissa breathes a sigh of relief, then just leans on the railing and begins quietly crying. Horizon stops his scrolling, glances over at her, then just goes back to scrolling. "Sorry for all of this, for causing you so much trouble," Melissa says. "Yeah well, it's the job," Horizon shrugs. "You really don't have to feel bad about it. You just got caught in the crossfire of your dad and tech." Melissa sighs at the thought of that. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I usually am." Melissa chuckles at that, and actually manages to crack a smile. "You know, you aren't as bad as I initially thought you were, and certainly not as mean as your classmates make you out to be. I've literally never been mean to them, ever," Horizon says. "Well, I wouldn't say that, but at least you've mostly been nice to me. And now that everything is over and the danger is gone, it's kind of nice having a strong hero protecting me. Sorry, but the last thing I need is to have a third girl at UA trying to get my attention." Melissa scoffs at that idea. "Oh god no. You're a great pro-hero, but as a person, you're kind of the worst." Ouch. Wait, that sounded super mean. "I mean, I'm thankful for all you've done, especially with saving me, but just, you're not my type, you know." "I got what you mean, and believe me, it's a relief on my end too. Even if you're one of the few girls at UA I actually respect, it wouldn't work out." Melissa looks confused at that. "You actually respect me? Why? Aren't you like a all-powerful god who always speaks down to everyone?" I'm not all-powerful, and I don't speak down to anyone, Horizon says. I speak to them in a manner appropriate for their worth, they just happen to mostly be trash. Jerk, Melissa mutters. But as for respecting you, well, you're quirkless, which means anything you can do, someone with a quirk can do better. In fact, a certain bear mouse thing with a high-spec quirk is more of a genius inventor than you and your dad combined, but you still try. Because I try, you respect me. Because you succeed, Horizon says. Most quirkless people are worse than trash, because not only can they never match up to people with quirks in a competitive sense, they're also genetically weaker. I mean, you guys don't even have the ability to regrow teeth, or the inherent superhuman adaptability, it's like you're humans from hundreds of years ago. But most quirkless people make themselves even worse by dwelling on these aspects their entire lives and allowing it to destroy them, they don't even bothering to try. And if they do try, they don't do enough work to be competitive, much less succeed. But you did it, and so did your dad. And as for him, well, if he didn't cause such a big headache for me, I'd like him a lot more. Melissa looks at him in a new light, taking his words to heart and almost crying again, being recognized by the man most of the world looks up to as the pinnacle of superhuman potential. You know, if this was the side of you I met first, maybe I would have fallen for you, she says. Good thing I saw the jerk side of you first, saved me a lot of heartache. TCH, you wish you could get a guy like me, Horizon says. Besides, you're leaving UA at the end of this semester and moving across the world, so it's for the best really. Yeah, but if you ever come to America, we should catch up. Huh? Panta doesn't even like me leaving Tokyo and Musutafu, like hell she'd ever let me leave Japan. Now let's get out of here. Or Ride just called me. Sitting in Panta's office, Horizon has his feet up on the coffee table, arms spread out on the back of the couch, head laid back as he tries to relax. His entire body was still sore from whatever happened earlier tonight. Now it was past midnight, and most of Japan was resting easier knowing Wolfram was arrested and locked away, because Horizon swooped in and saved the day. Perfect and flawless as always. Beneath the visor, Horizon had his eyes closed, doing his best to stay awake, but he could feel his mind and body begging to just get to bed. But that would have to wait. First he'd have to get through this meeting, after he'd already debriefed everyone who needed to be informed at UA. Of course certain details were withheld from most people, but that's besides the point. Now he had to finish up this meeting, then go take some samples of himself at Horizon Tower, maybe then he'd get some rest. With my luck, the moment I lay in bed a bank gets robbed near the tower. He recalls when he was in a similar exhausted state after the first raid against the League of Villains recruiting site, and that's exactly what happened after. I wonder how Endeavor is dealing with that Dabby nonsense, haven't heard from him in a while. Shoto hasn't been extra moody lately, so I guess he doesn't know. Smart move. Waiting till he has confirmation is better, at least let me get my hands on Dabby to test it myself. As he's trying to relax, he gets a message from Ryoko, because only she would be texting him at this hour. Opening one eye, he reads the message displayed inside his visor. Are you going to Tokyo like usual? She asked. Usually he'd head to Tokyo Wednesday night, which is an 18 hours dash, do hero work from Thursday to Sunday, then head back to UA. At least this is his new schedule for the past few weeks. Yorowimusha being killed certainly changed how much Panto and Nizo wanted him out in public. Response, he lazily commands his visor to start writing a reply. Finishing up a meeting, will be there in a few hours. Send. With that he goes back to relaxing on the couch, for all of 2 seconds. Because the door immediately swings open for Panto to stroll into her office. Her usual guards remain outside, but Horizon doesn't even react to her entrance. His quirk was off, giving his brain time to recover, but he just didn't have the energy for a casual greeting. Panto had a few sets of documents in her arms, hundreds of pages of work she had to complete before getting some rest. Are you asleep? Panto asks as she takes her seat, starting up her computer via optical scan, a new addition since Horizon is a frequent guest here. Alpha Thailand body yes. Yes, Horizon says. Would you care to know how much your fight will be costing Japan? Panto asks as she begins reading the documents. You did destroy our main port for trade to South Korea and most of Asia and Europe after all. Does this mean I won't get paid this month? Horizon asks. Your payment will be the favor I did by sweeping Wolfram under the rug. Can't I at least get paid for stopping the nuke from getting into Japan? Horizon says jokingly. Panto stops, gives him a deadpan stare for a moment, seeing him still relaxing on the couch, then goes back to work. How bad was it? Extremely bad economically, Panto says. Luckily Wolfram was wanted by most major nations, so they sent their thanks, in the form of money. And the United States sent a sum since he's one of their monsters that went rogue, and the last thing they want is us telling the public that little detail. Really? He was a special forces operative that didn't like the pay they gave, Panto says. A lot of nations wanted him dead or in a cage, preferably a wooden or glass cage. I didn't know he was that bad, hadn't even heard of him till this. Probably because he wasn't in the same circles as you. He wasn't an assassin, he's the kind of person you hire to train a private army or a terrorist cell, but he did have a knack for collateral damage. I noticed. You're in no position to talk, Panto says. Arsenal is infamous for the trail of bodies she enjoyed leaving in her wake. What she did in Los Angeles is still hundreds of times more horrific than anything All for One or Wolfram have done in terms of sheer scale and loss of life. That was unavoidable, considering the specifics of the job, which I won't go into. And I won't pry, but clearly you don't appreciate the effort that goes into covering up what you did, considering how casually you're treating this. Well, you make it look so easy, what can I say? You can start with what happened, and I don't want you killing villains to become a habit. Overhaul was unavoidable, but from what you said this one was because of mistakes on your end, so, explain, now. Horizon sits up properly, taking his feet off the table, and looks over at her, seeing the woman sitting back in her chair awaiting his explanation. In all the time he's known her, and all the times he's tried to get under her skin, even now, after covering up a death, she remains without expression. He can't help but wonder what kind of things she's done and seen from that chair. Consequences? Horizon asks. You mean the contract? Horizon nods. Our contract states that if you are found guilty of breaking any laws, you forfeit your position, as that will get you expelled and barred from the hero course programs across Japan, Panta says. Which means this counts. Yes, Panta says. And normally in a matter like this, you could be taken to criminal court. Quirk court, he corrects her. This was a quirk issue, not an issue of intent. That's possibly even more concerning, Panta says. But Japan isn't stable, in fact we're quite far from it. So for now I'll sweep this away, and bury it beside the files on Overhaul. We can't afford to have you expelled from every hero course and leaving Japan, but if it came to that, I won't hold it against you, Horizon says. Honestly, if you wanted to use this as a grounds to make the contract null and void, I'd understand, and we'd simply part ways right here. Because you're the one who broke the terms of it. Of course, I signed it, so I can't get mad when you simply follow the rules we agreed to. I'm just lucky that you're unlucky enough to need me here to stabilize Japan. Panta detects no lies, which is quite a relief. While what she said about needing him is true, part of her was terrified that using this to dissolve the contract would cause him to lash out at her, or worse, at Japan itself. But for better or worse, he's a man of his word. I suppose that's one way to look at it. So from this moment we have a clean sheet, as if the incident tonight never happened, assuming you can do one thing for me. And what's that? Tell me exactly what happened, and why Wolfram is dead, Panta says. You mentioned quirk court earlier. That means this is a matter of you not controlling your quirk rather than you trying to hurt him. But from the pictures I've seen, you were quite clearly trying to hurt him. It's my quirk, Horizon says. During the summer camp when I fought all for one, I got pushed to limits and levels I didn't know I had, that I guess I didn't even know existed since he was always a myth to me. After that I encountered some difficulties with my quirk. I hit glass ceiling of power that I can feel cracking, but every time it cracks and I feel my access to my full potential growing closer, it's like my body or mind aren't ready. Tonight it came out, like a rush of adrenaline and euphoria. And I guess my training just took over, and obviously not the hero course kind. My mind got cloudy, and one minute I'm defending from his attacks, the next minute I'm waking up as my body is tearing him apart piece by piece. Throughout his entire explanation, Panta doesn't react, she simply focuses on his words. But she detects no lies. Obviously she knew he wouldn't tell her the whole truth, that simply wouldn't be smart of him, but this raised even more alarms in her mind. So you were pushed to your limits mentally and your quirk simply took over. I'm not really sure, but we can go with that for now, he says, and she detects no lies. And have you made any progress in controlling these outbursts? Yes, and it won't be much longer until I get it under control. And when that happens, I'll be so much stronger than even I could have imagined. Fuck, was the only word that popped into Panta's head, even while her ice-cold facade was maintained. So he becomes some kind of a rage monster that's even stronger than the regular version of him if he feels threatened? Seriously. I see. Well then, thank you for informing me, and keep me posted on your progress, Panta says. But do remember, I won't be covering up any more bodies for you. One more incident like this and you'll have to fight it in quirk court, without my help, understand? I understand, Horizon says. Good, now why exactly did Wolfram kidnap Melissa Shield? He wanted to force David Shield to make something, or at least give him the plans for it. Someone named Tech hired him and apparently already made the device, but Wolfram got paid and wanted to finish the job anyway. Devoted to his contract, sounds familiar. Yeah, but I think maybe he just wanted to fight me, to really make a name for himself. A foolish decision, and what was this device? Sorry, but I can't say. Doctor-patient confidentiality and all that, Horizon says jokingly, but she doesn't detect any lies. But now it should be safe for the Shields to leave, which is one less thing for me to worry about. Good, that gives you more time to focus on your quirk. I can't imagine solving quirk problems are easy for you, since you're one of 2 mystery class quirks in the world, you have no studies or research to help you. I'll manage. Now, is that all? Yes, if anything else comes up I'll notify you, Panta says. Aside from that, have your full report done and send it to me within 24 hours. I'll falsify a report matching the story we fed the media and upload it onto your Hero Network account. Thanks, now I'll get out of here, because I really need some rest. With that Horizon instantly warps away. As he leaves Panta sighs and relaxes back in her chair, looking at the stack of paperwork she had to deal with. So he definitely isn't perfect, but that imperfection makes him even more dangerous. If anything happens to him before he solves his quirk problem, he lashes out and falls back on the instincts arsenal instilled into him, which makes him one of, no, the most lethal person on the planet. And when he does solve this quirk problem, he ascends from what is seemingly a god to whatever comes next. I should figure out how Wolfram was able to push him that hard at least, it should give me some insight. With that Panto makes a quick call, and surprisingly the man picks up on the first ring. Lady Panto, this is quite unexpected, Dr. Gariki's voice greets her. Good night, doctor. I have a body I'd like you to examine regarding a certain associate of ours. 7 a.m., 4 hours after he went to bed. Law was still asleep. Something that hasn't happened since he integrated Energy Saver into Hand of God. But after yesterday and the new breakthrough made, albeit he can't really recall any of it or repeat it, his body and mind still feel the exhaustion. In fact, he still felt sore even after his body's automatic healing took effect. Something he was reminded of as he rolled onto his side and bumped into a smaller, softer, warm body. His eyes immediately shot open, seeing nothing in the absolute darkness of his room, but he didn't even activate his quirk, as there was only one person it could possibly be. So he simply wrapped his arms around Ryoko and pulled her against him. He was only wearing a pair of boxers, and she wore just a t-shirt and her underwear, which usually led to more than just sleeping. But right now he was too tired and sore for even his horny 16-year-old brain to think of anything else. 1 hour later. Once again Law wakes up, opening his eyes to see only darkness. There was absolutely no light in his room, allowing him to sleep perfectly comfortable beside Ryoko whenever he wants. And most of the time he never even uses the lights in here even when she isn't here, simply because he's so used to just using scan to move around. He opens a room, sensing her on the couch in the living room, laying down but scrolling through her phone. Something she couldn't do here since his visor wasn't on, and even if he was sleeping too heavily to know, she wouldn't risk seeing his face. Shambles? In an instant not only was she warped into the bed beside him, but his body glove was warped onto himself, with the visor. Good morning to you two, Ryoko says as she gets comfortable in bed, leaning back against the headboard as he remains laid out beside her. MHM. Still tired? I'm surprised you slept more than 1 hour. MHM, it was a long night. I figured as much, Ryoko says, still scrolling through her phone. Why are you here? Horizon asks. Unfortunately she's been with him long enough to know he really just means why didn't you tell me you were coming over? Because you had a rough day yesterday, either you got hurt, or something didn't go as planned. Didn't you hear the news? Everything went perfectly to plan, and I didn't even get scratched. As usual, a flawless victory for Horizon. Yes, I saw the news, but I also know you, better than most, Ryoko says. So I know if you aren't in front of a camera acting humble while subtly bragging, then something went wrong and you aren't proud of the results enough to speak about it. So, are you alright? Ao Epsilon. Tired, was all he said, tilting his head slightly to see her looking down toward him with concern in her eyes. Physically, emotionally, or mentally? Yes, Horizon says. MHM. Yesterday, well, this morning, was the first time I ever came close to, I don't know. You always know, Ryoko puts the phone down and gets down into the bed, laying beside him. It was the first time I came face to face with, just, not being a hero anymore. Just giving it up and leaving. And how did it feel, to be faced with that possibility? Scary, because I liked it. MHM. My parents always said, do whatever I want, and they'd support me, no matter what. That's the last thing they said to me, and all this time I've just been doing this for them. But this morning, I was threatened with freedom, and it was tempting. And what's stopping you from taking it? Horizon thinks about it for a moment, and could only come up with a few reasons: love, loyalty, devotion, not much else. And are you still thinking about quitting? I think about it every time I put on the costume. Every time I draw my sword, every time I put myself at risk to save some moron that can't save himself, every time I'm sitting in a class I don't need to learn something I already know just because I have to follow the rules, every day. Ryoko rolls onto her side and drapes an arm across his chest. You know, whatever you do I'll support you. I like Horizon the superhero, but I've always been here because of the admittedly selfish man beneath the visor, even if I can't see that man. That man has serious trust issues. Horizon chuckles, and she just shakes her head. It's fine, I asked you for a lot more than that, so, seems fair. It's not fair at all, Horizon says. By the way, how are you here? Don't you have work or something? I can take a lot of days off. Wait, do you even know what I do? No. Do you even want to know? No, it really doesn't matter to me, Horizon says. As far as I know, you're trying to seduce me so you'll never have to work again, a true supervillain scheme. Oh no, the great hero Horizon has seen through my plans. They both start laughing, and she feels him relax a bit. Ready for breakfast? Ryoko asks. That sounds good. Want to have some fun before I make breakfast? Ryoko playfully begins tracing circle on his chest. Normally I'd be all for that, but I feel my muscles would hate me if I made them move that much. Hearing that she sits up, and immediately straddles his hips, then you just lay there, and let me take care of you. 1 hour later. Walking into the kitchen after a relaxing shower, Horizon is still only wearing his body glove and visor. But he enters the kitchen to see Ryoko cooking, in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, all Horizon brand. Her usually attire when in the tower, mostly because it's comfortable, but definitely because she knows how he reacts to it. What are you making? Horizon asks as he takes a seat at the counter. Omelette rolls and some rice. Want anything special? I hope you have time to eat before something happens and you have to rush off. Well, that sounds perfect. Horizon begins scrolling through his phone to see everything he missed while sleeping. And as for leaving, today I'll be staying in the tower. Still sore and really not in the mood to be running about Tokyo yet, so how about we just relax here today? While cooking, Ryoko looks back, seeing him at the counter, and smiles mischievously. It's been a while since we've had to building to ourselves. Not that I don't like your teammates. I know exactly what you mean. And how about after breakfast we go check out some of the black market raid loot downstairs? Horizon asks. It's well over $1 billion in art and all kinds of stuff. Could be something cool down there. Ah, are you asking me on a museum date? Don't make me retract the offer. Don't be so dramatic, and yet checking out that stuff sounds fun. Especially since it's even more fun because I'm not supposed to know about it. Lots of things are more fun because you aren't supposed to do them, Horizon says as he responds to a few messages on the Hero Network. Did you enjoy the culture festival? She asks. Before you had to leave, that is. Did I enjoy keeping track of that many people all at once for hours? Not particularly. But I saw you, Kota, and Eri having fun, and the stalls, especially the cotton candy stall. Yeah, Kota loves that stuff, and those two got along great, which is a big relief. Was managing them with all the crowds easy? Surprisingly, yet, they're both pretty obedient. Well, at least Kota is now. He's trying to be more like his hero, Deku. Oh right, he saw Deku fighting during the summer camp, huh? And how was Eri with the crowds? Very nervous at first, but I showed her that you were up on the roof and she calmed down. That kid trusts you a lot. And I'll admit I was a lot more relaxed since you were up there. Well, I did save her from Overhaul, and as far as she knows, he's locked up in prison and will never bother her again. Well, at least the part about him never bothering her again is true, Ryoko says as she starts dishing out the food. I saw an interesting picture of you from the culture festival. Oh, and what's that? Horizon asks as they take their food to the living room, to have breakfast on the couch. A certain picture of you, and a mini Horizon, Ryoko says in an excited tone, and as they sat on the couch he could already tell where this is going. Did you do that on purpose? It was so cute how you gave him the card, and what you said too, made my heart feel like it would explode. Why would I want to ramp up your baby fever on purpose? It's already nuclear, he says as they start eating. Ryoko narrows her eyes at him. It's not that bad. Babe, if I didn't have perfect control of what my body does, I'd never have sex with you. You're the type of psycho who'd poke holes in condoms, swap her pills for candy, or just wrap her legs around me? No thanks. Ryoko scoffs and begins angrily eating her breakfast. It's not like I'd do that for anyone else. If anything, it's your fault for being, well, you. You're saying I'm special. I'm saying that I expected to get married and start a family with some white knight who treats me like a queen while acting like a proper gentleman, but instead I'm here hopelessly in love with a man who has caught the eye of at least half the women in the world, and he's seemingly hell-bent on sleeping with all of them. It takes Ryoko a moment to process exactly what she said during that rant, and after she does, she just begins eating, looking down at her plate, trying to act like that didn't just happen. So, hopelessly in love with Miha, without looking up or even being able to see his face, she could just tell he was grinning victoriously beneath that mask. Ryoko once again wishes she had the power to reverse time, even if it's only by a few seconds. Because there are few things worse than having to deal with Horizon after giving him a compliment, especially one of this caliber. I hope you realize this entire situation makes me extremely nervous, Nizu says. He was sipping tea in his office, sitting on the couch opposite Law, who had his visor and mask off. After returning to UA from Tokyo, Law was relaxing in some more casual clothes over his body glove. Well, it can't be helped since Pantu already agreed, Law says. Just think about how it makes me feel. I'm the one that has his balls in a vice, you know, handing over evidence that I went berserk and killed a villain for no reason. This situation is stressful for all of us, Nizu says, glancing to the side to see his desk, focusing on the glass wall behind it where the moon hung above Musodafo, a city of civilians so close to them. I'm concerned that you could lose your cool and there won't be a villain around to grasp your attention. What? Scared I'll decide to remodel Tokyo? Law asks. Terrified, Nizu says. And I'm sure Panta feels the same way. You're lucky she still needs you. I know, and I'm sure she's got all her people working overtime, pulling her hair out trying to figure out what she'll do if I suddenly snap. Law chuckles. How much money do you think she's spending running simulations about it? Nizu rolls his eyes. If the thought of the best minds under her command trying to solve your quirk is so amusing, I assume you aren't worried about it. Law shrugs. Mystery class, remember. And you're so sure nobody will ever figure it out? Humanity is moving forward faster every day, you know. I know, but honestly, I bet even Star and Stripe doesn't understand how mystery class quirks work, but just in case, Law smiles mischievously. Even you don't know the foundation of my power. Actually, even my parents don't know. Really? I thought you told each other everything. We do, but in a world where minds can be read, they didn't want anyone but me knowing how to take me down. Law shrugs. Pretty smart, and since I understand the fundamentals, Star and Stripe is still a bit scary, but not invincible. Your quirks aren't similar, Nizu says. But you clearly know something I don't. I know lots of stuff you don't, and that goes both ways. Can you beat her? Not a chance. Law laughs at the idea. She can probably just make herself immune to anatomical manipulation then punch my head off. So really it'd come down to who has more stamina, and in my current state I'd lose. After I get this quirk situation sorted, I'll win. They sit in silence for a while as Nizu finishes his tea. You know, I don't think I say this enough, but you're scary, Nizu admits. You've only just realized. Oh, I always knew, it's why you're here, but I suppose maybe it's arrogance on my part. Arrogance in what way? That I'll never hurt you, that I'd never give you a reason to, and that I'm slowly making you a better, gentler person, maybe even a hero, Niza says, and he sees La scoff and look away. Would it really be such a bad thing? Even you mentioned that you're enjoying it more and more lately. B. No, I said it has good perks. La starts counting on his fingers. Authority, power, freedom to use my quirk as I please, freedom to constantly improve myself. Having the world grovel at my feet and worship me is nice too, but that just feels like it was always meant to be. And women, Niza gives an annoyed look. You've made it clear that's your preferred recreation lately. Well, can't exactly walk into a casino as Horizon, La says, and my time as my regular self is getting more limited lately. It's easier to just have Ryoko come over than to go deal with the public. Guess I'm becoming a recluse. And fathers all across the world rejoice at that announcement. They both share a laugh before La speaks. I wasn't that bad, you know. I mean, I even limited myself to 2 at UA. Wow, only 2. Such incredible restraint. Niza pours himself some more tea. Any more and La was sure he'd be able to see the sarcasm pouring off of Niza. Well, considering how many I could have had, I think I did pretty well. La nods proudly. AHH, I see, another aspect of your quirk revealed. What's that? Being impossibly charming. Patting yourself on the back for having human decency. Actually, not that decent since you have them here and Ryoko in Tokyo. Hey now, La feigns offense. At least I'm honest. Says the man living 2 lives, but I guess that's unavoidable. Niza sips his tea. Speaking of women, Mirko, Deshug? No. At least let me finish. No, if I go anywhere near her she'll probably try to fight me. The only reason I haven't blocked her again is because she only messages me once a week to pick a fight. La says. Hey, you look kind of like a rabbit. Can you talk to her? First of all, I'm much more adorable than any rabbit, Niza says. Secondly, she may have uncovered a lead for you, but I don't think she noticed. What do you mean? I track all current events in Japan, and one of the men arrested in a recent incident of hers was also at the League of Villains recruitment village, and he was at the USJ. How the hell was he free after those first 2? His family has money, Niza says, but since I connected the dots I figured you could make something of it. Chances are he'll run right back to Shigaraki. Running an operation against them is a bit risky since it could mess up Hawk's infiltration mission. Hawks is infiltrating them. Yeah, and from the sounds of it he's getting close to tagging Kurogiri, and twice, when they get a solid location on Kurogiri I'll be called in. Well, it's still worth a try, just don't get in the way of whatever Pantu is doing, Niza says. Alright, send me the info, and what about the shields? How are they holding up? So you finally asked. How thoughtful. They're holding up fine. Melissa can't rejoin her old school until the next semester starts, so she'll be in UA until the end of this year. I was asking more about if she had any suspicious of what happened. If maybe her dad has been wanting to get a face-to-face with Wolfram, anything that can be a problem for me. My apologies, for a moment I thought you were concerned. Niza takes another sip. They're unproblematic. David is just happy the situation is resolved. Tech is beyond our reach since aside from the robot he sent there isn't any proof he even exists. Law relaxes on the couch. That's a relief. If they decided to pester the problem, would you have? Deshdanti ask questions you and Yagi don't want the answer to. Niza shakes his head. Honestly, how you have 2 pro heroes wrapped around your finger I'll never understand it. The Ryukyu thing is just a rumor. Yet I'm sure you plan to make it a reality. Well, what am I supposed to do with you? Accept the things you cannot change, makes life easier. And what's that for you, since you have the power to quite literally manipulate the world? Words and the agreements we make, unbreakable even by the hand of God. Unbreakable, Niza looks at him for a moment. Well, according to Penta you were willing to walk away, to accept the consequences of what happened with Wolfram. I made a deal, got to honor it. Besides, Law lays his head back and closes his eyes. Freedom is all they want me to have. Bet I'll get an earful when they get out and learn about the shit I've been through for them. Oh, and I'll have to keep Mom away from UA and Tokyo. That could get messy. Well, with her track record, very messy. And considering how much she loves you, what she did in Los Angeles would look like child's play. Don't tempt me, Law chuckles. Watching all the paper pros run about trying to save people in that mess almost sounds fun. Oh, speaking of Tokyo, I'm taking Jiro there this weekend. Niza raises a brow at that. What do you mean you're taking a student with no provisional license to Tokyo for a weekend? I lost a bet and she wants me to play bodyguard so she can leave UA. It's for some concert she wants to go to. You don't sound excited for it. It's a concert, basically a bunch of losers paying money to stand around with other sweaty people and worship some people on a stage. Why would I be excited for that? Yet you're going. I'm a man of my word, Law says. But yeah, this weekend. Fine, I can approve it, but I'll have to contact her parents tomorrow for permission. That'll be fine, she says they love me. They've never met you, clearly. Well, Horizon's public image is perfect, and old people always believe the news. And how will Ryoko react to you having a female guest in Horizon Tower? Law pauses for a moment, then releases a loud groan as he looks at Niza. She'll give me some attitude for it when I say she can't come to the tower this weekend, but we'll be fine. That bad? She calls them my UA bedwarmers, so what do you think? Minutes later at almost midnight, Horizon warps back into his room. He appears on one of the small couches, seeing Momo sitting on the floor doing some schoolwork on the coffee table, and beside him Jiro is listening to music while scrolling on her phone. How'd it go? Jiro's earphone jack unplugs and she sits up beside him, almost shaking in anticipation of his answer. Once your parents agree then we're on for this weekend, Horizon says. Yes. Jiro springs forward and wraps her arms around his neck, nuzzling her face into his shoulder. Thank you so much. I'm sure they'll say yes. Of course they will. I'm Horizon. Everyone in Japan loves me, he says jokingly while pulling her into his lap. Just remember not to leave the tower without him, Momo reminds her. You could get in serious trouble for that, so be careful. I'll be extra careful, promise. Besides, I've got this guy with me, she gestures to Horizon while getting comfortable in his lap. He's invincible. I'll be leaving Wednesday night, Horizon says as he wraps his arms around her. But I'll be back Friday after lunch to pick you up, after the Pro Hero Billboard ranking event. Oh right, they're holding that in person this year, Momo says. It's supposed to be bigger than ever. Yeah, it's to send a message of hope to the nation, plus I need to be there to show solidarity. Apparently some people still somewhat doubt that I'm a team player with pro heroes. Really? Jiro asks. They doubt the guy who always talks trash about pro heroes can work with those very people. Shocker. Yeah, shocker. Dasha. Jiro jolts in his lap as a small current runs through her. Hey. They get into a small playful fight, which eventually leads to him laying on the couch with her on top of him, only to be stopped by the sound of Momo giggling. They both pause and turn to look at her. Sorry, it's just, this is pretty fun, Momo says. I never thought I'd end up in a scenario like this, but it's quite enjoyable, but only because it's with the two of you. Horizon pulls Jiro onto his chest and releases a deep laugh. If you're happy, imagine how I feel. I'm the one with two pretty girls in my room. 10 a.m. Friday, November 15th, 23:15. Standing on the roof of a Hero Public Safety Commission building in Tokyo, Horizon leans on the short wall at the edge of the roof as he scrolls through his phone. While he did this, he entirely ignored the masses swarming below. The entire front of this building was entirely filled with civilians, and some pro-heroes, called in to beef up security. Today at noon the annual Hero Billboard ranking ceremony begins. After all, the top 50 pro-heroes in Japan will be presented for the nation to see, ranked by number of incidents resolved, public image, popularity, and a few other categories. Naturally Horizon couldn't be ranked until he became a fully licensed pro-hero, so right now he simply kept track of his projected ranking. This way he knows the predicted ranking he'll get during the first ceremony after he graduates, and since right now the projected ranking is number 1 and he knows Endeavor is waiting to retire. Exactly 3 years from today, he'll have all the cards needed to demand his parents be freed. All of Japan will be depending heavily on him for safety and stability, and he'll be the number 1 hero in the official rankings as well. He would have fulfilled his contract to the most extreme lengths, leaving no room for them to complain or refuse to honor the agreement. Looking out over the city, he sees many of the buildings around them which are taller, and they already have camera crews set up on the roofs or upper floors. The official lists of who would be added, removed, promoted, or demoted on the rankings were hidden, and all across Japan people were placing bets. Media outlets catching a glimpse of pro-heroes flying in or trying to quietly enter the building to later make their big reveals would get a lot of attention from the hungry masses. And knowing this, most pro-heroes got here before the sun was even up or snuck in quietly at a side entrance, all for the sake of hiding their new costume designs or making the reveal of them being ranked this highly that much more special for their fans. Horizon didn't have to bother with any of this, so he came to the roof to relax and show off that he's here so no villains try to attack. Although I doubt I even had to be here since Endeavor and the next 9 top pros are here, he thinks to himself. Well, I guess the public will just think I'm here to support Endeavor, and this'll make me look even better to the morons that think I don't get along with other pro-heroes. RA with grave new epsilon S. Enjoying this time to himself, Horizon hears the now familiar sound of large wings beating against the air behind him, but even as the roof shakes slightly he continues his scrolling, not bothering to turn around. You're supposed to sneak in to make a big entrance on stage, Horizon says. You know I don't care about this ranking nonsense, Ryukyu says as she walks up beside him, already in her human form, and leans on the edge to look down at the crowd. And I certainly don't think I should be ranked this highly. Horizon chuckles, putting his phone away to face her. See, knew you weren't a dragon, they aren't humble creatures. Ugh, I can't believe I missed you, she rolls her eyes. Ah, you missed me. Why did I even say that? After all the warnings she gave me about giving you compliments, Ryukyu face palms. Relax, it's normal to miss your boyfriend. They both look at each other, sharing a silent moment, then they both erupt in laughter. Over the past few weeks they'd send each other a few interesting things they've seen on the internet. By now it felt like every day their fans thought of something new in their relationship that even they never would have considered. Most of it was stupid and hilarious, but some of it was creepily accurate, especially the art on Ryukyu's side of things. But seriously Kyokyo, you should be proud, you're number 7 now, Horizon says. Not because I deserve it, she frowns and hangs her head in shame. I just got lucky that your popularity rubbed off on me. And Panto insisted on the improvement in my rank, Ryukyu thinks. Yeah, but I don't keep trash around me, and I certainly don't allow rumors about me dating it, Horizon says. If you're good enough to be my pretend girlfriend, you're good enough to be the number 7 pro hero. Ryukyu just shakes her head, but smiles softly. I can't tell if you're complimenting yourself or me, or maybe both. Men are judged by what kind of woman they get, right? So both. Ryukyu chuckles and breathes a sigh of relief, feeling much better. You know, since those rumors about us started, a lot of the pro heroes that would try to bring me in on cases just to flirt with me have stopped trying. It's such a relief. Well, if it makes you feel any better, cameras all around us are catching every minute of this, and I'm sure we'll be in some gossip articles later today. Ryukyu takes a step closer to him, leaning against his side, making it look good for the cameras. You think they're getting my good side? You have a bad side. Did that line work on Ryuko? She asks. We didn't do that much talking at first. Forget I ever asked. I don't need those details. She playfully pushes him away. And for the record, it's wonderful working with only the men and women who want my assistance in helping people. Gives me one less thing to think about. Did you have any super persistent ones? She thinks about it for a moment. Yay, like 3 borderline stalkers. Honestly made me question the whole hero license process since those 3 creeps got it. Want me to go talk to them? Horizon asks. Would you? For you, sure. Besides I don't like people touching what's mine. Ryukyu rolls her eyes. Maybe you're the dragon, since you don't like people touching your hoard. Well, one of us has to be a real dragon, and sadly it can't be you. Hey? And no, I don't want you to go talk to them. I already settled it. I am a pro hero after all. I'm not some helpless girl who always needs a man to fight for her. That isn't always a bad thing. I know, but I wouldn't be setting a very good example now, would I? Ryukyu says. I mean, most of the women in the top 50 are either rescue heroes like 13 and Uebami, or one dead away from being a housewife, like Ryuko's trying to be. No offense to her. I get what you mean, Horizon says. Young girls need someone they can look up to and see they can be anything they want to be, and honestly, you're kind of the only good one. Ryukyu's eyes widen at that. Really? You mean that? Of course, 13 only does Ryukyu work because she doesn't like fighting and her quirk is too dangerous, but that's the cliché girl in the group is a healer deal. MT Lady isn't that bad, but she's kind of a lazy airhead and causes a lot of collateral damage because of how clumsy she is, not to mention she'd never get this far if she wasn't so hot. Uebami just wants to be a celebrity and used the pro hero route to do it. The others aside from probably Midnight aren't famous enough, and she's basically a walking billboard for acting like a slut to get attention. And then we have Mirko. Ugh. Is it really that bad between you two? She's just persistent and annoying, but she only messages me once a week now. I see, and what about me? Ryukyu asks. As a pro hero I mean, what do you say the dragon hero Ryukyu as? A competent and humble woman that just happens to be rather beautiful and have a cool quirk, even if she can't breathe fire. But there is one fundamental flaw in you. Oh, and what's that? You lack the same hunger lots of other pro heroes have. You're content with just helping people as they need help. You aren't proactive enough. Best Genist is the same way, which is why I didn't go intern with him. If you want to feel like you deserve your spot, do more work. And if you want to show all the little girls out there they can be a top 10 pro hero just like you, then show them how much work you really do to get where you are. For the few things I don't like about Mirko, that's one thing I do love about her. She works harder than everyone aside from Endeavor and Edge Shot in the top 10. If she were more organized and efficient, she'd easily be the number 3 or number 4 instead of where she is now. And if you put in that much work, who knows, maybe we'd have our number 2 pro hero be a girl for the first time. Ryukyu just stared at him for nearly a minute, mesmerized, brain fried as she tried to process how nice he was being. Then she blinks, snapping back to reality. I hope you really meant that and you're not just saying that to sleep with me. Why can't it be both? Ryukyu's cheek reddens slightly as she looks away, down at the crowd who were taking pictures of them. You aren't supposed to be so forward with a lady, don't you know anything? I know that as heroes we could die any day, so we don't have time to waste. Ryukyu sighs. Yeah, you're right, but one sexy blonde Ryuko in your bed is quite enough, and just because she and I are friends doesn't mean she'll be okay with me joining. She gestures to him. Whatever weird relationship thing you have with her. Horizon playfully raises his hands in surrender. Hey, you're the one that keeps bringing it up? Clearly I'm on your mind a lot these days. As Ryukyu is about to respond, they hear the sound of someone landing on the roof, accented by metal clashing against concrete. Horizon sighs, and just turns so his back is to the new arrival. But Ryukyu looks back to see Mirko standing on the roof with a toothy grin on her face, staring directly at Horizon. All those lies about you two not dating, and this is the first thing I see at this event, huh? Mirko says. Ryukyu freezes up, trying to think of a logical response. But before she can, Horizon simply turns around, wraps an arm around her and grabs her by the ass, pulling her against his side. Ryukyu's face goes bright red as her eyes widen. She freezes up. Mirko stares with wide eyes as well, not sure where this is going. Horizon grins beneath the visor, hoping this would get the rabbit to leave him along. This is the fate of all the women who challenge me and lose. Can you accept these terms for our rematch? Horizon asks. Mirko's lips twitch as her eyes narrow, the vein on her forehead bulging as she scrunches up her face. Then a moment later she deflates and her ears droop down to the sides of her head. She frowns and slouches while walking toward the roof entrance of the building. No way am I doing that crap, she says while leaving them on the roof. After he's sure she can't hear them, Horizon can't help but laugh. Bye annoying fight manic, she won't be bothering me anymore. Looks like we both got rid of our unwanted admirers, although I don't know if she was an admirer exactly. Either way, not my problem anymore. I'm happy to hear that. Now, can you please let go of my butt? Horizon looks at Ryukyu to see her face bright red, eyes closed as she's breathing heavily. But it feels nice and toned, and surprisingly round. He gives it a gentle squeeze. How does she even put up with you? This is really the list. My god, these people suck, Horizon says while looking through some papers. That moron Deco can beat half these pros. He and Panto were sitting in a small meeting room on the upper floors of this building, discussing some important matters before the ceremony begins just over an hour. She was at the head of the conference table with him to the right. Power isn't everything. Lots of these pro heroes lead teams and agencies which efficiently protect their own communities. They make people feel safe, which is why they also get recognition from us. You say that, but I see Rocklock on this list. Horizon looks over at her. We both know he sucks. It was unavoidable, Panto says, not reacting to his childish antics. Need I remind you that he knows exactly what happened with Overhaul? The popularity from working with you on the case as well as his diligence in keeping that secret earned him a small boost. Small, going from mid-200s to number 47 is small. In the grand scheme of things, and in comparison to maintaining your image for the citizens, it's most inconsequential. Well, when you put it like that, yeah. Horizon leans back in his chair and continues looking at the listings. Hey, did you raise Ryukyu's ranking because of popularity because of me, or was there more to it? Concerned about your girlfriend? Panto asks. Not my girlfriend, Horizon says, and she doesn't detect any lies. It's been bothering her, so I'm just curious. She's done good work, and the public trusts her. She earned the promotion. What kind of bonus does being number 1 get you? Is the man who always donates his monthly pay to charity actually concerned with money now? No, I'm just curious. There isn't a bonus for rankings, but companies are naturally more likely to reach out to you for sponsorships and products. It simply makes your name more valuable. But more importantly, it shows the public there are people willing to risk their lives to protect them. So it's useless, got it. From where I'm sitting, you're enjoying the celebrity aspect of being a respected hero, Panto says. Or at least you enjoy other people knowing you're better than them. Because I am better than them, no reason to hide it. You are many things, but humble clearly isn't one of them. Horizon continues reading the listings for a moment until the doors open, and Hawks walks in, holding a can of black coffee in his hand. Sorry I'm late, had to get a drink. He gives them both a casual wave and moves to sit opposite Horizon. Hey, did you make this guy rank 2 because it makes his job as your little weapon easier? I mean, he just suddenly appeared on the scene years ago and started his own agency, and got into the top 10 that same year. Would make sense, a Nigerian Naira S. Oh please, Hawks rolls his eyes. As if I'd need any help getting so close to the top. I artificially boosted his ranking and popularity, Panto says. Hawks frowns and deflates into his seat, folding his arms. As he was sitting, all his feathers separated from his wings and hovered behind his chair individually so he could get comfortable. Hawks is part of a program where we take especially powerful children and train them to become pro-heroes that also keep an eye on the more corrupted members of our society. And you're telling the kid all of this because? Hawks asks. Because if he really wanted to know, he would find out. Not to mention he knows your true name, so he likely knows a lot more than he wants me to think he does. This saves us all some time and puts us on the same page, Panto says. Because Dabby was part of the class with Hawks. We never did learn about how you got my name, Hawks says, then pauses for a moment as he processes what she just said. Wait, Dabby was in my class, so Dabby is Toya. 95% chance that's the case, Horizon says. So I guess you can add him to your list of people to investigate while you're spying on them. Hawks rubs his chin for a moment. Dabby was the member I had to least info on, and he's the least trusting. After I handed Yoroi Musha over to them, I got to meet Toga and Spinner a few times, but Dabby still keeps his distance. Your priority is still to get locations for Kurojiri and Twice, Panto says. If we can secure Dabby, that's good, but we'd have to find any data caches he has. If something gets released connecting him to Endeavor, it'll cause problems we don't have good answers to. The words of a villain that heinous won't carry much weight, but anything is possible. Your main target is Kurojiri, however, that remains unchanged. Once we get him out of the way, Horizon can operate freely in whatever manner he deems necessary to deal with the others. Well, the last time he operated in whatever manner he deems necessary, it scared them so much they went into hiding while building power, Hawks says. They're preparing some kind of weapon to deal with Horizon, and won't be out until it's ready, for good reason. Good reason? Horizon asks. Well, I met Toga, and she's still in a wheelchair. Really? Horizon was genuinely surprised. I broke her spine in ways she shouldn't be able to move anything below her neck. Whoever is making the Nomu is naturally able to solve something like that, but if she isn't fully healed yet, then they aren't quite as good as me. That's still a long list, Hawks says. And after we checked everyone that matched it in Japan, we still came up empty-handed. Either this person isn't an official doctor or is in another country, which makes sense since they've got Kurojiri to make travel easier. I'm sure you'll find us a lead when they trust you some more, Panto says. Right now I simply need both of you communicating and on the same page. The League of Villains has tasked Hawks with keeping track of where you are, so you'll have to give him daily updates as to where you'll be. I still think you should just let me take care of them, Horizon says. I'll have it done within a month. And the person making the Nomu for them won't be found, Hawks says. I'd find them. Everyone talks when I put hands on them. Violence isn't always the answer, and unlike you I don't like killing innocent people. I don't enjoy killing innocent people, Horizon says, and Pantu detects no lies. And violence has never failed me, when applied correctly. Well, I'm not surprised you think that considering who raised you, Hawks snaps at him. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? You know exactly what it means. Hawks narrows his eyes at him. What Arsenal did in Los Angeles is the most horrific act of terror in the past century at least. She killed nearly 80,000 people in an afternoon. If that person raised you, it's no wonder you're so messed up. Hey. Horizon raises his voice, yet Hawks nor Pantu react. My parents are perfect, all right. Collateral damage is just part of the job. It just happened to be part that mom liked using to distract heroes and cops. Plus she toned it down after I was born, mostly. That doesn't change what she is, Hawks says. Plus your dad is a traitor to the oath he swore as a doctor, I mean who literally steals a patient's heart? You were raised by monsters who think might makes right, and that's why they're both locked up in a deep dark hole for at least a few more years. Horizon doesn't respond. No yelling, no screaming, not even moving. Instead the tension in the room continues to grow and grow, until suddenly Hawks was bombarded by a strange sensation. Nothing. For the first time in 18 years, he couldn't hear anything beyond his ears, as if he'd been completely stripped of his extra sense provided by the feathers. What did you do? Hawks asks. Oh, so when they're 10 kilometers away you can't connect to them, Horizon says. Hawks' features twist into a horrified expression as he spins around in his chair, seeing where his feathers were. There were simply floating leaves. His eyes widen as he jumps to his feet, and look over to Pantu, who is gone, warped away somewhere in the building, so nobody can stop what's about to happen. He turns back to Horizon, only to see him gone as well, then a large hand grasps his shoulder. Before he can turn around to properly see Horizon, the man palms his face and lifts him up, slamming him down onto the conference table, breaking the table and taking him to the floor beneath. Hawks tries to claw Horizon's hand off his face, barely seeing Horizon looming over him through his own yellow-tinted visor. With practiced ease he reaches onto his belt and talks out a combat knife, and swings it at Horizon's arm, only for the weapon to stop, as if it were stuck in space. He pushes as hard as he can but it wouldn't dare to move. Horizon lifts him up and slams him back down, cracking the back of his head against the floor. Hawk's vision gets blurry, the yellow tint of his visor only makes it worse as he sees Horizon look at the knife he tried to stab him with. Thanks for the knife, but to operate on you, at least to start, my hands are enough. Horizon immediately grabs Hawks's face with both hands, crushing his skull like an apple. Hawks feels his brain being squeezed as his visor gets blocked by Horizon's thumbs, then before his eyes the reinforced plastic begins to crack, as both thumbs press down. No. Squelch. Ah. Hawk's scream bounces off the wall of this heavily soundproofed room as Horizon hollows out his eye sockets with his thumbs. Hawks immediately black out, only to jolt awake as a current passes through his body. Still completely blinded he screams and begs for it to stop. But the same pattern happens over and over for almost 10 minutes. The feeling of Horizon holding him, then tightening his grip until bones started to creak and snap, until bone fragments were piercing skin, until pain was the only thing to exist in his world. Then the cool sensation would wash over parts of him, and he'd feel better for a moment, before Horizon broke them all over again. Hawk's voice breaks, overstrained vocal cords no longer able to speak. He silently screams into a hopeless dark void as pain continues racking his body. And just when he thinks it's all over, finally some relief was coming. He felt his very same knife tracing the skin on his belly. That feels so much better. Horizon takes a deep breath as he steps out of the meeting room, looking around the hallway and only seeing 2 security agents standing nervously, staring at him. One of them men touches his earpiece, not taking his eyes off Horizon as he speaks. Yes ma'am, he just stepped out of the room. Horizon looks over at the man, tilting his head. Doing a quick scan he can sense Pantu walking through the building trying to get back here, constantly having to deal with people stopping her to talk while she's talking to this agent through her earpiece. Understood ma'am, the agent says as he raises a hand gesturing for Horizon to stop. Sir, I must insist that you wait here for Lady Pantu. Horizon looks at the man who was clearly nervous and not getting paid enough for this, and sighs. I'll pretend you didn't just say that to me, he says before walking past both men, neither of which tries to stop him. Walking down the hallway Horizon finds the person he's looking for and takes a sharp turn into the stairway, avoiding anyone trying to speak to him. For the first time in a very long time, he felt truly relaxed. After over a year, he's finally done something he always wanted to do, but accepted he'd never get the chance to do. Get some payback on Hawks. Yes, it does go against what he was taught and even what he believes in. Pursuing revenge is not useful and should not have been done in this case. But damn did that feel good. While casually walking down the stairs he takes out his phone and sends Jiro a quick text. The ceremony will be starting in an hour. I'll be at UA around 5 p.m. so be ready. Seconds later Jiro responds by sending him a selfie of her and Momo in one of the labs at UA, during class. Both were happy and smiling, although Jiro was sticking her tongue out at him. Horizon smiles beneath his visor and puts away his phone, making it down to the 3rd floor of the building and opening the door. I should try to spend more time with them honestly. Momo's sexy and Jiro's cute. Keeping them around is worth a bit of time. Especially since as time goes on I'll be called to do hero work less and less. That's the main benefit of being in the media propaganda as some invincible superhero. No villains actually want to make me get to work, so I get more time with my women. And speaking of my women, Horizon focuses his thoughts as he sees Ryukyu speaking to Best Jeanist and Edge Shot. Oh, Horizon, Jeanist politely waves at him, causing both the other pros to turn around to see him approaching. Here to support Endeavor. Sure, if that's what people want to assume, Horizon says as he joins them. Really, I'm just here so Shigaraki doesn't show up and disintegrate a crater into this portion of the city. No. That certainly has everyone on high alert, Edge Shot says. I've never felt so helpless as a pro hero. Well, not since All for One, but Shigaraki isn't as bad as that thing was. But now Horizon can probably handle All for One from Kamino, Ryukyu says. Right. Of course, but Horizon puts an arm around her waist and pulls her to his side. Weren't we just talking on the roof about how you don't need to depend on a man to protect you? Ryukyu rolls her eyes, but doesn't look bothered by him holding onto her, which the other men notice. I'm a dragon, I can only do so much. It takes monsters to fight monsters after all. Sure, dragon, if you say so. Kyakyu. Kyakyu. Jeanist asks. So you even have pet names for each other, so the rumors are true after all. No, he's just being annoying, Ryukyu says. He thinks I'm not a dragon because I can't breathe fire. It's stupid. Well, he does have a point, Edge Shot says. Dragons do historically breathe fire in all their stories, Jeanist mentions. But at least you do look like one. Ryukyu just looks at them as the traitors they were, and here I thought you two were my friends. Dem traitors, she shakes her head, mostly playfully. Anyway, enough with the small talk, you three need to be on stage in just over an hour, so until that, I'm gonna be stealing away this woman. Horizon quickly scoops Ryukyu up into his arm. Both men look at this with wide eyes as she tries to squirm out of his grasp, but it's like trying to claw at a steel vise. Hey, put me down. Ryukyu yells. She then looks at Jeanist and Edge Shot. Get me out of here, he's kidnapping me. Horizon turns around and begins walking away with her in his arms. Hey, I need to prepare to go on stage, Ryukyu says as she still fails to get out of his grasp. Jeanist chuckles. Honestly, young people show affection in such strange ways these days. Much too shamelessly for me, Edge Shot says. Yeah, even when we were in UA, you were always a serious prude, Jeanist says. While those two friends were catching up, Horizon kicked open the door to a secluded conference room, still holding Ryukyu in his arms. Now she had her arms folded and was sulking, entirely helpless to escape his grasp since her quirk is either human form or dragon form. She has no ability to manifest only particular traits. Meaning if she actually did want to escape she'd damage the building by transforming into a large dragon. But as much as she'd deny it, she was happy in his arms. As they enter the conference room they see a massive table lined with leather chairs. All the windows were closed and the blinds were shut, giving them some privacy, and after a quick scan Horizon made sure there wasn't any technology spying on them. Now can you tell me what the hell you're doing? I have to be on stage so this had better not take long, Ryukyu says as he pushes some chairs aside and sits her down atop the table. Well, today I crossed something off my list that's been there for a while, figured why stop at one of those today, Horizon shrugs. Oh, and what might the other one be? Ryukyu gives him an expectant look. 15 minutes earlier. Warped down into the press area between a few pro-heroes and security agents, Pantu was immediately ambushed by reporters. Keeping her icy facade she answers dozens of questions, all while her mind is reeling trying to imagine what Horizon is doing to Hawks upstairs. President Pantu. One of the reporters in the back gets her attention. There is a growing faction of the public who believe the international pro-hero license regulations should be lifted in the case of Horizon. Do you have any comment on this matter? Those laws were made after a century of tragic and avoidable deaths caused by young and unprepared individuals being given pro-hero licenses because their quirks were deemed as powerful. To make an exception for anyone is absolutely never going to happen, not in Japan, and not in any nation that is recognized by the United Nations Quirk Security Board. Making an exception would set a bad example and cause a chain reaction that would claim the lives of countless children across the world. Regardless of how powerful and capable Horizon is, do remember he is currently only 16 years old. Even Star and Stripe, the only other mystery class quirk user, wasn't giving a pro-hero license until she was fully trained and already an adult. But what Abu? I'm sorry but I don't have time for any more questions. Pantu cuts off another reporter as she holds her earpiece and begins briskly walking away. Entering a connected hallway she signals 3 agents to follow her on the way back to the top floor. Did anyone else leave the room with him? She asks through the earpiece. The agents around her don't react even as they all enter the elevator. Then don't let him leave, and don't let anyone enter that room, Pantu says, completely void of any emotions in her voice. Arriving on the top floor Pantu quickly makes her way to the meeting room they were in, and gets another message through her earpiece. Horizon and Ryukyu were seen entering a conference room on the 3rd floor ma'am. Just tell me if anyone leaves, Pantu says as she gets to the door. As her hand is on the doorknob the faint scent of blood reaches her nose. Pantu sighs and looks around at the agents. Don't look inside, and don't let anyone near this room. She then opens the door and the strong scent of blood rushes into the hallway before she shuts the door behind her. As she enters the room, for the first time in a long time she was genuinely mortified by what she saw. Her entire career she's dealt with the aftermath of monsters having their way, but she's always had pro-heroes at her disposal to deal with them, so there was never any real risk of them going entirely rampant across Japan. But now there is no All Might, and even if he was here she wasn't sure it would matter. Now she looks around and sees Hawks, feathers scattered about the ground, and his shirt and jacket were torn apart. His body appeared entirely untouched, simply laying on his back in a massive pool of blood in the middle of a broken table. He looked perfectly fine, but she could tell he wasn't. She knew Horizon could heal people better than any other. She knew he had a vengeful, violent, and sadistic side to him. That's to be expected when his mother is Arsenal, arguably the biggest monster of recent history. But now as she approaches Hawks she finds herself stepping over pieces of him. Guts, livers, what appear to be pieces of his heart, no, hearts. She could casually count 9 eyeballs scattered about the room entirely whole. Looking closely she sees fingers scattered on the other side of the room, and the floor was covered in more teeth than he could possibly have in his mouth. Arriving at Hawks she gently taps him with her foot, and he doesn't respond, but she can see his chest slowly rising and falling. He was breathing, even as she could see what appeared to be a whole lung laying on the floor. Now Panto finally came face to face with the depths Horizon can go to, and has to seriously consider a terrifying question. What do you do when your strongest protector is the biggest monster of them all? Knock, knock, knock. Panto doesn't even wait for a second after knocking to push open the door, leaving her security agents on the other side of it to confront her current problem. She enters the conference room to immediately lock eyes with Ryukyu, who was clearly disheveled and had flushed cheeks. Panto stepped inside and looked around the room, seeing Horizon sitting on one of the chairs with his feet up on the conference table, already fully dressed. Meanwhile, Ryukyu was hastily adjusting her hero costume, nervously glancing at Panto the entire time. Lady Pan. She cuts off Ryukyu, out. Now, I need to talk to your boyfriend. Ryukyu's words and excuses die in her throat before she rushes out of the room. Panto waits a moment to hear the door close behind her, and still maintains her icy facade the entire time. Shouldn't you be downstairs getting ready to announce the top 10 pro heroes? Horizon asks, now scrolling through his phone as if nothing was wrong. Panto simply walks over to him, giving him an unamused stare. You and Ryukyu, you said it was just a rumor, she says. It is, just a rumor, we aren't seriously dating or anything, Horizon shrugs. Panto doesn't detect any lies in his words, and does she know that? She's a big girl, if she doesn't already know then she'll figure it out. Panto doesn't say anything and simply takes a seat close to him, keeping her hands in her lap. Normally she'd sit across from him, but now she was within arm's reach. It made her nervous, but she didn't show a bit of that. What did you do to Hawks? Panto asks. Nothing. Well, at least that's what any doctor would say. Medically he's perfectly healthy, healthier than he woke up this morning actually. Panto doesn't detect any lies, which raises serious concerns. He's unresponsive. Oh, yeah well, the human brain can only handle that much trauma. Horizon takes his feet off the desk and put his phone away, looking directly at her. I mean, can you imagine it, being held down and watching me rip your guts out and tear apart your organs, all while keeping you alive and awake for the whole thing? Can't be fun. Do you realize what you just did to a hero? Oh, hero, well I'm one of those too, so the word doesn't really mean much, does it? How long will it take him to recover? Depends on how well his bird brain can handle it, but if he takes too long just give me the info you have on the league, and I'll handle them for you our Nigerian Naira Obi. And whatever happened to not seeking revenge? Well, even I have limits, not to mention I'm 16 so, sometimes I just can't control my emotions. Horizon's tone was playful, betraying how serious this matter was. I just had to remind him that the worst of the monsters is still free, and that'll never change. I see, and do I need to be concerned about more of these outbursts? I've already covered up Overhaul and Wolfram, but I will draw the line at pro heroes dying. I'm not stupid, Horizon says. I knew you'd understand Hawks was out of line, so it'd be fine, but you really don't have to worry. I mean the only reason I'd ever kill any of them, at least intentionally is, well, you know. With that Horizon gets up, and Panto moves to do the same, only for him to raise his hand and rest it on her shoulder. Her entire body becomes tense, looking directly ahead at his chest, not even daring to look up at the visor. Is there a problem? Panto asks, focusing her quirk internally, as her life does depend on it. Horizon gently moves his hand across her shoulder toward her neck, then just barely holds on to her neck. His large hand is easily able to wrap around her neck, and with his thumb of the same hand, he raises her chin, forcing her to look at him. Look me in the eyes, woman. His voice was cold, in a way she's never heard him before. This was anything but the cocky young man she's had to deal with until now. This was the thing Arsenal and the Heart Thief raised. As she looks up she has to actively keep herself from reacting, internally or otherwise. Horizon's visor was warped away for a moment, revealing the ski mask portion of his body glove. But both his eyes were glowing bright blue, energy vapor pouring out of them and into the air heavily. He has so much power it's literally leaking out of him. Panto realized. As if he was a demon staring through her. While with a simple movement of his thumb he pushes against her jaw and forced her mouth shut. SHHH, Horizon tilts his head slightly, getting a proper look at her features, but he didn't see any changes in them. You know, day by day the idea of walking away like my parents wanted gets less painful to me. He applies just a bit more pressure with his thumb, and Panto knows exactly how badly this can go for her. But I'm determined to see this through till the end, so let's both just do our jobs. He applies more pressure and Panta feels her jawbone almost creaking. But honestly, I don't know what I'd do if you betrayed me. Well, I know what I'd do to you. There are so many things I'd do to you. But Japan, the thing you care more about than anything else, oh that's how I'd really hurt you. And make you live with your failure, just as I'd have to live with mine. But I can't quite think of something painful enough to match what losing my parents would feel like. Horizon presses a bit harder, and Panta feels her gums and teeth begin to shift and twist, her mouth already getting blood. So, tell me, should I just do that now? Or are we still alright? Horizon releases some of the pressure, allowing Panta to speak. Your parents are alive and well, but out of your reach. Neither of them moves for over a minute as Horizon performs scan multiple times, then he lets go of her. Good to know, but don't get any ideas. Horizon leans down slightly to whisper in her ear. Because I know about more than just little Kigo Hawk's dash, but it's kind of fun watching you desperately flail around, forming all these useless plans that don't have a chance of working. Plus I will admit, some of what you do really is just entertaining. Horizon shoves her backward, releasing her so she falls back into her chair. Anyway, you've got a presentation to do, and I need to go get a good seat. As Horizon walks past her his visor warps back onto his head, and Pantu doesn't even breathe until the door is shut behind him. Panta feels a headache already setting in as she struggles to catch her breath. The strain of having to use her quirk like that is affecting her more at this age, especially since she hasn't had to use it in such a manner for decades. Damn monster, but at least my quirk works against him, so he isn't some omnipotent god. If that went badly, with all the top pros here Japan would have been plunged into ruin. Him killing everyone here would pave the way for Shigaraki and his league of villains to take over in days. Panta takes a few deep breaths, then looks at the table she was leaning against, where she presumed Ryukyu gave into her carnal desires. He isn't dumb, so no way he showed her his face. But I should at least ask, and warn her about exactly what she's just gotten into. And I've already tried finding his civilian identity via blood from his battle with All for One, but Nizu hid it far too well. I'll just have to wait and see how things play out. Eventually, Ryukyu was able to compose herself, after yelling at Horizon a bit for the impromptu experience in such an inappropriate venue. And Panta got ready and presented the top 10 pro heroes. The new ranking was not quite what the people expected, but they certainly weren't unhappy with the results. Wash, a rescue and capture-focused pro hero who was dressed like a washing machine with arms and legs was now the number 10 pro hero. His quirk allows him to make bubbles that clean anything they touch and are durable enough to capture villains or float civilians and even pieces of buildings to safety. Kamui Woods was able to climb all the way to the number 9 spot after his recent fame via Edge Shot and Team Lurkers, and his involvement in a few incidents beside Horizon. His girlfriend MT Lady was number 16 and a bit sad she didn't make it into the top 10, but also happy for him. Gang Orca now secured the number 8 spot, a 1-seat move upward due to recent events. He's mostly had a normal year aside from a very select few events, but he's always been a favorite of the people. Ryukyu now sat at number 7, her self-proclaimed undeserved promotion from the number 10 spot. Although the public could understand why she was promoted due to all the work she did this year, she knew it was due to Pento and Horizon. The unchanged number 6 spot is still held by Crust, the shield hero. Juzo's mentor and a surprisingly capable pro hero, considering his quirk only allows him to make scales on his body and expand them into shields. He wore a simple green, white, and black gladiator-style outfit, with a cape. Mirko was now promoted to her new spot at number 5, and she seemed somewhat annoyed during the entire event, although she did cheer up when the reporter mentioned this is the highest rank a woman has ever been in Japan's hero Billboard chart rankings. Edge Shot also enjoyed a promotion due to All Might retiring, bumping him up to the number 4 spot. Best Genist, another favorite of the people, also moved up, now holding the number 3 spot with ease. The only pro hero who wasn't present to give a speech was Hawks, the new number 2 pro hero. It was mentioned that there was an emergency in his city, so he had to run off and deal with that, so nobody bothered to question it. And then that left the new number 1 pro hero, Endeavor, the flame hero. As he walked onto the stage, everyone noticed the new hero costume, with metal components on the shoulder and arms, as well as a new belt and overall design to the pattern of his costume. He now looked much more functional and intimidating, and unlike most people, Horizon knew the mental support equipment on his hero costume was there to help focus the heat and pressure from his flames. He was serious about doing anything he can to fill All Might's shoes, at least until Horizon can take over. And when a reporter asked him about that very subject, if he could possibly do enough to report the people's faith in their pro heroes, if he could win their trust in him as the number 1 pro hero, his only response was 3 simple words: just watch me. In the 1A dorms, Horizon sat on one of the couches of the common room. The dorms were almost entirely empty at the moment. Everyone was either already gone, or getting ready to go to the hero work studies. Only a few people didn't have provisional hero licenses and were stuck at UA all weekend. The TV was on, quietly showing a replay of the highlights from the hero Billboard ranking even earlier today. But Horizon wasn't focused on that. He was a bit preoccupied by Momo, who was sitting in his lap with her arms around his neck. She wore a more casual outfit, some comfortable high-waisted jeans, a red and white Genesis t-shirt, and her Horizon theme hoodie. Her hair was in the classic ponytail and her lips were locked onto Horizon's. His visor was partially opened so they could properly share this moment. He was in his hero costume, only here in Musastafo to have a small meeting with Nizo, which is already done. He simply had to give Nizo an update on what happened between himself and Hawks, or more accurately, what he did to Hawks. The last remaining thing was to get Jiro and head back to Tokyo, but since Momo was still here, he figured why not enjoy some time with one of his girls before he goes back to work for the weekend. Her weekend backpack was beside them on the couch, and her hero costume was resting beside it, simply waiting on Setsuna to get done with some schoolwork before they both went to spend the weekend with Majestic. But right now she was entirely focused on Horizon. Separating from him to barely catch her breath, she mutters, "I'm jealous, I've never been to Horizon Tower, but Jiro gets a weekend there. Well, I'm a man of my word, nothing more." Momo gives him another passionate kiss before pulling away again. "So when can I come to the tower?" "Never." Horizon's hand moves down from her waist and gives her ass a firm squeeze. "You're too distracting. I wouldn't get any work done." Momo's breath hitches as she begins unconsciously grinding against him. "Is that why you only spend time with us at UA?" Her breathing becomes less stable as she feels like she's melting in his lap. "MHM, I'm at UA as a formality, not to learn. If you two weren't here I wouldn't have any reason to ever be on campus. So we're worth being stuck in UA." Momo gives him a few more kisses before needing to catch her breath again. Every second. After a few more minutes, Jiro enters the common area, wearing a pair of simply black jeans and a purple top, backpack over her shoulder with her things for the weekend. New beta. Looking around the common area, she only sees Momo and Horizon, both of which were rather occupied at the moment. Her cheeks redden slightly, and she unconsciously lips her lips while staring at the scene. Both the people she's most attracted to were getting hot and heavy right in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she squeezes her eyes shut and gathers her courage, then walks over before she can come to her senses. Recalling all the late nights she and Momo spent discussing this, she hardens her mind and keeps walking forward. Momo feels a gentle tap on her shoulder, making her pull away from Horizon for just a moment to see what's going on, finding herself looking up at Jiro. "Oh, you're done packing," Momo says. There was a gentle smile on her lips, and she recognizes the uncertain hunger in Jiro's eyes. Before anyone could realize what was going on, Jiro leaned forward and gently cupped Momo's face, locking their lips together and pulling her into an intense kiss. Momo froze for a moment, stiff as a board. They'd spoken about this at length, but she never expected it to happen so suddenly, and not while she was still sitting in his lap. Horizon just leaned back and enjoyed the show, especially as Momo got more comfortable and began kissing Jiro in return. As they continue, Momo reaches out and pulls Jiro around the couch and into Horizon's lap. She drops her backpack to the side as Momo slides out of his lap to sit beside him, making space for Jiro, all without ever separating for more than a moment. And when they finally do break apart and have to wipe their lips, both struggling to catch their breaths, Horizon just wraps an arm around Momo, pulling her to his side, and bring Jiro closer to his chest. "Wow, I love it here." Both girls break into a fit of giggles before Jiro speaks. "See, told you he'd love it." "It wasn't as strange as I thought it would be," Momo admits, leaning into Horizon. "I actually kind of liked it." "Forgetting someone?" Horizon asks. "How could I ever forget you?" Jiro smiles and leans forward, giving him a long and passionate kiss as well before they separate. "So, about earlier, does this mean?" "Yup," Jiro tells Horizon. "Honestly, I feel so stupid for waiting this long to tell Momo. I mean, she's the nicest girl ever and my best friend. Of course she'd understand. Although I will admit I was surprised," Momo says. "I suppose I'm not that good at reading people's romantic interests toward me." "It's part of your charm," Horizon says. "MHM, well, I'm not exactly interested in girls, at least normally I'm not," Momo says. "But after a long discussion with Kyoko we came to an understanding. I'm just happy my girls are getting along. This wouldn't really work otherwise." After he says that, Jiro extends her earphone jacks around his neck and pulls him forward, meeting him halfway to give him another kiss. Click. The familiar sound of a camera going off causes them to break the kiss, and look over at Mina, who was grinning like an idiot in the corner. She was wearing a pair of shorts and her sports bra, now heading out for a run. During the weekends she's actually the only girl in the 1A dorms with Jiro, but this weekend she'll be alone. "If you upload that I'll kill you, Pinky," Horizon says. Sure, Mina says while sending it to the class group chat. Jiro and Momo feel their phones vibrate and check them, only to both start blushing. Both the 1A and 1A+1B group chats got the picture, explicit and high quality. Jiro sat on his lap kissing him while Momo nuzzled at his side patiently waiting her turn. But everyone knew better than to put those on the internet, so Horizon didn't particularly care. "So how can I get in on this?" Mina asks while walking over to the couch, sitting on the arm beside Horizon. Both Jiro and Momo look at her, confused, concerned, and uncertain. "What exactly do you mean, Mina?" Momo asks. "Not the 3 ways and the makeout session, you closet pervert. The field trip to Tokyo. Come on. Please, take me with you." Mina throws her arms around Horizon and begins fake crying into his chest. "No, get off me," Horizon says. "I promise I'll be good. I can be packed in a few minutes, I swear." "Not happening. I'm not supposed to take any girls to Horizon Tower in the first place, so just give up already. Heroes never give up." Mina lets go of him and does her best puppy dog eyes. "What will it take, huh?" "Not happening." Simone. Mina looks like she was on the verge of actual tears. "Do you have any idea how much it sucks being stuck on campus 24/7? I wanna go shopping, or to a cute cafe, or just for a walk outside of UA? Just because I failed the provisional license exam it's like I'm under house arrest, please let me come with you. Horizon sighs, even if I wanted to, you'd need your parents' permission and I doubt you'd be able to get that within a few minutes. Oh, Mina frowns, suddenly looking like a kicked puppy. Plus, in one smooth motion, Horizon slides Jiro onto Momo's lap, and pulls Mina onto his, wrapping a hand around her waist to hold her stable and putting the other on her thighs. Horizon Tower doesn't have that many beds, so you'd have to sleep with Jiro and I this weekend. Would you be alright with that? Jiro and Momo tried not to laugh, seeing Mina's face turn purple as she blushes through her pink skin. They'd both gotten used to Horizon teasing them, even if they still can't help but react. But now being on the observing side, they can see why he enjoyed doing this. Momo hugged Jiro from behind as they both noticed the slow motion Horizon's fingers are making on Mina's exposed thighs, and they both shudder at the thought of all the emotions and ideas that feeling always triggers. And judging by the look on Mina's face, she was experiencing the same thing. Mina hops out of his lap, and they all notice her legs being squeezed tightly shut, even as she walks away stiffly. On second thought 7 months for the next exam is fine, okay bye. Mina yells while all but running toward the elevator. Horizon quietly laughs while pulling Jiro back into his lap, where she feels most comfortable. So, think she'll be dreaming about me tonight? Is that what you want? Jiro asks. Do you intend to claim every girl in our class? Would that be a problem? I don't think Ajui would want to be a part of us, Momo says, speaking rather seriously. And Toru is dating Ajiro, Jiro says. Oh yeah, figures the most forgettable people would end up fucking, Horizon says. Momo swats his shoulder, they're happily together, don't be so crass. But I actually don't think any of the girls in our class would be willing to join us, which I can't say I'm not happy about. Dividing your attention any more would leave none for us as it is. That's a shame, Mina has a nice ass, and zero gravity could be a lot of fun. Momo gives an exasperated sigh and Jiro just rolls her eyes, leaning back against his chest. Are you sure you don't just want Eureka because Deco likes her? Jiro asks. Nah, but now that you mentioned it, he still thinks he'll one day be better than me, so fucking his crush would destroy him. But luckily I'm not that kind of person, as if I'd need to put in any special effort to show trash how worthless they are. Both Momo and Jiro frown, getting slightly annoyed but keeping it to themselves. This was the part of Horizon they didn't like, the part that insists on letting the world know how much better he is, the part that sometimes tears others down either intentionally or not, the part that took personal offense to anyone it deemed unworthy trying to compete with it, especially Deku. As they were talking, Setsuna finally enters the dorm, wearing some casual clothes and carrying a backpack, as well as her hero costume case. Behind her were Shoto, Bakugo, and Deka. They just got done at the support department and were going to start training together. Since neither of them has provisional hero licenses, they've been training together much more and constantly getting stronger, at least according to what Shinso reported to Horizon. Because Horizon really didn't know, he doesn't pay enough attention to his classmates, or as he put it to Shinso, ants, slightly bigger ants, to me they all look the same. As Momo gets up to leave with Setsuna, then newcomers all freeze up. Momo, Jiro, and Horizon follow their eyelines, to the TV. On TV, the Endeavor Hero Agency was currently under attack by a high-end Noma. The fight was already well underway by the time the broadcast started, and Endeavor already looked quite hurt. Vernon and the other flaming sidekicks tried to jump in and support him, but the high-end Noma released a dozen regular Noma from its body to occupy them. Hero, the high-end Noma's deep and broken-up voice echoed across the battlefield as it flew around fighting Endeavor. A high-end Noma, Horizon says. What? Bakugo asks. Stronger and more intelligent Noma, they retain parts of the personality of the corpse used to make them. Horizon sighs and gets up, letting Jiro stand on her own. This is annoying, looks like I'll have to patch him up after this fight. Let's go, Jiro. Hey, your classmate is worried, can't you at least pretend to care? Jiro asks as she sees him casually taking out his phone, making sure Panta knew he was on the way to Central Hospital. I do care, Horizon says, looking over at Shoto who was about to have a panic attack. But I'm not worried, it's Endeavor, he doesn't know how to lose. Those words alone help Shoto calm down, just enough so he doesn't freak out. And a moment later Horizon and Jiro warp away. Sitting in the hallway of Central Hospital was a surreal experience for Kyoka Jiro. She has one earphone jack plugged into her phone, quietly listening to music as she sat on her chair. There were nurses and doctors constantly moving around, even this late at night. The hospital was constantly getting a flood of new patients into the emergency room. Holding her backpack beside her, she glances at the door to the side of where she's seated. Behind her, on the other side of the simple wall, Endeavor was laying in bed after getting healed by Horizon. But the instant Endeavor was stable and they could only wait for him to wake up, a nurse rushed over and led Horizon to the other side of the hospital. Dozens of people were severely hurt by the League of Villains attack earlier today. Now it was nearly midnight and Horizon hasn't stopped working to heal people. For all his talk about not caring about others, Jiro saw him taking command of the situation immediately and constantly moving around saving lives. Seeing respected doctors and nurses differ to him, it was surreal. As if suddenly he was even further ahead of her, he already seemed beyond comprehension, but no, she knew she could never describe it. She did notice one thing, however, a few times each hour, there'd be a few nurses rushing children in the direction of the miracle ward. Horizon's office was currently chaotic, which is why she's here sitting in the hallway. But she could hear the happy and relieved cheers of patients and their families every time he shows himself. No, we're still in Central Hospital, Jiro responds to a text from her mom. A lot of people got hurt, so Horizon is helping to heal them. He said he should be done soon. Alright, just remember not to be too far away from him. Jiro rolls her eyes at her mom's message. I'm not a baby, you know. I'm training to be a pro hero too. And we're very proud of you, but please don't go too far from him. Jiro sighs. Yes mom, I'll call you from Horizon Tower. As Jiro is finishing up her conversation, she sees a nurse rush by, with a small Horizon logo on the shoulder of her uniform. She looked worried, clutching the clipboard to her chest as she all but sprints down the hallway. Minutes later, she's pushing a young boy in a wheelchair toward the miracle ward. She must be one of the people Horizon has to help him organize everyone here, Jiro realizes. I don't think I've seen any adults go toward the miracle ward, aside from the people he helped that came in with Endeavor. Jiro sits back and thinks about it for a moment. He really doesn't care about people, well, adults. But he's got a soft spot for kids. No wonder he always spoils Eri so much, even if he says it's just to annoy Eraser. RO Thailand bot. Jiro shakes her head, realizing her being here makes him easier to see through. All that acting like a jerk, and it turns out he's just a big softy deep down. What's with that stupid look on your face? Horizon snaps her out of her daydream, causing her to jump to her feet in surprise and look at him. Horizon sighs and shakes his head. Endeavor is awake, so let me just go talk to him, then we can leave. Alright, I'll be here. Jiro says excitedly, just wanting to get to Horizon Tower and take a nap, then get ready for the concert tomorrow. Entering the room, Horizon sees Endeavor laying in bed staring up at the ceiling. He had a scar on the left side of his face, from the top of his forehead, down over his eye, almost down to his jawline. If you change your mind, I can always remove the scar, Horizon says. It's deserved, Endeavor says. Right, well, if you ever feel like not punishing yourself, just let me know. Horizon saunters over to the chair beside Endeavor's bed and takes a seat, finally getting a moment to relax since leaving UA. They enjoy the silence for a moment, gentle moonlight trying to break through the curtains, keeping the room slightly dimmed. How is everyone? Endeavor asks. A few pro heroes got badly hurt, 2 died, not from your agency but they were nearby, Horizon says. All the smaller Nomu got dealt with, and Japan saw your fight. Cheering for the new #1 pro hero, congratulations. I see, and the civilians. All evacuated and got out safe, since the attack was concentrated onto your hero agency, and the pro heroes. That's good, Endeavor says. He tries to get up, but immediately lays back down, feeling his entire body sore. How badly hurt was I? Well, without me, you'd be in here for at least another week, but no permanent damage either way. But since I got to you, tomorrow you can get out of here. But your hero agency is a mess. It can always be rebuilt. Did any more attacks happen? Nope, they just wanted to kill you. Kick Japan the same day we officially got the new #1 pro hero. Smart move, Horizon says. But, the villains, like most people, don't realize that you're kind of freakishly powerful. It's just when you stand beside people like All Might and I, anyone looks like less than they are. It worked to our advantage this time, Endeavor says. That Nomu that attacked me, it was one of the high-end Nomu you got information on. It was able to speak and think clearly, it wanted to kill me more than anyone else. MHM, that means the consciousness was still somewhat intact. Damn, doing some research on it would have been helpful. But you cremated it, not even DNA survived the attack you did. The quirks, Endeavor closes his eyes and tries to remember. Super regeneration, super power, muscle enhancer, some kind of storage quirk it used to release the other Nomu. A body manipulation quirk that let it harden and sharpen its muscles, and an air pressure quirk. 6 quirks that we know of, good thing it went after you. Almost anyone else would have died immediately. Horizon thinks about it for a moment. But now they know relying on the basic blunt force type of quirks won't work against you. They'll start to specialize Nomu for specific pro heroes. MHM, what about you? Could you have handled it? Endeavor opens his eyes to glance at Horizon. Horizon takes a deep breath and raises one hand, opening his palm to collect a small flow of green radiation in his palm. Endeavor looks more intrigued than worried. As Horizon's official pro hero mentor and boss, he knows more than most people about Horizon's abilities, and the Gamma series is no exception. But this is the first time he's ever seen it in person. Cellular destruction, a scary ability, Endeavor thinks. I think I'd be fine against that Nomu, so long as it's just one. Horizon crushes the radiation in his hand, harmlessly dispersing it as he shrugs. You said Gamma attacks were difficult to do. They are, but I've been practicing a lot, Horizon says. They share another moment in silence. I saw on the news that he was there, Horizon says, and Endeavor immediately frowns at the memory. Dabby, he appeared from a warp gate to collect the Nomu after the fight. He tried to get the Nomu, and promised to destroy me, Endeavor says. But he didn't make any direct mentions of that, or anything else. He tried to attack. Of course, but too many pro heroes were there, and Vernon was able to get me out of there. So he was sent to get back the Nomu but couldn't recover it. Makes sense, the League of Villains was just testing a new weapon on you. Some of the Nomu I've encountered were clones, imperfect, but it means they can make more of at least the quirk factors. So we can expect more of these, and more frequently. That's concerning. We need to take more proactive measures to deal with the League of Villains, Endeavor says. I'm sure Panto will want to talk to you for a debrief, but yeah, I've been itching to start hunting them down myself. Well, you can start when you get out of here. When you get a lead, I'll follow up. She doesn't want me leaving Tokyo too much. I assume you'll be in Tokyo this weekend. I'm taking Jiro to a concert, Horizon says rather casually. Jiro, classmate? It's a long story. I thought you were dating Ryukyu. Lots of people think that. Horizon chooses his words very carefully, since Jiro is just outside the room and can likely hear them. But yeah, that's my weekend plans. Anyway, I'll give you another checkup the next time I see you. With that, Horizon gets up and begins walking to the door. Thank you for everything, Endeavor says. Horizon stops, hand on the door handle, then looks at Endeavor. It's part of the job. Oh, and Shoto looked worried about you when I left UA, so give him a call. Endeavor actually manages to smile hearing that. I will, th. Horizon exits the room before he can thank him again. Honestly, these fucking Todorokis, Horizon mutters as Jiro stands beside him. Alright, let's get out of here. Room? He places a hand on her shoulder. Sitting in the interrogation room of a police station, a gorgeous Japanese woman sits in the interrogation room. Both her hands were cuffed to a bar in the middle of the table, a bored expression on her face as she looks down at the table. Her outfit was a simple pair of black jeans and a loose white top, with some tears and slashes in it. Click. The door to the room opens and in walks a detective, well-dressed, holding a folder in his hands. Lady Bonsai, he says. Not so scary without trees around for you to manipulate, huh? He takes a seat opposite her. The woman remains silent, she doesn't even look up at him. Now let's see. He opens her file and schemes it, as if he didn't have the entire thing memorized already. Killed 2 people that we know of, injured 3 pro-heroes and 17 police officers yesterday when being arrested. Caught moving a small convoy of illegal firearms from the countryside into Tokyo. You know your organization is pretty smart, doing this while Horizon isn't in Tokyo. Very smart, the detective says. But you were so quick to move in the time he wasn't here, that you got sloppy, and we caught you. So, where did the guns come from? I want my lawyer, the woman says, her only words since being arrested, repeated any time her mouth opens. Normally that's fine, but, since you've been filed and officially transferred to Tartarus, not happening, the man says. You know how this works, when someone is deemed a big enough threat for Tartarus, we skip all the tedious legality and paperwork. The woman flinches at that. She knew exactly what Tartarus was. Everyone knew, and not everyone liked it. The government tries to keep Tartarus out of the news for this reason, because a lot of people don't approve of them skipping the legal and criminal process and simply throwing major threats into Tartarus. Beta. No trial, no wasted time, just a criminal locked in a box forever as quickly as possible. Stacked atop the numerous concerns of human rights violations Tartarus allegedly does to contain certain individuals, it was a powder keg of civil unrest waiting to explode. Truly, this woman didn't quite deserve to be locked in Tartarus. She was a simple villain, not even that powerful outside of a forest, and even then her quirk isn't anything any top 20 pro hero couldn't casually deal with. Tartarus is for monsters, not people like me, she says, finally engaging with the detective. You can't just lock me in there to threaten me. The detective relaxes in his chair, letting a tense silence form between them. That's not for you to decide. The Hero Public Safety Commission gets the final say on that, he says. And they know I'm not as bad as people like All for One, or worse, Arsenal. Well, you can explain that when you're locked up next to her, he says. Or, you could give up your boss, and we'll send you to a basic prison, without plants around. The woman stiffens, clearly caught in an impasse. All I need is a name or location. We get what we want and you don't get locked up with the monsters. She looks away from him, down at the floor. I can't, just send me to Tartarus. TCH. As the detective is about to speak, the door opens behind him, and he sees the woman's eyes open wide, as if they were trying to fall out of her skull. Her breath hitches and the cuff buckle as she tries and fails to get away from the table, but can't move. Detective, you can leave now, I'll handle this. Horizon's voice causes the man to relax. The man carefully gets up and leaves the room, and Horizon casually takes his seat. His sword hovered beside him, and her eyes never once left it, which he noticed. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Actually, Horizon leans forward and touched her cuffs, then with his other hand he grabs scalpel. Shambles? He disappears, startling her, and as he does, the sword and the cuffs leave the room with him. And in the next moment only he returns as if nothing happened. Better. The woman was still shocked that he was here, but nods as she rubs the bruises on her wrists. So, you know the deal, right? You got caught, but we want your boss, not you, blah blah blah. Horizon casually leans back and waves his hand about, completely bored with this process. So what'll it take for you to give him up? I can't. I see. Horizon thinks about it for a moment. Oh well, I tried. He shrugs and gets up. She looks even more confused, not expecting the famed Horizon to give up that easily. How about we go get breakfast? I know this great place, but I need to get there before the sun is up, Horizon says as he walks over to her. What? Get up, let's go. Hearing those words spoken so casually, she wasn't sure if this was some kind of trick, but she was too scared to disobey. The moment she stands, he puts a hand on her shoulder. Shambles? They both appear at a small food stall in Minato, Tokyo, close to the docks. The sun wasn't up yet, and usually, within an hour of sunrise this vendor is sold out for the day, so Horizon always comes extra early to beat the crowds. The woman looks around, still trying to wrap her head around what's going on. Seeing that she wasn't locked up anymore, but is now mindlessly following Horizon as he approaches the food stall. Take a seat. He gestures to the tables and chairs set up in front of the stall while walking to the vendor. She does exactly as he says, still looking around waiting for this to go bad, seeing that only they and the vendor were here. The entire place was deserted. In a perfect world, if Horizon wasn't here, she could try to make a run for it. Or take him hostage, she thinks while looking at the vendor, who Horizon was casually chatting with. But Horizon is here, so I guess I'm stuck here too. Now even without the reinforced walls of a police station, or the cuffs, or the armed men around her, she felt more trapped than ever before. All because he was here, not even paying her any mind at the moment as he gets their food. Walking back to their table he puts a large egg sandwich in front of her, along with a bottle of water. Then he sat down and began eating his. You probably haven't eaten since you got arrested, right? And you won't be getting food like this for a while, maybe ever again. In Tartarus, they just feed you a bland paste. The woman waits for the trap to get sprung, but instead, Horizon retracts the mouthpiece of his visor and begins eating, enjoying his breakfast. Suddenly aware of how hungry she was, and seeing him eating, she couldn't help it and began eating her food. Thank you, she says, not wanting to piss him off. It's no problem. So, was a sandwich enough for you to give me your boss? She stops chewing for a moment, then just looks down at the table. No. You sure? Because I mean, I've tried a lot of breakfast places here in Tokyo. I think this is the best one. I'm a regular here. Pretty sure it's worth it. She ignores him and takes a sip of her water, then continues eating. I mean honestly, in about 20 minutes the first set of customers will be showing up, every morning, like clockwork. You can't believe the crowd and the line that will be here, but it's definitely worth it. She continues to ignore him. MHM? Oh, he snaps his finger. Maybe you should bring your daughter. She chokes on her food, but washes it down with some water. I mean she's only 5, but I'm sure she can appreciate good food, right? How do you know about her? Because I'm Horizon, knowing things is half my job. He takes another bite. Too bad you'll probably never see her again, right? I mean, she'll be dead by the end of the day. He continues eating, casually. What? The woman drops her food even as Horizon is casually eating. Well yeah, I mean I had to get here early just beat the crowd, but also like, they don't tell you this but, being a celebrity is super annoying. People always coming up and taking pictures, or sometimes just taking creepy pictures without letting you know. Then they post if before you give permission, so I don't even patrol by walking the streets like everyone else. I just stay in my tower until something goes wrong. He gestures to Horizon Tower in the distance, not too far away. What about my daughter? Is she in danger? Not yet, but I mean, your boss is probably using her as leverage against you, so when the crowd gets here and sees us sharing a nice meal together, takes some pictures, post them immediately. You look like a snitch. Horizon shrugs. I wonder what he'll do to her. The woman begins breathing more erratically, overcome with too many emotions to think clearly. Then a minute later she sulks in her seat, glaring at him. You're a monster. Wow, and all I did was take you for a nice breakfast. Such an ungrateful lady. Take me back to the police station. I'll take the deal. 6 p.m. Shambles? Horizon and Jiro appear in the rafters of a stadium in Tokyo, and below them is the massive concert venue, currently closed. The place was dimly lit, and would be darker when people are let in and the music starts, but right now they could see all the last-minute checks begin done on stage. Wow, Jiro's eyes go wide as she looks around, having a full view of the entire show from here. I was worried I wouldn't be able to see anything, but this is something else. You wanted to be in the crowd? Horizon asks as he stands with his back against the railing, not watching the stage. That's where you get the full experience, so yeah, you're tiny, you'd get trampled. I'm not that small, and you could put me on your shoulders. To block everyone behind us? Also, I'm not going into a mosh pit of losers. What makes you so sure everyone that'll be here is a loser? You're here after all. I'm here because this is what you wanted. Oh, that reminds me. They also agreed to take some pictures with us after the concert. Seriously. Jiro excitedly hugs him, pressing herself against him. You got me a chance to meet Deep Dope. Yeah geez, they wanted pictures with me so we traded, but told em not to post anything till tomorrow so people don't know I'm here. You're the best. Obviously. Jiro reaches into her backpack and gets out her camera, ready to take some amazing pictures. And in floods the losers, Horizon says as the masses begin to enter the stadium. And what makes them losers exactly? Jiro doesn't even bother to look at him, just continuing to take pictures. Paying money to stand in a crowd of sweaty and possibly drunk people like sardines in a can, while basically worshipping some people on stage who they don't even know, and who probably don't care about them. Horizon shrugs. What part of that doesn't scream loser to you? Jiro looks at him and scowls. That's not what concerts are about, you know. It's not just about the party and music. Could have fooled me. It's about the shared experience, Jiro says. A lot of these people probably had dark times in their life and used the same songs and music to get through it. Being here and seeing all these people means you aren't alone in what you went through. It helps us not feel like nobody knows what we're dealing with. Maybe you're reading too deep into it. Horizon glances back to see the place quickly filling up. Wouldn't you like to know that someone out there is dealing with the same thing as you? Jiro asks. No, I don't ever want anyone else to have my problems, Horizon says. Not having your family with you, and not being able to rebuild a normal life because of this, he gestures to the distance between him and the crowd. It's already isolating enough, but now as a top pro, I need to hold myself apart even more and much more literally. Most people can't handle that. They'd snap, so I hope I'm alone in this endeavor, at least at my age. Jiro gives him a sad look. Well, when you put it like that, I hope you're right too, I guess. Now, how about we enjoy the concert together? Well, their music isn't bad, so I can try, Horizon admits. I knew you loved their music too. That's not what I said. That's basically exactly what you said. Over 1 month after the new #1 pro hero Endeavor was attacked by the high-end Nomo, now named Hood. The pro hero recovered within a day of the incident and has been working more than ever to maintain stability in Japan. In this time, the state of affairs across the nation has been stagnant, with no incidents of note interrupting the monotony of everyday life. But the entire country was holding its breath, feeling an underlying sense of tension, waiting for the next big disaster to appear. But all the good citizens and pro-heroes had one desire. Knowing this event was an eventuality, they wished for it to happen in Minato, Tokyo, the heart of Tokyo where the most people would be in danger. But this desire was not a selfish want to put others in danger instead of themselves. No, it was sheer and absolute confidence in Horizon, to immediately snuff out any dangers happening in Minato, Tokyo. According to all statistics, Minato, Tokyo no longer has any villain activity, not even petty crime. Even when Horizon is confirmed to be at UA, villains and criminals simply stayed away. Rumors had quickly spread about him hunting the mercenary Wolfram across Japan, and nobody knew why he did such a thing. It could have been for a serious incident, or simply because the man took a stroll through Minato, Tokyo and Horizon caught his sense, but the outcome was clear. Horizon stands victorious, and Wolfram is locked away forever. And now, while all the villains are hiding, terrified of Horizon knocking on their door and warping them into a cell, he sits on the couch in the common area of the 1A dorms, dressed casually in his own merch with a few bullets in his hand. As he inspects and compares them, working on a new case that he got earlier today before returning to UA, Eri is sitting nearby with a few coloring books. Tomorrow is the last day before UA closes for the winter break, ending the semester with the 1A Christmas party before most of the students go home to their parents. I did it, Eri declares as she gets up and rushes over, showing Horizon the page she colored. Looking at the page, Horizon keeps fiddling with the bullet in his fingers. All Might, huh? He says while inspecting the page, seeing a picture of a healthy All Might nearly perfectly colored in. You colored out of the lines a bit, but you're getting better. Yours is next, she says excitedly and turns the page, showing Horizon's logo on it. I'll do it good, promise. All right, I'll be waiting to see it, Horizon says as she goes back to sitting on the carpet and coloring. Horizon arrived at UA a bit later than usual and decided not to go to afternoon classes today, which surprisingly Eraser didn't mind. But that might have been because he wanted Horizon to babysit Eri since she doesn't have school right now. Elsewhere, in an undisclosed location, the consequences of Horizon's darker side are still being healed. Standing in the observation area, Pantu looks through the glass coldly, seeing Hawks standing in the middle of an open room, arms raised as he circulates his feathers around him. Oh, she sees his limbs trembling, feathers that would normally be swirling around him, perfectly controlled, were now bumping into each other. They would bump into each other and fall to the floor, only to then be commanded to rise into the air yet again and continue the training. After a few more minutes, Hawks was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as he falls to his knees. All the feathers crash into the floor and lay there motionless. Pantu's facade doesn't falter, she simply speaks clearly so the man beside her can hear. Take him to another week of mental care, he can't go out into public like this. Yes ma'am. The man leaves her alone in the room, and she takes this moment to consider her thoughts, and her assets. Ryukyu is in much more danger than I realized, but telling her about any of this will make it more like she'll be discovered. What a complicated situation. Elsewhere. Stepping out of a warp gate into an open clearing amidst a large forest, Shigaraki takes a deep breath. He feels the clean air enter his lungs and takes a moment to soak it all in. I haven't been here in a while, and one day it'll all be mine, Shigaraki says. As Kurojiri steps out of the warp gate beside him, Shigaraki checks his phone. All right, this location will do, he says while checking the map. Close to some cities, but isolated enough that nobody will notice him. Yes, Kurojiri says. According to our benefactor, Gigantomakia needs time to relearn his limits, and practice the routines programmed into him to counter Horizon. TCH, Horizon, Shigaraki scratches his neck. And he's sure this version of Makia can deal with that freak. Titans are among the few beings in myth that can kill gods, Kurojiri says. He was built with quirks selected by All for One and your mysterious benefactor, using all the data they collected during the battle with Horizon. His new attack is concerning, that gamma thing Hawks told us about, it counters super regeneration. Yes, but Makia is too large for him to effectively use it, Kurojiri says as they begin walking around the clearing. Add to that the variation of many quirks he was given to deal with being warped about, or at least being somewhat able to stay on the battlefield if he's warped away. Horizon has too many cheats, we can never be too careful. If we let our guard down he'll cut Makia up and just scatter him about, but if the doctor thinks he's rebuilt Makia with enough counters and power to deal with him, I've got no real choice but to trust him. Yes, but Hawks gave us important data, not only about Horizon's power, but about his mind. I remember, Shigaraki says. Horizon cares more about being seen as a pro-hero than about actually being a pro-hero. The amount of cities around this area is perfect, especially since most pro-heroes are all the way on the other side of Japan. The only one nearby is Ryukyu, but she's weak, so it's a perfect place for Makia to execute him. A brilliant plan. So was the USJ plan, so was the summer camp plan, and we know how those ended. Shigaraki says, we need to get more countermeasures in place, just in case Horizon has some tricks we didn't account for. More forces, more distractions to keep the others away from him, and something to destroy hero network communication systems. Yes, make him use the public systems, the media won't be able to resist listening in and broadcasting it live, he will be forced to take our bait immediately. Anything else, sir? Shigaraki thinks about it for a moment, then nods. Yeah, I think Hawks has done enough to at least get a meeting with me. He gave us weapons and a top pro hero, and constantly feeds us information on Horizon and his location. Tell Dabi to organize a meeting. I want to talk to him. Hawks is unavailable at the moment, Kurojiri says, which surprises Shigaraki. What? He didn't respond, so we sent someone to extract data from some Hero Public Safety Commission agents' minds. It seems he had a altercation of sorts with Horizon. Really? And why am I only hearing about this? Because we only learned of it earlier today. Hawks has been in mental and physical rehabilitation for the past month. Well, that explains why he's so eager to give us data on Horizon. He's probably more scared of him than we are. Shigaraki says, we'll keep that information quiet. Can't have Hawks losing face, that would limit how useful he can be for us. While he was now someone much more worthy of being an organization leader, Shigaraki was still by far the youngest and least experienced leader of each major faction fighting in Japan. Nizo is a master of logistics and organizing people. Endeavor is arguably the best pro-hero in the world at commanding a battlefield of people he's never met or worked with before. A boon for any constantly shifting battlefield. But Pantu, she's a master manipulator on every level, even from a position of weakness. Everyone around her is simply playing in her hands. This is why Shigaraki is so blissfully unaware of exactly how many layers of this plan were crafted by Pantu, just for this specific response. 3 p.m., 1A dorms. What do you need? Horizon speaks in his visor as the call connects. I need you to come to the training ground, Eraser says. You said I didn't have to do this part of the exam. Also, I have Eri, so I need a tiebreaker, Aizawa says. And maybe you'll get lucky and get to fight Midoriya. Just get here so we can finish this quickly. Horizon hangs up and sighs. All right, Eri, looks like you get to see me in action today. You've all got 15 minutes to plan before he gets here, Aizawa says. Build a team and form a strategy in that time. This is a luxury you wouldn't get on a real battlefield. With that, he walks off in the direction of the dorms. Most of 1A and 1B were standing around in an open industrial area. A training ground in UA was built to represent a large factory with metal buildings and pipes clustered together. Some of the students had winter versions of their hero costumes, to combat the chill in the air. Pinky had a small fur-lined jacket atop her usual colorful outfit. Bakugo was also much more covered up with a black long-sleeved top that had a high collar, allowing him to stay warm and produce more sweat. Genesis had the most obvious change, now wearing a cape that was large enough to close at the front and conceal her entire body. All right, let's put our heads together and figure out how to achieve this objective, Genesis declares, getting a mix of cheers and groans from everyone. Battle Fist Kendo immediately approaches her, representing Class 1B as their representative. So what's the plan? You should know a lot about him, right? How do we win? Well, Genesis scratches her cheek awkwardly. I actually have never sparred with him. He mostly just helped me with ideas, not much direct training. Lucky you, Simon Shinso grumbles out. Most of the students eventually scatter about into their own little groups, deciding to skip the planning process since they didn't have anything to contribute. Trying to get some rest to be ready if the thinkers of this group decide they need to be on the team. Moments later, only a few students were sitting in a small circle. Aside from Simon Shinso the other members of Team Horizon had no choice but to join the strategy meeting. According to him, he's not good at things like this, and my quirk doesn't work, so I can't really help. Mudman Juzo is 1B's best strategist, which is what got him a spot on Team Horizon. And Cellophane has been training with Horizon longer than anyone, so he knows him the best. With them is Genesis Momo Battle Fist Kendo Dekumi Doriya Shoto, Bakugo, Froppy Ajui and Phantom Thief Monoma Phantom Thief's hero costume was a full tuxedo with stopwatches on his belt. Alright, so what's his weakness? Kendo asks. They all look at Mudman and Cellophane, but neither of them answers. He doesn't really have one, Cellophane shrugs. Horizon is basically invincible, unless you really surprise him. But the only person who could do that was All for One, and he had like 100 quirks Horizon couldn't predict. Noe. Normally yes, but this isn't a fair match for either side, Genesis says, getting a thoughtful look on her face. Mr. Aizawa said Horizon won't be allowed to use Scalpel or Shambles, because this is supposed to be a test for him as well. so he's fighting with one arm and a leg tied behind his back, but he's still Horizon, Battle Fist says. He can still zap anyone who touches him, or hit you hard enough to break bones, Deku adds. But all we have to do is get the sash from him, just like at the UA Sports Festival, so if we can just grab it then we'll win. Yeah, but if we get it too early that's also a problem, Froppy adds. Remember he can always take it back before time runs out, then we can still lose. It would be more fair for the sash to be somewhere that we have to find, but I guess we have enough advantages as it is, so him starting with it makes sense. Okay, so let's think about what abilities he has, Bakugo says, without yelling surprisingly. He was taking this more seriously than anyone else. If he can't warp then I can just blow him up, but he has that barrier. Antibacterial curtain, Shoto says. Too strong to break, Deku says, noticing Bakugo glaring at him. Not that your explosions aren't strong, but if Horizon is growing as fast as he wants us to think, then it's probably like in an impenetrable shield by now. Pretty much yeah, Cellophane takes off his visor. The version you broke and the UA Sports Festival was a prototype. The current one is a lot more refined and efficient. It was even too strong for Wolfram to break, and he threw everything but the port island itself at Horizon. But he can't use it while moving, Mudman says. If you get him on the defensive you'd have to keep hammering the barrier until the time ran out, and this is all assuming you can get the sash in the first place. Why not just grab it? Froppy asks, causing everyone to look at her. What? Horizon mentioned it a while ago after the USJ, but he said that the Nomu from back then was too fast for his body to react to, so he used Shambles to outspeed it. If he can't use Shambles then I bet Deku can move faster than his body can react to. Deku tries his best to come up with any excuse to avoid fighting Horizon. That won't work, Bakugo says. Horizon has his freaky scan ability. Doesn't that give him a 3D model of everything around him 24/7? He can use that to avoid Deku just like he did to me during our fights. And he'll just predict his moves and beat him up, or just discharge a bunch of electricity and fry him for getting close. We also have to account for his psychology, Zero says, causing everyone to look at him. Horizon won't just stall until the 15 minutes is over, he'll hunt down everyone and take you down before that. Because anything less than absolute victory won't be good enough for him. Too strong, Genesis says. Counter shock, booster shot, scan, antibacterial curtain, his physical power and combat skills. Any one of them is a problem, but altogether victory is all but impossible. No one quirk can match Hand of God, Deku says. He clenches his fist and feels the bitter taste of acceptance. I used to think if I got strong enough, with enough power and speed it wouldn't matter, but he keeps making new abilities. Every time I hit a new level he basically manifests a new quirk. Mudman snaps his fingers, startling the group. That's it. What's it? Zero asks. That's our advantage, Juzo says excitedly. Without Scalpel Horizon can't use amputate or incision, and he definitely can't use injection shot, so that's his big and indefensible attacks out of the way. His physical power is probably weaker than Deku's, and his speed is definitely slower. We have that advantage. But the problem is that even if he doesn't have Shambles or his ranged attacks, he can still use tact to throw thing. And he probably knows our quirks better than us, Froppy says. He definitely does, Mudman says. But just because you know about the quirk, doesn't mean you can expect it. Plus we'll have numbers, because it'll be him against 4 of us. 1 quirk, against at least 6. They all look a bit confused for a moment, then realization dawns on them as they turn to Monoma. His quirk, Copy, allows him to copy multiple quirks for a limited amount of time. But to do this he has to make direct physical contact with his target, and not all quirks are usable. For example, trying to process all the information needed to activate Hand of God will overload his brain. Copying Ares Rewind worked, but the quirk was useless as he can't hold it long enough to stockpile chronons to use it. The same goes for One for All and Fat Gum's quirk. Alright, so what quirks should I use, and how do I surprise him with them? Monoma asks. It's not like he doesn't know what I can do, he'll expect me to have multiple quirks. Yes, but Horizon doesn't have as much information as us, Mudman explains. He doesn't even know the current capabilities of his own classmates because of how little time he spends at UA or in hero classes. So to him, we 1B students who aren't on Team Horizon will fight like brand new people. That's how much we've grown these past months. Hey, Bakugo yells. Even if we have to depend on you 1B losers, don't think you're getting me out of the fight. If anyone gets to blow him up, it's gonna be me. Well then let's figure out the specifics, Juzo says. But if this is gonna work, Momo, I need to create some things for us. As he begins breaking down his scheme, everyone but Zero is left very impressed. They knew he was good at commanding a battlefield and making strategies, but under the guidance of Horizon, Gang Orca, and Crust, his skills were quickly taken to new heights. This is the kind of talent it takes to be a member of Team Horizon after all. After they've finished planning and preparing, Horizon makes it over to the training grounds. Walking beside Aizawa, he wore casual clothes, still his merch. Nizo was on Aizawa's shoulder, wrapped in his capture scarf, and Eri was on Horizon's, wearing a large sweater with his symbol on it. Seeing him everyone gets ready for the battle to start, and Kiri's Hima can't help but say, Dad, you should put on your hero costume, this is gonna be intense. It's being repaired right now, and refit, but I'll be fine. After all, it only you people, so, what are the chances? Mina asks as she watches the fight with most of the other students. They were now joined by Midnight, Vlad King, Ectoplasm, Snipe, and Eri. Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might were at the control console, monitoring the camera feeds that are displayed on the big screen. Standing beside Mina is Mudman Juzo Dash, who everyone looks to as the resident expert on fighting Horizon. Well, honestly, Mudman says, they're gonna get beat up, real bad, doubt they have any chance of winning. The best team would have had me there to lock him down more effectively, but you rather lose than get beat up by Horizon when he's serious. Cellophane asks, chuckling lowly. Hey, you've seen him fight. Mudman says, me being in a full body cast isn't worth a 2% raise in the chance of success. That's true, Simon says, and part of making a strategy is avoiding impossible fights. Above them on a massive screen is Horizon, standing in the industrial training zone, hands at his side, still dressed casually, waiting for his opponents. He had a blue sash from his right shoulder to his left hip, the prize for either side to get. Room. Horizon expands his range to encompass the entire training area, sensing most of his opponents immediately. Bakugo, Tokoyami, Ibara, one person is missing. They're supposed to send 4. He turns his head in the direction of the observation area and expands his room even more. Monoma isn't in the observation area, he's the 4th. He sensed Bakugo rush ahead, splitting from Tokoyami and Ibara as he soars above the buildings, looking for Horizon. Still lacking teamwork, that'll bite him in the ass. But once again Horizon searches, and doesn't find Monoma. Maybe I just need to dash die. Bakugo's scream interrupts him. Horizon turns his head to see Bakugo already preparing a howitzer grand impact. Antibacterial curtain, barrier. He raises a hand and from his palm blue energy crystallizes into a dome around him. The explosion shakes the entire training grounds and blocks the view from the cameras. Smoke and dust take almost a minute to properly settle, and when it does, Bakugo is hovering in the air via his explosion. Above a large crater with Horizon in the center, unmoved, the ground around him and his body protected by the unbothered shield. You've gotten stronger, but I told you before, I grow faster than any of you. Hearing that, Bakugo charges forward, propelled by explosions, and Horizon drops the barrier. You know how this ends, why rush in alone? Horizon asks as they begin trading blows. He narrowly parries one of Bakugo's strikes, diverting his palm and the ensuing explosion to the side. But Bakugo changes his strategy. Instead of trying to land large and direct explosions, he uses smaller explosions between them, before Horizon can parry. Instead of trying to hit Horizon with a rocket that he would parry, he sets off grenades between them, damaging both of them in exchange for landing hits. You can't warp this time. Bakugo screams as he begins speeding up, but even as the explosion appears to be making contact, he doesn't see any damage on Horizon. Don't need it. Booster shot? Horizon's speed instantly multiplies, now appearing like a blur for short bursts, leaving a small train of blue energy vapor in his wake. Bakugo leaps back, using explosions to take to the air before putting his hands together. AP machine gun. He releases a rapid-fire stream of dense explosions at Horizon. Seeing the explosions covering a wide area, Horizon raises his hands once again and manifests his dome shield. But as they begin beating against this shield, Bakugo does something new. He's in position, now. Bakugo screams. Everyone is surprised that this entire time he's been seemingly following a plan, perfectly at that. Suddenly a small forest of green thorny vines burst out of the ground. Concrete and dust fill the air as they all rush straight toward Horizon. Even within his dome barrier, the vines attack him, immediately wrapping him up and holding his limbs apart. The barrier immediately falls and Bakugo lands. TCH, without warping you aren't that big a deal. Horizon doesn't speak, still feeling the vines tightening and pulling his limbs apart, keeping him bound. Bakugo seizes the moment and rushes forward, intent on landing at least one solid hit and ending the fight. The main objective was to grab the sash, but nobody wanted to go that close to Horizon, and Ibara's vines aren't that precise from such a long range without line of sight. So he had to score some kind of hit while he had the chance. As he was 10 meters away, Bakugo jumped forward, crossing his hands and simultaneously pulling the pin on both his grenadier gauntlets. TAKT? 2 pieces of concrete rip themselves out of the ground and rocket upward, surprising Bakugo as they slam into the underside of his gauntlets. Both the explosions are sent into the air and the unexpected change leaves him unprepared for the recoil. The force slams him into the ground hard enough to crack the concrete, and Horizon doesn't even move during this entire time. I'm a lot more than just a guy who can warp, Horizon says. I command the world, don't ever forget that. Gamma? The air around Horizon flickers green for just a moment, and all the vines holding him directly stiffen, eventually freezing and snapping as they become brittle. After ripping all the heat and radiation from the vines to make them cold and brittle, he harmlessly dissipates it within his body. Ice. Shoto asks. He was watching and hearing everything from the observation area. That's new, Juzo says. Bakugo sees this as he forces himself to get up, both his arms aching, begging him to stop. Horizon points a finger at him. This is new and unrefined, so thanks for letting me test it. Counter shock, direct current. An arc of blue lightning jumps from Horizon's finger directly to Bakugo, tossing him and knocking him out. Not sure about the name, Horizon shakes his hand and the lightning dissipates. Another new move, Simon says. I remember he said he couldn't control lightning after it leaves his body, guess he figured it out. While it looks like Horizon is simply shooting a lightning bolt, and that's exactly what he wants the enemies to think. Earlier when they fought he didn't try to hit Bakugo, he simply ran a small current through the boy each time he parried a strike, continuously changing the charge of his body to a negative state. And when he released a large amount of positively charged lightning, Bakugo became a lighting rod. Taking a deep breath he looks around at the destruction they caused, and all the vines that were quickly being retracted. He could sense them underground during the entire fight, but didn't deem them a big enough concern to act against. He also wanted to see exactly what plan his fellow students could conceive of. Sensing where the vines were going, and Ibara's distressed state, Horizon takes of running directly toward her. Booster shot? Everyone is surprised at how fast he can run, at 6 feet 4-196 cm and 270 pounds-122 kg. He was running at over 120 kmph. It's not that they aren't surprised someone so large could move quickly. After all, both Star and Stripe and All Might are as large as him or larger in the case of All Might, and they're both much faster. But for Horizon, he's always warped about, so this was entirely new. And their concern only grew when he ran straight through a reinforced concrete wall without slowing down, as if the buildings were made of cardboard. Aizawa glanced over to Eri, seeing her cheering with stars in her eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. Soon Horizon got to where Ibara had set up, only for Tokoyami to pounce on him, or more accurately, Dark Shadow attacked him. Ibara was at the back of the clearing trying to repair the ends of her hair with Tokoyami in front of her, Dark Shadow extending from his midsection to fight Horizon. The shadow creature was larger than usual, showing Tokoyami's growth, but Horizon was unfazed. Tokoyami already had a bead of sweat running down his face, clearly nervous about this encounter. You know I could end this instantly, right? A few arcs of blue lightning run across Horizon's body. Tokoyami takes a nervous step back. Yes, you could, but will you always rely on cheap tricks? Oh, reverse psychology? Horizon plays along. But you should know, when the result is that you lose either way, take the less painful option next time, cause now I'm gonna break you. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow instinctively take a step back, truly terrified of standing against Horizon. Tokoyami takes a step back, glancing over his shoulder to see Ibara behind him. She was still trying to recover from having the ends of her hair frozen. The vines needed time and were among the few things they have that could potentially restrain Horizon, even for a moment. Tokoyami throws both hands forward, directing Dark Shadow to grow and grow until it was the size of a school bus. Dark Shadow, Abyss of Hearts, Descending Judgment. Stupid name, was all Horizon said as the massive shadow creature descended like a bullet, intending to flatten him into the ground. He raised his hands to catch the creature as it molded itself into a large beak, catching the tip of its face between his palms. Booster shot? His entire body instantly begins releasing blue energy vapor as the concrete beneath him cracks. A stalemate, Tokoyami says. Not really. Horizon had obvious signs of straining in his voice, surprising everyone. For the first time he sounded as if he was actually trying. You have Dark Shadow, but the world is my weapon. WHA. A piece of the concrete floor rips itself out of the ground and rockets into Tokoyami's gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him tumbling back. Fumi. Dark Shadow yells, glancing back at Tokoyami. Taking this opportunity, Horizon shifts his stance and pushes Dark Shadow to the side, causing it to slam into the concrete and knock up a small dust cloud. By the time Tokoyami stops tumbling over himself, he looks up to see Horizon rushing out of the cloud much faster than he ever expected, the ground cracking beneath his feet with each step. Dark Shadow. The tether connecting Tokoyami and Dark Shadow immediately begins shifting and molding itself, as if a dozen tendrils formed from it to grab out at Horizon, who ran beside it. Sensing this change, Horizon stops his rushdown and pivots in place, landing 3 precise and targeted punches onto Dark Shadow's body. He then leaps away before the creature can grab him while it retracts to Tokoyami. Those kinds of attacks aren't very effective against my quirk, you should know this, Tokoyami says. Wasn't aiming at your quirk, those punches hit their mark, Horizon says. At those words Tokoyama's and Ibara's eyes widen, their plan had been found out. It was a good plan, but all it took was me looking a bit closer, Horizon says as he rushes forward again. As he's quickly closing the distance, Tokoyami closes his eyes and focuses on Dark Shadow, shrinking him back down to his regular size to float beside him. With grave newbie. As Horizon got closer he launched forward in a strong right, intending to knock Tokoyami out in one blow. In a few moments, Dark Shadow surrounded Tokoyami and coated him like a suit, only focused on his upper body. Tokoyami wore his quirk like a living hero costume, with their eyes resting beside each other's to both could see. He matched Horizon's strike with this new level of power. Black Abyss. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow yell, their voices now in perfect unison each time they speak. Feeling themselves about to lose against Horizon's power, Dark Shadow expands behind Tokoyami and anchors them, giving them a bit more leverage. They couldn't outmuscle Horizon, but because of their superior footing, he was pushed back a few meters. No way, Kendo mutters in the observation area. Since when did those two get that strong? Tokoyama's been studying with us sometimes, Siro says, now enjoying some potato chips. Sometimes he asks Horizon about how to improve his quirk. This is one of the answers he got. How come he helps him but not us? Kirishima asks. Because he thinks you're annoying, Mudman says. Plus he prefers people with less straightforward quirks. He already has a lot of firepower. Team Horizon is supposed to be adaptable to any situation, not just act as a sword or shield, but a scalpel. They all shift their attention back to the screens as Horizon is observing Tokoyami's growth. Black Abyss, not a bad name from you, Horizon says. Thank you, I hope this is close to what you envisioned. Tokoyami's and Dark Shadow's voices were perfectly in sync. When we stop acting as Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but as one being, when I accept that Dark Shadow is simply me, then I'd understand my quirk and its full potential. That's when Tokoyami and Dark Shadow can become the hero, Tsukuyomi. Yeah, that's what I said, and this is pretty much what I pictured, at least to start. Now show me what you've got, Tsukuyomi. Horizon raises his hands, and both Tsukuyomi's mouths twist into elated smiles. As they meet each other and the brawl begins, Tsukuyomi's high of his growth being recognized by Horizon quickly fades away, replaced with the fact that, well, he's fighting Horizon. He was outclassed in all aspects the moment they clashed again. Horizon had seemingly instantly adapted to Tsukuyomi's new fighting style, his increased speed, strength, defenses, and perception. Even whenever Tsukuyomi would try changing the shape of his shadow appendages to lash out from unexpected angles, Horizon would either use his barrier to easily block it or his sensory ability to avoid it without looking at it. He makes it look so easy, Tsukuyomi thinks as he's quickly losing ground and energy, feeling his power diminishing by the second. I'm fighting for my life and he's just playing with me. He could end this fight at any time with counter shock, but he said he wouldn't use it. And he's about to win without it. Back in the observation area, most of the students and teachers were looking at the screen with genuine shock, all while Eri was happily cheering for Horizon. Nizu had a look of pride on his face as he observed the match. So he's even freaky good at close combat, huh? Vlad King says. Where did you find this kid again, Nizu? Fate brought us all together, Nizu says. But honestly, Horizon using Scalpel is much better for his opponents than him without it. He has a bad habit of overdoing it when it comes to, well, holding back against people. With Scalpel he's much quicker and more efficient, not to mention painless. Clearly, Aizawa narrows his eyes at the screen, seeing Tokoyami now stumbling about as he gets battered and beaten up by Horizon. But this is supposed to be a challenge for everyone involved. Giving him all his tools would make it too easy. This way he has to break up his usual combat pattern and try out things he's probably not used in a while. Meanwhile, back in the combat area, Tsukuyomi was stumbling back, the shadow energy retracting from his arms and face. Both his arms were bleeding profusely onto the floor and his hero costume was torn up, but Horizon seemed completely fine. They had 32 feet between them, and Ibara was still behind him. He feels a signal, and Tsukuyomi sighs in relief. He's finally ready. Good, I'm about to black out here. Even if Horizon knows where he is, he hasn't shown any concern about our plan. He likely wants to see what our plan is. He doesn't think it'll work, and that arrogance of his will give us the one chance we need, Tsukuyomi thinks. Ibara, he says. I'm ready. Now. Tsukuyomi yells out. Repent, heathen. Ibara's vines shoot forward faster than ever before. Horizon sees and senses it, and with practiced ease, he moves out of the way. Inspired growth. Ibara yells out, and from her vines, new parallel vines begin rapidly sprouting. The sudden expansion surprised Horizon for just a moment before it quickly wraps around his limbs. The vines hoist him into the air, nearly 32 feet above the floor. And by the time they've secured themselves, he's already begun using gamma to draw all the heat and radiation out of them to freeze them brittle. At the same moment, Tsukuyomi surged with all the energy he could muster and used his quirk to leap up toward Horizon. Seeing Tsukuyomi incoming, Horizon doesn't say a word, but uses tact to rip a block of concrete out of the ground and send it right at his classmate. It lines up perfectly to intercept them, but one of Tsukuyomi's four eyes spots the incoming projectile, and at the last moment, to Horizon's surprise, adjusts in midair. He can fly. Horizon thought, and everyone watching the fight thought the same thing. TAKT? Horizon rips more chunks out of the ground, but via flight and form-shifting Tsukuyomi either avoided them or materialized limbs to get them away from him, eventually flying all the way over to Horizon. When he was only 6 feet away from Horizon, Tsukuyomi reached out for the sash, only for Horizon's right hand to swing out, aiming to deliver a fist to his face. Using antibacterial curtain now could cause real damage to Tokoyami, not to mention the fact that he was curious about this grand scheme they thought could actually work on him. So the ruthless mercenary went away just for a bit, and the playful and cocky 16-year-old inside came forward. Something they were hoping for, and did well to capitalize on. As Tsukuyomi grabbed the sash, his grip tight on it, Horizon fist rattled his brain. Dark Shadow shrank, barely able to sustain itself anymore, but Tokoyama's grip didn't slacken. And as that happened, Nioto Monoma sprung up on Tokoyama's shoulder. He popped out of Dark Shadow, his usual fair skin now void black, bits of blonde stains on his formal black hero costume, and both his hands together directly in Horizon's face, sparks crackling just an inch away from the visor. All the explosive sweat he needed to make this attack truly count, even against a monster like Horizon. Boom! The cameras were blinded by the bright light as the entire training area was rocked. All the way over at the observation area everyone covered their ears, and the Hero Corps students' plan, the first phase, was now complete. In the observation area all the students and teachers cover their ears as a shockwave pushes wind and light past the borders of the training zone. They feel a small blast of heat wash over them as they take cover. Deku and Kiri's Hima immediately stand in front of Eri to protect her as the sensation rolls over them. Seconds later everyone shakes the ringing out of their ears and watches the screens, waiting for the dust to settle. That's insane. Midnight yells. Was he trying to kill Horizon? Horizon isn't who I'm worried about, Deku says, drawing all their attention onto his words, even as they keep staring at the screens. After an explosion like that, Eureka asks. Monoma's plan was to stay inside Dark Shadow and use Kuken's explosion to get one good shot in, but he isn't Kuken. So the explosion wasn't big enough. Jiro asks. The explosion was fine, but he can only do it once, that was the plan, right? Deku asks Juzo. Juzo nods. Monoma doesn't have the years of using explosion like Bakugo, so his resistance to the recoil isn't anywhere near Bakugo's level. But this isn't the final step of the plan. Everyone looks surprised at that. You planned even further ahead. Aizawa asks, genuinely surprised. Yeah, and everything has gone according to plan right now. Horizon is even scarier than I expected, but that's what I'm counting on, Juzo admits. But I can't say much because Horizon could be reading our lips right now, even if I doubt he'd do that just to win this fight. No wonder he has such faith in Team Horizon, Midnight says. You're all quite talented. Zero laughs and drapes an arm around Juzo. That's our mudman. Horizon brought him in as a secondary strategist after all. He's basically vice captain. Hold crap. All Might yells as the dust finally clears and they see what remains. Monoma takes a few deep, desperate breaths as he's still down on his knees. Deep in a crater surrounded by rubble and dust, the hero costume on both his arms was completely blown apart, along with most of the skin on both arms. Exposed muscle and flesh were visible to the camera, but the damage wasn't anywhere near what they expected. With every breath, Monoma feels pain racking his body as he forces himself to stand up. Behind him, dozens of meters away Tokoyami was completely knocked out, clutching the sash even as he sleeps. Beside him, Ibara is trying to recover her hair again after shielding them from that explosion, everyone waiting for the real results of that blast. 3 timers, Horizon's voice reaches them as he walks out of the dust. Monoma just frowns, not even surprised that Horizon was still conscious. But what did surprise everyone is the fact that he was entirely spotless. How? Monoma asks. You didn't put the shield up, I made sure you were too close. Booster shot? Yeah, well, I've been working on something different. Horizon releases blue energy vapor that begins wafting off him. But it becomes more dense and clings to him, moving more like a liquid than a solid. Not efficient since it's pure energy, but it works in an emergency with diuresis and epsilon s. TCH, you mystery class people really aren't normal, says the man using copy to wield 3 quirks, Horizon says. Monoma looks a bit surprised, how can you tell? Horizon stops releasing the energy vapor and relaxes, while Monoma takes a fighting stance. He lifts his skinless arms up into fists, ready to give it his all once more. Well, you used Kuroiro's quirk to fade into darkness, and gave yourself the void black look. He gestures to Monoma's skin which absorbed all light. Bakugo's explosion to try and surprise me with a big hit, that didn't work. And Kirishima's hardening, to help you with the recoil, that's why your arms didn't get blown off entirely, right? Monoma glares at Horizon. It wasn't that hard to figure out, plus the hero costume gave it away. He points at Monoma's belt which had stopwatches on it. Only 3 of those are active, I could sense them moving and knew how many quirks to expect. It's a good plan, and I'm glad I didn't bother to stop it, but I'm just too much for you to handle. Monoma grits his teeth and looks around at all the damage and destruction his attack caused. Looking down at the state of his arms, then over his shoulder at Tokoyami who was passed out, and Ibara who had to recover for at least a few more seconds before they could try the next phase of the plan. Taking a deep breath he clenches his jaw and straightens his arms, activating Kirishima's hardening quirk to lock them in place. He could still feel the wind raking against the exposed muscle and nerves, but for now the bleeding would stop, and that was enough. Before he could consider an approach, Horizon rushes forward. Booster shot? The concrete beneath him cracks as he rockets toward Monoma, swinging faster and hitting harder than before. After all of this, they'd yet to do any damage to him, unable to overcome his senses, defense, or cope with his relentless assaults. He can't be human, Monoma thinks as he rushes forward. He swings his stiff arms like clubs at Horizon, matching his fists and feeling the hardening cracking already. After the first volley of blows Horizon visibly changed his stance, now used to the strength of Monoma's defense. Crack? Ah. Monoma jumps back as the next hit shatters the hardening and breaks his right forearm. Just like Bakugo's explosion quick, Kirishima's hardening needs time and training to develop. He was nowhere near Kirishima's current level of hardening, and it was showing. With his right arm hanging limply he continues to back up, keeping it away from Horizon while fighting with one hardened arm. Why is he still fighting? Do they have something else planned? Horizon wonders as he's quickly beating down Monoma. I'm ready. Ibara yells out, and Monoma immediately perks up. He leaps back a few meters. Now, Ibara. Monoma commands. Feeling something is off, Horizon doesn't bother to indulge them any further. Your vines are annoying. He points at Ibara, then flicks his finger upward. Tact, celestial body. Ibara barely reacts in time as all the rubble, pieces of buildings, and concrete ground are hurled toward her, as if she suddenly became a point of gravity pulling them toward her. The girl wraps herself in the thickest sphere of vines possible as they batter her, but instead of shattering and falling apart, they keep pushing against the sphere. Eventually, the ground below her is torn from the earth and rises high into the air with her, holding her dozens of meters above the battlefield as the rubble is attracted to her. A small moon-like object nearly 30 m-100 feet wide quickly forms and hovers above the training area, casting a shadow over everyone who sees it. It all happened so quickly that Monoma lost his momentum and stared up in wonder and fear. This is the part where you surrender, Horizon says, drawing all their attention back to him. All aside from Eri, who was still staring at the little moon with stars in her eyes. You control gravity? Monoma asks. No, it just looks like that, Horizon shrugs. TCH, well sorry but I'm sticking to our plan, and surrendering isn't part of it. Horizon looks at Monoma and shakes his head. I know all your tricks, and your arms can't do any more explosions unless you want to lose them, just give up. Monoma immediately rushes forward. Exactly, he yells while closing in on Horizon. You're so sure of yourself that you'd never consider. He swings his left arm forward, that you don't know everything. Monoma's entire left side explodes into a massive raging fire. Searing heat washes over the battlefield and Horizon is genuinely surprised as Monoma blasts a wide cone of fire at him, point blank. As the heat continues to escalate, Monoma's flesh begins burning up more and more. The heat burns away the still somewhat wet dye in his hair to reveal a head of half white and half red hair. Horizon's figure disappears in the roaring inferno and everyone waits for Monoma's attack to end. Juzo's plan was much more layered than anything they would have come up with otherwise. He had Momo make hair dye so Horizon couldn't tell that Monoma had Shoto's quirk. Then he had Monoma only set 3 timers, further misinforming Horizon and playing on his absolute confidence in his scan ability to collect information. Send Bakugo out alone so he could go wild, and Horizon wouldn't expect them to use 2 of the same quirk on the battlefield. That worked well enough that Monoma managed to build up enough sweat and get a point-blank hit on him. They didn't expect him to be able to seemingly freeze Ibara's vines, or imprison her that easy, but Tsukuyomi was able to stall and entertain Horizon just enough for Monoma to be ready. And finally, when Horizon thought all their cards were used, they'd hit him with the strongest fire blast Monoma could muster. A genius plan that most people cannot survive, much less overcome. Enough strategy and firepower to take down some of the current top 10 pro heroes if they were in Horizon's situation. But unfortunately, their opponent isn't a mere top pro hero. It's the 3rd most powerful combatant in the world, standing behind only Star and Stripe, and more recently Shigeriki's new secret weapon, Gigantomachia. Of course the public only knew of the former, so they weren't even surprised to see Horizon's outline walking through the flames, casually strolling toward Monoma. Monoma flinches, then redoubles his efforts. His flesh begins turning black as it burns away, but he ignores the pain and keeps pushing further. He's only now using the quirk, so he can't balance the elements or even simultaneously use them. This was his absolute best. Yet Horizon simply walked through it until he was standing in front of Monoma, and with a massive wave of fire crashing into him he reaches out, hand covered in the blue energy liquid of Booster Shot, and grabs Monoma's neck, lifting him off the ground. The flames immediately cut off as Monoma is being strangled with one large hand. Annoying, Horizon's calm voice says. His entire body was cloaked in the same energy which now quickly faded away. Standing beside Endeavor when he gets serious in a fight is like sharing a battlefield with the sun. Compared to that, Shoto is nothing, and you're not even close to Shoto, but it was a good plan. Seconds later Monoma loses consciousness and Horizon simply drops him on the floor. Looking around, Horizon sees Tokoyama's unconscious body still gripping the sash. Even now he refuses to give up. And then there was one. He looks at the small moon hovering in the air with Ibara at the core, then points at it. Tact, Skyfa, stop. Vlad King's voice echoes through the speakers as the buzzer goes off. Horizon wins. Now can you please get Ibara out of there and heal Monoma? You don't need to hurt my students anymore. Horizon lowers his hand and sighs. That move was gonna be so fun, but fine, I'll fix them. They then got everyone healed, cleaned up, and back to the dorms. The entire time Eri never lost that look of admiration for Horizon she'd gained during the fight. Finally realizing that the man who Aizawa would often hand her off to was on a completely different level. Realizing that when she's with him, nobody could ever hurt her.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.